Chapter 1. I am Death. My child, on the day of your birth, the entirety of Asgard called out your name. Hela. My daughter, I take immense pride in watching you grow day by day, blossoming into the most radiant goddess of Asgard. These were the words spoken by my father last night. I am now 17 centuries old, having traversed this world for 1,700 years. The memories of my past life have faded into obscurity, yet this name remains vivid. Hela, the name of the goddess of death in Norse mythology, is also my name in this life. My father is the All-Father, the ruler of the Aesir, the sovereign of the 9 realms, Odin. My mother, a descendant of the Aesir, is the goddess of love, Frigg. Today, I am to accompany my father into battle, the destination being Midgard. Our old adversaries, the Frost Giants, have once again raised their banner of rebellion, and this time they have turned their flames of war towards Midgard. The army of Frost Giants has traversed the ironwood of Jotunheim, where a hidden rift leads directly to Midgard. This location is exceedingly concealed, so much so that even Heimdall had not discovered it until he detected the presence of the Frost Giants in Midgard. On the very day he informed my father, Odin swiftly made the decision to march on Midgard and chose to bring me along. I had reached the age suitable for war. As the princess of Asgard, there was no reason for me to abstain from this expedition. It would be my first foray into battle. However, this expedition does not fill me with joy. The slaughter, the death, the blood, and the wails of those on the brink of death have imparted a new perspective upon me regarding the world. I cannot help but lament the preciousness of peace. I followed the army onto the Bifrost, and in an instant, we arrived in Midgard, upon a vast expanse of ice. Opposite this icy plain stood a multitude of colossal, ice-blue figures. Our targets, the Frost Giants of Jotunheim. They appeared unfazed by our arrival, wielding crude weapons forged from ice, simple yet brimming with brutality. The armies of both sides positioned themselves across the wide expanse of ice, ready for battle. I did not stand directly beside my father, but was instead assigned to the Valkyrie Guard, a battalion of agile and formidable female warriors, tasked with protecting the All-Father, Odin. In terms of sheer numbers, our forces were astonishingly outmatched, with a staggering ratio of 1 to 150 against the Frost Giants. Their ranks were 150 times greater than ours, composed of brutish soldiers armed only with large ice clubs. This overwhelming disparity instilled a sense of trepidation within me, though I would only truly comprehend the scale of our disadvantage later. At this moment, I was focused on fending off the attacks of 5 Frost Giants. Their towering forms, clad in layers of solid ice, granted them formidable defense. Yet, I was undeterred. With a flick of my wrists, I conjured 2 obsidian swords, leaped, and struck down upon them in swift succession. In a mere 3 strikes, I dispatched the 5 Frost Giants before me. They were no match for me, and drawing upon my mother's magic combined with the martial skills honed by my father, I found myself capable of self-defense on the battlefield. After vanquishing the first foe, I felt increasingly attuned to the chaos of war. This conflict would herald victory for my father through my efforts. Hela thought to herself. This was her first ascent onto the grand stage of this world. With her twin swords dancing through the air, each swing marked the end of Frost Giant's life. Emboldened, she leaped from the formation of Asgard's army, charging directly into the heart of the Frost Giant ranks. The Frost Giants, witnessing Hela's bold advance, swung their weapons in her direction. In that instant, dozens of black spears manifested around her, raining down as she descended, swiftly clearing the area of Frost Giants below. As Hela landed, a tempest of bloodshed erupted within the ranks of the Frost Giants. Where she tread, no Frost Giant remained alive, only a sea of corpses left in her wake. The black spear she had conjured pierced the skull of one Frost Giant, nailing its lifeless body firmly to the ice. More spears followed, impaling 3 or 4 giants at once, pinning them to the ground, before Hela deftly severed their heads. Her actions invigorated the Asgardian forces. Under her leadership, the army surged like a spear into the ranks of the Frost Giants, cleaving their formation in 2. Hela's charge continued. The Asgardian forces were merely a fraction of this expedition. If the Frost Giants were not swiftly defeated, there was a grave risk of being encircled. Thus, Hela knew she must locate and eliminate their commander to resolve the situation. Before long, Hela spotted a figure towering above the others, a frost giant of greater stature, encased in thicker, more resilient ice. This had to be the commander. The two locked eyes, and in unison, they made the most fitting choice. Hela dispatched the two frost giants, blocking her path with her swords, and leapt towards the towering figure, conjuring dozens of spears to launch at him. The commander's 10 frost giant guards raised their weapons in a futile attempt to deflect the incoming spears, only realizing their effort was in vain as the spears pierced through them. Hela had no time to deal with the fallen guards. Her focus remained solely on the commander. Despite being struck by 3 spears, the formidable frost giant remained unyielding, swatting the spears away with ease. Recognizing the strength of his icy armor, Hela assessed her sword and, with a decisive motion, hurled it at the frost giant. In its place, she conjured a double-bladed axe, swinging it towards his chest. The frost giant raised his massive ice sword in defense, but he was unprepared for Hela's might. The axe cleaved through his weapon, splitting it in two. Fortunately, his thick, icy skin prevented the axe from delivering a fatal blow. Hela's first strike did not fell him, and the frost giant retaliated, striking her down with the remnants of his shattered sword. Thanks to Asgardian resilience, Hela withstood the blow. Once again, she sprang from the ground, evading the frost giant's attack, and manifested another axe, bringing it down upon his forehead, cleaving his skull in twain. Standing atop the fallen giant, she raised her axe high and proclaimed, "For Asgard, for the glory of the northern gods." In an instant, the Asgardian forces rallied in response, ultimately defeating the frost giants. Hela single-handedly accounted for 1/6 of the enemy's strength, leaving no survivors in her wake. "I am death," Hela murmured softly, surveying the battlefield strewn with corpses. Chapter 2. In My Name. The first battle against the frost giants concluded with a resounding victory for Asgard. However, this was merely a skirmish. The frost giants were no longer content with their own realm. Their colossal forms consumed resources at an astonishing rate. The meager resources of Jotunheim, a world of perpetual ice, were insufficient to sustain such a vast population. To survive, they had no choice but to plunder the resources of other worlds. Coincidentally, within the iron forest of Jotunheim, there was a spatial rift that led directly to Midgard. The resources of Midgard were far more abundant than those of the frozen expanse of Jotunheim, and its inhabitants were remarkably frail. Compared to the frost giants, they seemed as insignificant as ants, easily perishing without the slightest effort. Such fragile lives could be extinguished by a mere chill in the air. At this moment, Hela had departed from the encampment of the Asgardian army, venturing into the nearby icy forest where she stumbled upon a settlement of Midgardians. After the battle, she chose not to return to Asgard with her father Odin, but to remain and observe this world, so different from her own. Hela was unsure why she felt drawn to the Midgardians before her. 17 centuries had dulled most of her memories from her previous life. The garments worn by the Midgardians were rudimentary at best, crafted from the pelts of animals and stitched together with coarse needles. Their feet were bound in what appeared to be either grass rope or sinew, forming crude footwear. The Midgardians appeared disheveled, speaking in a language that Hela could not comprehend. The camp consisted of only a handful of individuals, perhaps 7 or 8, including 2 small children, suggesting they were a family. They huddled around a meager fire, roasting a single rabbit, which seemed insufficient for their number. At that moment, Hela noticed a Midgardian rushing towards them, brandishing a crude stone spear and shouting frantically. As he drew closer, Hela could see the terror etched across his face. It seemed he had encountered something grave, and soon Hela felt the ground tremble. From behind him, a colossal icy blue figure emerged, a fleeing soldier from the frost giant army. Just a day prior, the forces of Asgard, led by Hela, had decisively routed the frost giants. With the death of their commander, a mass retreat ensued. Some frost giants managed to escape the grasp of the Asgardian forces, and the giant now threatening the Midgardian camp was evidently one of those stragglers. Panic erupted among the Midgardians at the sight of the frost giant, with 4 of them clutching their spears in a desperate attempt to shield the others. The raw tips of their makeshift weapons were aimed at the approaching foe. The giant, however, laughed with delight, perceiving this encounter as an opportunity to release the pent-up tension caused by the threat posed by the monstrous Asgardians. Particularly Hela, the daughter of Odin, known among his kin as the goddess of death. He anticipated that this hunt would alleviate his stress. Witnessing the impending tragedy, Hela could not remain indifferent, especially given that the foe was a frost giant. Without a moment's hesitation, she manifested her twin black swords and charged from behind the trees, arriving before the frost giant. The moment the giant registered her presence, fear overtook him. In a swift motion, Hela plunged her sword into his forehead, ending his life with precision. Her clean and decisive action left the Midgardians behind her in awe. One of them, seemingly overwhelmed with emotion, dropped his spear and joyfully babbled to the others. Then, to Hela's surprise, the Midgardians knelt before her in reverence. It was hardly surprising. In appearance, they bore a resemblance to the Asgardians. Unlike the primitive existence of the Midgardians, Asgard had evolved into an interstellar civilization, adorned with exquisite adornments, resplendent armor, and sharp weaponry. Having vanquished a creature as formidable as a frost giant, Hela was naturally regarded as a deity by these Midgardians. With a graceful gesture, she signaled for them to rise. As she grasped the hand of one among them, Hela employed a small spell of her own design, allowing her to instantly comprehend the speech of the individual, contingent upon physical contact. "Fear not, I have dealt with this frost giant. However, your peril is not yet over. There may be other frost giants lurking within this forest. You must leave this place as swiftly as possible," Hela instructed the leader of the Midgardians. "Esteemed goddess, do you imply that such monsters still roam these woods?" "Our home lies here. We cannot venture far," the leader replied softly. "Are you unaware of the presence of such beasts?" Hela questioned, perplexed by the man's choice. "Goddess, it is winter. We lack the provisions to travel far," he answered. "Is that so? Is that the reason you cannot flee?" Hela considered his reasoning and surveyed the other Midgardians around her. Nodding, she withdrew a silver-white sword from a nearby pine tree and presented it to the leader. "What is your name, mortal?" "Siegfried, O goddess," he responded. "Siegfried, then lead your family to survival. Defeat those who dare threaten you in my name. Hela, goddess of Asgard." "Your will shall be done, goddess Hela," Siegfried replied, kneeling with the sword cradled in his hands. Having completed her task, Hela returned to Asgard, accompanied by a radiant light. The final assault to drive the frost giants from Midgard was about to commence. Chapter 3. Prohibition of passage through Asgard. The resplendent golden palace of Asgard shimmered radiantly under the sun. The main gate of the palace faced the grand avenue, leading to the teleportation hall of the Rainbow Bridge. At this moment, the avenue was filled with fully armed Asgardian troops, preparing for yet another expedition to Midgard, with the objective of repelling the frost giants that had invaded there. The previous battle on the icy plains had resulted in a decisive victory for the Asgardian forces, annihilating a significant portion of the frost giant army. This time, the strategic aim was to completely expel the frost giants from Midgard and drive them back to Jotunheim. King Odin stood atop the dais of the Golden Palace, gazing down at the Asgardian army poised for departure. Behind him, Hela observed her father's silhouette with a complex expression, her gaze fixed on the impending march of the troops. "Hela, my daughter, you performed admirably in the last campaign. However, I urge you to exercise restraint this time. War cannot be resolved solely through personal valor," Odin remarked, addressing the army while turning his back to Hela. "But I cannot stand idly by and watch my kin perish before my eyes, father," Hela replied, her expression suddenly grave upon hearing Odin's words. "My child, understand that war has always demanded sacrifices. We cannot guarantee the survival of every comrade in each battle." Odin said earnestly, "Is that so? If you had intervened directly, perhaps we would not have suffered the loss of 232 of our brethren in this conflict." Hela retorted angrily, struggling to comprehend why Odin, with his immense power, chose not to act. "Child, you must realize that Asgard belongs to the people of Asgard. Each individual must be willing to make sacrifices for the sake of this nation and the world," Odin responded, turning to look sternly at Hela. Due to their height difference, Odin towered over his daughter, who defiantly raised her chin to meet her father's gaze. "Enough, you two. The expedition is about to commence, so cease your quarrel," interjected Frigga, the goddess of love. "Hela, do ensure your safety on the battlefield, all right? Listen to your mother. It is a perilous place." "I know, mother. I will take care of myself on the battlefield. You need not worry," Hela replied, embracing Frigga, who bent down to embrace her daughter, and gently placed her forehead against Hela's. Promise me you will return safely, all right? Swear it to me, Hela. Yes, mother. I promise I will return safely, just as I have before. Trust me, Hela said, smiling confidently as she gazed into her mother's face. Meanwhile, Odin stood behind the two, a smile gracing his face as he observed this tender moment. This was the treasure he cherished most, far surpassing the valuables he kept locked away in his vault. With the arrival of a radiant rainbow, the armies of Asgard once again descended upon Midgard. As Hela emerged from the blinding light of the Bifrost, she beheld a horrific sight, the frozen corpses of Midgardians, each resembling a chilling ice sculpture, their faces etched with terror. A tempest of anger surged within her as she surveyed the scene. At that moment, Odin placed a hand upon Hela's shoulder, his expression grave as he observed the unfolding chaos. You shall remain by my side this time. You are not to venture anywhere else, he declared, disregarding Hela's astonished gaze. He then commanded the army to advance steadily towards the nearby phalanx of frost giants. This location served as the frost giants' forward outpost for their invasion of Midgard, with a spatial rift at the center connecting Jotunheim's iron woods to Midgard. It was through this rift that the frost giants had found their means of incursion. Thus, to safeguard their lineage, the frost giants were determined to defend this passage at all costs. To the death. Only through relentless combat can we secure our future, they vowed. As the Asgardian forces engaged in battle, the frost giants grew increasingly emboldened, their towering forms far surpassing those of the Asgardians. Despite wielding rudimentary weapons, they inflicted significant casualties upon their foes. Hela clenched her teeth, her hands balled into fists, witnessing one valiant warrior after another fall before her. She turned to her father, Odin, and implored, "How much longer will you delay your intervention? Look at our fallen brethren. What will become of their families?" Odin paid her no heed, continuing to orchestrate the Asgardian assault with methodical precision. Unable to bear the inaction any longer, Hela leaped away from Odin's side, charging into the fray. As she surged forward, she conjured a pair of black longswords, and from the ether, numerous black spears materialized, launching towards the surrounding frost giants upon her entry into the conflict. However, this time, the once effective spears failed to deliver the anticipated lethality, with many failing to pierce the frost giant's thick skin. After dispatching 3 frost giants with her swords, Hela realized that these adversaries bore armor far more formidable than those encountered previously on the battlefield. Confounded by this sudden shift, she devised a new strategy to circumvent the frost giant's defenses. Abandoning her prior approach of crafting spears, she began to forge hammers, axes, and bludgeons designed to breach armor. Her own weapons transformed into a one-handed square-headed hammer and a single-edged axe, ready for the onslaught ahead. Having transformed her tactical style, Hela surged through the ranks of the frost giants like a berserker, unleashing a torrent of bloodshed. The blunt instruments she wielded descended from the heavens, shattering the skulls of the frost giants, while those fortunate enough to escape a head injury still succumbed to grievous wounds to their chests or backs, dealt with mercilessly by the nearby Asgardian soldiers. With a hammer in one hand and an axe in the other, Hela reveled in the carnage, seemingly intent on venting all her frustrations. In a swift motion, she evaded a frost giant's charged attack, only to strike its face with the hammer she had hurled. Meanwhile, another giant, poised to ambush her from behind, lost its head to the axe she deftly threw in retaliation. After casting aside her weapons, they reappeared in her grasp, and she charged forward, quickly dispatching a frost giant that threatened a fallen Asgardian soldier. Following Hela's entrance to the battlefield, the casualties among the Asgardian forces diminished significantly, causing a dramatic shift in the tides of war. Yet, Odin, overlooking the battlefield from a nearby hill, remained stern, as if the apparent victory were but a fleeting illusion. Indeed, a chilling aura suddenly emerged from behind the frost giants, surging towards the Asgardian army. The frost giants, enveloped by this frigid energy, grew even larger, their ice armor becoming more formidable, while the Asgardian soldiers were frozen into statues of ice. Witnessing this spectacle, Hela seethed, exclaiming, "The frost crystal! No passage here! Asgardians!" A particularly towering frost giant, cradling an ice-blue cube, emerged from behind the ranks, gazing down upon Hela and declaring, "You, daughter of Odin, and your Asgardians, should not be here. Return to your Asgard." Chapter 4. Passage denied. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and a biting wind swept across the icy battlefield where the Asgardian army and the frost giants found themselves locked in a tense stalemate. Among the frost giants appeared a figure, seemingly of royal lineage, wielding the frost crystal, single-handedly stabilizing the line that was on the brink of collapse under Asgardian assault, drawing the conflict back into a grueling test of wills. Hela, witnessing her imminent success in breaching the frost giant's defenses thwarted by this giant, felt a surge of rage, particularly when the frost giant asserted, "No passage here." "Kneel," Hela replied coldly. "What did you say?" The giant, Murphy, questioned in confusion. "Kneel before the princess of the Nine Realms, you invaders of Midgard." Hela maintained her indifferent demeanor. Truly the arrogance unique to the Asgardians. "Allow me to teach you a lesson." Murphy, having spoken his piece, aimed the icy treasure box at Hela and unleashed a beam of ice-blue frost toward her. Hela's reflexes, however, were astonishingly swift. Even before Murphy had finished his idle chatter, she had already sprung into action. While the chill undeniably hampered her movements, it was merely a minor inconvenience. Indeed, it was just that. In a flurry of agility, Hela deftly formed a massive two-handed sword and conjured two great shields that revolved around her, safeguarding her from harm. As she skillfully maneuvered closer to the frost giant, Murphy, the other frost giants would not allow her to approach him so easily. They surged forward, attempting to impede her advance and, if possible, surround her to capture her alive. Faced with the advancing tide of frost giants, Hela found herself nearly devoid of any Asgardian warriors to assist her. Alone, she confronted the army of frost giants. With a sudden leap, she twisted her body and swiftly decapitated two giants that stood in her way. Hela danced amid the encircling frost giants, her movements graceful as if she were performing a ballet, with the fallen bodies of her adversaries as her backdrop. The air above was not adorned with petals, but rather stained with the blood of the frost giants and the severed heads cast aside by her great sword. Yet, Hela's stamina was finite. After battling for an extended period within the enemy ranks, her energy began to wane. In a moment of distraction, she was struck by a frost beam that pierced her left arm, a chilling wave coursing through her body. At that moment, she felt half of her being slipping into numbness. A nearby frost giant seized this opportunity, raising a massive ice pillar above his head and bringing it crashing down upon her, driving her into the ground. Fortunately, Hela's conjured shield absorbed much of the blow, though it forced her back to the earth. As the giant lifted the ice pillar for another strike, Hela suddenly sprang from her battered position, wielding a one-handed hammer to smash the giant's jaw to pieces. Tragically, her already stiffened body was struck once more by a frost beam, rendering her immobile as she lay helplessly, gradually succumbing to the encasing ice. The expression on her frost-covered face conveyed her profound unwillingness and simmering rage. Meanwhile, Murphy continued to direct the icy treasure box, bombarding Hela with frost beams until her form was encased in solid ice. Her consciousness began to fade. A deep sense of regret washed over her as she lamented not having returned home to see her mother. "Father, I am sorry. Perhaps I truly am not strong enough." Just as the surrounding frost giants prepared to transport the frozen Hela, a streak of light akin to a meteor descended from the heavens. A blood-red, ornate spear cleaved through the overcast sky, hurtling toward the ice block that encased Hela, carrying with it a wave of searing warmth. A dazzling radiance suddenly illuminated the battlefield, followed by a searing blaze that melted the icy grip upon the ground. The abrupt surge of scorching air enveloped the area in a delicate mist. As Hela's consciousness resumed, she lay on the heated earth, silently observing the blood-red spear embedded beside her. She realized that her father had intervened. With a mere flick of his hand, he had reduced the encircling army to ashes. The spear before her was none other than the legendary Gungnir, now dubbed the Spear of the Falling Star due to the meteoric nature of that recent strike. Awakening once more, Hela resolved to redeem her previous humiliation. Rising, she grasped Gungnir, a weapon towering over her, and twirled it with grace before charging towards Murphy. Odin's strike had not only liberated the frozen Hela, but had also released the Asgardian soldiers encased in ice. These rejuvenated warriors rallied instinctively, forming ranks behind Hela as they surged towards the frost giants. With Gungnir in hand, Hela's lethality multiplied exponentially. As she advanced, the number of frost giants standing before Murphy dwindled until she finally confronted the giant known as Murphy. Kneeling, Hela held Gungnir with an icy demeanor and addressed Murphy. "You shall not prevail, woman." In an uncharacteristic display, Murphy discarded the icy treasure chest to a nearby guard and drew forth a massive ice sword bound to her back. The guard, upon receiving the chest, hastily withdrew from the searing battlefield towards a spatial rift within the camp, fully aware that this battle was lost. Upon hearing Murphy's retort, Hela sneered and deftly evaded Murphy's downward strike. She thrust Gungnir into Murphy's left knee with precision, causing the giant to falter. Yet, Murphy remained steadfast. Hela swiftly withdrew the spear and struck again, this time shattering Murphy's right kneecap, forcing her to collapse to the ground. Before Murphy could utter another word, Hela coldly pierced her skull with Gungnir. After vanquishing Murphy, Hela brandished Gungnir and charged towards the frost giants, desperately defending the camp's entrance. With a powerful leap, she aimed Gungnir at the towering gate and launched it forth. The crimson spear transformed into a comet, crashing into the gate with a thunderous roar. A blinding flash ensued, accompanied by a wave of searing air that caressed every face present. The once imposing gate of solid ice vanished, leaving behind a charred pit and the blood-red spear embedded at its center. Hela descended into the pit, extracted the spear, and strode towards the spatial rift at the heart of the camp. Turning to face the Asgardian soldiers behind her, she proclaimed, "This passage is one way only." In this decisive battle, the frost giants were driven from the heart of Midgard. Although a few remnants may still linger in the realm, their presence now rendered inconsequential. Upon discovering the spatial rift, the engineers and sorcerers of Asgard swiftly convened to seal it, effectively extinguishing any ambitions harbored by the frost giants residing in Jotunheim. However, the war is far from over. The next target is Jotunheim. Chapter 5. Long live Asgard. In the final confrontation in Midgard, the ambitions of the frost giants were thwarted. And now it is time to launch an offensive against Jotunheim, the stronghold of the frost giants, to impart an unforgettable lesson upon their king, Laufey, and demonstrate that the majesty of Asgard is inviolable. Within the golden palace of Asgard, in the Grand Hall, King Odin bestowed honors upon the valiant heroes who ventured into Midgard, celebrating with a lavish feast. At this banquet, Hela, adorned in a gown of purest white, presented a stark contrast to her fierce demeanor on the battlefield. She embodied the grace of a delicate princess, her smile perfectly poised, movements elegant. Hela navigated the festivities with an enchanting presence. King Odin, immensely pleased with the outcomes of the campaign in Midgard, noted that the casualties were significantly lower than he had anticipated. The capabilities displayed by his daughter, Hela, far exceeded his expectations, which inspired his plans to assault Jotunheim. Despite being at the zenith of his power, he harbored no absolute certainty that he could subdue the frost giants while ensuring the majority of his troops returned alive. For Jotunheim is indeed the stronghold of the frost giants. However, upon recognizing Hela's prowess, he deemed his concerns unfounded. During the banquet, Odin resolved to appoint Hela as his executioner, a position reserved for only those whom the Allfather trusts implicitly. When Odin publicly announced Hela's new title, the atmosphere of the celebration reached a crescendo, for all who had fought in Midgard understood the formidable strength embodied by the seemingly delicate figure before them, clad in white. Following the festivities, Asgard once again commenced preparations for war. This time, Hela was to lead the vanguard, with the aid of Heimdall, to launch a direct assault on King Laufey's throne. There, the elite guard of the frost giants would stand vigilant. Odin decided that he would personally confront Laufey to compel him to sign a peace treaty, while Hela's mission was to annihilate the guard protecting the throne. 3 days later, Hela led the Asgardian vanguard forth. Guided by the Rainbow Bridge, they appeared before the icy throne of Jotunheim. The frost giant King Laufey seemed to have anticipated Asgard's movements long before. The moment the rainbow light appeared, Laufey's guard had already formed their ranks, awaiting his command. As the rainbow light dissipated, a brigade of gleaming Asgardian warriors emerged, and Hela, clad in the attire of the Valkyries, brandished a hammer and an axe. Above the heads of the Asgardian army, a multitude of triangular spears manifested, and as Hela charged forward, these projectiles soared toward the frost giants. Before engaging in battle, the frost giants suffered a loss of 1/8 of their ranks from this initial barrage. Under Hela's leadership, the Asgardian forces roared as they surged toward Laufey's guards, who, in turn, bellowed fiercely as they charged at the Asgardians. The two armies clashed with great intensity, and in that fleeting moment of contact, Hela discerned the exceptional prowess of Laufey's guard. The Asgardian formation was soon shattered by the onslaught of these ice-blue behemoths. their once formidable spears failing to penetrate even the giant's skin. In contrast, the frost giants wielded their massive weapons with ease, reducing armored Asgardians to lifeless corpses with each brutal swing. With the Asgardian ranks in disarray, Hela realized she had no choice but to conjure more triangular spears to fend off the invading frost giants. However, she soon recognized the futility of her efforts. As a contingent of frost giants armed with large shields entered the fray, her projectiles proved utterly ineffective. Despite Hela's immense strength, she found herself at a disadvantage against the formations of these shield-bearing giants. A single strike shattered one of the ice shields, and just as another blow could have felled the frost giant before her, it was thwarted by yet another giant's shield, rendering her attack fruitless. Watching as her vanguard soldiers fell one by one, Hela's heart raced with urgency. She knew she had to act decisively. If the blows raining down from above could be withstood, could they evade an assault from below? With this thought, she hurled her hammer and axe to rescue a fallen Asgardian soldier, then crouched low, placing her palms against the ground. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the earth. The enduring ice cracked, and rough yet razor-sharp spikes erupted from beneath, skewering the majority of the frost giants. Those who were pierced and still alive let out harrowing cries. The blood of the frost giants trickled down the spikes, pooling into a crimson mass upon the icy surface. The few fortunate giants who escaped the onslaught began to gravitate slowly toward their king, Laufey. At that moment, Laufey emerged, wielding the frost gem. And as Hela beheld the twisted visage of the giant king, she understood the depths of his fury. The guard, meticulously crafted by Laufey himself and having protected him for a millennium, now lay slain at the hands of this young girl before him. How could he not be enraged? Asgardians, have you invaded my Jotunheim innocently, seeking war? Laufey bellowed furiously at Hela. No, we come in pursuit of peace, Hela replied coldly. This jest is hardly amusing. Little girl, Laufey retorted with a roar of indignation. You, Laufey, king of the frost giants, have invaded Midgard. The evidence is irrefutable, and the charges are substantiated. I am Hela, daughter of Odin and goddess of Asgard, here to deliver judgment upon you. Surrender at once. Hela maintained her indifferent demeanor. This is truly laughable. Do you Asgardians genuinely believe yourselves to be lords of the Nine Realms? A jest indeed, Laufey mocked, his anger transforming into derision. Hela uttered no further words, for the Rainbow Bridge manifested once more. This time, the god King Odin led the main forces of Asgard into view. Odin wasted no time with idle chatter. He hurled Gungnir at Laufey. Laufey attempted to block it with the frost box in his grasp, but Hela's earth spikes thwarted his efforts. Gungnir struck the frost box from Laufey's hands, embedding itself into his shoulder blade and pinning him firmly to his icy throne. Thus, Laufey was compelled to sign a treaty of cessation with Odin, bringing peace to Jotunheim within the Nine Realms. At the signing of the treaty, the Asgardian forces erupted into cheers. Long live Asgard. Chapter 6. The Rebellion of Nidavellir in Alfheim. The sunlight gently bathes the land. This is the enchanting homeland of the Light Elves, where the climate is perpetually spring-like, seamlessly blending architecture with nature. Flowers bloom abundantly, their fragrance lingering in the air. The Palace of the Light Elves is situated in such a splendid city, adorned predominantly in white, green, gold, and red hues. The white structures are embellished with golden or crimson decorations, while the city is graced by towering green oaks, birches with golden leaves, and maples adorned in red. Hela strolls through this beautiful city, accompanied by the princess of the Light Elves, Istana. Among the elven kin, beauty is a universal trait, and the royal family of the Light Elves is particularly renowned for its stunning members. The beauty of Istana is truly breathtaking, though their temperaments starkly contrast. Hela, having seen the battlefield, exudes a regal presence that ordinary women lack, despite her cultivated demeanor. In contrast, Istana, as a princess of a kingdom under Asgard's protection, has never witnessed bloodshed. Indeed, the Light Elves are a pacifist race, subsisting on a vegetarian diet. The innocent demeanor of Istana embodies that of a naive young princess. Hela, speaking of which, how long has it been since we last met? Istana asked, gazing happily at the smiling Hela. It has been 2 decades since Midgard, hasn't it? The last time we met, I was accompanied by Mother. Hela remarked with a genteel smile at the somewhat overly joyous elven princess before her. What a surprise. It seems not much time has passed after all. Speaking of which, Hela, It appears you have a particular fondness for the timekeeping methods of Midgard. Is there a special reason for this? Istana inquired. The special reason, perhaps, lies in the fact that Midgard is the central realm, Hela pondered before responding. By the way, Hela, I have been diligently practicing my culinary skills during this time. Shall we have a friendly competition? Istana suddenly recalled, her enthusiasm bubbling forth. No, competing with you in the kitchen would be utterly unfair. Hela promptly declined Istana's proposal. 20 years ago, Asgard received an invitation from Alfheim, with the goddess of love, Frigga, escorting the underage Hela for a visit. At that time, Odin was preoccupied with repelling the invasion of creatures from beyond the 9 realms, leaving Midgard unable to spare any resources. Thus Frigga had to undertake the visit on his behalf. It was during that banquet that young Hela met Istana. Initially, they were strangers. However, their acquaintance deepened when the curious elven princess, in her impulsiveness, ventured outside the city and was attacked by a wild beast. Hela, who happened to be observing the wildlife of Alfheim from a distance, came to her rescue. The so-called attack had been provoked by Istana's curiosity, as she had taken a feather that had naturally shed from a woma bird. This woma bird bears some resemblance to the ostrich of Midgard, yet it towers at an impressive height of 3 meters. A herbivorous creature, it typically poses no threat to others. However, one must never touch the feathers atop its head, even if they have fallen naturally. It is evident that the young Princess Istana was unaware of this crucial fact. Not only did she touch the feather, but she also attempted to collect it as a keepsake, which explains why the woma bird pursued her for a full 10 kilometers. Naturally, Hela did not harm the bird. She merely rendered it unconscious and escorted Istana back to the city of Yggdrasil. Subsequently, this adorably foolish elven princess decided to cook a meal as a token of gratitude for Hela's life-saving intervention, after which Hela was urgently transported back to Asgard via the Rainbow Bridge by Heimdall. The reason for this urgency? Food poisoning, caused by the peculiar elven concoction known as Istana's elven salad. Hela was rendered unconscious for 3 entire Midgard days due to the food poisoning, and upon awakening, her first action was to return to Alfheim to spar with the elven princess. However, instead of a martial exchange, it evolved into a culinary lesson. Thus, Hela, the teacher, was tasked with imparting the art of preparing delectable dishes that would not induce poisoning. Meanwhile, as Hela and Istana leisurely strolled through Alfheim, Nidavellir emerged, an extraordinary world established upon the artificial rings of a star, home to the dwarven race. The dwarves, with their exceptional technological prowess, constructed energy extraction and control devices around this star, creating vast rings and settling within this remarkable realm. With the prowess of the stars, the dwarves have acquired a nearly inexhaustible source of thermal energy. They are now free to forge their desired creations at will. Ever since King Balor, the grandfather of Hela, conquered Nidavellir, the dwarven race has served as the weaponsmiths for Asgard. The phrase dwarven craftsmanship guarantees excellence is not merely a saying. Their unique forging techniques have attracted the attention of countless factions across the cosmos. Yet, it is under the aegis of Asgard that Nidavellir has maintained its prolonged peace. However, this protection comes at a cost. The dwarves are obliged to supply armaments unconditionally to Asgard, whether it be armor, spears, or starships. 2 centuries ago, Asgard uncovered a formidable group of beings in Midgard, whose stature rivaled that of mountains and whose strength was unfathomable. They conducted an enigmatic experiment on the Midgardians before departing the realm, even threatening Odin to refrain from interfering with their domain. This incited great ire in Odin, who considers himself the sovereign of the 9 realms. Yet he found himself lacking the strength to confront these enigmatic beings, who referred to themselves as the Celestial Assembly. Thus, Odin commanded the dwarves of Nidavellir to forge an extraordinary suit of armor. When clad in this armor, Odin would possess the might to rival the Celestial Assembly. After more than 2 centuries of research and development, this armor has finally come to fruition in Nidavellir today. Dwarf Hogun, a key participant in the armor's creation, is acutely aware of its immense power. He is also an ambitious dwarf, often contemplating why Nidavellir must submit to Asgard. No matter how he ponders, he arrives at one conclusion: their military might does not compare. The strength of Asgard's army is renowned throughout the 9 realms, while Nidavellir's fame rests solely on their forging skills. Yet now, everything has changed. They possess the Destroyer. Indeed, this armor has been aptly named the Destroyer. Hogun has resolved to overthrow Asgard's dominion over Nidavellir and, with the power of the Destroyer, conquer the 9 realms, reshaping the order with Nidavellir at its core. However, before he can do so, he must first deal with the cowardly dwarf king, Eitri. Many dwarves share Hogun's sentiments, and they conspired together. During a feast celebrating the birth of the Destroyer, they launched an assault on King Eitri, placing him under house arrest. Thus, they formally raised the banner of rebellion against Asgard. Chapter 7. The Might of the Destroyer. Look at yourself. What have you done, Hogun? Roared King Eitri, the dwarf ruler. Confined within his chamber, directing his fury at the armored figure of Hogun before him. Oh, behold our king, Eitri. Look at your current state. What have I done? I have merely led our kin in defiance against the wretched Asgardians' rule. And you, Eitri, you cowardly, inept dwarf, as the king of your kind, you have shamefully served the Asgardians. Your actions bring disgrace upon us. Hogun retorted mercilessly. Your choices will only lead our kin to ruin. This should not be the fate of dwarves. Eitri shouted back at Hogun. The times have changed, Hogun declared as he waved his hand, prompting the 2 dwarf guards behind him to seize Eitri's arms and escort him to a grand podium in the expansive square. The square was filled with fully armed dwarves clad in dark mechanized armor, wielding thermal axes or gravity hammers, their shoulders adorned with particle cannons or laser turrets. This formidable assembly of dwarven soldiers awaited Hogun's arrival. He ascended the podium with purpose and proclaimed, Dwarven brethren, the era has transformed. The foolish Asgardians have enabled us to forge weapons potent enough to annihilate them. It is time to overthrow their dominion. Dwarves shall never be enslaved. Dwarves shall never be enslaved. The dwarven soldiers below roared in unison. And we shall ultimately reign. Hogun concluded, casting his gaze toward the colossal, menacing warship hovering above. Such formidable weaponry was the very foundation of Hogun's ambition. As with all realms of the 9 worlds, to invade Asgard, one must seize Midgard. However, the dwarves possessed the technological prowess to bypass Midgard entirely and launch a direct assault on Asgard. Their approach mirrored that of the Dark Elves who once inhabited Vanaheim. Utilizing the spatial jump capabilities of their cosmic vessels to reach Asgard and unseat the Asgardians, who had long oppressed them under the guise of divinity. Thus commenced an expedition, a direct campaign to Asgard, initiated from Nidavellir. The dwarves had developed an invisibility shield capable of blinding Heimdall's watchful eyes, allowing them to execute a surprise attack on Asgard when it was least vigilant. The resplendent golden palace remained as magnificent as ever, and since the conclusion of the conflict with Jotunheim, peace had once again enveloped this divine realm. The Asgardian populace, in their leisure after toil, could indulge in the grand arena to witness the fierce duels of their warriors or visit the Grand Opera House to enjoy new theatrical performances or musical compositions. Today, Asgard was meant to bask in tranquility. However, this calm was abruptly shattered by the emergence of a colossal fleet. The crimson hulls of the ships began charging their formidable cannons, an unforeseen spectacle that instantly disrupted Asgard's serenity. War had once again descended upon them. The Asgardian soldiers rallied, preparing to defend against this sudden incursion. With a barrage from the fleet, a vast landing zone was unveiled. One by one, supply pods descended from the belly of the battleships, and upon reaching the ground, they opened to reveal fully armed dwarf warriors who assembled and began their advance towards the designated target. The Asgardian spacecraft fleet, once gathered, immediately engaged in combat against the dwarf warships. On the ground, Asgardian soldiers formed a military formation, effectively blocking the dwarf forces within their landing area. However, the respite was short-lived. As the battleship's artillery charged, a new round of bombardment rained down, annihilating a significant number of Asgardian soldiers. Many sections of the front crumbled, allowing the dwarves to make considerable progress towards their objective. In the midst of a battlefield where a line had collapsed, a radiant spectrum of colors descended from the heavens, heralding the arrival of Hela, clad in resplendent white armor. Upon learning of the invasion of Asgard, Hela had no time to change and summoned Heimdall to transport her from Alfheim via the Bifrost. Stepping through the shimmering portal, Hela surveyed her surroundings. The scene was one of desolation. Crumbling edifices, massive craters left by the bombardment, and the lifeless bodies and dismembered limbs of Asgardian soldiers strewn across the ground. The sight ignited a fierce rage within her. This was Asgard. This was the realm of the gods. This was her home. Let those vile invaders perish. With a fierce stomp, a multitude of thorny vines erupted from the earth, ensnaring every dwarf soldier in sight. These colossal stone spears, laden with the lifeless forms of the dwarves, were hurled towards their warships, and soon, one of the dwarf vessels was brought down by Hela's wrath. With a flourish, she summoned a pair of ebony swords to her hands, gripping them tightly as she charged into the ranks of the dwarves. In an instant, the beleaguered dwarf contingent fell to her blades, becoming mere souls claimed by her fury. For Asgard, Hela proclaimed, raising her sword high after vanquishing the dwarf warriors. This act reignited the spirits of the Asgardian soldiers who had been driven back. They rallied once more, forming a phalanx with Hela as their spearhead, surging towards the dwarves' original landing site. On the ground, dragon-hunting crossbows coordinated with the Asgardian fleet, bringing down the dwarf ironclad ships one after another. Aboard the flagship, Hogun seethed with fury at the unfolding scene and issued the command to deploy the destroyer. Thus, a relatively large landing pod was ejected from the belly of the battleship, from which emerged a colossal iron automaton. The plates of its facial armor unfolded, and a golden radiance intensified to a blinding brilliance. In an instant, a searing beam of light shot forth, vaporizing everything in its path, be it structures or Asgardian forces, leaving behind a charred ravine 10 meters wide and 1 meter deep, stretching to the horizon. With the arrival of the destroyer, the once stable front of Asgard now teetered on the brink of collapse. Hela's keen eyes swiftly discerned the towering destroyer. With a flourish of her twin blades, she dispatched the foe before her and charged towards the destroyer. As it was facing away from her, she launched herself forward, driving her longsword forcefully into the back of its head and neck, causing the destroyer to abruptly cease all movement. "Humph, is that all?" Hela remarked disdainfully upon witnessing the motionless figure. "Foolish girl," Hogun commented, observing the scene unfold. Just when Hela believed the destroyer was vanquished, its form underwent a dramatic transformation. The metallic plates of its body twisted and contorted, shifting from a position turned away from Hela to confront her directly. In that fleeting moment, the destroyer unhesitatingly activated its face cannon. A tremendous surge of energy, accompanied by a powerful shockwave, sent Hela soaring into the sky. The destroyer then resumed its slaughterous rampage, decimating the Asgardian forces with ease. At that critical moment, a meteor streaked across the heavens, crashing down upon the destroyer's head, revealing itself to be a vibrant crimson spear. Chapter 8. Liberty or Death. A fiery red spear, akin to a meteor, pierced through the destroyer's formidable form with a single strike, before the destroyer could rise again. For additional scarlet spears descended from the sky, pinning its limbs to the ground. Each spear was identical, a deep blood-red hue, with heads splitting into two and spiraling along the shaft, culminating in sharp tips. The bifurcated heads effectively secured the destroyer to the earth. This spear's form had suddenly materialized in Hela's mind, seemingly a vestige of her past life. Regardless, the spear had indeed fulfilled its purpose, successfully immobilizing the destroyer and preventing it from further inflicting harm upon Asgard. Originally designed to protect Asgard, this puppet now turned against it, a poignant irony. However, whether this irony mattered at present was irrelevant, for Hela had effectively seized control of the destroyer. Yet, was it truly so? The answer was a resounding no. The immobilized destroyer suddenly erupted, its form disintegrating into fragments that reassembled into an entirely new destroyer. This new incarnation received orders to prioritize Hela, bending its legs slightly before launching itself into the sky, confronting Hela directly. What followed was a blast from its face cannon. Hela conjured a shield before her, merely to deflect the destroyer's onslaught, and buy herself precious moments to maneuver. She hastily urged her flying sword beneath her feet to accelerate, simultaneously conjuring several spears around her to hurl at the destroyer with great speed. The destroyer and Hela were entangled in a fierce battle amidst the vast skies of Asgard, while the conflict on the ground was nearing its conclusion. With the Valkyries joining the fray, the ground battle had devolved into a one-sided massacre. The formidable female warriors, sworn to protect the royal lineage of Asgard, were unstoppable. Their dragonfang swords sliced through the dwarven warriors with ease, bloodlessly gliding into the bodies of their enemies, still gleaming with a chilling light as they were thrust into another foe. The dwarven fleet suffered heavy losses amidst the clash of the destroyer and Hela, with the remnants under fire from Asgard's aerial forces, ground-mounted dragon-hunting crossbows, and various defensive installations. Hogun, the dwarf, watched the scene unfold before him with bloodshot eyes. This was not how it was meant to be. This was not how it should have transpired. Countless valiant dwarf warriors fell uselessly upon the land known as Asgard, a land they were destined to conquer. Realizing the gravity of his failure, Hogun understood that despite the destroyers still pursuing Hela, Odin had yet to intervene. His daughter, Hela, now of age, was still able to hold her ground against the destroyer. How immensely powerful must Odin be at the peak of his strength? Hogun shuddered at the thought. The grand proclamations made during their expedition felt utterly powerless in the face of such a disastrous defeat. Then, he witnessed Hela encase the destroyer in a peculiar, shaped orb. Advancing towards his flagship, the dwarves had failed, fighting for their freedom in vain. Hogun reflected, thus he could not succumb to death. Nidavellir still had the strength for one last stand, so he must escape. Just as Hogun prepared to signal his entire fleet to retreat, Hela burst onto the bridge of his flagship, riding a flying sword. Before Hogun could issue a command, the sword beneath her suddenly split into a multitude of smaller blades, slaughtering every dwarf in the command room except for Hogun. With fury etched across her face, Hela approached swiftly, seizing Hogun by the throat and lifting him into the air, exclaiming, "You wretched fool, you ignited this war, didn't you? Huh? Yes, it was I who raised the banner of rebellion against Asgard's tyranny. You little girl." Despite being grasped by the throat, Hogun remained unyielding, laughing boldly. "Asgard's tyranny? You dared to raise a banner for such a laughable cause? How utterly arrogant." Hela, incensed by Hogun's retort, could not help but laugh in rage. "I am offering you a chance at life. Surrender and lay down your weapons," she said coldly, her gaze unwavering. "Better dead than unfree." Hogun resolutely rejected her offer. "Oh really? How splendid." Hela replied with a sudden, cruel smile. "What do you mean?" Hogun's expression shifted dramatically as a realization dawned upon him. "Because you worthless invaders of the divine realm, I have no intention of allowing you to see the next moment. All of you shall perish. The underworld is your true home." With a twisted expression, Hela uttered, "No, you cannot slay them. I am the one who instigated the war against Asgard. They merely follow my commands. You should not vent your wrath upon them." Hogun exclaimed in panic. "What does your fate have to do with my intention to eliminate you?" Hela gazed coldly at the dwarf, who continued to struggle as chains materialized around him, binding him tightly as she lifted him from the colossal ship that was gradually disintegrating into nothingness. Asgard ultimately emerged victorious from this unexpected invasion. However, the Asgardians were never ones to accept defeat gracefully, and their next target became the rebellious Nidavellir, with Heimdall opening the Rainbow Bridge. The destination was set for the palace of the dwarf king, Itrit. The Asgardian forces swiftly located the confined dwarf king, Itrit, and upon rescuing him, they quelled the rebellion in Nidavellir. At Itrit's request, Odin permitted the return of the captured dwarf soldiers to Nidavellir. Yet, Hela still needed to demonstrate Asgard's inviolable might to the 9 realms. Thus, Odin assigned her the task of heading to Nidavellir. Upon the activation of the Rainbow Bridge, Hela and her entourage arrived in Nidavellir, which had already been fully overtaken by the Asgardian army. Hela's first order upon her arrival was to establish a gallows in the square before King Itrit's palace. Her second command was to demand the dwarves surrender all their technological schematics. The third order required King Itrit to personally forge a fitting weapon for her. Given Asgard's continued dominance over Nidavellir, King Itrit reluctantly acquiesced to Hela's demands. A few days later, Itrit presented to Hela the masterpiece he had crafted, a one-handed hammer constructed from the core of a dying star, combined with the unique Asgardian metal URU. The square, sharply defined head of the hammer was adorned with exquisite enchantments, and the handle featured a strap for ease of grip. The moment Hela laid eyes upon the hammer, she was enamored. In a moment of spontaneity, she blurted out, "Meow meow hammer," earning a peculiar glance from King Itrit. Unfazed, Hela replied, "Mjolnir, yes, that shall be the name of this hammer." With that, she stepped forward, seized the hammer, and turned to leave the forge. After the gallows had been erected, Hela finally commenced her true purpose, to make an example of the captured dwarf soldiers. "You wretched harlot, I shall await you in the realm of the dead. I will witness Asgard's destruction. Better dead than unfree. I will be waiting for you." Hogun shouted in fury, pinned beneath Hela's foot. "Is this your final testament? Very well, you may meet your end," Hela retorted, raising her newly forged double-headed axe and severing Hogun's head from his shoulders. The dwarf who was executed was merely the first among a total of 4,756 captured dwarf soldiers from Nidavellir, all of whom met the same fate. Hela commanded that these severed heads be stacked into a pyramid, creating a macabre spectacle for public viewing in the square. On that day, Nidavellir ran red with blood, and the air was thick with the scent of carnage. Thus, a pyramid made of severed heads was erected. The following day, the dwarves of Nidavellir erupted into rebellion once more, prompting Hela to produce a ruler, declaring that any dwarf exceeding its height would be slain. This decree resulted in the near annihilation of the dwarven population in Nidavellir. Hela's actions not only instilled fear among the beings of the Nine Realms, but also drew disapproval from many Asgardians. Consequently, Odin summoned Hela back to Asgard. The title of Goddess of Death became the moniker bestowed upon her by the denizens of the Nine Realms following the massacre in Nidavellir, a title Hela regarded with indifference. Her singular desire was to protect her homeland. In her view, those who dared to invade the realm of the gods were destined for death. Chapter 9. The Burning Expedition. 300 years passed peacefully after Hela quelled the dwarven rebellion in Nidavellir. This period of tranquility was invaluable to her, devoid of warfare and slaughter. The echoes of battle cries and the lamentations of the dying were absent, allowing Hela to joyfully spend each day in the company of family and friends. During these 3 centuries of peace, Hela did not confine herself solely to Asgard and Alfheim. The Midgardian Siegfried, whom she had encountered briefly, ultimately invoked the summoning contract she had left for him. Hela requested Heimdall to open the Bifrost and transport her to Midgard, where she swiftly dealt with the frost giants besieging Siegfried. However, because Siegfried had activated the summoning contract too late, by the time Hela arrived, he was gravely wounded, teetering on the brink of death. In his final moments, Siegfried returned to Hela the sword she had gifted him, which had remained nameless until that moment. The sword was henceforth known as Gram. Siegfried expressed profound gratitude for the weapon, while Hela admired his valor, promising to lead him to Valhalla after his demise. In Midgard, Hela not only witnessed the tragic end of Siegfried, but also encountered her future ally, the great wolf Fenrir. Upon first seeing this magnificent beast, she found it abandoned among the rubble, resembling a newborn puppy. Hela took the unfortunate creature under her wing, and with her sword Gram, she drove it into a massive stone, casting a spell before departing Midgard with Fenrir in her arms. On a meadow in Alfheim, Hela was enjoying a picnic with the light elf princess Istana, while the grand wolf Fenrir frolicked joyously across the lush expanse. Hela, how did your Fenrir grow so large? I recall when it was merely this big. Istana inquired while preparing jam sandwiches, glancing at the frolicking Fenrir in the distance. How should I know? Perhaps it is the magic of your light elves, Hela replied nonchalantly. Impossible. I do not recall ever misapplying magic. One must understand that magic is an exceedingly precise discipline. Istana responded with a grave expression upon hearing Hela's remark. Indeed, it is precisely because magic is such a rigorous art that Fenrir has transformed into its current form. Hela remarked with a look of disdain towards Istana. Are you suggesting I should not have rescued Fenrir back then? Wow, I never expected you to be like this, Hela? Istana gazed at Hela in astonishment. That is not my intent. I merely question whether you incorporated any peculiar elements into the spell when healing Fenrir. Hela continued to regard Istana with disdain. Wow, I truly did not include a growth spell within the life-reviving incantation. You must trust me, Istana pleaded urgently. I believe. Before Hela could finish, she was playfully butted into the ground by Fenrir, who had rushed over. Struggling against Fenrir's large head, she exclaimed, Fenrir, you must first grasp your own size. You are no longer that adorable little creature from before. Move aside and let me up. Hela shouted at Fenrir's head. Hela lamented that no one could have foreseen that the little puppy she once rescued would grow into such a colossal beast. Who could have anticipated that extending Fenrir's lifespan would result in such an immense size? It was nearly suffocating. Joyful moments always pass swiftly. After bidding farewell to Istana, Hela returned to Asgard with Fenrir via the Rainbow Bridge. Upon her departure from the bridge, Hela sensed a palpable shift in the atmosphere of Asgard. An atmosphere she recognized all too well, the foreboding air of impending war. Father, are we to engage in battle once more? Hela inquired directly upon arriving at the Golden Hall. Seeking Odin. Yes, my child. Though it pains me to deliver this news, Odin responded with a grave countenance. Who is the adversary this time? Hela's demeanor shifted. She was no longer the gentle and graceful princess of Asgard, but rather the formidable goddess of death that instilled fear across the 9 realms. For this campaign, Hela, you are tasked with guarding Asgard, Odin stated, donning his armor without a glance back, grasping his iconic weapon, Gungnir, as he strode towards the hall's exit. "Why, father? Why can I not accompany you?" Hela exclaimed, urgency flooding her voice at the thought of being excluded from the expedition. "This enemy is unlike any other. Even I lack complete certainty in defeating him, a creature that even your grandfather Bauer could not contend with," Odin replied gravely. "So, you are suggesting, father, that you two may not return?" Upon hearing Odin's words, Hela became increasingly agitated. She could not bear the thought of her father departing in such a manner, for it might very well be a final farewell. "My foolish child, stay at home and await your father's return. I assure you, I shall triumph just as I have in the past. Do you understand, my dear daughter? Take this and safeguard Asgard in my absence." After listening to Hela, Odin paused momentarily before embracing her, then produced the one-handed hammer, Mjolnir, which he had personally enchanted to possess formidable power. He believed this hammer would serve Hela greatly. "At the very least, tell me where you are headed. Is that agreeable, father?" Hela softly inquired as she accepted Mjolnir from Odin. "Well, we are embarking on a campaign to Muspelheim, a realm engulfed in flames. That is all I shall disclose, my dear daughter. Wait patiently at home for your father's victorious return." Odin sighed deeply, addressing Hela. With that, he grasped Gungnir and strode purposefully from the palace to the front lines of the Asgardian army. With a wave of his hand, the forces commenced their march. Thus began an expedition straight to the realm of fire. Odin was acutely aware that he was to confront the primordial flame demon, Surtur. This giant of fire possessed a form more immense than mountains, and his fiery body was nearly impervious to weapons. Only the power of frost could inflict even the slightest harm upon him. Fortunately, Odin's Gungnir could also wound Surtur, but inflicting damage did not equate to vanquishing him. The twilight sword in Surtur's possession was equally formidable. This creature, which Odin had seen in his foreboding visions as the harbinger of Asgard's destruction, must now perish. With the activation of the Bifrost, Odin led the Asgardian army into Muspelheim, and the burning campaign commenced. Chapter 10. The disturbance in Alfheim. The burning campaign concluded, and Odin returned triumphantly with the remnants of the Asgardian forces, having subdued Muspelheim. At last, the title of ruler of the 9 realms was rightfully his. Asgard and Vanaheim were the directly governed domains of the divine, while Alfheim and Midgard served as vassal states of Asgard. Jotunheim, Muspelheim, and Nidavellir were 3 worlds conquered by Asgard. In the past, Vanaheim had fallen to Asgard under the leadership of Odin's father, Buri, after a fierce battle against the ancient beings known as Dark Elves, rendering the land into a desolate wasteland. As for the legendary realm of Hel, the fabled resting place of the deceased, it remained undiscovered, at least by the living. Although this expedition was deemed victorious, not only had it subdued Muspelheim, but Odin had also seized the eternal flame, the very essence of the fire giant Surtur, marking a significant gain. Yet, the cost was steep. The soldiers of Asgard who accompanied Odin to Muspelheim were nearly all lost, and even Odin himself sustained grave injuries, necessitating an extended period of recuperation as he fell into a deep slumber of the gods. This expedition has indeed laid a long-term foundation for Asgard's dominion over the 9 realms. However, in the present circumstances, Asgard finds itself devoid of soldiers. In the realm of Alfheim, within the opulent abode of Prince Bonabaris of the Light Elves, a clandestine gathering of Light Elves is engaged in hushed deliberations. Let us ponder the fate that awaits those vile dwarves. While we harbor disdain for them, who has dared to oppose them since then? Mimiron remarked. Mimiron, serving as the aide to Prince Bonabaris, is known for his prudence and aversion to reckless ventures. It is precisely because of the dwarves' example that caution is of utmost importance. Is it not? Consider how long they have supplied the dwarves with superior armaments. Ultimately, due to a madman, their entire race was nearly obliterated. And what role do we play in their eyes? A mere garden? Or perhaps an orchard? What have they granted us over the years? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Yet we are compelled to fulfill their every demand punctually. I have had enough. Claire Morninglight exclaimed in fury, as the captain of Prince Bonabaris's guard. Her patience with Asgard's arrogance had reached its breaking point. They are indeed formidable. However, according to the latest intel I have received, they have returned from their campaign victorious. Yet it was a Pyrrhic victory, and even he has succumbed to eternal slumber. This presents an excellent opportunity. Bordeaux Dawnbreaker calmly articulated the latest information he had gathered, exhibiting remarkable proficiency as the prince's intelligence officer. Though he may have fallen into eternal sleep, do not forget, there is still her. As his daughter, she embodies death itself. The massacre at Nidavellir was orchestrated by her own hand, Mimiron said with a tense expression. No, that lady's power is not as formidable as you imagine. Her performance in combat against the frost giants was merely marginally superior to that of a Valkyrie. Moreover, if our plan succeeds, we might even propose that she become the prince's consort, Bordeaux stated nonchalantly. If that is the case, then let us proceed. For the future of Alfheim. For the glory of the Light Elves. Prince Bonabares ultimately resolved the matter at hand. Indeed, with Asgard unifying the 9 realms, and following Hela's massacre at Nidavellir, Asgard, Odin, and Hela have become ineffable entities among those who dared to rebel against Asgard. They fear that their rebellious thoughts may be discovered, leading to divine retribution. Witness the ghastly spectacle in Nidavellir, where the heads of the slaughtered dwarves are piled high in the square before the Dwarven King's palace. A grim warning to those contemplating rebellion against Asgard. However, Asgard's forces have suffered grievously in their campaign against Muspelheim, and news of Odin's grave injuries, plunging him into divine slumber, has spread throughout the 9 realms. The rebels in Alfheim and Jotunheim have been quietly preparing, ready to overthrow Asgard's rule. In the royal city of Alfheim, Ynir, the queen of the Light Elves unexpectedly announced her abdication, passing the throne to Prince Bonaparte. Simultaneously, Princess Istana voluntarily assumed the role of the High Priestess of the Tree of Life, residing atop the tower of the Temple of Life. On the very next day following Bonaparte's coronation, he issued a decree for the recruitment and expansion of the army. 50 years after the events in Midgard, the Light Elves of Alfheim declared their rebellion against the rule of Asgard. Concurrently, the frost giants of Jotunheim began to stir restlessly. With 2 realms openly declaring their defiance against Asgard, such a significant occurrence could not incite Odin's wrath, for he remained ensconced in his divine slumber. During this tumultuous time, all matters of Asgard fell under the purview of Queen Frigga. Upon learning of the insurrection from the 2 realms, Frigga furrowed her brow in deep concern. The rebellion from Jotunheim was anticipated, yet the insurrection from Alfheim took her by surprise. Asgard treated the Light Elves as kin, so why this betrayal? Moreover, her rapport with the Queen of the Light Elves had always been amicable, though she had recently learned of the Queen's voluntary abdication, with her son ascending to the throne. She never imagined this young one would turn against Asgard. Frigga, now pregnant once more, a condition that had persisted for some time, realized she could not personally lead the expedition to quell the rebellion. Thus, she resolved to dispatch her eldest daughter, Hela. Hela had proven herself in previous conflicts, granting Frigga confidence in her leadership for this mission. Upon receiving news of the rebellion from Alfheim and Jotunheim, Hela was taken aback. Was it I, Hela, who had become unfit for battle, or were you, the rabble, merely deluded? Contemplating this, Hela donned her battle attire, grasped her mighty Mjolnir, and swiftly departed the Golden Palace, making her way towards the Rainbow Bridge. For this campaign, Hela intended to refrain from deploying the Asgardian army. Indeed, she had no plans to summon the forces of Asgard. It was uncertain whether to regard her confidence as commendable or foolish. 50 years in Midgard had not sufficed for Asgard's military to regain its former glory, in either numbers or quality. Thus, Hela resolved to undertake this endeavor alone. A solitary struggle commenced, and as a beam of rainbow light flashed, Hela appeared before the gates of Ynir. She faced formidable, towering walls, the precision of the Light Elves' archers, and relentless waves of ferocious beasts from Alfheim. For the glory of Asgard, for the honor of the northern gods, Hela raised Mjolnir high and charged towards the city of Ynir. Chapter 1. The bloody battle of Ynir. The rising sun cast its rays upon the city of Ynir. Yet at that moment, the atmosphere was steeped in an air of impending doom. Soldiers of the Light Elves stood resolute upon the battlements, their strong bows drawn taut. Under the sun's illumination, their armor gleamed brightly, and the arrowheads perched upon their bows mirrored the sun's brilliance. Such a formidable army, fortified by towering walls, faced but a single adversary. Hela, clad in the resplendent armor of a Valkyrie, adorned in pure white with a flowing blue cape, stood resolute. The gentle caress of the morning breeze stirred her cape, as her frosty visage regarded the distant city of Ynir with indifference. Initially, she had intended for Heimdall to transport her directly to the palace of the Light Elves via the Rainbow Bridge, planning a direct assault on King Bonabar of the Light Elves. However, No one anticipated that the Light Elves possessed the technology to create spatial barriers, which led to the failure of Hela's beheading scheme. Resolute, Hela resolved to seize her own glory by laying siege alone. As Hela approached the city of Einar, her vision was obscured by the blinding light. The path to her charge was riddled with a barrage of arrows. Unlike the widespread volleys of the Midgardians, the archers of the Light Elves were unmatched marksmen. Arrows rained down upon her, and initially, Hela deflected them with her shape-shifted longsword. Yet, as she neared the city gates, the density of the arrows intensified, compelling her to conjure a shield to withstand the onslaught. Round shields, kite shields, and tower shields, Hela conjured an array of defenses. Each shield, once saturated with arrows, was discarded as she swiftly shaped another. In retaliation, she attempted to craft a spear to launch at the city, but it was rendered powerless by the magical energy barrier, crashing to the ground. This barrier did not merely isolate space. It diminished the kinetic energy of projectiles aimed at Einar, while simultaneously amplifying the force of those launched by the city's defenders. Consequently, Hela's repeated charges ended in failure. Even Mjolnir, forged from the core of a dying star, lost its ability to fly, indicating that within this protective dome lay a no-fly zone. The relentless arrows from all directions tormented Hela, forcing her to change shields repeatedly, while the enemy's ammunition seemed inexhaustible. Each arrow posed a lethal threat. After 7 attempts, Hela finally reached the gates of Einar, only to witness a sight that filled her with dread. The city gates swung open, revealing a colossal crossbow within her line of sight. In an instant, a bolt, as long as a lance, was loosed, hurtling toward her. In a moment of desperation, Hela managed to conjure a tower shield, yet the bolt struck her with such force that it sent her, shield and all, flying. She crashed heavily to the ground, acutely aware that she could not remain stationary. Though dazed from the impact, she staggered out of the archer's range. After catching her breath and regaining some strength, Hela prepared to summon Heimdall for a return to Asgard to regroup before resuming her assault, only to realize that the space of Alfheim was sealed. The spatial blockade rendered the Rainbow Bridge inaccessible, and Hela understood that there was but one path forward. Thus, it came to quell the rebellion of Alfheim, or perish in the attempt. Having contemplated these thoughts, Hela's gaze grew colder still as she launched her 8th charge towards the city of Janir. She conjured various shields that successfully deflected the rain of arrows from the elves, advancing to the gates of the city. Faced with the onslaught of crossbows, Hela opted to evade, feeling the fierce gusts stirred by the bolts as they whizzed past her. At last, she reached the gates, leaping high to wield her Mjolnir in a mighty strike that obliterated the siege engines blocking her path. Just as she believed she had breached the gates and could storm the royal palace, a formidable squadron of light elves, armed with moon blades and large shields, encircled her. Surrounded, Hela seemed unfazed, conjuring a battle axe alongside her Mjolnir to commence a slaughter. Her agile form danced amidst the ranks of the elves, each swing of her hammer or axe claiming the life of a light elf. In close combat, Hela exhibited no fear, yet the sheer number of the light elf army was overwhelming. Each elf she felled was quickly replaced by 2 more. They continued to advance with their moon blades, undaunted by death, only to be struck down by Hela. As she fought amidst the throng, a flash of light surged forth. Instinctively, Hela raised her Mjolnir to deflect the incoming beam, only to be sent hurtling outside the city gates by its force. Everything reverted to the beginning. Struggling to rise from the ground after being struck by the light, Hela beheld the varied garb of the elves atop the city walls. Princess of Asgard, surrender. It is impossible for you to conquer Janir alone. The space of Alfheim has been sealed, and the Rainbow Bridge cannot reach here. You have no avenue for escape. Surrender, spoke Saren, his tone gentle yet firm. Upon hearing these words, Hela erupted with laughter. You wretches, do you truly believe you can intimidate me? I am the eldest daughter of Odin, the princess of Asgard, and the goddess of death. With this realization, her fury intensified, anger over her own helplessness, rage towards the traitors, and indignation at the enemies who dared to humiliate her. However, in her fury, Hela grew even more composed. If the skies were barred to her, then might the earth provide a way. Her previous charge had been too reckless. With this in mind, Hela lightly tapped the ground. Suddenly, the earth heaved beneath her, forming a stone slide. She glided swiftly across the surface, skillfully evading the rain of arrows from the elves. This time, she was resolute in her determination to breach the city gates. From atop the city walls, Saren observed the emergence of the stone slide beneath Hela, propelling her rapidly towards Jainur. As the elves' arrows lost their effectiveness, Saren raised his longbow, the radiant light of Spiam, knocking an arrow and focusing intently on Hela before releasing it. Once again, a beam of light shot forth from Saren's bow, but this time, it beamed with even greater brilliance. At this moment, Hela's heart yearned solely for the swift conquest of the city gates. Yet, she could not ignore the ominous threat emanating from the beam of light. A mere shield would prove ineffective against such an assault, and even Mjolnir would falter. Only a more formidable shield could withstand this onslaught. Deep within her memories, Hela was certain that such a shield existed. Just as the radiant beam was about to strike her, she spread her left hand, and a translucent shield of iridescent hues materialized, manifesting in 7 cascading layers, forming a blossoming flower. The light shattered the first 3 layers before dissipating entirely. At this moment, Hela stood before the city gates, raising Mjolnir high. She smashed the gate that had protected Ainur for many years into fragments. "Traitors, your time of reckoning has come," Hela proclaimed loudly as she faced the encircling elven army. Chapter 2. Blood Battle of Ainur. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its waning light illuminated the battlefield, strewn with a mountain of corpses and scattered remnants of shattered weapons. The fallen warriors lay where they had met their demise, amidst the multitude of lifeless bodies. The sole survivor stood tall, Hela. Her once pristine Valkyrie attire was now drenched in blood, the congealed fluid transforming her garments to a deep crimson, while her azure cloak lay in tatters. At this juncture, her strength had reached its limits. Even the weight of Mjolnir felt insurmountable. This marked the 5th day of relentless combat. For 5 days, Hela had neither eaten nor drunk, perpetually engaged in the brutal fray. There could be no respite, for to pause would mean her own demise. The might of the Light Elves had far surpassed her expectations, unmatched archery and flawless formations. Despite her formidable prowess, it seemed she might meet her end here. A beam of golden light shot toward Hela, and with her weary body, she narrowly evaded this latest attack. Saren, a true talent, wielded his bow with precision, leaving Hela trapped amidst the onslaught of Light Elf soldiers. Yet now, only this ranger general remained. She had decimated his forces, and even in death, she would take him down with her. Furthermore, slaying him would grant her the opportunity to dismantle a node of the magical barrier encasing Ainur, offering a glimmer of hope. Thus, let the battle commence, O elf. With both hands, Hela grasped a grand white sword adorned with crimson accents, her newly forged weapon. Named the King's Sword, crafted after her recent surge in power 3 days prior. Summoning her remaining strength, she deftly dodged several of Saren's arrows and closed the distance between them. A mere thrust of her sword would suffice to end the wretched elf's life. Alas, Saren retreated a couple of steps, evading her strike, and swiftly drew his bow, aiming and releasing. In haste, Hela extended her left hand, conjuring the peculiar shield once more. This time, it materialized in 3 layers. It barely withstood the direct impact of the light, yet the residual force sent Hela crashing to the ground. "Cease your struggles, Princess of Asgard. Surrender," urged Sauron once more. 5 days of combat had thoroughly acquainted him with Hela's formidable power. He understood all too well that were it not for the magical shield of Yarnall City and the luminescent elven warriors, he would stand no chance against Hela. Even now, as he pressed her into a corner, he dared not relax his defenses in the slightest. "Huh, surrender? What nonsense are you speaking, mongrel?" Hela erupted into laughter upon hearing Sauron's words. She was confident of her impending victory. "What? You? No." Sauron suddenly realized that Hela was positioned at the node of the magical shield. The great sword embedded in the node had evidently compromised its integrity. This was dire. "Heimdall," Hela cried out, lifting her head. "My princess, I am deeply sorry. I can see you, but I am unable to transport you via the Bifrost," Heimdall replied, his expression one of profound regret as he held the key sword that controlled the Bifrost. How could this be? Hela's heart plummeted. Was she truly destined to perish here? Seeing that Hela had disrupted the node but the light of the Bifrost had yet to appear, Sauron grasped the situation. He swiftly approached and kicked Hela away from the magical node. Then, he seized her by the throat and lifted her high. "Princess of Asgard, you are now my captive," declared Sauron, intending to take Hela to the dungeons of Yarnall City. "Fool," Hela weakly retorted, casting a disdainful glance past Sauron. Before Sauron could react, a flash of vibrant light appeared, and a colossal gray wolf materialized behind him. In an instant, Sauron was sent flying by the wolf's paw and devoured whole. Hela, however, found herself atop the wolf's shaggy back. "Thank you, Fenrir," she sighed in relief, reaching to remove the satchel hanging from Fenrir's neck. It contained food, water, and medicine, the vital supplies Hela desperately needed. After spending a night recuperating on Fenrir's back, Hela finally regained her strength. The night was anything but tranquil, as evidenced by the blood on Fenrir's claws and muzzle. Hela's next objective was the first checkpoint of the inner city of Yarnall. With Mjolnir secured at her back and a colossal sword gripped in her right hand, its deep black blade etched with mysterious runes and adorned with a wolf's head at the hilt, Hela referred to this weapon as the Wolf Knight's greatsword, a relic that emerged from the depths of her memory. In her left hand, she wielded a large shield of deep blue adorned with silver-white wolf motifs, which she named the Wolf Knight's Great Shield. With Fenrir sprinting at full speed, they swiftly approached the first checkpoint of the inner city, the Shepherd's Gate. As Fenrir launched himself into the air with all his might, Hela leaped from his back, casting her shield to intercept the arrows aimed at Fenrir. With her right hand firmly grasping the colossal sword of the Wolf Knight resting on her shoulder, Hela swung it downward with a sweeping motion. As she descended, a shockwave radiated from the point of impact, sending several unfortunate light elf soldiers tumbling from the city walls. Hela, now wielding her sword with both hands, took a stance with her legs bent, the sword's tip aimed directly at the assembled elven army. With a powerful push of her legs, she surged into their ranks, the impact of her great sword sending the front line of shield-bearing soldiers flying. Once amidst the enemy, Hela executed a swift horizontal slash to her right, followed by another fierce strike to her left as she advanced. Then, with both hands gripping the sword, she leapt high, bringing the massive blade crashing down to dispatch the foes on the wall. Meanwhile, the elven forces began to falter under the relentless assault of Fenrir. After breaching the Shepherd's Gate, Hela mounted Fenrir and charged toward the second barrier of the inner city. The Red Maple Gate loomed ahead. Together, Fenrir and Hela plunged into the elven formation, the mighty sword swirling in her hands as she leapt and struck. In a mere span of minutes, they shattered the defenses of the Red Maple Gate. Next was the final barrier, the Elven Gate. Perched atop the walls of the Elven Gate, numerous crossbows were aimed at Hela's approach. Archers had taken their positions, and the crystal atop the Mage Tower gleamed with a blinding light. Everything was prepared. Hela, riding on Fenrir's back, surveyed the defensive array atop the Elven Gate's walls, silently strategizing her assault. Chapter 3. Blood Battle at Yennefer City. The moon hung high, and a gentle breeze stirred the air. Yet, such fine weather belied the gruesome reality of the battlefield illuminated by the moonlight. The breeze carried not the fragrance of flowers, but the repugnant stench of blood. This noxious odor, mingled with the scent of decaying corpses, was stifling. Hela, atop Fenrir, stood in the square before the Elven Gate, gazing at the dense ranks of archers and crossbowmen on the walls, towering mage towers rising ominously behind them. Previously, Hela had launched a probing attack in concert with Fenrir, but the outcome was far from satisfactory. Against the relentless rain of arrows, Hela could manage to deflect them with her shield, and she could parry the crossbow bolts with her great sword. However, the magical assaults posed a significant challenge, as her shield offered little defense against energy attacks. It was impractical for her to conjure an Aegis shield for every instance, as doing so would severely drain her strength. Thus, her only recourse was to rapidly advance into the walls to evade the concentrated fire of the elven mages. Yet, to swiftly ascend the walls, she needed to breach the magical barrier before her. This predicament had become a vicious cycle. To break the magical shield, she must first scale the walls. But to reach the walls, she must evade the attacks from the mage towers, and the most effective way to dodge those was to quickly climb the walls. After a moment of contemplation, Hela resolved to proceed as she had during the assault on the outer walls of Yennefer City. With the aid of a stone skateboard for a swift ambush, Hela resolved to give it a try. She instructed Fenrir to remain in place, and with a flick of her foot, a stone skateboard materialized beneath her. Harnessing the skateboard, Hela commenced her rapid movement, swiftly ascending the walls of the Elven Gate. Just as she prepared to unleash chaos, she instinctively executed a bridge maneuver, propelling herself backward, feeling a chilling gust of wind brush past her nose. Seizing the moment, she straightened her left leg and delivered a kick, effectively thwarting the incoming second attack. As she pivoted, Hela raised the Wolf Knight's shield before her, finally discerning the identity of her assailant. Before her stood an elf with cascading emerald hair, tied into a ponytail that flowed elegantly behind her. Clad in a form-fitting, dark golden armor, she gripped a pair of long spears, one blue, one white, her expression rife with vigilance as she regarded Hela. She spoke, "I am Rostan, the guardian of the Elven Gate. Princess of Asgard, are you prepared to embrace death?" Hela scoffed, "How absurd. Do you not realize I am the goddess of death? And what, pray tell, are you?" No sooner had she uttered these words than Ross struck, sending Hela plummeting from the wall. Ross then leapt down, and the two commenced their battle in the square before the Elven Gate. Hela's ferocious assault, wielding a shield in one hand and a massive sword in the other, was nothing short of terrifying. The shield deflected blows while the sword delivered sweeping or downward strikes. With the shield's defense, she could even redirect Ross's spear thrusts, following up with a powerful downward strike from her Wolf Knight sword. Ross, however, deftly evaded Hela's attacks with his agility, always narrowly escaping the reach of her formidable sword. His spears struck from the left and right with uncanny speed, leaving Hela momentarily disoriented. The Wolf Knight's sword felt exceedingly heavy in her grasp. At that moment, Hela heard Fenrir's anguished howl, and upon glancing back, her fury ignited. Fenrir had been ambushed by elven mages, who, through their incantations, reduced him to the size of a mere pup before ceasing their spell. The mages then formed a magic circle, preparing to ensnare Fenrir. Hela, disregarding Ross behind her, thrust her sword to push him aside and sprinted towards Fenrir. Yet, Ross intercepted her path once more, launching his dual spears. In response, Hela firmly positioned the Wolf Knight's shield before her and charged at Ross, forcefully displacing him. She reached Fenrir, swinging her sword to cleave the surrounding elven mages in two. At that moment, Hela sensed a disturbance behind her and instinctively twisted her body, but an attack still struck her right arm. Instead of pain, a wave of numbness surged through her arm. Gritting her teeth, she gripped the Wolf Knight sword with her right hand and swung it fiercely behind her, catching a fleeting shadow as it darted past her blade. The newcomer was clad in leather armor, draped in a cloak, and obscured by a hood that concealed their visage. In each hand, they wielded a pair of short swords. Shortly thereafter, from the street corner emerged a knight adorned in blue armor with golden trim, shouldering a colossal sword while clutching a verdant, kite-shaped shield in their left hand. Meanwhile, a feminine figure appeared, dressed in resplendent robes of a sorceress, gracefully brandishing a magical longsword. The three elves were identified as Bordeaux Morningblade, Mimir Longmountain, and Claire Daybreak. Observing this, Hela silently placed her left hand's Wolf Knight shield over the shrinking Fenrir, then grasped the Wolf Knight greatsword, smiling as she addressed Fenrir, "Little one, wait for me a moment. I shall return shortly to take you home." Hela's initial target was Claire, the one clad in mage's attire, and she charged swiftly toward her, only to be intercepted by the oncoming Mimir Longmountain. Meanwhile, Ross and Bordeaux seized the opportunity to ambush Hela, allowing Claire to cast her spells at leisure. Faced with Mimir's obstruction, Hela was compelled to find a way to defeat him swiftly, yet she had to concede that such a feat was utterly implausible. She deftly evaded a fire arrow that soared nearby, deflected an advancing spear with her sword, and sent Bordeaux, who attempted to sneak attack, flying with a kick. However, Hela was soon struck back by Mimir's sword, though she managed to block the blow with her Wolf Knight greatsword. Otherwise, she might have been cleaved in twain. Despite the individual combat prowess of her adversaries being inferior to her own, their collective strength vastly exceeded Hela's expectations. She had already foreseen her grim fate, death. Against the combined assault of these four foes, Hela found herself devoid of any chance of victory. Meanwhile, within the golden halls of Asgard, the goddess Frigg brought forth another child, causing Odin to fall into a slumber, while the people of Asgard, who were preparing for Hela's expedition to Alfheim, erupted in elation. This time, it was a prince. Frigg resolved to name the newborn with the moniker previously agreed upon with Odin. Thor Odinson, the future god of thunder, had been born. At this moment, Hela lay collapsed on the ground, a broken sword protruding from her abdomen, with 6 or 7 arrows lodged in her arms and thighs. Her eyes gradually dulled, and she sensed the arrival of her brother, Thor. Now, she could depart in peace. Just as the golden-armored Bonaparte, armed with a formidable bow, approached Hela's lifeless form, Fenrir, sheltered beneath the Wolf Knight shield, regained his immense size. Leaping before Hela's body and fiercely glowering at the elf, while gripping the Wolf Knight great sword with his jaws. Chapter 4. The Battle of Souls. Where is the realm of Helheim? None of the living across the 9 realms knew. Hela had once been ignorant of it as well. But now she knew. What is the sensation of death? What does it feel like to be slain? A sudden, excruciating pain was followed by the disintegration of bodily sensations, the fading of auditory perception, and ultimately, the loss of sight. What does the realm of death resemble? A desolate grayness envelopes everything, where every glimmering point of light signifies a soul. Some souls shine brilliantly, while the majority remain dim and muted. The brighter the soul's light, the more formidable its existence was in life. Among them, Hela's soul radiated with exceptional brilliance. Hela was bewildered. She had perished, yet why did consciousness persist? She had lost her sense of touch, smell, taste, hearing, and sight, yet she could still perceive her surroundings. Was it the strength of the soul? Hela could not ascertain. She sensed a peculiar energy nearby, drawing her closer, even though she felt an undercurrent of danger. However, as a deceased being, what was there to fear? Resolutely, she drifted toward the source of that alluring pull. The closer she ventured, the more luminous the souls around her became. The attraction to that place intensified. Then, she beheld a colossal soul, akin to a mountain, standing guard over the very essence that captivated her. To her astonishment, the object of her fascination was a flame, burning fiercely in the void, a flame so radiant and warm. As she approached, Hela felt her senses beginning to awaken. In tandem, she discerned the nature of the immense soul. It belonged to a being of the Aesir, a powerful entity her father Odin had once spoken of in relation to Midgard. Even Odin, endowed with divine strength, could not contend against them, for their mere presence rendered him powerless. Now, Hela found herself in Helheim, gazing upon the soul of this formidable creature. What had extinguished its life? What unfathomable force had vanquished such might? Though she could not comprehend it, an instinct within her urged her closer to the flame, a flame that radiated warmth and light. The desire to harness it, to consume it, surged through her. The giant soul sensed Hela's intentions, and thus began the battle between their souls. This was Hela's first encounter with such a conflict. She narrowly evaded the giant's immense hand as it struck towards her. Quickly, she endeavored to maneuver her soul's light, successfully dodging the giant's initial assault. Yet, the second wave of attack was imminent. Hela recognized that to achieve victory, her soul's form must revert to that of her former self. For only then could she adequately face the ensuing confrontation. Just as she narrowly escaped another strike from the Titan, she successfully reformed her corporeal essence. As she evaded yet another of the giant's assaults, Hela sensed a familiar soul approaching rapidly. Drawing nearer, she finally discerned the identity of the incoming spirit, Fenrir. It turned out that Fenrir had also met his demise. Indeed, it was logical, for even the king of the light elves had entered the fray. Yet, why do I still feel a trace of reluctance? Why does a profound hatred still linger within me? It seems I am unwilling to succumb to fate so easily. Despite having promised my mother, I shall return home safely this time. I still wish to see my foolish brother, Thor. Fenrir, aid me. Hela called out to the colossal wolf, Fenrir, who had already taken form. Fenrir swiftly responded to Hela, letting out a long howl before charging towards the giant. Just as Hela prepared to follow, a tall, muscular man with dark skin, flowing white hair, clad in a deep blue tunic and white armor, appeared before her, blocking her intended path with bare hands. Observing the man's familiar movements, Hela hesitantly inquired, "Are you Siegfried?" "Indeed, it is I. I sincerely apologize for startling you." "Your Grace," Siegfried replied, deftly evading the giant's attacks while delivering a few swift blows in return. "Is that so? I never anticipated encountering you here." "Chieftain of the Midgard tribe," Hela said, somewhat astonished. "This is the underworld. What brings you here, Your Grace?" Siegfried asked, puzzled. "Do you not know? I am the goddess of death. This is indeed my dominion." Hela boldly lied, as he was merely a Midgardian. "Yes, that is the case. Moreover, I do intend to solidify my title as the goddess of death by ruling over hell." "Ah, I see. I have entered your divine realm. Thus, this giant must serve as my trial." Siegfried accepted Hela's words without a hint of doubt. As Siegfried grappled with his inability to harm the giant, a long sword flew towards him. Instinctively, he grasped the sword. In that moment, he recognized it as Gram, the weapon that had accompanied him through countless battles and which he had returned to Hela in his dying moments. With Gram in hand, Siegfried swiftly inflicted numerous wounds upon the giant. Meanwhile, Hela could not remain indifferent as Siegfried and Fenrir battled the giant. Thus, she delved deep into her soul's memories and unearthed a series of weapons designed to combat spirits, a pair of elongated swords, which would later be known as katanas. Grasping one in each hand, she charged at the giant, wielding the formidable blades with astonishing power. After all, in Hela's memories, these katanas bore the title of soul-cutting blades. "Your Grace, please move swiftly," Siegfried suddenly shouted from behind Hela. Although she was still uncertain of his intentions, she quickly stepped aside. Then, she heard Siegfried raise Graham high above his head, proclaiming with fervor, "Bamong." With a powerful swing, the longsword descended heavily, sending a deep blue wave of energy straight towards the giant. This single strike transformed the giant from a mere light injury to a severe one. Hela, observing the grievously wounded giant, unhesitatingly brandished her twin Zanpakuto and leapt onto the giant's neck, swiftly extinguishing the soul of this member of the celestial assembly. As the giant's soul shattered, Hela felt a torrent of information flood into her being. Meanwhile, a flame that had quietly burned in place suddenly surged towards her, crashing into her soul. What is the true essence of death? Is it mere disappearance? No, it is the baptism before rebirth. Within this blazing fire, Hela glimpsed a peculiar message. The ritual of soul sublimation was about to commence, and the consciousness of death in this universe was finally awakening. Chapter 5. The goddess of death. The flames fused into Hela's essence, embodying the very rules of death. The long-vanished Lady of Death, once the sovereign of Helheim, perhaps had never truly existed until now. But at this moment, the mistress of Helheim was born. Hela was death itself. Having begun to comprehend the new powers bestowed upon her by the flames, she resolved to return to Alfheim. She aimed to fulfill the goals left unfinished in her previous life, to quell the rebellion in Alfheim and Jotunheim. Accompanied by Fenrir's soul, Hela traversed through a peculiar misty portal. After a moment of disorientation, her senses returned, the first sensation being pain. Next, a surge of black flames erupted from beneath her, enveloping her and conjuring a form-fitting black battle suit, complete with a fearsome helmet resembling a spider. Hela's long black hair was concealed within the helmet, and her wounds healed completely. Soon after, Hela realized she was confined within a stone coffin. With a clenched fist, she shattered the coffin and emerged back into Alfheim. Her emergence drew the attention of the coffin guardians. Two fully armed elven soldiers rushed in, swords at the ready. Upon seeing Hela, they were initially taken aback, only for Hela to swiftly unleash two throwing knives that struck them down. What followed was a horrifying spectacle, as the fallen bodies staggered back to their feet, blood still flowing from their head wounds. The two elves, who should have been dead, stood once more. Pleased with her handiwork, Hela stepped briskly out of the temple-like structure. Upon exiting, she discovered she was in a graveyard, the resting place of the elven soldiers she had slain. Now, it was time for them to rise again and fight for her. In Yggdrasil City, the once vibrant atmosphere had vanished, leaving only an eerie silence. The spectral beings, clad in tattered armor, gathered here, wielding the weapons of their former lives. Even the previously clear skies had succumbed to a shroud of ominous clouds. Hela rode upon Fenrir, scythes gripped firmly in both hands. Behind her stood a meticulously arranged army of the deceased. "I am death, the legion crumbles to ashes, and the world burns beneath my feet. At last, I shall fulfill my vengeance upon this planet, for I am the goddess of death." Hela, leading her spectral army, relentlessly breached the outer walls of Ainur City, the Shepherd's Gate, and the Red Maple Gate. Ultimately, she arrived at the Elven Gate, where she had once met her defeat. As Hela and Fenrir confronted the Elven Gate once more, the frontline Elven king, Bonabar, was struck with horror. He had never anticipated that the woman he had slain could return to life. Even more confounding was the legion of the deceased standing behind Hela, their eye sockets ablaze with ethereal green flames, unafraid of death, for they had already passed into the realm of the dead. Upon seeing the Elven king and his retinue, Hela ascended the city walls without hesitation, wielding two immense scythes to commence her slaughter. One scythe, forged by Hela herself, unleashed crystalline frost, while the other ignited with black flames. Hela's movements were ethereal, navigating effortlessly through the onslaught of several elven warriors. By the end, all life, save for the Elven king, had perished. Hela resolved to execute the same punitive measures in Alfheim that she had once undertaken in Nidavellir. Those who exceed the measure shall be slain. Chapter 6. The chariot of dawn, the rebellion in Alfheim, had already been quelled the moment Hela and her army of the dead stormed Aenir city. The elven king, Bonabar, was taken captive, while his allies were summarily executed. The skies remained shrouded in ominous clouds throughout the day, with the air thick with the acrid scent of smoke, the stench of blood, and the fetid aroma of decaying corpses. The battlefield, once littered with bodies, now bore only dark stains of blood, scars from blades, and craters left by magical projectiles, remnants of a ferocious battle. Where had the bodies gone? They were among the ranks of the spectral army. By nightfall, a towering gallows loomed in the square before the Elven Gate, where Hela had once greeted her own demise. Now, it was Bonabar's turn. Though the sky remained overcast, morning would inevitably break. Under the watchful eyes of two undead soldiers, Bonabar was led to the gallows, surrounded by the surviving elven citizens of Aenir city, who had been forcibly gathered from their homes to witness the execution of their son king, Bonabar. Hela, brandishing the double-bladed axe she had used in Nidavellir, approached the kneeling Bonabar. Addressing the gathered elven populace, she declared, "Bonabar, son king, stands accused of conspiring against Asgard. The charges are substantiated. Prepare for sentencing, death, to be executed immediately. You have no authority to judge me, you monstrous fiend. I am Bonabar, the sun king of Alfheim." Bonaparte, crowned in fury, thundered as the sun began its descent. "For those who dare to rebel against Asgard, death shall be your only sanctuary." Upon uttering her decree, Hela raised her battle axe and swung it down with ferocity. In that moment, a flash of golden light surged forth, sending Hela's dual-bladed axe hurtling from her grasp. As the ominous clouds parted, the sun's radiant beams cascaded onto the earth, revealing a cloaked figure atop a distant tower. "The sun has just risen, Hela." The cloaked one spoke. "Why do you impede me, Istana?" Hela recognized the voice of her brother. "Please, Hela, spare him. Enough is enough. You have already taken so many lives." Istar leapt gracefully into the square, gazing intently at Hela. "Will you also rebel against Asgard, Istana?" Hela regarded the figure concealed beneath the cloak with an icy demeanor. "No, I merely wish to save my brother." As soon as the words left her lips, Istana swiftly drew her bow, releasing 5 arrows into the fray. 2 arrows struck down the spectral sentinels guarding Bonaparte, while another forced Hela back from her brother's side. The remaining 2 arrows shattered the shackles binding Bonaparte, liberating him from his chains. Taken aback by Istana's sudden assault, Hela watched as Bonaparte regained his freedom and leapt from the execution platform. Just as Hela conjured a spear to strike him down, Istana's arrow intercepted it, sending the spear askew. Helplessly, Hela witnessed Bonaparte draw forth his artifact, the sun's wrath, Darsrima. In response, she commanded the spectral warriors to disperse the elven civilians from the scene while calling for Fenrir's support. As the last of the elven populace evacuated the square, a familiar blue magical shield rose from the periphery, enveloping the entire area. "You are indeed well prepared, Istana. It appears you truly wish to rebel against Asgard," Hela remarked, as a long-handled scythe materialized in her hands, emanating a chilling aura. "Monster, spare me your words. Today, you shall meet your demise here," Bonaparte declared, drawing his bow to aim at Hela. With a swift motion, Hela propelled herself sideways, her left foot driving into the ground. She then summoned her strength, gripping the scythe's handle tightly, and swung it with great force towards Bonaparte. The icy chill radiating from the scythe froze the moisture in the air, creating a mist of crystalline fog in its wake. The ferocity of Hela's advance caught Bonaparte off guard. Just as her scythe was about to strike, Istana discarded her bow, wielding a shield in her left hand and a dagger in her right, rushing to Bonaparte's defense. She raised the shield to block Hela's lethal blow, then thrust the dagger forward, aiming for Hela's right wrist. As the scythe swung and was deftly parried by Istana, Hela halted her advance, swiftly adjusting her stance to veer to the right, narrowly evading the sword thrust of Istana. The scythe that had been deflected was then maneuvered by Hela, slicing from right to left towards Bonaparte, who was shielded by Istana. Observing the scythe's approach, Bonaparte executed a backward roll, drawing his bow to unleash another golden arrow towards Hela. As Bonaparte distanced himself from Hela, he simultaneously shot arrows to cover Istana, who was engaged in close combat. Hela found herself hindered by the incoming arrows, her assault stymied. She truly did not wish to harm Istana, her dear friend. It puzzled her, after all. It was Bonaparte who had instigated the coup, forcing the former elven queen to abdicate and imprisoning Istana. Hela had conquered the city of Ynar and vanquished Bonaparte, rescuing Istana from her confinement. Why then did Istana seek to thwart her from eliminating Bonaparte? In Hela's eyes, Bonaparte must perish. As the architect of the rebellion in Alfheim and one of her own killers, this elf had to die. Only with his demise could the turmoil in Alfheim truly be quelled. Moreover, with Bonaparte's death, Istana would undeniably ascend as the queen of the Light Elves. For both personal and political reasons, Bonaparte had to die. However, Hela never anticipated that Istana, a beneficiary of Bonaparte's demise, would intervene at this critical juncture. Her reasoning appearing to Hela to be profoundly naive. Bonaparte was her brother. It was for this reason that Istana risked everything to save him. Facing Istana's close-range interference, Bonaparte's long-range archery undoubtedly caused Hela considerable distress. She was reluctant to inflict harm upon her cherished friend, thus refraining from unleashing her full strength. Her only desire was to bypass Istana's obstruction and seize Bonaparte's life, yet the sibling duo's seamless coordination left Hela feeling utterly powerless. "Stand aside, Istana," Hela exclaimed. Having dodged an arrow from Bonaparte, with a fierce thrust of the scythe's back edge, she successfully sent Istana flying. Instantly, Hela transformed her form and charged towards Bonaparte, certain that she would claim his head. At that moment, however, Hela felt a chill run down her spine. She hurriedly attempted to evade, only to feel a cold sensation at her neck. Turning to look back, she saw Istana, trembling hands gripping her longbow, fixated on Hela. "Istana, did you truly intend to kill me just now? Very well, then I shall unleash my full wrath. Prepare to die, traitor," Hela coldly declared, as another scythe, slightly shorter, materialized in her left hand, propelling her towards Bonaparte. Chapter 7. Quelling Alfheim before the Elven Gate of Ynar, the battle between Hela, Bonaparte, and Istana continued to rage on. In the vast square, only 3 figures moved, while outside the magical shield remained the trapped undead soldiers and the futilely attacking Fenrir. After swiftly evading the arrow shot by Bonaparte, Hela swung her scythe heavily towards him. Subsequently, an exquisite array of ice flowers, formed from solid ice, blossomed upon the earth. Bonaparte, evading the freezing ice flowers that were unfolding towards him, still found himself amidst the cluster of these icy blooms. Under the sun's radiant beams, the ice crystals sparkled like transparent jewels, crystalline and resplendent, yet equally formidable and sharp. The sound of shattering ice resonated as the blooming flowers suddenly detonated, their sharp ice blades slicing through everything in their path. At the moment the explosion erupted, Bonaparte instinctively dodged, yet ultimately fell short by a step, sustaining wounds to his legs from the shattered ice blades, rendering him nearly immobile. Witnessing this, Hela brandished her scythe and charged towards the incapacitated Bonaparte. Meanwhile, not far away, Istana drew her bow once more, shooting arrows along Hela's path to buy Bonaparte some time. As Bonaparte lay injured and unable to move, a golden light enveloped his hands, healing the wounds on his legs. Hela, exasperated by Istana's interruptions, nevertheless pressed forward to confront Bonaparte. The scythe sliced upward, its sharp tip piercing Bonaparte's abdomen. With a forceful thrust, Hela lifted him into the air and, following the momentum, hurled him aside while simultaneously withdrawing her scythe. Yet, she swiftly yanked Bonaparte back to the ground, catching him mid-flight. Hela believed this blow would suffice to vanquish Bonaparte. However, to her surprise, he was not cleaved in two. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that Bonaparte was shielded by a faint golden glow. From the outset, her attacks had proven ineffective, and this magical barrier was indeed conjured by Istana. Just as Hela prepared to launch another assault, Bonaparte had completed his recovery, gracefully leaping beyond her reach. "Your strength is indeed formidable, monster, but today you are destined to fall here. Perish," Bonaparte declared, drawing his bow to aim not at Hela, but at the sun hanging high in the sky. As Hela poised to charge Bonaparte once more, Istana rushed forth, brandishing her shield and spear, engaging Hela in a fierce struggle. Suddenly, black flames ignited upon Hela's left scythe, while the chill emanating from her right scythe intensified. With a whirlwind slash, a tempest of black flames and white ice crystals swept Istana aside, who had attempted to obstruct Hela. However, Hela recognized the necessity to abandon her offensive and focus on defense. From the sun, searing rays suddenly shot forth, targeting Hela directly. Although she promptly conjured a shield, one of the rays struck her left arm, observing Hela struggling against the relentless bombardment of solar rays with her one arm raised in defense. Bonaparte readied his bow once more, aiming his arrow with precision. A chain, extending from the void, suddenly ensnared Bonaparte and then flung him before Hela's shield, obstructing the barrage of solar rays. Ah, Hela! Istana watched in horror as her brother was thrust into the onslaught of solar bombardment, enduring the brunt of the assault. At that moment, Istana lost her composure. The spellcaster, unable to sustain the incantation, allowed the solar rays to cease. Hela discarded her nearly scorched shield. Her injured left arm now healed. Once again, the formidable scythes manifested in her hands, poised menacingly against the neck of the still gravely wounded Bonaparte. With a swift motion, she yanked back. The king of light elves, Bonaparte, met his demise at Hela's hands. The sun has now set, Istana. This is the fate that befalls those who betray Asgard, Hela proclaimed, stepping upon the severed head of Bonaparte as she addressed Istana. Hela, I shall slay you. With reddened eyes, Istana brandished her dagger and lunged toward Hela. However, Hela merely gestured, and in the distance, Mjolnir's sword, shattering the magical shield crafted by Istana. Simultaneously, that peculiar chain re-emerged from the void, binding the fiercely enraged Istana in place. The rebellion had concluded. Alfheim had returned to tranquility. This time, only the wicked were to be punished, Hela observed coldly, gazing at Istana. As a longtime friend of Hela, Istana understood her implication. Only the wicked would perish. Bonaparte was dead. There was no need to enact the genocide of the dwarven race as had occurred in Nidavellir. Thus, respond to me, Queen of the Light Elves. Make your choice, Hela said, approaching Istana. Alfheim is willing to accept the protection of Asgard. However, I, Istana, declare here and now, the goddess of death, Hela, shall never be welcomed in Alfheim. Istana declared through gritted teeth. Excellent, a wise decision, Hela replied, seemingly unfazed by Istana's final words. With a wave of her hands, the undead soldiers gradually disintegrated into ash. Fenrir slowly approached Hela's side. Hela summoned the Bifrost, preparing to return to Asgard. The chains binding Istana naturally released her. Vanishing from sight, goddess of death, I curse you. You shall be forsaken by all. You will be exiled by those you hold dear. You will see all you love brought to ruin. I curse you, Hela, Istana cried, collapsing to the ground, casting an enraged curse upon Hela's retreating figure in the Bifrost, a manifestation of her unresolved grief over the death of her kin. Istana, my dearest friend, I am sorry, yet for the sake of Asgard, my actions are justified. Perhaps your curse has already come to pass. I have eternally lost you, my beloved friend, Istana. Hela wandered in confusion as she followed the radiance of the Bifrost back to Asgard. At long last, you have returned safely, your highness. Heimdall expressed his heartfelt relief upon seeing Hela's safe return. During the time of Hela's demise, he was unable to sense her presence, which caused him immense distress. After all, Hela is Odin's daughter, and her victorious return brings joy to all. Heimdall, your efforts are commendable. I find myself rather fatigued. I shall retire to rest for a while. Hela replied absent-mindedly, and gradually made her way towards the Golden Palace. Heimdall observed Hela's retreating figure, lost in thought. The next destination shall be Jotunheim. Will I once again embark on this journey alone? You have endured much, my daughter. From this point forth, we shall travel together. Father. Chapter 8. The frozen throne. The nights in Asgard are strikingly different from its days. By day, under the radiant sun, Asgard is enveloped in a golden glow, exuding an air of majesty and grandeur. By night, beneath the moonlight, the structures lose their daytime magnificence. The Golden Palace, in particular, bathed in the silvery glow, appears tranquil against the backdrop of a star-studded sky. Hela returned victorious from her solitary campaign in Alfheim, quelling the rebellion alone, ensuring that not a single Asgardian perished abroad. This triumph is undoubtedly a cause for celebration among the people of Asgard. Upon learning of Hela's success, Frigga had intended to host a grand feast in her honor. But Hela declined attendance, citing her ill health. You have already shed enough blood. How much more must you spill to find satisfaction? Hela, I curse you. You will be forsaken by all, and you will destroy everything you hold dear with your own hands. Alone in her chamber, Hela sat on the bed, her arms wrapped around her knees, her head bowed in contemplation. At that moment, the door to her quarters was gently pushed open, and a tall figure entered. Forgive me, mother. I am unwell. Please allow me a moment of solitude, Hela said without raising her gaze. Ah, let me behold our Asgardian heroine, the goddess of war, Princess Hela. Odin, clad in armor, approached Hela's bedside with a smile. Father, Hela exclaimed in surprise, lifting her head to see Odin's warm expression. I have heard of your deeds from Heimdall. You have done exceptionally well, Hela. In quelling Alfheim, I doubt I could have managed it better myself, my daughter, Odin said, sitting beside her and gently caressing her face. Yet I, Hela, cannot find peace. That was the fate those light elves chose for themselves, Hela. Remember, we have always governed this realm with strength and wisdom. I trust you will wield your formidable power judiciously. However, Hela, true victory lies in inspiring the hearts of our people. Hela, you have not disappointed me. Your wisdom and strength qualify you to become the ruler of Asgard. Odin gazed joyfully at Hela's astonished visage. Why do you say that, father? I have personally slain my dear friend's brother. I am a cruel individual, Hela replied, still somewhat lacking in confidence. The reason I share this with you, Hela, is that one day my life will reach its conclusion, and you shall be crowned as queen. With that, Odin rose to his feet. What is it, foolish daughter? Do not delay. The people of Asgard await their princess. Furthermore, should you not check on your brother? Once we celebrate, we must also deal with those frost giants in Jotunheim. After patting Hela's head with a smile, Odin departed from her chambers. Yes, father. Upon hearing Odin's counsel, Hela rose to gather her spirits and donned her finest attire to proceed to the celebratory square, where a grand feast was to honor her. Following the lavish banquet, preparations for war would recommence. In order to quell the uprising in Jotunheim, Asgard needed to be thoroughly equipped. A full year in Midgard passed, and the Asgardian army, now fully prepared, swiftly descended upon Jotunheim with the aid of the Rainbow Bridge. Hela rode atop the mighty wolf Fenrir, leading her forces into battle with unwavering strength. Though the Frost Giants' army had received magical enhancements from the Light Elves of Alfheim and weaponry covertly supplied by the dwarves of Nidavellir, they were no match for the formidable Asgardian forces. Clad in golden armor, his head adorned with an eagle helm, and wielding the divine spear Gungnir, Odin commanded the Asgardian troops from the center, mounted on his snow-white eight-legged steed, Sleipnir. Father and daughter united their efforts, guiding the Asgardian army to successive victories in Jotunheim. Soon, Asgard's icy advance aimed directly at the Frost Giants' capital, the Frozen Throne. With the assistance of the Light Elf mages, the Frozen Throne was fortified with a spatial anchoring shield, preventing the Rainbow Bridge from directly transporting troops inside, thereby rendering Asgard's usual beheading tactics ineffective once more. On a vast expanse of white ice, biting winds and swirling snowflakes lashed against the faces of the soldiers from both armies. Here stood the Asgardian Suppression Force and the last battalion of Jotunheim. We must annihilate these Asgardians here. Behind us lies our home, proclaimed King Laufey of the Frost Giants. Wielding the icebound treasure chest enhanced by the dwarves of Nidavellir and the light elves of Alfheim, as he stood at the front of his ranks. To these traitors, we offer only death. Charge! For Asgard! Hela tightened her legs, urging Fenrir forward, with Hela at the forefront. The Asgardian soldiers maintained their formation as they charged towards the Frost Giants. Hela was acutely aware of the power of the icebound treasure chest in Laufey's grasp. Thus, her primary target was Laufey himself. She needed to seize it before he could unleash its devastating potential, in order to avert catastrophic losses for the Asgardian army. In Jotunheim, there exists no realm of forbidden skies akin to that of Alfheim. Hela is free to shape her spear, descending from the heavens, or to conjure spikes from the earth to strike at the Frost Giants. With her formidable prowess, Hela inflicts immense damage upon the giants, prompting Laufey to unhesitatingly wield his icy treasure box. Anticipating this, Hela swiftly raises the massive Aegis shield, continuing to urge Fenrir to charge towards Laufey. As Hela approaches Laufey, she manifests two obsidian-long swords in her hands. Leaping from Fenrir's back, the blades are poised at Laufey's throat. Left with no choice, Laufey halts his use of the icy treasure box to evade Hela's assault. After narrowly dodging her initial strike, Hela accelerates forward once more. This time, she hurls her twin swords at Laufey's wrist before swiftly switching her weaponry. In her left hand, she wields a Z-shaped dagger, while her right brandishes a cross-shaped great sword reminiscent of a wolf knight's blade. Utilizing the dagger as a fulcrum, Hela's great sword carves a grievous wound across Laufey's chest from right to left. The sudden injury forces Laufey to relinquish his icy treasure box, and he turns to flee. As the frost giant King Laufey retreats, the entire army of frost giants collapses, allowing the forces of Asgard to successfully penetrate the icy throne. Within the palace of the frost giants, Odin discovers an infant and names him Loki. You have gained another brother, Odin informs Hela upon her return to Asgard. Very well, father. The 9 realms are not yet fully stabilized. I shall handle the rest, Hela replies before departing Asgard. Within the 9 realms, bloodshed becomes commonplace, and death unfolds daily. The name of the goddess of death reverberates throughout the realms. Ultimately, tranquility is restored, and Asgard stands as the undisputed domain of the gods. By Odin's decree. The tales of Hela and Odin's conquests across the 9 realms are immortalized upon the ceiling of the throne hall, a testament to the glory of the father-daughter duo for all who enter. However, Hela's bloody methods instill profound terror and wrath among the various races of the 9 realms. She understands that such emotions will inevitably fester, reigniting rebellion against Asgard. Hela is faced with a momentous decision. Chapter 9. The Twilight of the Divine Realm. For 2 centuries, the 9 realms have maintained a relative peace. Resistance against Asgard's rule has not waned. Numerous adversaries have fallen beneath the blade of the goddess of death. As Hela proclaims, those who betray Asgard shall perish. As the executioner of the divine King Odin, Hela serves as the harbinger of grief across the realms. Over these 2 centuries, Odin undergoes a transformation, growing weary of warfare and slaughter. Governing the 9 realms is no simple task. 50 years prior, an extraterrestrial empire, the Kree, invaded Midgard, establishing a laboratory there. As the foremost ruler of the 9 realms, that marks Odin's final personal campaign into battle. The outcome is undeniably clear. Asgard has achieved a resounding victory, vanquishing the invading Kree. In the subsequent 50 years, Odin refrained from participating in any campaigns, dedicating himself to the governance of Asgard and the affairs of the 9 realms. Recently, a poem has circulated through the realms, the content of which is as follows. O hero, you possess a valiant heart. I caution you, I remind you, death approaches. It brings calamity, it brings war. It brings darkness. Believe, prepare, for death is nigh. Evil descends, darkness envelopes. The final hope has emerged. Upon hearing this poem, Odin exhibited little reaction, merely acknowledging its message with a subtle understanding. At that moment, Hela was dispatching another group of rebels to the realm of the dead. You will not be arrogant for long, wretch. Freedom shall belong to Alfheim. The twilight of Asgard approaches, roared the captured elven insurgent. Indeed, but you shall not witness it. Hela coldly replied, crushing the rebel's skull with her Mjolnir. Only the wicked shall perish. The task is complete. We depart. With that, Hela brandished her hammer and turned to leave. Your Highness, what about the other insurgents? Shall we simply let them go? These individuals, if left unchecked, will become a great menace, questioned Hela's lieutenant, perplexed. This is Odin's command. We are merely responsible for execution. Now, let us go, Hela replied, summoning the Bifrost and leading her execution squad back to Asgard. Upon her return, Hela made her way directly to the Golden Palace, for she needed to report to Odin about the completed mission. Navigating through the corridors, she arrived at Odin's study, gently knocking before entering. Oh, you have returned. Thank you for your efforts. Do take a seat and rest while I finish this document, Odin said, looking up to see Hela. Very well, father. Hela nodded and quietly took a seat, observing as Odin diligently reviewed his papers. After a considerable time, Odin finally completed his batch of documents and inquired about Hela's recent mission, to which she provided an honest report. It seems that the ranks of these rebels have swelled, Odin remarked with a sigh. Indeed, this time it was not only light elves and frost giants, but even dwarves participated directly, Hela replied. This trend is concerning. We cannot continue down this path of slaughter, Odin stated calmly. Father, are you aware of that poem? Hela suddenly brought up the matter of the verse. Well, it's just a poem, isn't it? What of it? Odin looked at Hela, intrigued. I believe I have a solution to the impending situation. One that could ensure the 9 realms wholly align with Asgard, Hela said, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Impossible. Hela, do not even entertain such thoughts, Odin exclaimed, his anger flaring. The father and daughter erupted into a fierce dispute, after which Hela stormed out of Odin's study, her face flushed with anger. She departed Asgard via the Bifrost Bridge, and later Heimdall reported to Odin that Hela had journeyed to the Arctic of Midgard. Odin chose not to disclose the details of their quarrel to anyone, not even to the goddess Frigga. Half a year later, on the day of Asgard's traditional Victory Day, a grand celebration unfolded across the realm. Hela returned, accompanied by Fenrir, after her 6-month absence. She gazed indifferently at the jubilant Asgardian populace, her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. This was her birthplace, the land she had vowed to protect. The lone figure and the wolf soon traversed the Bifrost transport hall to the gates of the Golden Palace. Pushing open the heavy palace door, Hela strode slowly toward the throne room, gripping the magnificent sword she had forged, a peculiar rune blade. At the hilt, a demonic skull was intricately carved, its eyes emanating a ghostly blue glow, the entire sword exuding an aura of chilling cold. Before Odin's throne, Hela performed a salute with her sword, kneeling on one knee while facing him. Hela, why have you returned only now? Yet, it is fortuitous that you have, Odin remarked, rising from his throne and extending his arms toward her. You need no longer sacrifice yourself for your people. You need not bear the heavy burden of the crown. I have arranged everything. As Hela spoke, her distinctive black crown materialized instantly. She stood abruptly, gripping her sword with one hand as she advanced toward Odin on the throne. What is it that you intend to do, Hela? Odin inquired, noting her defiance. A golden light enveloped him as he donned the armor of the All-Father, then seized Gungnir from beside the throne. Inherit your throne, father, Hela declared, raising her rune sword to strike at Odin. Odin intercepted her blow with Gungnir, then kicked her forcefully in the abdomen, sending her sprawling out of the throne room, following her exit himself. The confrontation between Hela and Odin escalated from the Golden Palace to the Bifrost transport hall. Have you lost your senses, Hela? Odin shouted. No, father. This kingdom is destined for destruction. From its ruins will arise a new order of dominion, one that will govern the very essence of this world, Hela proclaimed, revealing her ambitious plan. You have truly lost your mind, Hela. Odin's gaze shifted to Fenrir, who was madly attacking Asgardian soldiers in the distance. With a swift motion, he hurled Gungnir, striking Fenrir down in a single blow. Subsequently, a radiant light enveloped Odin and Hela, whisking them away from Asgard. In Midgard, a flash of rainbow light appeared by the northern seas, and the battle between Odin and Hela raged on. Hela wielded her rune sword, launching a series of relentless strikes against Odin, who parried with Gungnir, countering her every move. Their fierce exchange continued from noon until dusk. At last, upon this small grassy hill by the northern sea, the battle between father and daughter reached its conclusion. Gungnir pierced through Hela's chest, while the runic sword in her hand narrowly missed Odin's head. It appears, once again, you have emerged victorious, father, Hela remarked with a smile, as the runic sword slipped feebly from her grasp to the ground. The crown upon her head vanished, allowing her long, raven hair to cascade freely. Hela, why must you insist on this? Odin stammered, gritting his teeth in trembling frustration. Ah, father, I am indeed unfit to be the ruler of Asgard. This heavy burden should be shouldered by my brother and his kin, Hela replied softly, her gaze lowered. Why do you persist in your disobedience? Why must you be so obstinate? Odin roared. Because I am your daughter, she coughed lightly, and now, you must adhere to my wishes. That is enough, Hela. With those words, Odin withdrew Gungnir from her body, and with a swift motion, he summoned a series of runic symbols that materialized in the void, encircling and sealing her away before plunging her into the northern sea. The rainbow bridge opened once more, and Odin, alone, carried Gungnir and Hela's runic sword back to Asgard. Upon his return to Asgard, he retreated to his chambers, avoiding all company. 3 days later, he issued a peculiar decree to obliterate all records related to Hela. The chamber once belonging to Hela was sealed by Odin himself, and even the mural depicting her in the throne hall was painted over. The runic sword he brought back was named Frostmourne and placed within the treasury. Gradually, all of Asgard forgot Hela, and throughout the 9 realms, only the title of the goddess of death remained. Chapter 10. The Passage of Time in the Dim and Profound Cosmos, a magnificent temple, constructed from an unknown material, drifted solitary in the void. This was the Temple of Death, the core of Helheim. After her battle with Odin by the northern sea 5 centuries ago, Hela returned to Helheim. 500 years can feel both lengthy and fleeting, especially for those who have met their demise. Since her first death and arrival in Helheim, Hela, in her dazed state, acquired one of the original 5 divine laws of the universe, the law of death. She became the sovereign of the resting place for all souls in this cosmos. What can the dead do? Such a question is undoubtedly a desecration of the deceased. To rephrase it, if death is merely a form of rebirth, a rebirth where one carries forth their memories, knowledge, and experiences into a new and unfamiliar realm, what might such an individual accomplish? The answer, of course, is self-evident: infinity. Indeed, infinity. In Helheim, unshackled by the confines of the physical body, knowledge is magnified infinitely. After Hela fully assumed control of Helheim, the souls, which once existed as mere orbs of light, spontaneously transformed into their former selves. The slumbering souls were awakened by Hela, embarking on their new existence in Helheim. Helheim serves as a mirror to the cosmic realm. For these souls entering Helheim, Hela reigns supreme. Under her command, the resurrected souls commenced the construction of Helheim, establishing the Temple of Death at the site where Hela first discovered that flame. For 5 centuries, Hela had traversed the universe beyond the 9 realms, occasionally returning to Helheim to observe the progression of her world or venturing to Midgard to witness the development of its inhabitants. On this particular day, Hela departed from Midgard, journeying to a planet she had previously discovered, Titan, situated within the rings of Saturn. The inhabitants of this celestial body were once Midgardians, transformed into subjects of the celestial beings that had descended upon Midgard. As modified Midgardians, they possessed elongated lifespans and formidable physiques. They referred to themselves as the Eternal Divine, also known as Titans. Despite their origins, they retained the same reproductive capabilities as the Midgardians, and due to their advanced technology, their fertility rates even surpassed those of their Midgardian counterparts. However, this gave rise to a dilemma. The prolonged individual lifespans combined with the rapid reproductive capabilities of the Titan race strained the limited resources of Titan. The population had reached a point where the small planet could no longer sustain them, leading to poverty and hunger. Thanos, a young Titan, was devoted to improving the living conditions of his kin, but found himself at a loss for effective solutions. Like his fellow Titans, he sought breakthroughs in technology to address the burgeoning issues within their society. What a beautiful planet it is, isn't it? Hela, draped in a cloak with a hood concealing her visage, suddenly appeared behind Thanos. "Who are you?" "You are not a Titan," Thanos remarked cautiously, eyeing the unexpected figure that had materialized behind him. "I am Hela, a name you may not have heard before. You seem troubled by the future of your people?" Hela said with a light laugh, observing the wary expression on Thanos' face. "Indeed, but what concern is it of yours, cloaked figure?" Thanos replied, maintaining his vigilance. The issues on Titan were undeniably escalating. The depletion of resources and energy had rendered Titan society increasingly unstable. Although the universe held nearly infinite resources, extracting them required specific technologies, which demanded time to develop. Ironically, the long-lived Titans found themselves lacking the very commodity they needed most: time. With an overabundance of population, the future of their race seemed to hinge on 2 paths, the first being to wage war against all viable surroundings, awaiting the advancement of technology to alleviate the inadequacies of productivity. The majority of societal issues would naturally dissipate. The leaders of Titan chose this path, yet the cost of such a decision is undeniably substantial. Thanos, a casualty of this sacrifice in his childhood, finds himself adrift regarding the future of his kin. Plagued by resource scarcity and an excessive population, his tribe hesitates to wage wars for new resources, instead pinning their hopes on an elusive technological breakthrough. "How foolish," Hela remarked with a hint of disdain. "Our kin are devoted to peace, unlike those other races," Thanos candidly expressed. "You must understand that while this universe is replete with boundless resources, it equally harbors an infinite array of life. Every form of life consumes resources, particularly the sentient ones." Hela gazed at Thanos, her tone measured. "I am fully aware of this. What are you implying? What is your true intention?" Thanos, growing impatient with Hela's demeanor, retorted. "Calm yourself, young Titan. Life and death are but 2 sides of the same coin. The totality of resources is finite. As the number of life forms consuming these resources increases, their depletion spells doom for all life in the universe." Hela continued in her unhurried manner. "Indeed, just like Titan itself, my homeland, my people. To ensure the survival and future of our race, sacrifices must be made." Thanos seemed to grasp something profound, but just as he was about to express his gratitude, he noticed that Hela had vanished into thin air. "Thanos, what are you staring at? The Future Development Council is about to commence." Thanos, a tall Titan, approached, witnessing Thanos speaking to an empty space. "Oh, I'll be there shortly, Norganon," Thanos replied as he strode purposefully towards the council chamber. Hela, intrigued by the young Titan, engaged him in conversation, but upon sensing the approach of another Titan, she quietly faded away. After Hela departed Titan, she returned to the realm of Hell. Time flowed swiftly once more, and 900 Midgard years later, Hela found herself back in Midgard, appearing on the continent known as North America. Upon her return, she observed that Midgard had transformed significantly since her last visit. Chapter 1. My history teacher, May 2nd, 1937. Sunny, another ordinary yet fulfilling day. Today I assisted an elderly woman in retrieving her lost wallet. Though I was roughed up by a thug, it was all worth it. Ouch, that hurts. Steve Rogers, a 17-year-old American high school student, was penning his thoughts in his diary from the comfort of his bedroom. "Steve, aren't you resting yet? You have classes tomorrow," came the voice of a woman from outside his door. "I'll be asleep shortly, Aunt May," Steve called back. He then set down his pen, tidied his desk, extinguished the light, and retired for the night. The following morning, after Steve had washed up, he made his way to the dining room. There, a woman was placing 2 plates of breakfast on the table. Upon noticing that Steve had finished his preparations, she said, "All right, come and have breakfast. We need to head to school soon." With that, she sat down and began to eat. "Okay, Aunt Kate, I'm on my way," Steve replied as he approached the table to partake in his meal. "Before we leave, let me confirm once more, Steve, did you bring your medication?" Kate Blanchett inquired earnestly, gazing at Steve. "I have the medicine for treating injuries," Steve answered, glancing at his backpack. "I mean, your medication for asthma and heart conditions, along with the one I prescribed to bolster your immune system." Kate Blanchett sighed. "I brought those too," Steve reassured her, checking his bag once more. "Excellent. We must be on our way," Kate said, starting the Ford and driving out of the garage towards Pratt Institute. In Brooklyn, New York, the neighborhood was adorned with the beauty of its tree-filled streets, where towering trees lined both sides, casting ample shade that shielded against the glaring sunlight. The breeze from the moving car alleviated the sweltering summer heat. "All right, Steve, head to your classroom. I need to tidy up my office. Today, I will review the homework I assigned last week." "Be prepared," Kate instructed, locking the car door and walking towards the academic building with her briefcase in hand. "Understood, Miss Blanchett," Steve said nervously, watching his aunt's retreating figure. Kate Blanchett was, in fact, the goddess of death, Hela, who had assumed this alias upon her arrival in Midgard. Now referred to as Earth, Hela had visited Earth multiple times, and this occasion was to experience the recent changes that had transpired. 15 years prior, she had once again traversed from Hell to Midgard. True to her past habits, she first sought out a household and employed a small spell to hypnotize them, leading them to believe she was a distant relative, thus quickly gaining their acceptance. Subsequently, the male head of the household enlisted in the military and tragically perished in battle, an event that would later be referred to as World War I. 5 years later, the female head of the household succumbed to sorrow-induced illness, leaving behind their child. Steve Rogers. Hela returned to her office, prepared her lesson plans, and sipped tea while perusing the day's newspaper to catch up on the significant events that had unfolded in the world. Clad in a tailored black suit, with a pointer in one hand and her lesson plan in the other, she entered the classroom. Once at the podium, she surveyed the room and addressed her students. "All right, class, it is time to review the homework I assigned last week. I hope you are all prepared." Upon hearing this, a murmur spread among the students, only to be silenced shortly thereafter. "My previous assignment pertained to a discussion regarding the figure of Joan of Arc during the 100 Years' War between England and France. Thus, I shall review your essays after class. However, today I shall randomly call upon one student to present their discourse at the front," Hela remarked. "The first individual. Let me see. Who shall I choose? Well, you there, James Buchanan Barnes. Please come forth to deliver your presentation." Hela scanned the room and noticed Barnes seemingly engrossed in fervent writing. She then glanced at her nephew Steve, whose anxious demeanor revealed his awareness of the situation. Miss Blanchett, am I to present?" Barnes, startled by the utterance of his name amidst his scribbling, hesitated. "Surely, there cannot be another James Buchanan Barnes in this class. What are you still dawdling for? You aren't unprepared, are you?" Hela said coldly. Yes, Miss Blanchett. I shall proceed now," Barnes stammered, gathering his assignment from the desk and making his way to the podium. Well, regarding Joan of Arc, Barnes, lost in his hasty notes, scarcely comprehended the content, his handwriting so illegible that even he struggled to decipher it. "Mr. Barnes, you may step down. An unfinished assignment is simply that. I hope you can exhibit a modicum of honesty. Regarding your final score this year, I can unequivocally inform you, Barnes, that your grade in history will be a D. Depart." Hela exclaimed angrily to Barnes. "Oh, my heavens! How unfortunate," Barnes lamented, dejectedly descending from the podium with his notes in hand. "All right, next. Steve Rogers. You come up." Hela directed her next target without hesitation, pointing to her nephew. "Hey, Steve. Your notes," Barnes said, attempting to pass the papers he had extracted from beneath Steve's history book. However, Steve, visibly tense, strode directly toward the podium, utterly oblivious to Barnes's gesture. Joan of Arc was born in a village called Domremy, situated on the border of the Champagne-Ardenne and Lorraine regions of France. Her father was Jacques d'Arc, and her mother, Isabelle Rome. During Joan's childhood, her village was assaulted by the Burgundians. At the age of 16, she implored her relative, Durand de la Savoie, to escort her to the nearby Vaucouleurs, where she sought an audience with the local garrison commander, Robert de Baudricourt, to express her desire to journey to the Dauphin's location in Chinon. Baudricourt merely mocked her. Yet this did not deter Joan from her quest. As Steve spoke, he grew increasingly at ease, having read about Joan countless times. In Steve's heart, Joan of Arc stood as a great and sacred national hero of France, for his father served the nation and ultimately fell on the battlefield during World War I. He is a hero who died for his country, a death that is truly magnificent. Steve's dream is to serve his nation, to become a virtuous individual. This lesson swiftly concluded amidst Hela's inquiries and the responses from his classmates. The day unfolded just as unremarkably as any other. As night descended, Hela drove homeward with Steve. "Steve, you performed admirably today," Hela remarked while navigating the vehicle. "Aunt Kate, I have been preparing for this for quite some time," Steve replied, his spirits lifted by her praise. "Steve, tell me, do you aspire to be a hero? To become a champion of justice?" Hela suddenly inquired. Stunned by her question, Steve hesitated. "You wish to emulate your father, don't you?" "Yes, old Rogers was a good man, a hero. However, Steve, your physique precludes you from becoming a hero like your father." Hela ruthlessly dismantled Steve's aspirations. "No, I can," Steve asserted resolutely. "Oh, really? Then what will you do when a thug corners you and gives you a beating? Do you think I am unaware?" Hela retorted angrily. "But, Aunt Kate, I can. I am already a high school student. I will graduate next year," Steve countered. "Is that so? Perhaps you should wait until you can defeat me before boasting." "Come to the basement shortly," Hela stated dismissively as she focused on driving. Chapter 2. The curtain falls as night enveloped the city. A Ford sedan cruised through the streets of Brooklyn, where traffic was sparse. The vehicle maneuvered into a driveway, and a diminutive boy, barely 1.6 meters tall, emerged from the car. With a backpack slung over his right shoulder, he cast his gaze downward as he approached the front door of the house. The car then proceeded to the garage. Upon returning home, Hela changed into comfortable attire before heading to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Meanwhile, Steve, feeling dejected, trudged back to his own room, tossing his backpack onto the bed before collapsing onto it. He felt a sense of discomfort, weighed down by Hela's assessment of him and her critique of his future aspirations. Steve could not comprehend why his aunt harbored such a strong bias against his dreams. Did wanting to be a good person and help others truly deserve scorn? As Hela prepared dinner, creamy mashed potatoes, pan-fried herring, and a bowl of vegetable salad, she reflected on her words to Steve, realizing they may have been somewhat harsh. Having lived many years, Hela had encountered numerous heroes, whether they admired her or opposed her, and, unsurprisingly, many were completely oblivious to her existence. The term hero is not one to be taken lightly. The fates of heroes often end poorly, and Hela reminisced about her time in Asgard, serving her country for the glory of Asgard. Expedition across the 9 realms. "My hands have long been stained with blood. Even so, I am still hailed as a hero and a god of war by the denizens of Asgard. Reflecting upon it now, I realize how naive I was back then. It is only today that I comprehend why my father, Odin, opposed my initial decision to annihilate all dissenters. After departing from the 9 realms, my perspective has broadened immensely. Suppression may quell rebellion temporarily, but it cannot extinguish it eternally. Had I truly eradicated all the opposing races, perhaps a great calamity would have ensued. Much like the extraordinary individual I encountered in that eastern land, who called himself Jean Fan, said, 'What was it?' Ah, yes. It is an affront to heaven and will bring upon oneself inexhaustible karma. Speaking of which, this Zhang Fan proclaimed himself a cultivator, while ordinary mortals referred to him as Master Zhang. Indeed, he was quite an intriguing character. "Steve, dinner is ready," Hela called out after preparing the meal and setting the table, her thoughts lingering on the past. "I'll be right there, Aunt Kate," Steve replied, leisurely descending from his room to join her at the dinner table. "Steve, what are your thoughts on what I mentioned on my way home?" Hela inquired, slicing the perfectly cooked fish fillet as she faced him. "I still stand by my beliefs, Aunt," Steve said after a moment of contemplation. "You are truly a fool, an absolute fool. Do you think I am unaware? Helping strangers reclaim their wallets, only to be cornered and beaten by 3 thugs. How many times has it been? If it weren't for the fact that Barnes just happened to pass by each time, I would have thought I needed to rush you to the hospital," Hela exclaimed, her fury ignited by Steve's response. "But I returned safely, didn't I? And I did help those people. I'm nearly a high school graduate. I am an adult now, Aunt Kate," Steve retorted, his emotions rising in response to Hela's admonishments. "Very well. Your mother asked me to take good care of you before she passed. If anything were to happen to you, how could I ever face your parents again? Steve, before you assist others, you must first consider your own safety." Hela's frustration was palpable, for what she mentioned about visiting Steve's parents was indeed a weekly ritual of hers. Returning to Helheim to share the tales of young Steve with the couple she had grown fond of on Earth, "I remain steadfast in my ideals. I aspire to be a person who can help others," Steve declared, suddenly rising with conviction. "Do you not realize the immense cost of becoming a hero? Think of your father," Hela responded, her tone softening in the face of Steve's unwavering determination. "I understand. I believe my father fought on the battlefield for a brighter future, ultimately sacrificing himself," Steve replied, his demeanor still serious. "You have also heard of the deeds of the French heroine, Joan of Arc. Are you not afraid of being betrayed by those whom you assist in the end? Steve, consider this carefully." Hela observed the resolute yet somewhat hesitant look in Steve's eyes. "Should betrayal occur, it would only be after I have aided others. The future can be addressed when the time comes." Upon hearing Hela's inquiry, Steve responded with an unexpected sense of ease. "Really, you child? First, finish your dinner tonight. Then, in half an hour, come with me." Hela sighed, picked up her fork and knife, and began her meal, reminiscing about the beautiful girl she had encountered in that land called France when she first arrived in Midgard. The armor and weapons she had gifted her had indeed aided her, and the girl had not disappointed those she pledged her loyalty to. Under her command, the previously retreating French army became invincible. Alas, in the end, she was betrayed by her own people and met a tragic fate at the hands of her enemies, suffering the indignity of being burned at the stake and having her reputation sullied. Such a pity. Yet, in their later encounter in hell, the girl still held pride in her actions. One wonders what fate awaits Steve in the future. Half an hour later, Hela led Steve to the door of a storage room. Confused, Steve looked at Hela, uncertain of her intentions. Hela opened the door, crouched down, and suddenly lifted a section of the floor, revealing the entrance to an underground chamber before Steve's eyes. "Follow me, Steve," Hela said, clad in athletic wear, as she descended the stairs into the hole. Steve, seeing her go down, instinctively followed her into the pit, approaching the entrance of the underground chamber. Together, they ventured towards the dimly lit chamber. Suddenly, a dagger appeared in Hela's hand, and with a swift motion, she drove it into the wall beside Steve's face. Simultaneously, the terrifying aura of death emanated from Hela, enveloping Steve. Startled by Hela's sudden attack, he pressed himself against the wall, trembling in the wake of her ominous presence. "Steve, now, I ask you once more, do you still hold steadfast to your ideals? Even if adversaries like me arise on your path, will you continue to persevere?" Hela's cold smile reflected her amusement at Steve's reaction. "I will remain true to my ideals, regardless of what the future holds. Moreover, Aunt Kate is not my enemy," Steve replied, his resolve strengthening upon hearing Hela's question. "Truly, you are a fool. Very well, Steve. Come with me. To become a hero, you are not yet worthy in your current state. Since your body is insufficient, we shall require alternative means. For instance, magic." Hela sighed after listening to Steve's words, then opened the door to the underground chamber, revealing a vast training ground. "Huh, Aunt Kate, did you just say magic? Yet I may have misunderstood. Is it magic?" Steve was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the training ground, only to be captivated by Hela's words. "Foolish nephew, it is indeed sorcery." Upon uttering this, Hela opened her palm, revealing a black longsword that gradually materialized in her hand. Steve was rendered speechless, feeling as though the reality before him was utterly surreal. Today, his worldview was reshaped by his aunt. Chapter 3. A Legend on the Brink of Unfolding. July 4th, 1941. At this moment, the mountainous city of Chongqing in China was at its sweltering peak, resembling a vast furnace that threatened to steam everything within its confines. Dressed in a black qipao and wielding a paper umbrella, Hela made her way toward a secondary school. Indeed, Hela had arrived in China. Ever since 1937, she had yearned to visit this land, and it was not until 1940 that her wish was finally fulfilled. Her first stop upon arriving in China was Shanghai. Accustomed to the opulence of New York, she found Shanghai to be a similar spectacle. After spending a week in Shanghai, she boarded a ship bound for Chongqing, enduring rigorous inspections by the Japanese along the way. This experience irked Hela somewhat, yet who would stoop to quarrel with a swarm of insignificant ants? If she so desired, she could easily crush them all. As she journeyed upstream, Hela beheld the picturesque landscapes along the banks of the Yangtze River, starkly contrasting with the sights she had witnessed in America and Europe. Enveloped in the beauty of her surroundings, she arrived in the mountainous city of Chongqing, where she applied for a position as an English teacher at a girls' school. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ocean, Steve Rogers was diligently engaged in his daily studies within a subterranean chamber, surrounded by an array of assorted trinkets, water bottles, rolled newspapers, iron pipes, screwdrivers, and the like. Focused intently, Steve picked up a rolled newspaper, and in an instant, a flash of light erupted, reducing the paper to a flurry of fragments that cascaded to the floor. Another failure, he murmured to himself, surveying the scattered remnants of paper. After 5 years, is this all I can achieve? Subsequently, Steve grabbed a broom from the side and swept up the confetti of paper before rising to leave the underground training ground. Today, he had work to attend to. Following his high school graduation, with Hela's support, he completed his studies at an art institution. To his astonishment, he discovered a natural talent for painting. After graduation, Steve joined a studio where he spent his days creating decorative art. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his aspirations, acutely aware of the tumultuous state of the world. The Nazis ravaged Europe under the leadership of their Führer, enacting what they termed revenge. In the Far East, an island nation had descended into a frenzy, annihilating all in sight and slaughtering any dissenters. Through letters from Hela, Steve gleaned the harsh realities of such a cruel regime. He harbored a steadfast desire to follow in his father's footsteps and enlist in the military. However, reality once again dealt a heavy blow to Steve. His frail physique rendered him incapable of becoming a competent soldier. Time flowed like a river, and on December 7, 1941, a significant event transpired. Japan launched a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor, resulting in the devastation of the U.S. Pacific Fleet within its own harbor. The following day, America declared war on Japan, as well as on other nations allied with the Axis powers. A massive conscription campaign ensued, with recruitment posters adorning every corner of New York. The art studio where Steve worked also received an order from the recruitment office. Steve made several attempts to enlist, all of which ended in failure. In desperation, he even altered his personal information to apply at recruitment offices in several other states. Yet all his efforts proved futile. In the remote expanse of the Himalayas, within a hidden sanctuary of breathtaking beauty, tall trees and an ancient courtyard set the scene. A young man, clad in a pristine white robe and sporting a topknot, sat on a stone bench, tending to a teapot. Across the stone table were 2 women, one donned in an orange robe with a shaved head, and the other dressed in a black qipao. The 2 women sat elegantly on the stone bench, observing the young man as he prepared tea. Indeed, these tumultuous times could only be escaped in such secluded places, allowing for a brief moment of tranquility. The young man lifted the teapot and poured tea into 3 cups, remarking, "Zhang, are you sighing over the worldly affairs again?" The woman in the yellow robe reached for a cup and took a sip, responding nonchalantly, "What are you saying? Has ZMO spoken incorrectly?" The young man, just then taking a sip of his tea, replied, "Zhang Fan, your name is rather peculiar. Do you have any of this tea left? I would like to take some with me. It has a delightful aroma." Hela, dressed in her qipao, lifted a cup and took a couple of sips, inhaling the fragrance of the tea. "If your majesty desires it, you may certainly take some. When you are ready to leave, ZMO can present the tea leaves to you." Zhang Fan then turned his attention to the woman in the yellow robe. "By the way, Lady Merlin, how long do you intend to stay here with me? I have already said, call me Gu-E, the woman replied leisurely. Zhangzhenren, you truly have a poor memory. You are indeed integrating well here. Reflecting on our first meeting 1,300 years ago, you were quite the barbarian. Zhang Fan remarked, sipping his tea with a hint of detachment. Indeed, time has flown by, and 1,000 years have passed. Once the land of Camelot. Now the United Kingdom faces threats from the continent, Gu-E observed, noting the almost mocking tone in Zhang Fan's words. So, what is it that prompted you to seek me out today, Zhang Fan? Hela interjected, listening intently to their exchange. My time has come, Zhang Fan replied with a smile. Wait, are you referring to Ascension? Hela suddenly gasped, struck by a realization. Indeed, Your Majesty, I am on the verge of departing from this world. I intend to entrust this cave abode to the Ancient One, and I invite you to witness this moment. Zhang Fan earnestly conveyed to Hela. Is that so? I understand. Take care on your journey, Hela replied with a faint gaze upon the young man before her. Thus commenced, and concluded, an unremarkable gathering with 3 individuals. A pot of tea and a weathered tree. As the tea was consumed and the leaves fell, the place was left devoid of human presence. March 1942. The biting cold still ravaged this land, the northern realm of Norway and the town of Tonsberg. The roar of German tank engines shattered the tranquility of the town. The sky still shrouded in darkness. Yet, the town's church stood aglow with light. Shortly after, a luxurious automobile arrived at the church entrance. As the car door swung open, a tall man clad in German military attire emerged. Is this truly the place? He inquired of his aide as he disembarked. According to the intel, the object is hidden here, the aide replied, trailing behind the man. Excellent. The man proceeded through a gaping hole in the wall, collapsed by the tanks, into the church. Before long, a gunshot echoed from within the church. Shortly thereafter, the golden-haired German emerged, cradling a wooden box in his hands. Before the other soldiers, he opened the box, and a spectral blue light illuminated the surroundings, dispelling the darkness. Our era has arrived. Hail Hydra! Proclaimed the man named Johann Schmidt in the small square. Hail Hydra! The remaining soldiers echoed in unison. Chapter 4. The World of War. In April 1942, the Soviet Union remained frigid. Although it was early spring, the biting cold had yet to retreat. The spring rains had fallen several times, rendering the dirt roads in the countryside muddy, making movement cumbersome for both vehicles and pedestrians alike. Just 100 kilometers from Moscow, this area remained a battlefield where German and Soviet forces clashed fiercely. Gunfire and artillery roared across the battlefield, bullets slicing through the air with radiant trails. Behind lay Moscow, for the motherland. Ura, a Soviet political commissar, armed with a pistol, led the charge out of the trench, rushing towards the German positions. Behind him, countless Soviet soldiers brandished their weapons and leaped out of the trenches, surging toward the enemy lines, only to be met with the staccato fire of German machine guns that momentarily stalled their advance. However, a mortar shell soon arced gracefully and struck the German machine gun nest. The position that had previously unleashed a torrent of fire upon the living was silenced by this artillery strike. With the Soviets shouting Ura, they swiftly advanced with their bayonet Mosin-Nagant rifles and shorter PPSH submachine guns, overtaking the German stronghold. In April 1942, the Battle of Moscow was declared concluded. With the forced retreat of German forces, the defense of the capital resulted in a resounding victory for the Soviet people. Heil Hitler. This is the latest report from the battlefield. A lieutenant clad in German military uniform presented a freshly delivered battle report to Hitler, who was engaged in discussions within the Führer's office. I see that the strategic objective of the offensive on Moscow has been deemed unattainable. How could this be? Our armored clusters have been poised at the gates of Moscow since last October. Now I am told that we cannot breach the city. What are Bach and Brachich doing? What has Guderian's armored division been up to? Hitler exclaimed in fury after reviewing the report in his hand. My Führer, the winter in Moscow is unbearably cold. Most of our armored units are immobilized, and the Russians have terribly poor road conditions. Consequently, much of our heavy equipment cannot reach the battlefield in time, and similarly, our supply convoys are unable to keep pace with the frontline troops, replied Gunther Hans von Klug. Then Klug, you shall take the place of Brachich and Bach. Also, how is Schmidt's research progressing? Having provided him with such a substantial sum of marks, we ought to see some results, Hitler instructed his secretary. Meanwhile, in a clandestine base within Germany, John Schmidt, and another diminutive scientist dressed in a lab coat, sporting round spectacles, stood before a colossal machine. I entrusted you with that object nearly a week ago. Have you not made any progress? Schmidt inquired, observing the scientist fiddling with the machine. I have found a method of usage. However, it is not yet particularly stable. The reading is at 20. The short man named Arnim Zola responded, turning to Schmidt. I did not expend such effort and time merely for the sake of stability, Schmidt retorted as he forcefully pushed aside Dr. Zola from the control panel, grasping the valve switch with both hands and gradually opening it. As the valve widened, the energy reading on the gauge incrementally increased, 20, stabilizing at 30, then 40, 50, 60, and still stable at 65, when signs of partial overload began to appear in the machine's circuitry. As the gauge needle approached 100, the entire machine experienced an overload, with sparks erupting from certain circuits. Then, as the needle pointed to 100, the lights in the laboratory suddenly dimmed. The circuits overloaded, plunging the entire laboratory into darkness. In that moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. As the laboratory briefly succumbed to darkness, the cosmic cube emitted a haunting blue light, coursing through the previously laid energy conduits towards an object resembling an energy storage unit. Have we succeeded? Arnim Zola gazed in awe at the extraordinary spectacle before him, incredulous at the sight. Congratulations, you have achieved a remarkable feat, Dr. Zola, Schmidt remarked, bowing slightly to the astonished doctor after completing the experiment. What is that object? What exactly is it? Dr. Zola gazed obsessively at the cosmic cube, which radiated a haunting azure glow within the apparatus, murmuring to himself about the legendary dragon's gem, the ultimate treasure of the supreme god Odin. Subsequently, all plans were primed to commence. Schmidt turned to leave the laboratory, offering an explanation to Dr. Zola. In a narrow alleyway in New York City, Steve held a garbage can lid as a makeshift shield, bracing himself against the fierce punches of a burly man before him. The altercation had originated in a cinema where, amid a fervent wave of patriotic propaganda during the war-torn era, every film commenced with a brief patriotic clip. The robust assailant had disturbed the solemn atmosphere of the theater, provoking Steve's ire with his disdain for patriotism, which led to a verbal exchange that escalated into the current skirmish. Who do you think you are, you little squirt? The muscular man bellowed, seizing the lid from Steve's grasp and wrenching it away. Just then, a tall figure clad in military attire entered the desolate alley, swiftly wrapping a hand around the assailant's neck and yanking him backwards, sending him sprawling to the ground. As the man attempted to rise, the soldier delivered a decisive kick to his abdomen, leaving him writhing in pain and muffled groans. It seems I arrived just in time, Steve, the soldier remarked, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the diminutive Steve Rogers. Bucky, your timing is rather unfortunate. I could have handled this myself, Steve replied, looking at the uniformed James Buchanan Barnes. Oh, come on, Steve. Let us step outside and talk, Barnes said, unconvinced by Steve's bravado, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. The two made their way from the alley to the doorstep of Steve Rogers' home, where Barnes finally handed Steve a file he had been clutching. You do realize that what you did was illegal? What do you call this escapade? Thankfully, I have friends at the enlistment office. I retrieved your belongings. Please refrain from such actions in the future. All right. Thank you, Bucky, Steve replied, pausing momentarily before accepting the file, which signified yet another failure in his attempt to enlist. Steve, you must understand your physical condition renders you unfit for military service. Think it over. You wouldn't want to cause Aunt May distress, would you? Barnes advised earnestly. I know, Steve responded, his gaze lowered. Hey, there's no need for such gloom. Oh, by the way, here are 2 tickets to the World's Fair tomorrow night. Let us go together. Consider it a send-off before my deployment, Barnes suggested, noticing Steve's somber demeanor. He retrieved a ticket from his pocket and handed it to Steve. Thank you, Bucky, Steve said, accepting the ticket. As Barnes turned to depart, he remarked, We've discovered the whereabouts of Dr. Erkins. He is currently in New York. Get in touch with our contacts there and find a way to bring him back. Or even his remains will suffice. Chapter 5. The night before enlistment in New York, amidst the ravages of the World War that engulfed the globe, this new land stood as a bastion of peace and prosperity. The cities, under the shadow of war, were rendered silent save for the blinding searchlights and the haunting wails of air raid sirens. Yet, in this nation, distanced from the strife of the old continent, the onset of nightfall heralded the beginning of vibrant nightlife. At the entrance of the Tomorrow World Exposition, Steve arrived as promised, and not far off, Barnes approached, arm in arm with two enchanting American women. Although clad in military attire, Barnes exuded an air of levity rather than solemnity. With his collar unbuttoned and cap askew, he sauntered towards Steve, exclaiming, "Hey, Steve, you've arrived just in time. Let us head into the exposition together." Steve, slight of stature and even shorter than the two women at Barnes's side, smiled and nodded, trailing behind Barnes as they entered the grand doors of the Tomorrow World Exposition. Before them hung a train, suspended on tracks, its design far surpassing the aesthetics of the era, radiating a sense of futurism. Flanking the path were various technology exhibits, showcasing the innovative concepts that would shape the future. Not far beyond the entrance, a stage reminiscent of a theatrical set displayed a car, unremarkable in design, surrounded by four young women clad in bunny costumes. Suddenly, a lively tune filled the air as a dapper man, adorned with a top hat and fitted suit, strutted onto the stage. Disinterested, Steve cast a few fleeting glances before wandering away, while Barnes remained amidst the throng, engrossed in the flamboyant performance. The cheers from the crowd revealed the man's identity, Howard Stark. This time, he introduced a remarkable invention from the future, a hover car. As the four bunny girls removed the car's tires, four anti-gravity release ports emerged, and with deft manipulation by Howard, the anti-gravity engine roared to life, lifting the vehicle gently from the ground. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, it crashed back down with a resounding thud onto the stage. As I mentioned earlier, this invention may require a bit more time before it becomes a reality, Howard stated, donning an awkward yet courteous smile. Meanwhile, Steve happened upon a recruitment station and, undeterred, resolved to make one final attempt. Strangely, Steve found himself before a venerable gentleman, adorned with a thick, bushy beard and round spectacles, whose eyes sparkled with sudden recognition upon seeing him. The old man promptly picked up a seal and emphatically stamped the document Steve had submitted, before gesturing for a nearby military officer to escort Steve to a tent where he would await further instructions. This bearded elder was none other than the biologist Abraham Erkins, sought after by John Schmidt. As a prominent scientist of the former German military, he had developed a potent biological serum capable of significantly enhancing human physical capabilities and cognitive development. John Schmidt was the first to benefit from this serum, but for reasons unknown, Dr. Abraham Erkins defected from Germany and crossed the ocean to America, bringing along his miraculous serum. Faced with the relentless pressure from the Axis powers, the Allied forces were in dire need of a formidable weapon. The biological serum undoubtedly offered a glimmer of hope for the beleaguered Allied troops. Envisioning an army composed of soldiers infused with this serum was a tantalizing prospect. Thus, the United States warmly embraced Dr. Abraham Erkins. Under his leadership, with the aid of military representatives and government support, the Super Soldier Training Program, known as the Rebirth Project, commenced. With substantial backing from the U.S. government, Dr. Erkin's serum underwent further refinement. However, the selection of candidates for the crucial clinical trials was delayed until Dr. Erkins met Steve. The two conversed extensively in the recruitment center's examination room that evening, ultimately leading to Steve's enlistment. "Steve, you're finally back." A familiar female voice echoed from the living room. "Ah, Aunt Kate, when did you return?" Startled by Hela's sudden exclamation, Steve was pleasantly surprised to see her sitting on the sofa. "I arrived a bit earlier than you. Now, sit there and explain yourself, young Steve," Hela said, her expression serious. Aunt, what would you like me to explain?" Steve feigned ignorance, fully aware of Hela's concerns. "Steve Rogers, you've done it. You've successfully enlisted. Are you satisfied now?" Hela suddenly shouted at him in frustration. "Yes, I have successfully enlisted," Steve admitted after a moment of contemplation. "Do you truly yearn for the battlefield? Do you think war is child's play? Answer me, Steve." Hela's anger intensified upon hearing his response. In her eyes, Steve would always be that little boy. Having personally witnessed the horrors of countless wars, Hela was acutely aware of their brutal reality. Years ago, she had ventured alone to Jotunheim to quell a rebellion, driven by a desire to spare Asgardian soldiers from suffering. In a fervent desire to bring an end to the war, Hela, loathing the very concept of battle, took the initiative to slay more of the enemy forces. However, her anger erupted when she realized that the little boy she had watched grow was now preparing to join that damned war. "Aunt, I am 21 years old. I am no longer a child." Steve boldly retorted in the face of Hela's fury. 21. You are still nothing more than a little brat. I assure you, in the presence of your 3,000-year-old aunt, you will forever remain a mere child. Hela responded, equally dismissive of Steve's age. Aunt, I will pursue my ideals and dreams relentlessly. Not even death can deter me, Steve declared solemnly, finishing his final words before retreating to his room to pack his belongings, preparing to report to the military camp the following day. Steve, you insolent boy, you claim that not even death can stop you. Well, I am death itself. Old Rogers, your son has grown into someone you can be proud of. Let us hope this child can survive the brutalities of war. Yet, deep down, I still wish for you to become a renowned artist, Hela mused as she watched Steve's departing figure. 3 days later, Steve, carrying his belongings, boarded the conscription truck, leaving home behind. Unbeknownst to Hela, the legendary tale of her foolish nephew was about to commence. Chapter 6. The Evolution of Life on August 7, 1942. Within a secret military camp in the United States, soldiers selected for the rebirth program underwent rigorous training. For months prior, Steve Rogers had arrived at this very camp to commence his training. Colonel Phillips, the commanding officer of the camp, was responsible for the soldiers' training regimen. For a full 4 months, the diminutive Steve Rogers exhibited none of the qualities of an exemplary soldier, his poor physical condition resulting in failure in all assessment categories. Colonel Phillips struggled to comprehend Dr. Abraham Erskine's rationale in sending such a frail and chronically ill individual to the battlefield. It seemed utterly irresponsible. However, there was one aspect of Steve that earned Colonel Phillips's respect, his indomitable spirit. The training regimen he devised for himself was enough to exhaust even the most elite of soldiers. Initially, Phillips believed that Steve would never endure the sheer volume of training, thinking it would surely break him. Yet, even late into the night, when all others had returned to their barracks for rest, Steve persevered alone on the training field, completing the required tasks. The outcome was predictable, overwhelmed by fatigue. Steve was sent to the medical facility. Consequently, Colonel Phillips had no choice but to instruct the training officers to keep a vigilant eye on Steve's condition. For months had elapsed, and in that span, how many soldiers had fallen on the battlefields of the World War? Faced with the relentless advance of the Axis powers, the Allies demonstrated their own prowess. On the Pacific Front, the United States Navy engaged in a fierce naval battle with the Imperial Japanese Navy at Midway. The outcome saw a decisive victory for the American forces, thwarting Japan's plans to raid Midway and resulting in the loss of numerous capital ships. Concurrently, on the Southeast Asian front, the Chinese Expeditionary Force successfully liberated the encircled British troops in the town of Rueli, marking a significant triumph. A month prior, German forces clashed intensely with the Soviet army in Stalingrad, leading to a stabilization of the conflict. At this juncture, a protracted tug-of-war ensued between the Axis and Allied powers, with America's ambitious rebirth project poised to shatter this stalemate. Meanwhile, the war on Earth scarcely affected the grand events unfolding across the cosmos. The death of Hela, one of the 5 great deities, stirred discontent among the other 4 gods due to her frequent forays into the mortal realm. In response, a convocation of the Life Tribunal convened, comprising the Eternal, Death, Infinity, Oblivion, and the Devourer of Worlds, to deliberate on the matter of her demise. The ultimate resolution mandated that Hela remain confined to Helheim, permitted to enter the mortal realm only in the event of significant occurrences. This constraint, while formidable, was not insurmountable for Hela, who recognized the formidable nature of her divine counterparts. Undeterred, she devised a strategy to circumvent this limitation. If her true form could not traverse into the mortal world, she could utilize a projection. Thus, Hela returned to Helheim, familiarized herself with its recent developments, and proceeded to an entrance leading to Midgard, a region she referred to as the Shadow Realm. The guardian of this territory was a fascinating entity Hela had encountered in Midgard, adept in wielding a spear and possessing knowledge of certain rune magic. After conversing with the guardian, named Skathak, Hela sent her projection back to Midgard, also known as Earth. By mid-September, Dr. Abraham Erskine's rebirth project was on the brink of entering the human trial phase, with the initial subject being none other than Steve Rogers, as designated by Dr. Erskine. The trial is set for tomorrow. What are your thoughts? Inquired a striking woman in military attire, her wavy chestnut hair cascading over her shoulders as she regarded Steve, clad in the autumn uniform of the U.S. Army. While I would love to return home and inform my aunt, You know the regulations, Carter. I am unable to leave the military base, Steve replied, exuding a sense of resignation as he sat before the captivating woman. Your aunt? Oh, I see. Miss Kate Blanchett. One would hardly guess she is nearing 50, Carter remarked, her skepticism evident regarding Steve's aunt's age. Given that her identity records indicated she was approaching 50, yet appeared merely in her 20s. Indeed, well, perhaps. Moreover, I have faith in Dr. Erskine's expertise. You need not have gone out of your way to find me, Steve said, gazing at Peggy Carter. This is a matter of protocol, you see. Once the trial concludes, I will accompany you to visit your aunt, she replied with a reassuring smile. By the way, I wonder if she has any good secrets for maintaining her beauty. Carter appears to be quite intrigued by why Hela looks so youthful. Well, we shall discuss this after tomorrow's experiment. With that, Steve rose and departed from Carter's office. Peggy Carter, an agent of the American government, was sent to assess the progress of the rebirth program and became acquainted with Steve at the military camp. Over the course of nearly 5 months, Carter has developed a genuine admiration for Steve's spirit. As night fell, Dr. Abraham Erskine brought a bottle of whiskey to engage Steve in conversation. They spoke at length, and ultimately, Dr. Erskine consumed the entirety of the whiskey himself. Before succumbing to inebriation, he repeatedly advised Steve, remember, you are not meant to become a perfect super soldier. You are to be a good man. Do you really wish to charge into battle? No, I do not desire to fight anyone. I merely wish to assist those in need. Then you must hold fast to your ideals. Of course. The following morning, Steve and Carter slowly departed the military camp in a sedan, en route to the laboratory. As they passed through the streets of Brooklyn, Steve eagerly shared stories of the area with Agent Carter, who listened intently and occasionally posed her own questions. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of an antique shop, which served as the laboratory's entryway. Accompanied by military escorts, the group descended into the underground laboratory. Everything proceeded as if rehearsed in advance. Above the laboratory, an observation deck was bustling with prominent figures gathered to witness this historic moment. 20, 30, 40. Howard Stark controlled the life ray projection device throughout the process. At this moment, the life ray within the device had reached 40% of the set value. Suddenly, a cry of anguish erupted from Steve. Peggy Carter, who had been seated at the observation deck, rushed down in a state of agitation, demanding the experiment be halted. Even Dr. Abraham Erskine, the lead researcher, contemplated abandoning the endeavor. No, do not stop. I can still endure. Steve shouted hoarsely from within the apparatus. 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. The energy peaked. Howard Stark, peering through his sunglasses, gazed at the device emanating blinding light. As the energy reached its peak, the circuitry began to overload. Stark, adhering to his previously calculated exposure time, shut off the projection device and opened the injection chamber. At the moment the hatch opened, astonishment washed over everyone present. The once diminutive Steve, standing at merely 5 feet 6 inches, had vanished, replaced by a towering figure of 6 feet 2 inches, a muscular powerhouse. Had it not been for his unchanged face, one might have presumed that Steve had been replaced during this transformation. However, just as everyone reveled in the success of the moment, an unforeseen event transpired. A parliamentarian clad in a white suit and adorned with spectacles suddenly drew a handgun from his pocket, firing it with precision to strike Dr. Abraham Erskine in the chest. In a moment when most were still processing the shock, he seized the final vial of super soldier serum from the laboratory table and fled. Chapter 7. The man illuminated by stars in the wake of the gunshot. Dr. Erskine collapsed, a blossom of crimson blooming upon his chest. Just emerging from the chamber of life and light, Steve staggered towards Dr. Erskine, who, with his remaining strength, managed to touch Steve's chest before departing from this world. The German spy who had shot Dr. Erskine grasped the coveted serum and sprinted out of the underground laboratory, soon meeting his awaiting accomplices at the entrance of the concealed antique shop. Meanwhile, upon hearing the gunfire, Agent Peggy Carter drew her sidearm and pursued the fleeing German spy. As she reached the door, she saw him already entering a vehicle. Without hesitation, she positioned herself in the path of the car, aiming her weapon at the driver. The German spy, reckless and desperate, witnessed his 2 comrades sacrifice themselves to buy him time, falling to the onslaught of soldiers emerging from the laboratory. He pressed the accelerator, determined to escape, even with an armed agent blocking his way. As the vehicle approached, Agent Carter seemed to have locked onto her target, ready to pull the trigger. It was time to end this. With a sharp crack, the gun discharged, the bullet narrowly grazing the spy's shoulder, tearing a gash in his clothing. Then, to her astonishment, she watched as the car barreled toward her. The anticipated agony did not arrive. Instead, she felt a wave of dizziness and soon discovered herself cradled in Steve's arms. He had saved her. Quickly, pursue him. I'm fine. Hurry. Agent Carter implored, pushing herself from Steve's embrace and rising from the ground. Understood, but be careful, Steve replied, then sprang into action, racing after the vehicle that had not yet gained much distance. How could a person outrun a speeding car, even one enhanced by the serum? Unfortunately, the German spy's misconceptions would prove his undoing. With remarkable speed, Steve propelled himself forward, his limbs moving with a newfound agility. Initially, he struggled to master his enhanced physique. Stumbling as he ran, a sharp turn caused him to lose control, crashing through a storefront window and into a clothing shop. Thus, the chase unfolded through the streets of New York City, as Steve gradually acclimated to his fortified body, deftly weaving through the bustling traffic with extraordinary skill. Running atop a car, though undeniably perilous, undeniably brought him closer to the German spy. The driver of the vehicle, upon glimpsing Steve navigating through traffic like a monkey in the rearview mirror, was taken aback. As the gap between them diminished, he realized he still had a considerable distance to cover to reach his designated extraction point. In a moment of desperation, the German spy accelerated the vehicle. Yet this effort did little to impede Steve's relentless approach. After vaulting over the roof of a taxi, Steve found himself even nearer to the German spy's car. Pursuing an automobile at such speed proved somewhat taxing, even for Steve, who had been infused with the super soldier serum. It was then he recalled the magical enhancement he had long practiced, yet failed to master. Resolute, Steve decided to take the risk and reinforced his legs, propelling himself at an astonishing velocity, nearly colliding with a sedan. For added safety, he enveloped his entire body in magic, even fortifying his clothing. With his enhanced physique, Steve observed the vehicle ahead suddenly accelerate. In a remarkable leap, he soared onto the roof of the sedan. Before the German spy could react, Steve's fist shattered the steel roof, tearing it open as effortlessly as if it were a can of luncheon meat. He seized the spy and hurled him out of the car before diving inside to bring the speeding vehicle to a halt. When Steve exited the car in search of the German spy, he discovered the man lifeless beside the remnants of the last vial of super soldier serum he had shattered. Thus, the trail of clues came to an abrupt end. 5 days later, American scientists announced their inability to replicate the super soldier serum based solely on the materials left by Dr. Erskine. The rebirth project was consequently halted. During these 5 days, Steve received military approval to return home. Upon seeing him, Hela was taken aback. Had she not confirmed his identity through her soul, she might have resorted to violence. Nevertheless, witnessing Steve in such robust health brought her immense relief. Ultimately, the official resolution regarding Steve Rogers was delivered. This outcome thrilled Hela, but left Steve profoundly discontented. Thus, Mr. Speaker, is this the significant task you have entrusted me with? Steve, adorned in a star-spangled uniform with a prominent silver star on his chest, holding a kite-shaped shield in his left hand and donning a blue helmet, remarked as though he were about to grace an opera stage. Is selling war bonds not a matter of great importance? Do you presume that the supplies consumed daily on the front lines simply materialize? Warfare is an exceedingly costly endeavor, my captain. Very well, Mr. Steve Rogers. Our Captain America. It's your time to take the stage. The lines are affixed to your left-hand shield, the congressman declared before propelling Steve onto the platform. Hela sat in a sea of yellow, adorned in a stylish women's trench coat, watching her nephew's debut performance with a mixture of pride and anticipation. As Steve nervously ascended the stage, he embarked on his first artistic venture. Despite his initial trepidation, Steve Rogers' inaugural presentation proved to be a resounding success, resulting in a remarkable 300% increase in the sale of war bonds. This achievement unveiled yet another facet of Steve Rogers' worth to the American government, heralding the rise of Captain America into the public consciousness and launching a nationwide tour. However, in the eyes of American soldiers, Steve's role was that of a mere jester, an entertainer. He, too, perceived himself as such, a clown yearning for the front lines, desperate to bring an end to the wretched war. On that fateful day, an opportunity presented itself. He was granted the chance to perform for the troops in the field. With exuberance, he set off for a nearby camp, only to receive the devastating news that James Buchanan Barnes' unit had been encircled and he himself might have fallen into enemy hands. Chapter 8. The Shadow of the Serpent in Cairo, Egypt. The warmth lingered, even in December. Following a long journey from New York to London, Steve Rogers arrived here with the entertainment troupe, far removed from the front lines of North Africa. Yet, the palpable atmosphere of war still enveloped the city, with soldiers returning from the front filling the streets. Supply convoys frequently rumbled through, and under the warm sun, Steve emerged from the aircraft. As dusk fell and he gazed at the fiery sun, a wave of reflections washed over him. The group arrived at a military camp, a joint base of the Allies. The fluttering flags revealed a predominance of British and Free French troops, with a small contingent of Americans. According to the Evening S agenda, a grand entertainment event was to unfold on the parade ground, prompting the troupe to convene in a prearranged tent for makeup and costume changes. As night cloaked the sky, the stage was erected on the field, and searchlights flickered to life. The Germans lacked the bombers to traverse from Libya to Cairo, thus allowing the Allies the audacity to host such a large-scale event. As customary, Steve Rogers, donned in his distinctive patriotic uniform, took the stage as Captain America. Raising his shield high, he was scheduled to deliver an impassioned speech as the opening act. However, the response from the Allied soldiers was less than enthusiastic. Their attention was captivated by the stunning starlets rather than a brawny figure like Steve. Particularly, they viewed him as a clown masquerading as a captain, too timid to tread the battlefield. Amidst the jeers directed at Steve Rogers clad in his uniform, the audience clamored for the beautiful women to take the stage. Hurry, bring out those ladies. Get the clown off the stage. I don't want to see you anymore. Faced with the discontent of the Allied soldiers below, Steve Rogers struggled to maintain his composure. After presenting a smile that was both indignant and courteous, he retreated backstage. Shortly thereafter, a troop of women, adorned in outfits reminiscent of cheerleaders, made their entrance to the rhythm of the music. Once backstage, Steve found a secluded spot to sit, his demeanor tinged with melancholy. He needed to contemplate whether his actions were truly worthwhile. At that moment, he overheard a conversation between two passing soldiers. They spoke of a significant event that had transpired at the end of November when the Allies achieved victory over the Axis forces during the Battle of El Alamein, advancing the front line into Libya. In the city of Tobruk, a fierce engagement unfolded, where the Axis powers, on the defensive, managed to decisively repel the Allied assault, executing a masterful counteroffensive. During the retreat, the American 107th Infantry Regiment was completely annihilated, with only a handful of soldiers managing to escape the onslaught. Those who survived recounted that the Axis forces appeared to wield a battalion armed with weapons of pure energy. This force, equipped with futuristic weaponry, seemed almost extraterrestrial. Their firearms emitted ethereal blue rays instead of conventional bullets. Any object struck by these beams disintegrated into fine dust. Showcasing an astounding level of destructive power, Allied tanks were rendered obsolete in an instant. In light of such advanced weaponry, the Allies' defeat was indeed comprehensible. It was precisely this failure that prompted Steve's current morale-boosting performance, as the frontline troops desperately needed encouragement. Upon hearing that his friend's unit had been obliterated, Steve rushed forward and grasped the arm of a soldier, urgently inquiring, was there a lieutenant named James Buchanan Barnes among the survivors of the 107th Infantry Regiment? Hey, buddy. What are you doing? I don't know him. The soldier, startled by Steve's grip, stammered. Do you even understand? Steve, growing anxious, demanded an answer. Hey. Let me handle this, all right? Just let go, another soldier interjected, sensing the tension. Fine. Please, tell me what you know about the 107th Infantry Regiment. I beg you. Steve implored, realizing his earlier impatience and loosening his grip. Well, I don't know much, but I can tell you this. During the battle at Tobruk, our troops were defeated by a peculiar force that resembled an army from the future. The 107th Infantry Regiment, tasked with the rear guard, suffered complete annihilation, with only a handful of individuals emerging unscathed. However, there was no Lieutenant Barnes among them, as the soldier gazed into Steve's eyes and spoke. Is that so? I understand. Steve replied, his expression shifting to one of sorrow. Listen, my friend. Although the 107th Infantry Regiment has been obliterated, it is possible that not all perished. Many may have been captured. I have heard that there exists a prisoner of war camp on the outskirts of Tobruk, housing Allied soldiers captured during the North African campaign. The soldier sought to comfort Steve, who appeared despondent. Wait, are you saying there is a prisoner camp there? Steve's interest peaked upon hearing this information. Indeed. But the issue lies in the fact that the camp is located 300 kilometers from our nearest front line. Between us and that location are Axis forces, and unless we can seize all of Tobruk, there is no feasible way to rescue those prisoners. Well, that is all I know. We have matters to attend to. So we shall take our leave. With that, the soldier gestured for his companion to depart. After absorbing this intelligence, a plan began to form in Steve's mind. He was determined to reach the Tobruk prisoner camp, feeling an undeniable need to find his brother, even if it meant confronting death. Steve, I have brought the map you requested. What is your intention? Peggy Carter entered Steve's tent, holding a rolled map. Hand it over, please. Oh, I see it now, though I did not anticipate it being so distant. Steve unfolded the map, scrutinizing it until he pinpointed the location of Tobruk. What do you seek that place for? Carter inquired, puzzled. Subsequently, Steve recounted the entire sequence of events to Carter. Initially, she vehemently opposed Steve's plan. What nonsense! As the sole success of the Rebirth program and the only super soldier, do you not comprehend your significance, Steve Rogers? I certainly do. Yet, despite her reservations, she found herself swayed by Steve's earnest plea and reluctantly acquiesced to his audacious scheme. Next, the duo sought out one of the primary financiers of the relief mission, Howard Stark, who had come to observe the new weapon experiments. Known for his adventurous spirit, Stark was immediately captivated by Steve's plan, and the three reached a swift consensus. Howard would personally pilot the aircraft, transporting Steve across the Axis blockade, enabling him to parachute directly into Tobruk for the rescue operation. As night fell, a B-17 bomber quietly took off from a field near Cairo, its target, Tobruk. Chapter 9. The Tobruk Operation 1. A B-17 of the Allies ascended from a makeshift airfield in Cairo, destined to traverse Axis lines en route to the city of Tobruk in Libya. On this aircraft, there were only 3 individuals: the renowned American entrepreneur, inventor, and magnate, Howard Stark, who served as the pilot, Peggy Carter, an agent of the American government and the flight attendant for this journey, and Steve Rogers, the super soldier and principal instigator of the mission. The airplane soared through the night sky, with calculations indicating they would arrive above Tobruk by noon the following day. Parachuting into enemy territory during daylight was undoubtedly a suicidal endeavor, not to mention the conspicuous parachute blossoms that would be evident in broad daylight. Navigating a B-17 bomber through the Axis positions during the day posed a significant challenge, with ground-based anti-aircraft installations and Axis Bf-109 fighters ready to pounce on the unescorted bomber. In light of these circumstances, the group devised an audacious plan. Steve would jump directly from the bomber at an altitude of 10,000 meters, concealing the purpose of their mission while also ensuring the aircraft's survival. After all, at such heights, enemy fighters were not as agile. As the sky gradually brightened and the sun rose in the east, Steve's direction was also toward the east. After a night of flight, he finally entered Libyan airspace, nearing the designated location. Steve, give this a try, Howard said, gesturing for Agent Carter, seated in the co-pilot's seat, to retrieve a leather case from a compartment on the aircraft. Upon opening it, they revealed a peculiar garment made of silk. What is this? Stark, your new outfit? Carter inquired, inspecting the attire. It's a gliding suit. I intended to use it for high-altitude gliding from the plane, but I never anticipated it would be employed under such circumstances. Steve, you can wear this suit to glide down from the aircraft. Do you understand? Glide. Due to the thunderous roar of the engines, Howard Stark nearly shouted his words. Ah, yes, I understand. But how do I put this on? Steve asked, eyeing the suit that resembled a flying squirrel's skin. There's a zipper on the back. Let Carter assist you. Prepare yourself. We are approaching our destination. With that, Howard focused intently on piloting the aircraft. When the plane's door swung open, Steve, donned in a striking red gliding suit adorned with golden trim, wearing a standard-issue military helmet and wind goggles, leaped from the cabin. As he exited the aircraft, the cold wind whipped across his face, and he began to plummet rapidly. Steve concentrated, replaying Howard's instructions on operating the gliding suit in his mind. Moments later, he felt capable of maneuvering the glider. A red silhouette streaked across the azure sky, heading toward Tobruk. Due to the small target and the rudimentary radar technology of the era, the Axis forces detected only a single B-17 passing overhead, failing to notice anything further. The gliding descent proceeded smoothly, and thus, Steve successfully landed within the Axis-occupied territory. Upon successfully landing on a desolate expanse of the Gobi Desert, Steve carefully packed away his excess burdens and buried them in the earth. After retrieving his compass and map to ascertain his approximate location, he set his course toward the city of Tobruk. The warm sunlight bathed the land, and Steve felt fortunate that it was December. The temperature of the Gobi was not as scorching as usual, but rather pleasantly mild. After an indeterminate amount of time spent walking, Steve arrived at a road marked on his map that led to the prisoner of war camp. It was still early, and he took out his entrenching tool from his backpack, digging a solitary foxhole in the ground. After camouflaging it, he concealed himself within, awaiting the onset of nightfall. As the sun sank below the horizon, the temperature in the Gobi rapidly plummeted. Soon, the sound of an engine echoed from the end of the road, and from his hiding place, Steve spotted a convoy of 10 trucks approaching from the distance, all heading toward the Tobruk prisoner of war camp. Cautiously, Steve emerged from his hiding spot and crawled into the drainage ditch beside the road. With the trucks moving at a leisurely pace, he seized the opportunity to latch onto the underside of one vehicle, stealthily gaining entry into the Tobruk camp. The Tobruk prisoner of war camp, one of the Axis powers facilities in North Africa, had recently become a holding place for a significant number of Allied soldiers captured during the recent Battle of Tobruk. This was not merely a POW camp. It also housed a weapons factory where prisoners were compelled to labor for the Axis powers, producing armaments. Once inside the compound, Steve quietly slipped away from the truck, surrounded by towering walls and watchtowers. The area was brightly illuminated, with searchlights sweeping across the grounds, rendering the entire camp visible. Machine guns were mounted at various vantage points, their barrels trained on the entrances of the camp. Such stringent security underscored the Axis powers' vigilance regarding this location. Concealed behind a stack of wooden crates, Steve observed his surroundings. The tight security made him anxious. This was his first foray into a battlefield, and to find himself within the enemy's camp heightened his nerves. Yet, the prospect of rescuing his friends made every risk worthwhile. His first task was to ascertain the layout of the camp to facilitate the swift liberation of the Allied prisoners. Regrettably, time was not on his side to thoroughly investigate the entire facility. He resolved to take a chance and venture into the heavily guarded large building nearby. As he watched the searchlights sweep the ground and the occasional patrol pass by, Steve turned and ascended to the roof of the building. Once atop, he found the patrols absent. As long as he remained cautious of the searchlights, this would be a safe haven. Utilizing the shadows as his cloak, he navigated the roof without incident, eventually reaching an open skylight from which he successfully entered the interior. Perched on a beam, he meticulously scrutinized the activities within. Below him lay a series of cramped rooms resembling bird cages, each filled with a multitude of individuals huddled closely together. From the tattered garments adorning them, it was evident that these individuals were indeed prisoners of war. The soldiers stationed here donned uniforms starkly different from those of their counterparts outside, equipped with advanced technology. And emblazoned on their chests was a red skull from which several tendrils extended. Steve understood that without eliminating these guards, communication with the prisoners would be impossible. As 2 soldiers approached, he swiftly augmented his physical prowess with magic, enhancing both his left-hand shield and right-hand dagger. Standing tall, he advanced with his right foot, allowing his body to drop freely. The left-hand shield struck the first soldier's head with a resounding thud, while the dagger effortlessly pierced through the second soldier's helmet, burying itself into his skull. The sounds were muted, failing to attract the attention of the other guards. After dispatching the 2 soldiers, Steve set his sights on the guards within the control room, making his way down the corridor. Along the path, he neutralized the German soldiers with shield bashes, throat slashes, and lethal stabs. During this stealthy endeavor, he recalled a piece of wisdom imparted by his aunt. The epitome of infiltration is to eliminate all who have seen you, ensuring that no one becomes aware of your presence. His stealth had proven remarkably successful, leading him to the threshold of the control room. Attempting to open the door, he discovered it was locked from within. Estimating the door's thickness, he drove his reinforced dagger into the metal, carving out a hole, and then deftly tumbled inside. The cramped control room housed 5 individuals. The noise from the cutting of the iron door immediately drew the attention of the guards. A fierce confrontation was imminent. Chapter 10. Operation Tobruk 2. As the iron door was breached, 5 soldiers armed with MP-38 submachine guns aimed their weapons at the entrance. The moment they laid eyes on Steve, they pulled the triggers, yet they were a fraction too slow. Having just severed the door, Steve hurled his ever-present dagger like a throwing knife, dispatching one soldier instantly. He then swiftly closed the distance to the remaining 4, delivering a powerful shield bash and a solid punch to take down 2 more. The last 2 soldiers, unable to fire due to proximity, were dispatched with a kick from Steve, while the final guard met his end at the hands of Steve's military dagger drawn from behind. In mere moments, within such a confined space, 5 armed German soldiers had been vanquished by Steve. With the enemies in the control room neutralized, Steve successfully secured this strategic vantage point within the prison, allowing him to survey the entire facility. The prison comprised 17 cages, each containing at least 60 prisoners of war, with a minimum of 10 Axis soldiers guarding each cage. In order to safely inquire about Barnes' whereabouts among the prisoners, Steve resolved to eliminate all of the guarding soldiers. Steve decided to commence his mission from the surveillance room, methodically eliminating the soldiers from high to low. Within merely half an hour, he had dispatched all the guards at the prisoner of war camp. Clad in the uniform of the United States Army, Steve caught the attention of the captured Allied soldiers upon his arrival, yet they remained silent, yearning for a chance to escape. "Hey, my friend, are you here to rescue us? How many have come?" After Steve had dealt with the last guard, a prisoner dressed in British military attire spoke up. Indeed. Just how many have arrived? Has Tobruk fallen into our hands?" Please wait a moment. I need to locate a friend of mine. He is a lieutenant from the 107th Infantry Regiment, named James Buchanan Barnes. Has anyone seen him?" Faced with the multitude of inquiries from the prisoners, Steve found himself at a loss for words, yet he remained steadfast in his purpose, to find his dear friend. "I don't know who that is. Never heard of him." "Wait, are you referring to Lieutenant Barnes? He was promoted before he was captured." A nearby American prisoner interjected. "Is he still alive?" At last, amidst the clamor, Steve received news of his friend. "Yes, he is alive, and he is indeed in this camp, though he is not confined with us. He has been taken to the office building," the American prisoner continued. "Thank you ever so much. Everyone, listen up. Not far behind this prison lies an armory. We must devise a plan to seize it and rearm ourselves for our escape." As Steve opened the cell doors, he addressed the prisoners. "Quickly gather the weapons and ammunition from this prison. We must be swift. Our situation may have already been compromised. Hurry." "Where are you headed, Captain?" a bearded man in an American uniform inquired. "Captain?" Steve questioned, puzzled by the soldier's address. "Yes. Are you not the Captain America? Look, your uniform is still beneath that military garb." The bearded man pointed to the blue uniform with the white star peeking from under Steve's open military coat. "Very well. I am off to rescue my friend. Moreover, I believe you are all aware that I am the sole one here to undertake this mission. Then, good luck to you." "Captain," the bearded man replied before departing with his MP-38 submachine gun in hand. "Thank you for your well wishes." After checking his gear, Steve set off. The office building referred to the one adjacent to the munitions factory. Uncertain as to why Barnes had been taken there, Steve nevertheless capitalized on the prisoner's uprising to divert the attention of numerous Axis soldiers, allowing him to stealthily infiltrate the factory. In this factory, Steve encountered peculiar soldiers clad in futuristic armor. As Steve advanced, he dispatched no fewer than 10 of these soldiers. Their protective gear seemed to offer some resistance to piercing attacks. However, it proved ineffectual against the enhanced strikes of Steve's military dagger. Stealthily, he executed shield charges and lethal thrusts with an increasing finesse in his stealth techniques. Unnoticed, he moved like a shadow, for those who could detect his presence had already met their demise. At last, Steve discovered Bucky Barnes, seemingly dazed and lying flat on a sofa in what appeared to be an office. "Bucky, by the heavens, I finally found you," Steve exclaimed, his heart racing with excitement as he gazed at the bewildered Barnes. "My goodness, I must be dreaming. What sort of trickery is this? My friend Steve could never be this imposing." Bucky, after receiving a few swift slaps from Steve, regained his senses and was taken aback by Steve's towering presence. He soon realized that he was still under the control of Hydra. "All right, Bucky, I'm here to rescue you. Come with me without delay." "I will explain everything on the way," Steve insisted, not pausing to engage in further conversation as he pulled Bucky towards the exit. The liberated prisoners successfully seized the small armory, and these newly armed troops wreaked havoc throughout the prison camp. John Schmidt, dispatched by Hitler to North Africa to assist the Desert Fox Rommel in stabilizing the front lines, had recently achieved significant success during the Battle of Tobruk, demonstrating his value to the German High Command. This success had afforded him greater authority. Under the guidance of Dr. Arnim Zola, the long-stalled super soldier program was reignited, now with a plethora of human test subjects. In his office, John Schmidt became aware of the uprising within the prisoner camp. The unexpected nature of the revolt rendered the soldiers present incapable of subduing it. To conceal his ambitions, Schmidt had intentionally constructed the camp in this desolate expanse. Knowing that reinforcements would take time to arrive, the camp was destined to fall. Schmidt notified Dr. Zola to initiate the prearranged evacuation plan. He had no intention of wasting too many Hydra troops here. As for the military factory beneath him, it could be destroyed, after all. He had hundreds of such facilities across the continent. However, from prior intelligence, he had surmised that enemy super soldiers would likely be involved this time. Schmidt resolved to meet this adversary, curious to see what the soldier favored by Abraham Erskine truly resembled. With this in mind, Schmidt donned his gear and made his way towards the exit of the factory. Chapter 11. The Tobruk Operation 3 Under the Shroud of Night. The prisoner camp erupted with gunfire, explosions, and the cries of battle. The prisoners freed by Steve had seized weapons from the armory and armed themselves once more. During their time in the prisoner of war camp, they developed an intense animosity towards the soldiers of the Axis powers. Their singular objective became clear: freedom. They fought for their liberation and for their future. The makeshift army formed by the prisoners grew remarkably potent under this influence, while the Axis soldiers were caught off guard by the prisoners' counterattacks. Simultaneously, under John Schmidt's orders, the Hydra forces began to regroup and withdrew from the battle, resulting in a significant reduction of the defending troops, rendering them incapable of intercepting the escaping prisoners. Inside the factory's office building, Steve, accompanied by Barnes, navigated through the corridors like two bewildered flies, eventually discovering a path leading to the outside world, only to find it seemingly obstructed. On a narrow iron bridge meant for single passage, Steve supported Barnes as they staggered toward the exit, only to find a tall, fair-skinned officer clad in German leather standing at the opposite end. This was a quintessential image of a Germanic figure: golden hair, sharply defined facial features, piercing green eyes, and pale skin. "It appears you are the one, the product of Dr. Erskine," John Schmidt remarked, observing Steve's wary demeanor. "I am aware that Dr. Erskine is dead. Following your success, I issued the order for that assassination." Upon hearing Schmidt's words, a surge of fury coursed through Steve. He advanced swiftly and delivered a left hook to Schmidt, refraining from using enhanced magic for fear of killing him. "Now you shall witness my strength." Schmidt retorted after absorbing Steve's punch, retaliating with a powerful blow aimed at Steve. Reacting instinctively, Steve strengthened his shield and raised it in front of him. Hearing a resounding thud as Schmidt's fist struck, he felt the formidable force of the blow, stronger than any soldier he had previously encountered, nearly rivaling Aunt May's strength. Unbeknownst to Steve, during his training with Hela, she had refrained from exerting full force, fearing she might inadvertently injure him, even after he had received the super soldier serum. As Schmidt's fist impacted the shield, which appeared to be made of ordinary metal yet left no mark, he grew curious about its material. Schmidt then unleashed 3 more punches. Steve skillfully deflected one of Schmidt's fists with his left shield, and with a powerful right punch, he struck Schmidt squarely in the chest, sending him staggering back 3 meters. On the other end of the bridge, Dr. Arnim Zola sensed trouble as he witnessed Schmidt being knocked back by Steve's punch. He quickly pulled the lever controlling the bridge's opening mechanism, causing the once connected iron bridge to slowly separate. Meanwhile, Schmidt began to rise from the ground, recovering from the blow. Gasping for breath, he remarked, "The formula from Erskine's indeed seems to have undergone some minor enhancements." "You understand nothing," Steve shouted furiously at Schmidt. "I understand nothing, do I?" Schmidt, upon hearing Steve's retort, angrily tore off the mask that had concealed his face, revealing his true visage, fiery crimson skin and a skull-like head. "You have been deceived by Erskines. You have been ruined, boy," Schmidt bellowed with rage. "Good heavens, Steve. You aren't like that, are you? Wearing a mask of human skin?" Barnes, standing behind Steve, asked in a state of utter disbelief as he gazed upon Schmidt's true form. "What nonsense, Bucky. I haven't transformed into his grotesque likeness," Steve replied, equally astonished at Schmidt's revelation. "You have long pretended to be a soldier, too afraid to confront your own true power, living in fear of him. You have been deceived. Boy, I shall prove that I am his most successful creation, not you," Schmidt asserted, leading Dr. Zola toward an elevator. "Do you truly believe yourself to be so formidable?" Steve questioned loudly, taken aback by Schmidt's arrogance. Of course, I believe myself to be immensely powerful, and I take pride in my strength," Schmidt declared before stepping into the elevator. "You know nothing of true power," Steve muttered softly as he watched Schmidt depart. Indeed, Schmidt was oblivious to the essence of genuine strength. He recalled the moment he returned to his aunt's house after the serum injection, where he had a fierce sparring session with Hela in the underground training chamber. When Steve, empowered by magic, delivered a mighty punch only to have it effortlessly caught by Hela with a smile, he was dumbfounded, exclaiming, This is impossible. Darling, there is nothing impossible about this," Hela replied, exerting her strength to twist and dislocate Steve's right arm, then delivering a punishing blow to his chest that sent him sprawling to the ground. "You know nothing of true power, my foolish nephew," Hela said, her foot resting on Steve's chest, a smile gracing her lips. This scene lingered in Steve's memory. He could never comprehend how his aunt possessed such formidable strength. However, now was not the moment for such ponderings, as explosions erupted throughout the factory. They had ascended from the lower levels due to the chaos, and Steve, with Barnes, climbed onto a beam, signaling Barnes to traverse it, for the exit lay just across. Barnes, trembling, cautiously walked along the beam, but the incessant explosions caused violent vibrations. He had to crawl along the beam to reach the other side. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion triggered a fierce tremor, and the beam snapped. In a moment of desperation, Barnes leaped forward, grasping the railing on the opposite side with a firm grip. "Leave quickly, Bucky. I will search for another route," Steve urged as he witnessed Barnes successfully reach the opposite side, feeling a significant weight lifted from his mind. "I will not leave unless you come over," Barnes declared loudly. "I'll see if there's any rope or something similar. I won't move unless you come over." "All right. Step back a bit," Steve replied, prying open a gap in the railing wide enough for him to pass through, retreating a few steps. He then reinforced his body with magic and, with a powerful leap, soared over the roaring flames below, landing successfully on the platform across. However, his landing was somewhat flawed. Barnes watched in astonishment as Steve leapt high, tracing a graceful arc before crashing against the wall of their current platform. "Ouch, that hurt," Steve murmured after slamming into the wall. "Huh. Oh, Steve, you're still the same." Barnes laughed heartily at the sight of Steve stuck against the wall. "All right. We need to escape this dreadful place," Steve stated solemnly as he descended from the wall. "Yes, let us get out of this wretched place," Barnes echoed with equal seriousness. Chapter 12. The hero returns on the arid expanse of the desert. Dry winds swept across the desolate terrain. Within the Allied camp, comprised of trenches, tents, barbed wire, and watchtowers, Colonel Phillips sat at his typewriter, typing away, while Peggy Carter stood at attention beside him. "It has been 7 days. We flew all the way from Cairo and have been waiting here for a week. Steve is dead, and you must take responsibility for his reckless actions," Colonel Phillips declared, ripping the document from the typewriter and handing it to Peggy. "I firmly believe that Steve will succeed. He must still be alive," Peggy retorted with conviction. "Believe? Your insistence is futile. Accept it. Steve is dead. Stark, that wealthy arms dealer, has no influence over those politicians. And you are nothing. You better consider what you will face next." Phillips, interrupted by Carter, grew even angrier and tossed the document into her hands. "What is this?" she asked. "The death notice of Steve Rogers. You are to deliver it personally to his home. But Steve isn't dead. We've investigated. He has an aunt in Brooklyn, New York. Steve is alive. Oh, poor old woman. If she knew her only relative had perished, how heartbroken she would be. I've told you, Steve is not dead." Peggy interjected angrily, unwilling to endure any more of Colonel Phillips' tirade. "It has been 7 days. Not a single word. Except for the information we received on the 3rd day from aerial reconnaissance, confirming that the POW camp in Tobruk has been reduced to ruins. Since then, there has been no further news." Colonel Phillips was thoroughly infuriated by Carter's assertions. The prisoner of war camp had already been reduced to ruins. Yet was that not sufficient evidence of Steve's success? Carter fixed his gaze upon Phillips, stating, "But what about next? How many reconnaissance planes did we dispatch in the remaining 4 days? And what was the result? We have practically ravaged this land, yet found not a trace of him. Stop thinking about it. That boy is surely dead." Phillips was weary of engaging in such a tedious dispute. 7 long days had passed, each feeling like an eternity. As the sole outcome of the Rebirth Project, Steve Rogers had stealthily infiltrated enemy territory to rescue his friend. To venture over 400 kilometers into enemy lines to save someone? It was sheer folly. Now, with such an incident occurring under his command, Steve, that scoundrel, would face death, and he himself was bound for a military tribunal. At that moment, they heard voices outside the tent. Peggy Carter lifted the flap and joined the soldiers who were running and cheering towards the camp's entrance. A procession of approximately 1,000 troops was slowly advancing towards the camp. Through the binoculars, one could see that leading the formation was none other than Steve Rogers. Clad in his American military uniform, his iconic shield in hand. Beside him was a soldier in summer fatigues wielding an energy weapon. Following them was a throng of Allied soldiers, armed with a variety of weapons. Their vehicles ranged from jeeps and trucks to armored vehicles and tanks, although there were only a few. Nevertheless, the scene before them was profoundly awe-inspiring. As the contingent arrived, the atmosphere within the camp reached a fever pitch. The Allied soldiers willingly parted to create a wide passage, standing at attention as they watched the triumphant return of the prisoners under Steve's leadership. Steve had succeeded. He had ventured alone into the Axis-occupied prisoner-of-war camp solely to rescue his friend. That day, after Steve and Barnes had burst forth from the exploding factory, they had cleared the camp of its enemies alongside the liberated prisoners. But this was merely the beginning of their journey to freedom. They would need to prepare not only their weapons and ammunition, but also sufficient supplies for over 1,000 individuals, equivalent to the size of an infantry battalion. They faced the daunting task of traversing at least 500 kilometers of arid terrain. Adequate supplies were imperative. Once preparations were complete, the freed prisoners embarked on their quest for freedom under Steve's guidance. By day, they concealed themselves and rested. By night, they pressed on in the darkness. They navigated their way, hiding and stumbling, until they finally arrived at the nearest Allied camp to the front lines. Upon returning to the camp, Steve encountered the astonished face of Colonel Phillips and quickly reported in. As a soldier, he was acutely aware of the gravity of his actions. He knew that this behavior would undoubtedly lead him to a military tribunal. However, at this moment, Philip was no longer inclined to pursue the matter of Steve's unauthorized actions. He gazed at the unfolding scene, pondering the true significance of Steve Rogers. As a super soldier, his inaugural mission had culminated in a momentous triumph, enabling the United States military to once again recognize the formidable power of super soldiers. 5 days later, rather than facing a military tribunal for his disobedience, Steve was promoted to captain due to the success of his mission and was granted permission to lead a task force. On the other hand, the Allies fervently touted the accomplishments of Steve Rogers, elevating Captain America to a household name. This was the treatment befitting a hero, and Steve had finally realized his ambitions. That boy, truly stubborn, Hela remarked, as she found herself in Yan'an, China, perusing a newspaper. The paper featured an image of Steve clad in a distinctive combat uniform, wielding a round shield in one hand and a pistol at his waist. His heroic demeanor was complemented by a gentle smile. "That American captain is quite impressive," remarked a man in a gray uniform from the 18th Army, observing the newspaper in Hela's hands. "Oh, he is just a foolish lad," Hela replied upon hearing the stranger's voice. "Is that so? You must be related to him," the man in uniform inquired. "Yes, he is my nephew," Hela responded with a smile. "Who would have thought, Miss Kate, that you were so young? Your nephew is already so grown," the uniformed man remarked, looking at Hela. "This war has dragged on long enough. I truly wonder how much longer it will continue." Hela sighed as she gazed at the distant sky. "Not long now. It is nearing its conclusion. We shall surely prevail in this war," the man affirmed resolutely after hearing Hela's lament. "Such confidence. Yet the future remains so uncertain," Hela retorted, folding the newspaper and rising to her feet. "This war is a righteous one for us. The forces of justice must triumph, do they not?" The soldier spoke once more. "In China, there is an ancient saying, 'The victor becomes king, the vanquished a criminal.' We foreigners also have a saying, 'Only the victors are just.' Well, I must attend my class now. Farewell," Hela concluded as she walked toward the nearby classroom. "Indeed, I believe in my people and country. We shall emerge victorious in this war." Intriguing. Chapter 13. The Secret War. June 7th, 1944. The Allies successfully landed at Normandy, thereby establishing a second front in Europe. Germany found itself encircled on 2 fronts. And during the Normandy invasion, Captain America and his Howling Commandos played a pivotal role. On the eve of the landing, he and his comrades parachuted into enemy territory, successfully intercepting Hydra forces and preventing reinforcements from reaching the Normandy front, ultimately capturing Wolfgang von Strucker in the process. As a founding member of the Hydra organization, Strucker possesses a wealth of knowledge. Upon acquiring this vital intelligence, the Allies began to take the German Hydra division seriously for the first time. In response to this formidable force, the Allied leaders established a special unit known as the Strategic Scientific Reserve, specifically to counter the Hydra threat. As the Allies achieved successive victories on the battlefield, the role of Captain America and his Howling Commandos diminished significantly. However, on the other front, Captain America and his team played a decisive role in the confrontations against Hydra. Thus commenced a clandestine war between the Strategic Scientific Reserve and Hydra. In a northern French forest, Captain America rode alone on a motorcycle, pursued by 3 Hydra motorcycles. His objective this time was the secret Hydra base concealed within the woods. The dense trees hindered aerial reconnaissance, resulting in limited intelligence. Thus, Steve and his team needed to gather information themselves. The roar of motorcycle engines echoed through the forest as Steve, riding a motorcycle designed by Howard Stark, accelerated at an astonishing speed, leaving the pursuing Hydra vehicles in his wake. Yet, he knew he had to neutralize the 3 motorcycles quickly, or risk being surrounded by the substantial Hydra forces stationed nearby. If that were to happen, the situation would become dire. With this thought, Steve abruptly turned his motorcycle to confront his pursuers head-on. Enhanced, he felt the motorcycle surge to a new level of speed. Navigating through the towering trees and rugged terrain of the forest was no ordinary feat. Due to the velocity of Steve's motorcycle, the Hydra soldiers could barely discern his form as they approached each other. As the distance closed, Steve seized a Thompson submachine gun from the weapon rack on his bike and unleashed a barrage of fire upon the oncoming Hydra soldiers. The weapon living up to its moniker, the Chicago typewriter. As they passed each other, the 3 Hydra motorcycles lost control, crashing into heaps of twisted metal. Steve swiftly regained his direction and continued towards the Hydra's secret base. The gunfire in the forest undoubtedly alerted the Hydra operatives within the base. With a piercing alarm sounding, the entire facility sprang to life, and all combat personnel hurried to their positions, facing an empty motorcycle speeding towards them. In an instant, gunfire erupted, but it soon ceased, revealing a charred wreck of a motorcycle before their eyes. Not far away, atop a towering beech tree, Steve perched, wielding binoculars to scrutinize the personnel allocation and defensive structures of the secret base. 3 days later, Steve led the Howling Commandos stealthily to the vicinity of this clandestine stronghold, this time taking the lead in the assault. Bucky, secure the high ground nearby. As we advance, eliminate any threats that may endanger us, Steve instructed Barnes. Clad in military attire and holding a map, Dum-Dum, you and the others will form the second wave. Once I breach the gate, follow my lead. Together, we shall dismantle this secret base. Now, let the mission commence. Positions, everyone. In the early morning, a thick mist enveloped the entire forest. Barnes, cradling an exceptionally unique sniper rifle, ascended to a pre-selected vantage point. Meanwhile, Steve rode a motorcycle laden with timed explosives toward the entrance of the secret base. Enhanced by magic, the bike surged forward with remarkable speed. As the motorcycle neared the gate, Steve leapt off like a stunt performer, allowing the bike to careen into the hail of gunfire defending the base. A blinding flash erupted, followed by a deafening blast, obliterating a substantial section centered around the base's entrance, leaving behind a 2-meter-deep crater with a 50-meter radius. With the outer defenses of the base dismantled, the Howling Commandos, under Steve's command, commenced their assault. Steve charged into the fray, confronting 5 imposing soldiers wielding flamethrowers. He thrust his shield forward, transforming it into a projectile that sailed gracefully through the air, returning to his hand with deadly precision, shattering the skulls of the 5 flame bearers. Just as Steve hurled his shield, a gunner from a still intact machine gun nest aimed at him. Unfortunately for the assailant, he never had the chance to pull the trigger, as Barnes, stationed at a distance for cover, dispatched him with a single shot from his captured Hydra sniper rifle. Following closely behind, the Howling Commandos unleashed their fury. Armed with Thompson submachine guns, M4 Garands, and Browning Bar 1918 light machine guns, they rained fire upon their adversaries. The formation pressed forward until they arrived at the entrance of what resembled a factory. Steve delivered a powerful blow with his shield, shattering the sealed doors. As the gates swung open, Hydra soldiers concealed within unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards the entrance. Shield raised, Steve led the charge. with the Howling Commandos returning fire in unison. Before long, they had cleared the factory of enemies, securing the area. Meanwhile, the main forces of the Strategic Science Corps had also arrived at the secret base, and the full-scale assault commenced. John Schmidt, situated deep within the Hydra main base in the Alps, was enraged upon learning that yet another secret stronghold had been compromised. With the tides of the global conflict turning, the Axis powers found themselves retreating under the relentless onslaught of the Allies. This compelled Schmidt to hasten his plans. However, given the current circumstances, he feared his ambitions might be doomed. Captain America, Steve Rogers, remained a significant thorn in his side and needed to be eliminated. A plan began to take shape in his mind. Chapter 14. The Secret War II. Increasingly, bases were being dismantled by Captain America and his Howling Commandos. We are devising a strategy, Commander. A strategy? What strategy? We are planning a bait operation. Once Captain America and his team fall into the trap, we can annihilate them in one fell swoop. Enough. You said the same during the last 2 attempts. This is sufficient. Do not squander our already limited manpower on futile endeavors. But enough. You may leave now. Hothwile, additionally, find time to inquire with Shaw about how many vials of those genetic samples we possess. I have an idea. Understood, General Schmidt. Go. A man clad in German military attire exited the spacious office, leaving John Schmidt alone in his swivel chair before the floor-to-ceiling window. Ever since the Allies successfully landed in Normandy, the skies over the European continent were no longer under German dominion. Yet, even now, it could not be denied that they remained formidable. At that moment, Steve Rogers was piloting an American P-51 Mustang, conducting low-altitude reconnaissance. During this period, he and the Howling Commandos had dismantled numerous Hydra secret bases, making the remaining ones even more clandestine. The intelligence department's reports had become less timely and precise, often necessitating Steve's personal reconnaissance. This mission was no exception, yet thus far, he had yielded no results. As Steve circled the designated area in his P-51, preparing to return to base due to a lack of discoveries, he suddenly spotted 2 small black dots above his aircraft. As the dots drew nearer, he discerned that they were German fighters. These 2 diving German aircraft approached with astonishing speed, adding to the challenges faced by the solitary reconnaissance pilot. Under Steve's adept control, the Mustang commenced a dive in an attempt to evade the oncoming assault from the German fighters. However, these were no ordinary aircraft. They were not the typical piston-engine Bf-109, but rather the German jet fighters, the Me-262. The jet's speed far surpassed that of piston-engine planes, making it appear that Steve was now trapped in a dire predicament. Steve, piloting the P-51 Mustang, noticed the advanced capabilities of the enemy aircraft. Without hesitation, he infused his fighter with magical enhancements. At the moment the enhancement was completed, the P-51 Mustang astonishingly broke the sound barrier. With Steve's enhancements, the aircraft's performance rivaled that of the German Me-262 jet fighter. As the P-51 performed a series of rolls in its dive, a pursuing Me-262 also dove, unleashing a barrage of gunfire, yet all the rounds missed their mark. Just as the Mustang was about to skim the treetops, it abruptly soared upward into the sky. The Me-262 that had been following closely shifted from its dive to level flight before the Mustang's ascent, witnessing the Mustang transition from a dive to a climb. The level-flying Me-262 immediately began its ascent, closely tailing the Mustang. Meanwhile, another Me-262, which had been maintaining altitude, initiated a dive upon realizing the Mustang's maneuver, effectively sandwiching Steve's aircraft between them. The sound of bullets whizzing past the aircraft surpassed even the roar of the engines. Steve was entirely focused on maneuvering his aircraft to evade the German fighter's fire, successfully locking onto an approaching enemy plane and opening fire. 2 rounds shot from the Mustang illuminated the air, striking the diving German fighter and erupting in a fiery explosion. Simultaneously, Steve felt a sudden jolt from his aircraft. He realized it had been hit. However, the magically enhanced skin of his aircraft was comparable to the frontal armor protection of an American M4 Sherman tank, making it nearly impossible for mere aircraft cannons to penetrate. After reaching a certain altitude, the Mustang executed a roll and transitioned into a dive, circling back to confront the pursuing Me-262. The targeted Me-262 was struck by the Mustang's cannon fire and exploded mid-air, bursting into flames like a brilliant firework. Following the destruction of these 2 aircraft, Steve decided to return to base, as his fuel was nearly depleted and reconnaissance had yielded no results. Deep within the Alps, at the Hydra headquarters, Dr. Daniel Holtweiler, a biologist, and Dr. Arnim Zola, a physicist, were calibrating a massive device. After his initial encounter with Steve, John Schmidt felt his own inadequacies. He had long believed that even without personal strength, his leadership of Hydra would suffice against Steve. Instead, he watched helplessly as the bases he had tirelessly built were systematically obliterated by Steve. John Schmidt resolved to take a daring gamble. He sought to absorb a fraction of the legendary Dragon Gem's energy to enhance his physical form. However, to augment his chances of success, he paid a considerable price to procure several vials of precious genetic serum from his colleague in the German government, Sebastian Shaw. This remarkable concoction, derived from the enigmatic mutants, possessed the ability to absorb various forms of energy. Schmidt decided to first inject this serum before attempting to harness energy from the Dragon Gem. Though undeniably audacious, he was willing to stake everything for his ambition. Having meticulously prepared, Mr. Schmidt was approached by the diminutive Arnim Zola, clad in a pristine lab coat. "Let us commence," he said, his skeletal face betraying no emotion. "Mr. Schmidt, I still advise against conducting this experiment personally. The energy of the cosmic cube is overwhelmingly vast. Should any mishap occur, I, as a scientist, would still prefer you not to undertake this perilous endeavor of channeling magical energy into the human form," Dr. Zola cautioned. "No one could predict the outcome of this experiment." "Very well, Dr. Zola. I appreciate your concerns. I have faith in your expertise," Schmidt interjected, his expression unyielding. "Holtweiler, proceed with the injection." Lying on the fully deployed surgical table of the irradiation chamber, Schmidt secured the restraining straps and glanced at Daniel Holtweiler. "I hope for our success, Colonel Schmidt," Holtweiler replied as he pressed the button to inject the genetic serum. "Indeed, for the triumph of Hydra," Schmidt proclaimed after receiving the serum. Subsequently, the irradiation chamber gradually closed. Dr. Arnim Zola cautiously activated the energy extraction device of the cosmic cube. A slender stream of energy flowed through the preset conduits into the irradiation chamber. Then, an ethereal blue radiance erupted within, and Schmidt remained silent inside the chamber, enveloped in an eerie stillness. The luminescence persisted for an extended duration before gradually dimming until it vanished completely. The sealed chamber slowly opened, and the platform gently raised Schmidt, who gradually opened his tightly shut eyes. They sparkled with an otherworldly blue light. "I have been reborn. An unstoppable force courses through me," Schmidt declared, gazing at the astonished faces of Zola and Holtweiler. "Hail Hydra!" Zola and Daniel Holtweiler shouted, captivated by the transformation before them, unaware of the monstrosity they had unwittingly created. John Schmidt now embodied, as he himself proclaimed, an indomitable energy flowing within him. His physical prowess had transcended that of mere mortals, reaching the pinnacle of divine might. At this moment, he has even acquired a superpower, one that he must develop on his own. Red Skull, Johann Schmidt, has grown more formidable. "Captain America, are you prepared to face the wrath of Hydra? The energy of the Tesseract has fallen into the hands of others. The location is Earth. Death, it seems. You have orchestrated yet another fortunate event. Eternity, might you ponder carefully before speaking? Enough. We must now deliberate on how to resolve this predicament rather than listening to your squabbling. The tribunal of life. Let us be clear. I shall not take responsibility for this matter. I am death. The affairs of mortals do not concern me. Is that so? Then you must understand that the space stone was left behind by Odin. This, in a way, pertains to you. Oblivion, ensure your words are substantiated. So be it, death. This matter shall fall under your purview. The power of the Infinity Stones is beyond mortal comprehension. Hey, I say, this is utterly exasperating. Hela exclaimed before teleporting back to her divine domain in Hell. Inform the agents of Chaldea. I require their assistance. Upon returning to her throne, Hela addressed the nearby envoy. At your command, my goddess, the envoy replied before vanishing. It appears my foolish nephew may be in grave peril. Ultimately, it seems I, as his aunt, must lend him a hand. Who shall I send? The adversary wields the power of the space stone, albeit a minuscule fraction. Scathack? No. She is needed to guard the entrance to the underworld of Shadowland. Her apprentice, Kuchulin? No, this is a covert operation. And Kuchulin is not one to operate discreetly. The Celts are rather unreliable. Perhaps Siegfried? No, that would be inappropriate. This time, it would be best to let that band of assassins handle the matter. Yes, it is settled. I shall send those Hassans to resolve this issue. Furthermore, I must prepare some tools for them. I need to check with Aristotle and Galileo to see if they have any new research findings. Chapter 15. The end of war in 1945, the Axis powers were on the verge of collapse. The entire world was witnessing the long-awaited dawn of peace. This 8-year-long war was finally nearing its conclusion. As Hydra observed the waning power of the Axis, Schmidt, driven by his ambitions, declared Hydra's separation from Germany. In light of the current situation, Hydra was faced with a substantial amount of resources that needed relocation. Utilizing the relatively intact railway network across the European continent, Hydra began to transport their supplies. According to the latest intelligence, the target we seek, physicist Dr. Arnim Zola, is aboard that train. Therefore, I need you, Captain, to lead your team to seize that train, Colonel Phillips instructed, scrutinizing the information in his hands while gazing at Steve and the surrounding howling commandos. Wow, a train robbery. This is truly exhilarating, Captain. James Howlett, clad in military fatigues and with a cigar clenched between his teeth, exudes an air of reckless abandon. Indeed, Howlett, it seems we may have ventured into the realm of excessive thrill. What are your thoughts, dug in Bucky? Steve, with a grave expression, scrutinized the intelligence in his hands. Can we ascertain the route of this train? Barnes inquired upon hearing Steve's words. While we cannot confirm the entire route, we can identify several critical points. Colonel Phillips replied somewhat awkwardly. Only a few points? This task appears to be quite daunting, remarked Dum Dum Duggan, a man adorned with a round hat and prominent mustaches. Where lies the most probable point? After perusing the intelligence, Steve asked. Here, at this cliffside railway near the Alps. It is anticipated that the train will emerge from this tunnel, Colonel Phillips indicated on the map. There? Very well. Brothers, let us venture forth and tempt fate. May fortune favor us, Steve declared, donning the helmet that lay on the table and leading the way out. 3 days later, atop a snow-laden tunnel beset by fierce winds, Captain America, accompanied by his howling commandos, arrived to commence their pre-battle preparations. The team retrieved powerful nail guns from their backpacks, securing long nails tied with ropes firmly into the opposing rock face. All would utilize zip lines to descend from the tunnel's summit onto the speeding train. The designated time arrived, yet the train had yet to appear. Just as everyone began to suspect it would not pass this way, the sound of wheels clashing against tracks echoed from the distance. The train approaches. A sleek, streamlined locomotive hurtled out from the tunnel, and Captain America led the howling commandos as they successfully boarded the racing train via zip lines. Once inside the car, Steve quickly realized he had fallen into a trap. A confrontation awaited him with two adversaries clad in unknown materials, their outfits adorned with luminescent blue stripes. In the ensuing clash, the opponents held their ground fiercely. One engaged in hand-to-hand combat, while the other wielded a beam rifle to suppress Steve. Barnes, who had been acting in tandem with Steve, was swiftly knocked aside by the enemy. The Hydra soldier engaged in close combat brandished a dagger, relentlessly assaulting Steve, while his companion intermittently fired at Steve with the rifle. In a moment of oversight, Steve found his shield kicked away by the melee combatant, followed by a crushing elbow strike that sent him sprawling. Nearby, Barnes, wincing in pain, rushed to retrieve Steve's vibranium shield, only to be shot out of the train by a powerful beam rifle from the enemy. This shot left a gaping hole in the train car. Barnes clung desperately to the iron pipe, enduring the onslaught. Upon witnessing this, Steve sprang into action, charging towards the melee soldier, seizing him, and propelling him towards the ranged combatant. He then closed in, drawing his dagger and enhancing it with magic. Two heads soared into the air as Steve dispatched the enemies. He hurried to Barnes' side. "Hold on. Give me your hand, Bucky," Steve called, groping through the breach to reach his friend. "I'm trying, Steve. Watch your back." Barnes suddenly spotted a more robust Hydra heavy soldier materializing behind Steve, his beam rifle aimed directly at him. In a moment of desperation, he hurled his shield at the soldier. The shield struck true, but Barnes lacked the strength to redirect the rifle's aim, and the beam struck the fragile metal between Steve and Barnes. Suddenly, Barnes felt the ground give way beneath him, and he plummeted into the abyss, still gripping the iron pipe. Steve, witnessing his dear friend fall, was consumed by rage. He narrowly evaded a shot from the beam rifle, retrieved his shield, and hurled it with great force at the soldier, ending the threat. Then, the door of the carriage was violently kicked open, revealing James Howlett, drenched in blood, his hands adorned with protruding bone claws. "So, you are a mutant," Howlett, Steve remarked, observing the scene before him. Ah, what's it to you? Is the captain a mutant hater? Howlett scoffed. Of course not. If you are a mutant, all the better. Let us hasten to bring this to a close, Steve declared, raising his shield and charging towards the locked door of the carriage. Bucky, truly? I never expected you to meet your end like this. Howlett inferred the situation from Steve's demeanor. The duo teamed up, cutting through their foes with ease, quickly reaching the cockpit of the train. They encountered a panic-stricken Dr. Arnim Zola. 2 weeks later, the Strategic Scientific Reserve located Hydra's main base, hidden within the Alps. At this moment, Johann Schmidt's preliminary preparations were finally complete. He was ready to commence his plan to purify the world with fire, establishing his new world atop the ruins that would follow. Cut off one head, 2 more shall sprout. The Hydra soldiers chanted fervently, blocking the advance of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Then I shall sever those 2, Colonel Phillips declared, firing his shotgun and slaying a Hydra soldier. Under his command, the Strategic Scientific Reserve surged forward, quickly breaching the core of the secret base. John Schmidt incessantly lured Steve to the majestic super bomber named Valkyrie. As I have stated, Captain, I am the finest creation of Erskine. My power is unparalleled. Schmidt sealed the iron gate to the tarmac, leaving only Steve and himself amidst the vast expanse. You are a madman, Schmidt. Steve, unwilling to engage in further banter, fortified his body and delivered a powerful punch. Schmidt met Steve's blow with his right hand, then retaliated with a left hook that struck Steve's vibranium shield, forcing him to stagger back. I have warned you, my strength is insurmountable. Schmidt's eyes glimmered with an eerie blue light as he fixated on the astonished Steve. The power of magic. Steve gasped at Schmidt's display. The might of the Tesseract is truly magnificent. I am invincible, Schmidt bellowed in a frenzy, pummeling Steve's shield with rapid strikes. Even with both hands on the shield, Steve struggled to maintain his ground against Schmidt's relentless assault. At that moment, a crossbow bolt suddenly flew forth, which Schmidt narrowly avoided by tilting his head. Before he could respond, a shadow descended from above. Sensing impending danger, Schmidt retreated a few steps. A tall figure clad in a deep blue trench coat, obscured by a matching hood, materialized between Steve and Schmidt. The figure swiftly flipped their wrists, revealing 2 hidden blades that sprang forth from the bracers. With agility, the figure lunged toward Schmidt. With the unknown ally's assistance, Steve gradually gained the upper hand in the confrontation with Schmidt. Realizing he was outmatched, Schmidt feigned a maneuver and broke away from the struggle, sprinting towards the bomber's cockpit. The 3 of them simultaneously entered the bomber. Utilizing his familiarity with the cockpit, Schmidt temporarily trapped the 2 within the cargo hold. While he successfully reached the pilot's seat and activated the bomber, armed with world-ending weaponry. After setting a course for New York, Schmidt was compelled to confront the 2 who had escaped their confinement. As they prepared to engage Schmidt in close combat once more, he swiftly waved his left hand, unleashing a slender beam of eerie blue light that sliced through the mysterious figure's form, reducing it to a cloud of ash. In an instant, Schmidt vanished and reappeared behind Steve, tightening his grip around Steve's neck. You shall not thwart me, Captain. Your war ends here, as a failure. Struggling to breathe, Steve refused to succumb. He did not wish for this to be his conclusion. Indeed, his war must come to an end, but only at the hands of the Red Skull before him. Steve, do you know what type of magic user is the most formidable? The one with the greatest reservoir of power? No, it is a complete belief in oneself. The most powerful practitioners of magic are those who firmly uphold their convictions. Schmidt suddenly felt Steve's struggles intensifying. In the next moment, Steve delivered a kick to Schmidt's head. With a swift turn, Steve unleashed a flurry of punches upon Schmidt, who found himself retreating under the relentless assault. Schmidt could not comprehend why Steve had suddenly grown so formidable. Dismissing his confusion, Schmidt waved his hands, sending a pair of cross-patterned azure cutting lines towards Steve, who deftly rolled away to evade them. The cutting lines struck the aircraft's control panel, causing the entire plane to spiral out of control. In a moment of desperation, Schmidt attempted to seize the Tesseract. Yet he had not anticipated that the instant he touched it, the Tesseract's overwhelming energy would react with the magical energy coursing through him. His body began to disintegrate into ash from the ground up. As he witnessed Schmidt's disappearance before his eyes, Steve understood that his mission was to prevent the bomber from unleashing its apocalyptic devastation. With the control panel destroyed, Steve found himself powerless. Ultimately, he resolved to make an emergency landing on the frozen expanse of the Arctic. He succeeded, The aircraft touched down somewhere in the Arctic wilderness. Yet he failed, as the landing was hard. Steve, along with the bomber, was encased in ice on that vast Arctic tundra. He had broken his promise. What a scoundrel he was. Peggy Carter lamented from her apartment in Brooklyn, New York. Yes, my foolish nephew has indeed become a hero, much like his father. Hela, cradling a cup of red tea, gazed at the sorrowful girl before her and spoke softly. Peace has descended, and only those who have endured the ravages of war truly understand its value. Steve Rogers. Captain America. His deeds will be etched into the annals of history, alongside his howling commandos, who shone brilliantly during this global conflict. A new era is about to commence. Chapter 1. Journey through the desert in 2006, on the outskirts of Bamiyan City in Afghanistan's Bamiyan province. A young woman clad in a black shirt and fitted jeans was driving towards the renowned Bamiyan Buddhas, a local landmark. This was a small car she had rented. Hey, Ms. Calantrail, we're not far from the ruins of the Bamiyan Buddhas, but we might encounter a minor inconvenience. The local guide sitting in the passenger seat remarked to the woman at the wheel. Oh, what kind of trouble? Calantrail responded nonchalantly as she continued driving. Well, just ahead there is a checkpoint manned by local tribal armed forces. It's an unavoidable passage on the way to the Bamiyan Buddhas, the guide said, a hint of nervousness in his voice. Why didn't you inform me of this before we set off? Calantrail asked, abruptly braking and casting a serious glance at the guide beside her. I honestly didn't think of it prior to our departure, the guide replied innocently. Sigh. What a hassle. Very well, how much will it be this time? Calantrail inquired, his hand pressed against his forehead, his tone heavy with contemplation. It's merely a checkpoint. Nothing too extravagant. Just $500 will suffice, the guide replied with a cheerful grin. All right, let us proceed, Calantrail declared, dismissing further conversation as he pressed the accelerator and drove onward. Not long after, they arrived at the aforementioned checkpoint. Calantrail instructed the guide to disembark and communicate with the armed personnel stationed there. Approximately 3 minutes later, the guide successfully persuaded the guards, allowing their vehicle to pass unhindered towards the designated site of the Bamiyan Buddhas. The journey continued without incident, and they arrived safely at the ruins. Calantrail stood before the pile of rubble that once was a grand statue, his gaze fixed upon the fragmented stones. 5 years prior, in 2001, the Taliban had obliterated this millennia-old monument, a symbol of what they deemed heretical belief. After about 2 hours, Calantrail returned to the vehicle, accompanied by the guide, ready to head back to the city of Bamiyan. However, midway through their journey, a thunderous explosion erupted, flipping the rented sedan over due to a concealed landmine. As the driver, Calantrail was momentarily disoriented by the blast, his senses muddled further by the car's violent tumbling. In the chaos, a group of armed men, donned in headscarves and wielding AK-47s, surged from both sides of the road, surrounding the overturned vehicle. They roughly pulled Calantrail and the guide from the wreckage. And after a brief, frantic exchange, a single gunshot rang out, claiming the life of the unfortunate guide. Dazed and confused, Calantrail was forcefully taken aboard their vehicle, heading towards an unknown destination. Meanwhile, in the Death Temple, the goddess Hel sat idly upon her throne, lost in thought. Suddenly, she sensed an anomaly emanating from her avatar in Midgard and shifted her consciousness to investigate. Upon absorbing the most recent memories of her avatar, Hel comprehended the dire situation at hand. The convoy journeyed deeper into a remote mountainous region, which now resembled a military encampment, littered with an array of weaponry hastily covered with tarps. Yet, the logos of Stark Industries were still discernible upon the arms. Calantrail, still in a daze, was roughly yanked from the vehicle by a burly man, and they were led into a cave. There, he encountered a man in a suit, nervously preparing to perform surgery on another suited individual, whose chest was stained crimson. Ethan, we have brought you the person you need. You must save his life. A bald brute commanded, gesturing towards Calantrail. I require a nurse. Not just any woman will suffice, the suited man retorted. Ethan observed Calantrail, who appeared utterly disheveled, addressing the imposing bald man before them. I have brought what you requested. If you claim she is not, the muscular man declared, raising his firearm to aim at Calantrail's temple. No. She is. Please. I need to proceed with the surgery now. Everyone, please leave. Upon witnessing the bald man's demeanor, Ethan hastily changed his tone. Very well, I hope you can successfully preserve Stark's life. If he dies, You too shall also meet your demise." The burly figure waved his hand and departed the cave with his companions. Calantrail's confusion gradually dissipated, her demeanor shifting to one of resolve. Indeed, this lady was the manifestation of Hela left on Earth. The name was chosen by Hela to commemorate her cherished memories in Alfheim, and it was not the first time she had adopted this name. The earliest instance occurred during her encounter with Merlin. "Madam, I require your assistance at this moment," Ethan stated, his anxiety rendering him oblivious to the transformation of the woman before him, as his focus remained solely on the unconscious man named Tony Stark, lying on the operating table. "Oh, of course. I shall assist you. What do you need me to do first?" Hela inquired with keen interest, for it was her inaugural experience in saving a life. For many years, she had only known the art of taking them. Through the combined efforts of Ethan and Hela, they managed to pull Tony Stark back from the brink of death. How ironic that a goddess of death can also save a life, Hela mused, reflecting on her newfound capability to revive the fallen. The following day, Tony Stark awoke amidst excruciating pain. Confronted by his captors, a group of religious zealots identifying themselves as the Ten Rings, they demanded that Stark produce weapons, specifically the Jericho missile, of which he had once been so proud. In the words of the bald man, Genghis Khan conquered the world by mastering the bow and saddle. Now, with your technology, Tony Stark, I too shall conquer the world. Yet, Stark could not fathom that this assembly of illiterate individuals, who had not even attended elementary school, could grasp the complexities involved in missile manufacturing. Moreover, would they even know how to utilize such technology if provided? Relying on a group that fired guns without aiming, relying solely on faith, and turned tank battles into bumper car skirmishes was nothing short of folly. Thus, Stark's candid explanations were dismissed as mere evasions. As anticipated, the bald man pressed the gun to Stark's head, coercing him with the threat of his own life. Reluctantly, Tony acquiesced to their demands but insisted on receiving the necessary materials. To his surprise, they readily agreed to this reasonable request. Regarding Hela's situation, this group of religious zealots initially intended to treat her like any other woman. However, due to the insistence of Tony and Ethan, she remained by their side, thus becoming an assistant, Tony's assistant. As the raw materials were delivered, the three found themselves confined in a small, dark room, commencing the arduous task of missile production. Yet, Tony Stark was not one to easily accept his fate. He resolved to create a suit of armor that would aid their escape, donning this armor to break free from captivity. Chapter 2. Green demolition. Within the shadowy confines of the cave, the rhythmic sound of hammering echoed. Hela had been imprisoned in this cave for 4 days, during which she observed with keen interest as Tony Stark meticulously designed his iron armor. He and Ethan took turns wielding a heavy hammer to forge a titanium alloy plate salvaged from the Jericho missile. Over these 4 days, the kidnappers behaved exactly as Tony had anticipated. After delivering the necessary raw materials, they ceased to monitor his actions closely, only restricting his movements without imposing further limitations. These captors were so ignorant that they could not discern the difference between the design blueprints for a missile and those for armor. Thus, Tony boldly displayed his armor designs on the wall, and the guards remained oblivious. Hela had always harbored a fascination for weapon manufacturing. Otherwise, her affinity for shaping magic would not have been so pronounced. "Hey, Miss Calanthe, could you please hand me that pouch of powder?" "Thank you," Tony said after shaping the steel plate to his specifications, putting down his hammer to address Hela, who was watching intently from the side. "Here is the powder you requested." "What is this for?" Hela inquired as she passed him the paper-wrapped powder. "It's a catalyst. Let us not dwell on such trivial questions," Tony replied nonchalantly as he accepted the pouch. "Oh, my apologies. I forgot you were a history professor." "Huh, I really shouldn't have asked. According to the blueprints, how much longer until this is completed?" Hela asked, seemingly unfazed by his reply, as her patience for the dreary surroundings waned. She was eager to know how much longer it would take to finish the armor. "Well, at least 5 more days. Do you think constructing this is a simple task?" "I assure you, the technology involved in this armor is quite advanced," Tony responded slowly, having detected her impatience. 5 days. That is far too long. Tell me what parts you need, and I will procure them for you." Hela, dismayed by the prospect of waiting, expressed her frustration at the thought of doing nothing for 5 days, an exceedingly vexing notion. "Have you lost your mind? Do you even know how to forge metal?" "Clearly not. So, Miss Calanthe, you might as well remain there and observe," Tony retorted. Tony gazed at Hela with a look of bewilderment. "Ah, truly a trait of mortals. Hela muttered dismissively as she approached the imposing iron gate. With a swift kick, she forcefully swung the massive door open, and with a flourish of her hands, two ebony long swords materialized, ready for battle. Only Tony and Ethan remained, gazing in astonishment at Hela's retreating figure. The moment Hela breached the grand entrance, she alerted the guardians of the cavern, who, upon receiving the alarm, rushed towards her brandishing their weapons. Faced with this throng, Hela snapped her fingers, and from the depths of the ground, a multitude of black spears erupted, skewering the guards in a gruesome display. As she advanced, she could hear the wails of the dying echoing behind her, dispatching several more sentinels along the passage. Upon reaching the cave's exit, she encountered 3 individuals operating a heavy machine gun, unleashing a torrent of fire towards her. Unfazed, Hela conjured a towering shield before her, and with a wave of her hand, a colossal sword appeared above the gunner. The 3-meter blade crashed down, obliterating both the gunner and his weapon in an instant. The remaining 2 survivors, paralyzed by fear, attempted to flee, only to have their heads severed by Hela's flying sword. Amidst Hela's relentless onslaught, Tony and Ethan disregarded their steel armors and hastened to follow her path, the horrific scenes they witnessed prompting them to retch. This was no earthly realm. The sights before them were akin to a vision of hell itself. Nonetheless, the 2 men, supporting each other, trembled their way to the cave's entrance. At this juncture, Hela had eradicated the religious fanatics within the camp. Upon seeing the 2 emerge, she dashed forward, placing her hands upon their heads, weaving a false memory into their minds that would eventually fade with time. Subsequently, she opened a portal, transporting herself along with Tony and Ethan to a location outside Kandahar, the capital of Afghanistan. As the portal closed, Hela's magic activated, unleashing a tremendous explosion that engulfed the entire camp. In the fabricated memories implanted into Tony and Ethan, it was portrayed that Tony had completed the iron armor, leading the trio through the chaos. Utilizing the armor's rudimentary flying capabilities, they soared to a nearby location. Oblivious to the fate of the armor itself upon impact, the 3 materialized on the outskirts of Kandahar, where they encountered a patrol of American military vehicles, which escorted them back to Bagram Airfield. There, they were met by Colonel James Rhodes, who had been waiting eagerly for their return. "Thank God, I finally found you," exclaimed the elated Colonel Rhodes as he embraced the disheveled Tony. "Oh, I am so glad to see you, Rhodes," Tony replied, equally thrilled to reunite with his dear friend. "Care to ride in your joyful Jeep once more? Will you listen to me next time?" Colonel Rhodes, with a serious expression, placed a hand on Tony's shoulder and inquired, "Oh, wait, Tony, who are these 2 individuals?" It was only then that Rhodes turned his gaze towards Ethan and Hela. "Oh, they are my friends. They assisted me greatly in escaping that dreadful place," Tony replied upon hearing Rhodes' question. "Ah, I see. You 2 should rest for now. We will arrange for a flight to take you back to the United States tomorrow morning," Colonel Rhodes stated before signaling a nearby soldier to guide the trio. The following evening, the aircraft arrived at a military airbase of the United States. Ethan and Hela parted ways with Tony Stark at this location. Upon returning to their modest home in the White Queen district of New York City, Hela, familiar with her surroundings, changed her shoes and, after discarding her clothing, wrapped herself in a robe before stepping into the bathroom. After taking a refreshing bath, she made her way to the kitchen to prepare a cup of warm milk. Cradling the steaming beverage, she settled in the living room, turning on the television, where she fortuitously stumbled upon an interview featuring Tony Stark. As he publicly announced his intention to shut down Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division, the company's stock plummeted once again that day. Furrowing her brow at the sight of Stark on the screen, Hela slowly reached for her phone, activating her stock application to observe the continuous decline of her investment in Stark Industries. Before she could contemplate further, her phone rang. "Hello," she answered. "This is Professor Caitlin Trebble-Blanchette. You have a class tomorrow. Please do not be late." "Oh, I understand. Is there anything else?" "No. Then I shall hang up. Goodbye." Hela's current profession on Earth was as a history professor at Columbia University, where she was quite renowned, particularly in the realm of European history, in which she considered herself an expert. After completing her evening routine, Hela decided to indulge in a hearty meal at a restaurant, noting that the culinary skills of Earthlings were quite impressive. Dressed casually, she entered an Italian restaurant, which was bustling with patrons during the peak dining hour. Fortunately, Hela had made a reservation for a single table by the window. Her dinner consisted of a plate of spaghetti bolognese and a chicken pizza. While savoring her meal and enjoying the street view, She found the experience to be exceedingly delightful. However, as Hela leisurely relished her dinner, a small car suddenly plummeted from the sky, crashing directly into her table with a resounding thud. In a moment of panic, Hela conjured a shield to protect herself, narrowly avoiding being crushed by the wreckage. Dinner gone, she had merely wished for a peaceful meal. Was that too much to ask? What was with this flying car? Compensation for my dinner, please. The Manhattan district of New York, typically ablaze with lights and throngs of people, was now engulfed in explosions and the screams of pedestrians, with two unknown colossal humanoid figures engaged in a fierce battle. The vehicle that Hela had just encountered was indeed flung by that massive green behemoth. A delightful dinner was thus disrupted by two feral creatures, leaving Hela quite irate. Compensate me for my dinner, scoundrel. Chapter 3. Street brawl. This night in Manhattan, New York, was destined to be chaotic, with two muscle-bound giants engaging in a fierce clash. Even with the arrival of military forces, they remained impotent against these rampaging monsters. Hela donned a black, hooded short robe, acutely aware of the insatiable curiosity of Earth's inhabitants after years of living among them. She had no desire to be pursued by local authorities after reprimanding the two brutes who had ruined her dinner. It was not fear, merely a matter of inconvenience. Emerging from the shadows of the burning ruins like a dark assassin, Hela brandished a short-handled hammer and a sickle, ready for retribution. Those who have interrupted my meal shall face the reckoning of my hammer and sickle, she muttered to herself, then swiftly charged into the fray. The two monsters were a sight to behold, one with yellowish skin, sporting protruding bone spurs along its spine, and the other, a robust green giant. From her vantage point, it was evident that the green one was being thoroughly beaten by the yellow brute. Hela suddenly materialized at the center of their confrontation, and the yellow giant, perceiving her merely as an unwelcome bystander, carelessly stomped down upon her. Hela, incensed by this affront, after all, she was accustomed to being the one who trampled others, was not about to let this transgression slide. She knew well that those who dared to tread upon her typically ended up losing their limbs. In a swift motion, Hela darted beneath the yellow giant, lifting her hammer high before executing a powerful leap. The hammer struck the giant's chin with tremendous force, sending him reeling backward, just as Hela repelled the yellow giant. The beleaguered green giant lunged toward her, delivering a heavy blow with his left hand. Hela met his challenge head-on, swinging her hammer to collide with his fist. The impact forced the green giant to stagger back several paces. Seeing him attempt to retreat, Hela's sickle blade unexpectedly elongated, and with a deft motion, she hooked it forward, grasping the green giant's left leg and yanking it back with great force. Though the strike did not sever his limb, it caused the green giant to lose his balance and crash to the ground. As Hela prepared to continue her lesson for this dinner-disrupting lout, the yellow giant, having recovered from the blow to his chin, stood up and approached her once more, spewing forth taunts about being an ant, a mere insect, and boasting of his strength. Such words ignited a surge of fury within Hela. After all, she was the formidable goddess of death. She pondered what significance this creature held in her presence and thought, if you desire death, simply speak it. Only she, in her encounter with that group of frost giants in Jotunheim, possessed the audacity to display such prowess. However, the imposing figure before her bore little resemblance to a frost giant. Perhaps it was a mutated variant? Hela chose not to waste words on this yellow beast. Instead, she deftly evaded a straightforward punch and struck decisively at its right knee. The impact caused it to lose balance and crash heavily to the ground. Yet, Hela did not relent. Swiftly, she maneuvered to the side of its head, positioning her scythe against the yellow giant's neck. With a forceful pull, she severed the head from the body. The severed head, propelled by inertia, rolled to rest at Hela's feet. She regarded the grotesque expression of the head with cold disdain. Then, with a flick of her wrist, black flames erupted, consuming the massive corpse entirely. Now, it was your turn, my dear. Hela advanced slowly towards the struggling green giant. As the green giant lunged forward upon her approach, he merely passed through an illusion crafted from light and shadow. Hela then descended upon him with a crushing blow to the face, sending him hurtling away like a stone skipping across water. After dispatching the green giant, Hela remained unhurried, strolling towards him. For her, such mindless giants were mere fodder, countless in number. Once more, the green giant rose, bellowing defiantly before charging at Hela with increased speed. Yet again, he was met with Hela's hammering strike, and this sequence repeated itself. Rise, charge, get struck down, rise again. Hela engaged in this relentless exchange as if playing tennis, but she sensed that with each encounter, his speed and strength were escalating. The green giant persisted in his familiar pattern of rising and charging, while Hela deftly dodged. However, this time, she underestimated his speed. He grasped her right leg firmly. With a singular grip, the green giant violently slammed Hela against the ground, twisting her about until a deep pit formed beneath her. Though this avatar of hers possessed the might she had wielded in her final battle against Odin, she found herself momentarily dazed by such relentless treatment. After venting his frustration, the green giant turned to leave, muttering in a deep voice, "Weakling." This provocation thoroughly incensed Hela. Not even her father had ever struck her in such a manner, and to be called a weakling after such a beating was an affront. "You have ruined my dinner, and you dare to speak." Furious, Hela rose to her feet. Her hands coalesced, conjuring a great bow that stood taller than herself. She planted the pointed lower end of the bow into the ground, crafting an arrow resembling a long spear. Hela drew the bowstring and aimed at the retreating silhouette of the green giant, releasing the arrow with lethal intent. The arrow swiftly soared through the air, striking the Hulk's back with resolute force. Surprisingly, it failed to pierce the green giant's skin. Hela gazed at the scene before her with a sense of astonishment. She was acutely aware that the bow in her grasp had once brought down a dragon. Yet now, it could not even breach the skin of this smaller giant. Infuriated by Hela's audacity, the Hulk charged at her with fiery eyes. Realizing that this creature's strength would escalate with its fury, Hela began to treat her opponent with utmost seriousness, deftly evading and launching sudden counterattacks. Their battle resembled a colossal gorilla attempting to capture an exceptionally agile venomous lizard. Seizing a moment of the Hulk's inattention, Hela appeared behind him. Her short-handled hammer transformed into a two-handed, square-headed war hammer, which she brought down heavily upon the back of his head, rendering him unconscious. Just as Hela retrieved her scythe, preparing to behead this persistent nuisance, she noticed the hulking figure before her rapidly diminishing in size. Once the Hulk shrank to the stature of an ordinary person, Hela recognized him as her colleague from Columbia University, the world-renowned nuclear physicist Dr. Robert Bruce Banner. Simultaneously, a helicopter that had been hovering nearby approached, its searchlight illuminating the scene. Desiring to avoid unnecessary trouble, Hela swiftly vacated the area. After escaping the military cordon, she hurried back to her modest abode in the White Queen district. Once Hela had completed her evening routine and donned her attire, she opened the refrigerator, only to find it barren. She muttered to herself, "All right, Hela, eating less tonight will aid in weight loss." Yes, just like that. Time for bed. Just as she sought to reassure herself, a knock resonated at her door. Upon opening it, she discovered her neighbor standing there. "Good evening, May," Hela greeted. "Good evening, Kylantriel. Do you have time tonight?" The seemingly youthful woman replied, her long hair cascading down. "Yes, what is it? Do you need my assistance?" Hela inquired, a hint of curiosity in her voice. "Actually, I would like to invite you to my home for dinner," May said with a smile. "Of course, let us go." Hela responded without hesitation, taking May's hand and leading her through her own front door towards May's residence. Hela was delighted at the prospect of a sumptuous dinner awaiting her. Chapter 4. A tranquil life. The night in New York's Queens appeared remarkably serene, a stark contrast to the bustling atmosphere of Manhattan. Hela accepted her neighbor May Park's invitation and arrived at her home for dinner. May's household consisted solely of her nephew, Peter Benjamin Parker, a third grader. The peculiar family arrangement inevitably reminded Hela of her past, when she shared her home solely with her little nephew, Steve Rogers. "Kylantriel, why don't you take a moment to sit on the sofa? I just have a salad to finish up," May said as she ushered Hela into the room. "Oh, I can already smell it. May, your renowned apple pie aroma wafts through the air. Do I merely need to sit on the living room sofa?" "I would like to lend a hand," Hela remarked with a smile, admiring May's back as she donned an apron. "Ah, I am aware of your culinary prowess, Kylantriel. However, today it is my duty to host you, so please, relax and watch television," May replied, washing her hands. "Very well, I shall await your grand feast, Chef May," Hela quipped before settling down on the sofa to watch the news. May was swift in her preparations, and before long, she had completed the salad. After setting the dining table and serving dinner, she called out to Peter and Hela to join her for the meal. "Is Aunt Kylantriel dining with us again tonight?" Peter asked, chewing on a piece of apple pie. "What's this, little Peter? Are you not welcoming Auntie?" "Oh dear, I am heartbroken," Hela feigned sorrow, lowering her head dramatically. Aunt Kylantriel, You always do this. It's no longer effective, Peter pointed out mercilessly, observing Hela's pretended sadness. All right, you two. Every time you meet, it's the same. Speaking of which, Kylantril, you recently traveled to Asia, didn't you? How was it? May interjected, noting the playful banter and recalling Hela's recent trip to Afghanistan. It was delightful. I took quite a few photographs. I'll show them to you soon. Hela replied upon hearing May's inquiry. Aunt Kylantril, you went to Asia? Which country? China? Japan? Or Korea? Peter asked, visibly excited upon learning of Hela's travels. Afghanistan, Hela said with a smile. Afghanistan. Where's that? Peter queried, having never heard of Afghanistan before, his curiosity piqued. All right, Peter. Finish your dinner quickly and then get started on your schoolwork. May clearly wished to steer Peter away from interrupting her conversation with Hela. Oh, I understand, Peter said, a look of resignation on his face as he hastily finished his dinner and retreated to his room to do his homework. Thus, dinner concluded in a joyful atmosphere. And afterward, May and Hela resumed their discussion on recent events in their lives while seated on the sofa. An hour later, Hela departed from May's home and returned to her own, hastily tidying up before retiring for the night. Just as she succumbed to deep slumber, her consciousness returned to her primary form. As she opened her eyes, she was taken aback to find a young man standing in the once empty hall of death, a look of utter bewilderment upon his face. Who are you? Who permitted your entrance? Hela inquired with a serious demeanor. Oh, hi. I am Wade Wilson, a mercenary. Speaking of which, shouldn't I be on a mission? How did I end up here? Oh, my money. Oh, my task. Wait a minute. Oh, I remember now. I was struck by a bullet. Wow, is this the afterlife? Wow. The man, who identified himself as Wade, exclaimed in astonishment, uttering nonsensical remarks. I shall ask you once more, who exactly are you? Hela remained vigilant towards this sudden intrusion into her domain. For no soul of the deceased could manifest in her hall of death unannounced. Did I not mention? I am Wade Wilson. Beautiful lady, do you know? The moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an overwhelming sense of love. You are truly stunning. I find myself at a loss for words. Wade continued to ramble with meaningless chatter. Are you mocking me? Hela, growing increasingly irritated by Wade's frivolous banter, conjured a long-handled scythe into her hand. I shall grant you one more chance. What exactly are you? She demanded, directing the blade of the scythe towards Wade with seriousness. Hey, I already told you. I am Wade, and I am not something. However, considering you are someone I admire, I shall overlook it. By the way, your scythe is quite impressive, Wade remarked, caressing the scythe, and even going so far as to sniff the handle where Hela had grasped it. What are you doing? Wait, where's my scythe? Hela found herself unnerved by Wade's peculiar actions. This was a sensation she had never experienced in all her years. Not even when she was slain by the light elf in Yano City. Yet today, it suddenly enveloped her. However, in an instant, this man named Wade vanished as abruptly as he had appeared. The scythe clattered to the ground, awakening Hela from her stupor. She stared at the fallen weapon, a wave of disgust washing over her. With a mere flick of her hand, the scythe transformed into a cloud of ash, dissipating before her eyes. Following this peculiar encounter, Hela's life resumed its usual course. The next morning, she drove to Columbia University for classes. After completing 2 lectures, she sat in her office, meticulously organizing her lesson plans when a man clad in a suit with a small mustache, Tony Stark, entered. Who exactly are you, Miss Kylantril? Tony whispered as he approached Hela. Oh, it is Mr. Stark. Who am I? As you can see, I am merely a professor in the history department. Hela replied with a smile, addressing the man who had burst into her office. Do not play games, Miss Kylantril Blanchett. Everything I behold within my mind reveals the true nature of that day, Tony uttered, straining to suppress his voice and emotions. It appears you have indeed recalled it. After all, 2 months have elapsed. Hela, her smile fading, regarded Tony with a cold indifference. It seems it truly is you. Who are you exactly? A mutant, an inhuman, or perhaps some other kind of superhuman? Suddenly, Tony erupted, the memories of that day vividly etched in his mind. He could never forget the scenes he witnessed. As for the terrorists who abducted him, he found himself grappling with a desire to eliminate them. Yet, not in such a brutal manner. That method of execution was simply too cruel. In the brief span of 2 months since returning to America, Tony Stark had endured a myriad of experiences. He had personally slain Obadiah Stane, a man who had treated him as a father yet betrayed him for personal gain. Shortly after this incident, the harrowing memories of his abduction resurfaced, prompting his quest to find Hela. Chapter 5. Ominous prelude to a storm within the confines of a modestly sized office. Tony Stark stood with one hand on his hip and the other pressed against the desk, his gaze fixed intently on Hela, who sat composedly behind her desk. Hela, in turn, regarded Tony's furious visage with an air of indifference. "So what is it that you wish to achieve, Mr. Stark? Why did you do that? How so? Oh, you mean the act of killing those kidnappers?" Hela feigned realization. "You are aware, are you not? What was your true intention in approaching me in such a manner?" Tony bellowed. "It was an accident. To say I saved you was merely incidental." "Incidental, you say? I have never encountered such an arrogant woman as you." "Oh, Tony darling is upset. TSK, you should understand that you brought this upon yourself," Hela mocked him. You are utterly unreasonable." "WTF?" Tony muttered under his breath. Upon hearing his words, Hela snorted dismissively. With a swift motion, she struck Tony's arm at the elbow, causing him to lose his balance. Grasping his collar, she deftly twisted him and pinned him against the desk. Seizing a compass from the pen holder, she forcefully embedded it into the desk, securing his right hand firmly in place. With her right hand pressing down on Tony's, she positioned herself atop him, her left hand gripping his neck. "You must show respect and gratitude towards your savior. I do not typically rescue others." "Oh, indeed. I ought to express my gratitude for your extraction of me and Ethan from that dreadful place," Tony conceded, slightly subdued beneath her grip. "I cannot perceive that, Mr. Stark. This is the final warning." After uttering this, Hela dismounted from Tony, effortlessly withdrawing the compass from the desk. "Wow, you truly exhibit a fierce demeanor. At this rate, your chances of finding a spouse are rather bleak." The moment Tony freed himself from Hela's control, he began to exhibit quite the cheeky attitude. "A mere child. You ought to manage your own affairs. Out." Hela's expression hardened upon hearing Tony's words. "Oh, the teacher is angry now. Just you wait. I will reclaim this moment sooner or later." After stepping outside, Tony abruptly turned and shouted towards Hela's office before dashing away like the wind. Alas, Tony Stark ultimately could not outrun the whiteboard marker that Hela hurled at him, striking the back of his head with precision. As night fell, Hela drove her car along the highway. As per her usual routine, she relished the drive along the coastline to witness the sunset. However, this time as her vehicle traversed the seaside road, she was startled by the sound of gunfire and explosions. Undeterred, Hela continued to steer her BMW forward. Perhaps the disparity in power was too great. Upon arriving at the scene, she found only a few smoldering wrecks blocking the road entirely. Fortunately, this stretch of highway was typically devoid of traffic. Amidst the charred remnants of a vehicle, Hela noticed a figure struggling to crawl away. As she approached, she realized that the individual was clad in a tight-fitting black combat suit, overlaid with a black bulletproof vest, and donned a black t-shirt emblazoned with a skull. Protective pads adorned his shoulders, elbows, and knees. Yet, this man bore the marks of trauma, having been shot multiple times in the chest, with bullets penetrating his vest, blood pooling around him as he crawled. When this figure met Hela's gaze, he abruptly lost consciousness, seemingly on the brink of the afterlife. Intrigued, Hela began to delve into the life memories of this tall, robust man. His life was steeped in violence and battle, almost entirely consumed by these elements since reaching adulthood, until he married and was blessed with a beautiful wife, together nurturing their daughter in a warm and loving environment. However, this idyllic existence was shattered on a fateful afternoon 2 years prior. What began as a joyful family picnic in the park ended in tragedy as they witnessed a secret transaction involving gangsters. These ruthless criminals mercilessly slaughtered his wife and daughter, and he himself narrowly escaped death. After being rescued, healing his wounds, and leaving the hospital, this man, Frank Castle, vowed to exact revenge. Within 6 months, he successfully tracked down the murderers of his family and sought justice through the legal system. Yet, in a society where wealth grants impunity, the assailants were released by the judge due to insufficient evidence. In that moment, the man's heart shattered irrevocably, his newly revived heart turning to steel. He armed himself, choosing to wield his own strength to punish those who perpetrated evil. Under his hand, there were no survivors. Those in the underworld came to know him as the Punisher. However, the renowned Punisher now teeters on the brink of death. What an intriguing life it has been. Who would have thought that this man enlisted in the military due to his foolish nephew, Steve Rogers? Hela smiled as she reflected on Frank's life. Our encounter here must be fate, she mused. Ever since meeting Zhang Fan, she found herself embroiled in a web of destiny. "Arise, my warrior. Fight for you, my lady." Frank Castle felt as though he had entered a long, vivid dream. In this dream, he was reunited with his deceased wife and daughter. He also witnessed the events of his life, realizing he had fallen victim to a trap set by Kingpin, which ultimately led to his demise. Suddenly, he found himself in an expansive hall of a temple. Through the open doorway, a starry sky greeted him. A figure cloaked in a hooded robe materialized before him. By signing a contract with her, he could be resurrected and return to the mortal realm, even acquiring extraordinary powers. Without hesitation, he affixed his signature to the contract. And then he beheld the enchanting visage beneath the hood, accompanied by a beckoning call. Upon his resurrection, Frank Castle donned a suit of pitch-black knightly armor, the buckle of his belt fashioned into a menacing skull. "Well done, my warrior. You shall wield your strength to eradicate all evils from this world. Here, take this," Hela declared, conjuring a runic longsword that she bestowed upon Frank. "Ah, as a knight, you cannot be without a steed. This skeletal warhorse shall be your mount." With that, a skeletal steed emerged slowly from the void. After completing her tasks, Hela drove her car back home, feeling no remorse for her actions. After all, she was death, and such privileges were her due. It was only fitting that, like the Planet Eater, who had several minions at his disposal, she too required a proxy. That night, the Clinton neighborhood, known as Hell's Kitchen, was thrown into chaos by a single individual. The following day, a new urban legend emerged from this chaos, the tale of the Death Knight of the Night. 6 months later, Hela unexpectedly received an invitation from Marbury, California. Upon opening it, she found it was none other than Tony Stark who had sent it. The letter invited her to his birthday celebration, but she merely glanced at it before tossing it aside to continue preparing her lesson plans. During these past 6 months, the mutants had stirred up significant trouble, launching a terror attack at the United Nations Summit in New York. The specifics were not covered by the news. Regardless, that mutant named Eric Lenscher had once again made headlines. Hela had no interest in such matters. She had grown weary of contemplating the policies of the United States. In the past 6 months, she traveled across the ocean to China under the guise of academic exchange, witnessing the nation's remarkable transformations. After all, the year 2008 was fast approaching, heralding the arrival of the new Olympic Games. Hela exhibited no interest whatsoever in the birthday celebration of Tony Stark, as she had accepted an invitation from her old friend, Dr. Silvig, an astrophysicist, to journey to New Mexico to observe the stars alongside another astrophysicist. Such an endeavor excited Hela, but the banal gatherings of the affluent? Regrettably, they held no allure for her. "You're quite early, Miss Kylantrell," Dr. Silvig remarked, observing Hela as she wheeled in a large suitcase. "Indeed, you are as well. What time is our flight?" Hela inquired, glancing at Dr. Silvig, who was clad in outdoor attire. "Flight? Oh no, we're driving. We have an abundance of equipment to carry, and air freight can be rather pricey," Dr. Silvig chuckled. "Oh, a road trip then. That sounds delightful." Hela nodded in agreement. Before long, a white SUV arrived, and a young woman leaned out, beckoning the two to enter. Another young woman, a graduate student of Jane Foster, was also in the vehicle. Thus, the four of them embarked on their journey to New Mexico. Meanwhile, in Asgard, a grand feast was underway in the Golden Palace. Clad in armor, Thor, the god of thunder, strode into the hall, raising his mighty hammer, Mjolnir, in triumph. Having returned victorious from Jotunheim after quelling a rebellion, Odin, seated regally, observed his eldest son as he entered the banquet hall, proudly recounting his exploits and valor in Jotunheim. On the opposite side, his youngest son sat quietly, savoring the banquet's delicacies, suddenly feeling a pang of longing for his daughter Hela, whom he had slain with his own hands. How wonderful it would be if Hela were still here, he mused. Following the news of her death, peace had indeed reigned in the 9 realms for many years. Yet, new rebellions had since arisen, and while Asgard had seen the emergence of remarkable talents like the god of war, Tyr, amidst the turmoil, none could compare to Hela's prowess. Odin gazed at his eldest son, a shadow of concern crossing his features. After all, Hela had once been similarly proud, and he wished for his son to reflect on his own path. Chapter 6. The Odinson Family Chronicles. In New Mexico, the sky was clear, and a scorching wind swept across the expansive plains. Hela and her companions had driven an SUV all the way from New York, taking 2 full days to arrive. They took turns behind the wheel, navigating at a steady pace until they finally entered New Mexico. Once there, the four began to seek out an open area to establish their camp. According to Dr. Silverg, simulations conducted on supercomputers have revealed the impending occurrence of a rare astronomical phenomenon, with the optimal observation site located in a wilderness area of New Mexico. Hela expressed her disbelief in Silverg's predictions, having thought that her long acquaintance with him had afforded her a profound understanding. Yet, it seemed she still lacked insight. Perhaps all researchers in the field of astronomy are prone to gambling on fortune. Are astronomical phenomena truly so easily observable? As Hela sat in the vehicle, watching the other three busily unpacking an array of observation instruments, most of which were incomprehensible to her, the night fell. The sky, which should have been impeccably clear, was now shrouded in dense clouds. It was evident that Silverg and Jan's stargazing endeavors would conclude prematurely tonight. In fact, they might not even commence. As the clouds thickened and a strong wind began to blow, prompting Jan Foster to announce the cessation of their observational efforts, the four of them hurriedly repacked all the supplies and returned them to the vehicle. After a strenuous half-hour, they finally got back into the car and departed from the site. As the vehicle traversed the highway, Jan Foster suddenly spotted a tornado forming in the wilderness ahead. Without hesitation, she veered off the road towards the tornado. The spatial recorder beside her was blaring furiously, indicating a significant alteration in the spatial dimensions. The magnitude of this change intensified as they approached the tornado. Hela, seated in the back, wore a serious expression. It had been years since she last witnessed the arrival of a rainbow bridge. Who would it be this time, and for what reason, that would descend upon Earth? Jan, what are you doing? Get back on the road. You're heading straight for that tornado. Dr. Silverg shouted from the back seat, alarmed by Jan's reckless driving. Yet, the spatial recorder revealed an immense spatial transformation occurring ahead. Calm down. There's a reason for this, Jan replied coolly while driving. Good heavens. Have you lost your mind? That's a tornado. We are not storm chasers, Dr. Silverg exclaimed, banging on Jan's seat in desperation. No, there must be evidence of an Einstein-Rosen bridge inside. I have to go, Jan insisted, disregarding Silverg's warnings. My goodness, am I truly risking my life for a mere 3 credits? Her student in the passenger seat shouted in exasperation. Amidst the chaos in the vehicle, Jan drove headlong into the tornado, only to hear a sudden collision. She quickly slammed on the brakes, realizing she had likely struck something. Outside, the furious winds began to subside. The four of them hastily exited the vehicle to investigate what they had collided with. Under the illumination of 2 flashlights and a car light, the 4 individuals finally discovered a man collapsed on the ground, clad in a gray sweatshirt and sweatpants. He was tall and robust, with flowing golden hair and a face adorned with a golden beard. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone, except Hela, was thoroughly terrified. Particularly, the graduate student named Daisy was chattering incessantly, giving Hela a slight headache. This man was unfamiliar to her from her time in Asgard. Who could he possibly be? At that moment, the muscular figure suddenly rose, gazing at the sky while shouting frantically, Heimdall, take me back. Open the Bifrost. Father, I realize my mistakes. I won't act like this again. I truly understand. After howling at the heavens for some time without any response, he noticed the 4 individuals before him and bellowed at Jane, who stood closest. Where am I? Alfheim, or Nidavellir? Before he could finish his sentence, Daisy, standing beside Jane, drew a taser gun and pointed it at him. Huh, do you think that little gadget can intimidate me? I am Thor. Yet, before he could complete his boast, he was incapacitated by the electric shock from Daisy's taser, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. As Jane and Silvig turned their attention towards Daisy, she exclaimed, What are you doing? He threatened me first. This is merely self-defense. Hela, standing behind Silvig, recognized Thor's identity upon hearing his desperate cries. My foolish brother. How could I have such a dim-witted sibling? Is he truly Odin's son? At that moment, Hela bowed her head, covering her face, consumed by these thoughts. She felt utterly ashamed to face anyone, burdened by the existence of such a foolish brother. After a brief debate, the trio felt too embarrassed to abandon Thor in the wilderness, so they decided to take him along. Hela sat in the back seat, observing her brother whom she hadn't seen in many years. Her thoughts drifted further into reminiscence, recalling her final days in Asgard. She wondered how her father and mother were faring. As the goddess of death, one of the 5 cosmic deities, she was not supposed to harbor emotions. Yet the goddess of death was still a being with feelings. After all, she was not birthed directly from the cosmos. Soon, they arrived at a motel, where the five shared 3 rooms and retired for the night. The following day, they awoke to find Thor missing. Dressed in a black denim jacket and deep blue jeans, Hela walked straight into a tavern, where, unsurprisingly, she found the missing Thor in a heated argument with the bar owner over unpaid drinks. Without hesitation, Hela produced her bank card, handing it to the owner to cover Thor's tab, while she herself ordered a chilled vodka and sipped it leisurely. "Hey, you seem rather agreeable," she remarked. Thor felt a strong affinity for the person who had covered his drinking expenses and remarked, "What a prideful boy he is." Hela, taking a couple of sips, looked at the proud-faced Thor and said, "You better understand that the deity sitting before you is the god of thunder." Thor, with a serious expression, replied to Hela, "Huh? Merely a boastful little boy." Hela, with a dismissive demeanor, took another drink and retorted, "I have never been one to lay hands on a woman." Thor, somewhat irritated, responded, "Oh, come forth." Upon hearing this, Hela downed her drink in one gulp, then seized Thor by the neck with her right hand and dragged him out of the bar, throwing him onto the ground in an open space at the bar's entrance. "You have truly angered me, woman," Thor shouted at Hela, filled with rage. "Naive and childish boy. You may attempt to prove that," Hela replied with disdain. Chapter 7. The Odinson family matters 2 in front of the Western-style tavern. Hela and Thor stood opposed to each other. The siblings had quarreled within the tavern, prompting Hela to resolve the dispute in accordance with Asgardian tradition. After all, does a sister require justification to teach her foolish brother a lesson? I have never struck a woman unprovoked, but today you have truly incited my wrath," Thor said angrily to Hela. "Oh, for heaven's sake. If you're going to fight, be swift about it. Don't dawdle," Hela said nonchalantly, further igniting Thor's fury. With a battle cry, Thor charged forward, swinging his fist. Hela sidestepped the heavy blow, then struck at Thor's ankle with her right foot, disrupting his balance and sending him careening to the ground in a rather undignified manner. "Oh, are you still intoxicated, little boy? Let your sister help you sober up," Hela remarked disdainfully at the Thor sprawled on the ground like a frog. Thor quickly pushed himself up with his hands, turning to deliver a left hook. Hela tilted her head to evade it, then retaliated with a palm strike to Thor's chest, sending him staggering back. Seizing the opportunity, Hela advanced, delivering a series of 8 consecutive palm strikes to Thor's chest, knocking him down once more. "Your steps are unsteady, and your movements sluggish. This is quite enough." Hela expressed her dissatisfaction with Thor's prowess. After gasping for breath on the ground, Thor finally regained his composure. Upon hearing Hela's words, his rage flared anew as he charged at her. Hela caught Thor's heavy punch with her hand, then delivered a slap to his face, saying, "Your forehand lacks power." She then trapped his other punch with her arm and slapped him again, remarking, "Your backhand is unrefined." With a forceful grip, she kicked Thor's knee, forcing him to kneel. "Your footwork is loose. With your skills, how do you expect to defeat your sister? Go home and train for a few more years," Hela said, pressing down on Thor as she looked at his furious face with a smile. "You." Thor struggled weakly, his anger boiling over as he shouted in frustration. Hela, having released her grip on him, took the opportunity to kick him in the rear as he stood up. "I will kill you," Thor bellowed, shaking his fist at Hela. With a sigh of disappointment, Hela reflected on how her brother had truly become insufferably pampered over the years. She caught Thor's punch with one hand and retaliated with a blow to his abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. "Now come with me to apologize to the tavern owner," she commanded, grabbing him by the ear and dragging him toward the establishment. Reluctantly, Thor offered his apologies to the tavern owner, and Hela ordered 2 large mugs of beer, one for Thor and one for herself. "This must be your brother," the tavern owner remarked, polishing a glass with curiosity. "I don't even know this woman," Thor shouted in response. "Shut up and drink your beer," Hela retorted, giving him a light smack on the back of his head. "Ah, it seems your brother is young and impulsive. I imagine you must find him rather troublesome," the tavern owner observed. Hela remained silent, sipping her beer with a heavy heart. Since her death at Odin's hands years ago, she had paid little attention to the affairs of Asgard, believing time would dull her emotions. Yet, time often deepens feelings rather than diminishes them. Hela had thought that upon reuniting with her family, she would feel like a stranger, but seeing Thor again made her realize her error. Death is devoid of emotion. Yet the goddess of death possesses feelings. This sentiment encapsulated her current state. She suddenly longed to return to Asgard, to revisit her homeland, the place that had nurtured her, where she had sacrificed her life and earned her glory. While Hela drank her sorrows away, Thor quietly observed her, puzzled by this unexpected kindness from the Midgardian woman. Could it be that she harbored feelings for him? No, certainly not. He wouldn't accept anything from such a violent woman. Just then, Dr. Silvager, Dr. Jane Foster, and Daisy entered the tavern. Silvager immediately recognized Hela seated at the bar. Hey, Hel, I didn't expect to find you here. Oh, and you're here too. Big guy, he exclaimed, hastening towards her. Silvager, how did you find this place? Hela inquired, surprised by his presence. We've been searching for both of you for quite a while, Daisy interjected. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Let us eat here. It's on me to make amends, Hela offered with a smile. That sounds great. Daisy interjected, stopping Jane, who was about to decline. The five of them sat around a dining table, sharing bread and milk while engaging in conversation. Jane spoke of the astronomical observation plans for the day, while Dr. Silvage supplemented her remarks, highlighting certain flaws in her strategy. Meanwhile, Thor sat quietly, consuming his bread, uncertain of what to do next. Feeling utterly lost, the once mighty god had been reduced to a mere mortal with a slightly stronger physique, unsure of his future actions. Thus, he found himself aimlessly accompanying Hela, following Silvage and the others as they traveled by car. The following day, the group enjoyed lunch at the same tavern when they overheard a conversation at the neighboring table about a hammer that had fallen from the sky. You know about that hammer, right? I tried to pull it out, remarked a burly white man, taking a bite of his salad. A hammer? ISNT that's supposed to be a military satellite? Responded his Mexican companion across the table. That's just the government deceiving us. It's genuinely a hammer. Incredibly heavy and made of an unknown material. Not even a crane can lift it, the white man asserted seriously. Upon hearing the mention of the hammer, Thor could not restrain himself. Where's that hammer? He inquired eagerly. Are you thinking of trying it yourself? Forget it, buddy. It's already cordoned off by those government bastards. And no one is allowed to enter, the burly man replied, casting a glance at Thor. Come on, it's mine to begin with, Thor smiled. All right, it's about 6 or 7 kilometers northwest from here, the white man said before resuming his meal. Excitedly, Thor urged the group to visit the hammer's landing site that afternoon. The notion of something having fallen from the sky piqued Jane's interest, leading her to agree with Thor's suggestion. Although Silvage contemplated opposing it, he recognized that his objections would be futile and chose to remain silent. Hela maintained a neutral stance, having already surmised that the hammer in question might very well be the Mjolnir she had once wielded. After lunch, the five returned to their vehicle, heading toward the hammer's impact site. Upon arrival, they beheld a makeshift laboratory constructed from white tarpaulin, surrounded by a perimeter of barbed wire. Chapter 8. The Odinson Family Chronicles. 3 Scorching air enveloped the crater left by the fallen hammer, where a group of government officials in suits had established a rudimentary laboratory centered around the celestial artifact. The white tarpaulin, draped over a steel framework, formed this temporary facility, while barbed wire encircled the meteorite crater, complemented by several towering observation posts. Not far from the crater, behind a small hill, Jane Foster and Thor lay in wait. Observing the encampment, Hela and Dr. Silverg sat leisurely in the SUV, sipping red tea that Hela had prepared. Kylantriel, your tea is truly exquisite. Where did you procure it? Dr. Silverg remarked, taking a small sip. I bought it in China. Their tea is always the finest, is it not? Hela responded, glancing towards the meteorite crater. You are absolutely right, Kylantriel. After taking another sip, Dr. Silverg resumed his examination of the astronomical data they had previously collected. Following their first-hand witness of the Rainbow Bridge's emergence, Dr. Silverg's team had gathered substantial evidence supporting the existence of Einstein-Rosen bridges. You can merely watch my glorious return from here, Thor declared before leaping down the hillside, while Jane looked on with concern as he departed. Thor swiftly dashed beyond the camp's confines, skillfully vaulting over the obstructive wire fence. This audacious act undoubtedly drew the attention of local government officials, and a throng of security personnel surged towards him. He charged straight towards the laboratory's entrance, effortlessly dispatching the guards with 2 powerful punches. As Thor intruded upon the area, the weather began to behave erratically. Dark clouds began to gather, and the wind intensified. Within the narrow corridors of the laboratory, Thor encountered 2 robust security personnel who charged at him in an attempt to halt his advance. Despite being stripped of his divine powers by Odin, Thor's physical prowess remained far superior to that of an ordinary earthling. He deftly dodged a punch aimed at him and retaliated with a powerful strike to one guard's abdomen, knocking him down. The second guard, witnessing his companion's defeat, drew a taser baton from behind and swung it at Thor. With a swift motion, Thor seized the guard's hand, exerting force until the baton clattered to the ground. He then executed a grappling throw, slamming the unfortunate guard to the floor, rendering him unconscious. Thor navigated through the obstacles and finally arrived at the core area of the laboratory, the center of Mjolnir's fall. There, he beheld an ancient silver-white one-handed hammer, standing majestically atop a mound of earth. Overcome with joy at the sight of his beloved hammer, Thor realized he could no longer endure the days of being stripped of his divine powers and reduced to a mortal. Filled with renewed hope, he confidently approached Mjolnir and grasped its handle with both hands. As the core of the laboratory, Mjolnir was not shrouded in a white canopy, but remained exposed to the open air. The moment Thor gripped the hammer's handle, thunder rumbled ominously in the sky, and lightning flickered within the clouds. Despite exerting every ounce of strength he possessed, Thor found himself unable to budge Mjolnir even slightly. After numerous attempts, he ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, kneeling before Mjolnir with outstretched arms, crying out to the heavens, "Why? Why must this be, Father? I have recognized my errors. Why must it continue like this?" The dark clouds in the sky began to unleash a torrential downpour after the thunder had sounded, as if the heavenly river had sprung a leak. Just as Thor knelt despondently on the ground, security personnel rushed in from both sides, firmly restraining him. At that moment, Thor's heart was engulfed in despair. He understood that he had forfeited his right to be the god of thunder. In a daze, he was handcuffed by 4 security officers and escorted to a confinement room. While the staff busied themselves with the scene, a striking man clad in a dark green suit, with long raven hair, appeared abruptly before Mjolnir. It seemed as though everyone around was oblivious to his presence. This man was none other than Thor's brother, Loki, known in the realm as the god of mischief. With one foot planted on the mound of earth where Mjolnir rested, Loki gripped the hammer's handle with all his might, only to relinquish it moments later. Indeed, this hammer was not easily lifted by just anyone. At that instant, he witnessed Mjolnir being raised by an invisible hand, only to gently tap his forehead before returning to its original position. Dazed, Loki stared at Mjolnir atop the mound. Dr. Sylvig was reviewing documents when he suddenly heard Hela's laughter beside him. Her laughter was melodious, yet it bore the semblance of a child reveling in a successful prank. In the interrogation room, the walls, floor, and ceiling were all white, illuminated by the bright overhead lights. Thor, covered in mud and shackled, sat in a folding chair. 2 security personnel in black tactical gear stood behind him, while a middle-aged man in a black suit, slightly balding, faced him. The usually amiable expression on his face appeared rather stern at this moment. "Which organization sent you? Mi-6, Mossad, or the KGB?" the black-clad agent inquired. Thor, utterly dejected, had no intention of responding to the man before him. Silence. "Excellent. Trust me, we will soon uncover your origins," he responded. "Now, let this gentleman have a moment to himself." With that, he turned and exited the interrogation room. In the stark white room, Thor sat despondently on the chair, alone, when Loki in his dark green suit suddenly materialized before him. Upon seeing Loki, Thor felt a glimmer of hope for his return home. "Hey Loki, are you here to take me back? I'm afraid you will remain in Midgard for the rest of your life." "Brother," Loki replied with a serious expression. "What do you mean?" Thor exclaimed, shocked by Loki's words. "Because of what you did in Jotunheim, we almost plunged into full-scale war with the frost giants. Father is exceedingly angry about this," Loki said softly. "I am aware of my mistakes. I have realized my error," Thor earnestly replied. "But you do not know that. As a result of this incident, Father fell ill due to old wounds and passed away," Loki said, his expression filled with sorrow. "What? Father has passed away?" Thor was utterly astounded by the news of Odin's demise. He could scarcely fathom that the mighty Odin would depart in such a manner. "Now, I have inherited my father's throne, and subsequently, the frost giants have forged an agreement with us to forever banish you to Midgard, never to return to Asgard." Loki sighed sadly as he conveyed this news. "Is that so? I understand," Thor murmured. "Brother, as the king of the gods, you must safeguard Asgard." "Of course, brother. I shall take my leave now. Do take care of yourself," Loki replied before vanishing. Seated in the SUV, Hela regarded the scene before her with palpable disdain. Chapter 9. The affairs of the Odinson family, a contingent of government officials surrounded Hela and her companions, their presence prompted by their association with Thor, who had intruded upon the laboratory. The officials demanded the surrender of the observational instruments and all astronomical data they had gathered during their time. Which department do you represent? I shall sue you for this. Dr. Sylvig glowered at the suited government agents as they began to remove the spatial observation instruments they had painstakingly constructed. Oh, my sincerest apologies, Dr. Sylvig. In fact, we are not part of the United States government. We belong to a United Nations agency. Our department is named the Strategic Enforcement and Logistics Bureau. We require your instruments to observe and assess the recent astronomical events in New Mexico. Here is compensation for your cooperation, the balding man in a black suit said with a placid demeanor. Hey, I don't care what bureau you represent. We are American citizens. Leave your name. Dr. Sylvig realized he was powerless against these government personnel for the moment, but he could later use his connections to uncover their true identities. My name is Phil Coulson. Now, let us be on our way, the man named Coulson instructed, gesturing for the surrounding officials to secure the instruments and data before retreating to their vehicles and departing. Stripped of all their observational equipment, Dr. Sylvig and his team found their astronomical expedition to New Mexico rendered utterly futile, as even the data they had previously collected had been seized. Hey, they even took our notebooks. Daisy lamented. What shall we do next? Dr. Sylvig voiced his confusion. We must first rescue Thor, Jane Foster proposed. Sensing that the peculiar astronomical phenomena occurring in New Mexico were intricately linked to the mysterious man named Thor they had encountered in the wilderness. Undoubtedly, Jane's proposal encountered vehement opposition from Dr. Sylviger. Following their recent encounter with the so-called agents of the Homeland Strategic Attack and Defense Logistics Bureau, Dr. Sylviger developed a profound aversion to this group, a sentiment that arose only after he met the enigmatic individual named Thor. In response to Dr. Sylviger's objections, Jane articulated her reasons for wanting to rescue Thor, which elicited nothing but derision from the doctor. Eventually, Jane Foster suggested resolving the dispute through a democratic process, a vote. The outcome was predictable, 3 votes in favor and 1 against. Naturally, Jane cast her vote in support. While Daisy felt that a handsome man like Thor did not deserve to be imprisoned, and Hela opposed the confinement on the grounds that Thor was her brother. Ultimately, Dr. Sylviger begrudgingly consented to this course of action, considering Jane to be the daughter of his dear friend, and proposed a plan he deemed feasible. The group once again drove to the entrance of the laboratory, where they stated their intentions, only to encounter the loathed agent supervisor, Phil Coulson. So, this Donald Blake is your friend, a physician, is he? Coulson remarked, maintaining his characteristic amiable demeanor while observing the visibly anxious Dr. Sylviger. Yes, I deeply apologize. He consumed quite a bit of alcohol yesterday and caused you considerable trouble. We will cover his bail, Dr. Sylviger replied nervously. Meanwhile, Hela, standing behind him, wore a rather peculiar expression. Her earthly alias was Kylantrell Blanchett, and she found it absurd that her brother also had to use a pseudonym, one as unremarkable as Donald. She pondered the appeal of such a name, recalling a duck that bore it and a real estate mogul in New York with a flamboyant persona sharing the same moniker. Hela deemed the name foolish, emphasizing that her brother was already quite foolish, and this name only amplified that impression. Surprisingly, the entire ordeal unfolded with remarkable ease, and soon Thor was extricated, perhaps better described as fished out. Subsequently, the group returned to the small town. Coulson watched as Dr. Sylviger and his entourage departed. At that moment, a capable man clad in combat attire and wielding a bow and arrow voiced his concern. You just let them go, sir? I am well aware that this Donald fellow is problematic. Frankly, their fabricated narrative is hardly amusing. However, we could not extract any information from that man, so we allowed them to leave for the time being. We will dispatch agents to monitor them. By the way, Agent Barton, do you find anything amiss with the woman named Kylantrell? Coulson inquired. No, sir, replied the serious-faced man, Clinton Francis Barton. Meanwhile, the group returned to their motel. After refreshing themselves, they agreed to meet at the tavern in the town. At the bar, Dr. Sylvig and Thor clinked their glasses, indulging in hearty drinks. Gradually, Dr. Sylvig began to succumb to inebriation, pouring out his recent troubles to Thor, even expressing his apprehensions towards him. Contrary to his usual demeanor, Thor remained unperturbed, quietly seated on his stool, smiling as he listened to Dr. Sylvig's grievances. At another table, Hela and Daisy were enjoying their dinner. Jane had not arrived, claiming she needed to refine the experimental data based on her memories. Hey, Calantriel, why do you keep gazing over at Thor? Have you fallen for him too? Daisy inquired, twirling her pasta. First, please refer to me as Professor Blanchett. Secondly, I am not as shallow as you, my dear. Lastly, I am merely observing what drinks are available. Hela replied seriously after hearing Daisy's teasing remark. Well, you are nearly 40. After all, Daisy quipped softly. What are you murmuring about? Calling me an old woman? Hela gazed sternly at Daisy, her aura as the goddess of death fully activated, directed solely at her. And no, I didn't mean that. Oh no, I apologize, Professor Blanchett. Daisy stammered, clearly taken aback. Consider yourself fortunate that you did not attend Columbia University. Otherwise, your history grade this year would undoubtedly be an E, Hela whispered in Daisy's ear. The sky had turned completely dark, yet it was a clear night, devoid of clouds. The four of them made their way back to the motel from the tavern, with Thor carrying the drunken Dr. Sylvig on his back. Upon returning to her motel room, Hela found herself unable to sleep and decided to take a stroll. As she descended the stairs, she heard the voices of Thor and Jane emanating from the motel parking lot. Following the sounds, she approached to find the two of them wrapped in a thin blanket, seated on folding chairs beside a crackling bonfire, appearing quite intimate. Indeed, by this evidence, it is clear that Thor is no doubt Odin's true son, Hela mused to herself upon witnessing the scene. However, she was not inclined to let it continue. Her foolish brother could not be easily swayed by mere mortals from Midgard. Chapter 10. The affairs of the Odinson family. 5 The nights in New Mexico were somewhat chilly. After escorting the inebriated Dr. Sylvig back to his room, Thor found himself at a loss for what to do. Thus, he decided to take a stroll downstairs. Given the town's sparse population, the night's illumination was dim, allowing for a crystal-clear view of the starry sky. After circling the motel, he discovered Jane Foster seated in the parking lot, wrapped in a thin blanket against the cold, with a bonfire crackling nearby. Thor held a fond regard for this Midgardian woman, who had steadfastly supported him during his darkest times. Thor was deeply moved. His father had passed away, and he found himself permanently exiled in this place. His divine powers were sealed, and the god of thunder was now irrelevant to him. He was merely a mortal. Jane Foster sat alone, holding a notebook while gazing at the stars above, comparing her observations with the notes she had taken. At that moment, Thor quietly approached and seated himself in the empty chair beside her. They exchanged brief greetings before once again succumbing to an awkward silence. Jane then asked Thor if what he had said earlier was true, to which Thor responded affirmatively. As Jane, an astrophysics researcher, inquired about Thor's arrival on Earth and the rainbow light and storm they had encountered that day, their dialogue drew them closer together, culminating in an involuntary kiss. Ahem. Hela emerged from the shadows of the wall, interrupting. Wow, oh, Celebrimber. We were merely discussing astrophysical concepts. You know, the rainbow bridge Thor mentioned is akin to Einstein-Rosen bridges. Jane stammered in a flustered tone upon hearing Hela's voice. Yes, I am aware. And then, just a moment ago, the two of you, Hela remarked coldly, mimicking their kissing posture with her hands. Enough, woman. You are meddling too much, Thor said, rising from his chair to shield Jane. You truly lack a sense of humor, Hela replied, her gaze icy as she regarded Thor. All right, you two continue your chatter. I shall take my leave, Jane said nervously, hastily gathering her notebook and departing. Hela smiled softly as she watched Jane hurriedly exit, then casually occupied the chair left vacant by Jane's departure. Fixing her gaze on Thor, who continued to glare at her, she spoke. Well, stop staring at me. Sit down and let us converse. Celebrimber, huh? You are not a Midgardian, are you? Thor asked with a serious expression. Oh, have you already discerned it? Truly, you are worthy of the title God of Thunder, Hela replied to Thor's observation. It is rather obvious. Your name, the stances you took while we sparred, all indicate that you are a light elf. Am I mistaken? Thor asserted, pointing at Hela as if he had seen through her facade. Sighing deeply, Hela lamented the foolishness of her brother. It seems you have indeed figured it out. So, tell me, what brings you to Midgard? Thor inquired sternly. Should I commend you? I have merely come to Midgard for leisure. It is not as intricate as you presume. Moreover, it has been ages since I returned to Alfheim. Could you share the latest happenings from there? Hela cleverly deflected, yet she decided to ask about her former friend. Alfheim, you say? The last time I visited was 100 Midgard years ago. At that time, I had the extraordinary honor of being received by Queen Nora of the Light Elves. hardly able to believe that the queen of your kind was so diminutive. Following this, we indulged in a feast, as Thor casually remarked. Wait, who did you say the queen of the light elves is? Nora? What about Istana? And Istana the Radiant? Hela interjected, sensing something amiss. Istana the Radiant? Oh, you mean the former queen of the elves? It is said she vanished 500 years ago, after which her niece, the current Queen Nora, ascended to the elven throne. What? Are you quite close with Istana? Thor asked, looking at Hela with a puzzled expression. Ah, yes, Hela replied, momentarily taken aback. I see, I understand, Thor responded, adopting a knowing demeanor. Thor, I must caution you. It is impossible for an Asgardian to be with a Midgardian. Your relationship with Jane, Hela stated solemnly. Unsurprisingly, Thor interrupted her before she could finish. The two then engaged in a heated debate, ultimately persuading neither. They parted on unfriendly terms, with Hela believing it better to forego the impending pain of separation than to begin a relationship. Meanwhile, Thor was evidently blinded by love, disregarding Hela's counsel entirely. In Asgard, Thor's companions, the three valiant warriors of the Hall of Heroes, Volstagg, Hogun, and Fandral, alongside the goddess of harvest, Sif, convened to discuss Thor's banishment. They suspected that Loki was behind it all, orchestrating events both before their journey to Jotunheim and during Thor's faux pas at the banquet. All in a bid for the throne of Asgard. With Odin now in eternal slumber, Loki had successfully assumed the role of regent, or, rather, acting king. They resolved to venture to Midgard and retrieve Thor, seeking to oust Loki from his scheming position. Under the guidance of Sif, the group arrived at the Sanctuary of Guardians, the control chamber of the Rainbow Bridge, which was overseen by Heimdall, the Sentinel of Asgard. Heimdall was unperturbed by their arrival and did not dismiss their actions. Although he was obliged to follow the king's orders, he harbored doubts regarding Loki's rise to power. In response to the quartet's demands, Heimdall chose to feign compliance. Declaring his allegiance to King Loki, he secretly activated the Rainbow Bridge, transporting the four to Midgard. Little did he anticipate the dire repercussions of his decision, repercussions far graver than he could have imagined. Loki had been observing the entire affair unfold. Initially, he intended to spare Thor, considering their fraternal bond, allowing him to live out his days in Midgard. However, he was taken aback to discover that his minions were plotting to retrieve Thor and usurp his position as king. This betrayal was intolerable to Loki, leaving him with no choice but to eliminate his brother. Thus, Loki, wielding the eternal spear Gungnir, arrived at Odin's treasury, activating the Guardian of Destruction that protected it. Under Loki's command, the armor crafted by the dwarves at Odin's behest to combat the Aesir transformed into the ultimate weapon of Asgard. Loki believed that with this armor unleashed, Thor was doomed. Chapter 11. Brother against brother. As dawn broke, sunlight bathed the quaint town. In the dining area of a motel, Thor was utilizing the kitchen to prepare Asgardian delicacies. Hela, Jane, Daisy, and Sylvig sat at the dining table, observing Thor's culinary endeavors. None of them anticipating that this seemingly reckless man possessed such culinary skills. Yet, it was evident to all that Thor was meticulously preparing breakfast for someone special. Soon, Thor approached the table, a plate in hand, smiling as he presented it to Jane Foster. Hela furrowed her brow at this scene, pondering the inherent incompatibility of long-lived beings with their shorter-lived counterparts. The passage of time would inevitably bring anguish to both parties. Envision the torment when one hair turned to silver and youth faded, remained while the other flourished in their prime. The sorrow that would ensue upon the passing of the shorter-lived partner weighed heavily on her heart, and Hela genuinely wished to shield her brother from such a fate. Outside the town, a brilliant column of rainbow light descended, and as the radiance dissipated, Sif, clad in battle attire, along with the three warriors of the Valkyrie, arrived in Midgard. The four sought Thor's location based on Heimdall's earlier sighting. Townsfolk gazed in awe at these four figures adorned in medieval armor. Their arrival also catching the attention of agents from the Department of Homeland Strategic Operations and Logistics. Phil Coulson, present in the town, hurriedly inquired about the appearance of the newcomers upon hearing of their descent through the rainbow light. His subordinate reported, "Sir, I saw the warrior Princess Sif, along with Shang-Chi and Robin Hood." As Agent Coulson assembled a team to head towards the site of the radiant descent, the quartet had already located Thor. At that moment, Dr. Sylvig was engaged in a discussion with Jane regarding the authenticity of the world tree theory. Hela, seated on the sofa with a cup of post-meal tea, began to observe the newcomers with quiet curiosity as they entered. "These are my companions, Sif, Volstagg, Hogun, and Fandral." Thor introduced his Asgardian friends to those present. Subsequently, Fandral elucidated their purpose for coming, to escort Thor back to Asgard. When Thor explained that he had angered Odin, which led to his prolonged exile, Sif promptly clarified that Odin was still alive, merely ensnared in the slumber of the gods. It was then that Thor finally realized that all of this was part of his brother Loki's insidious scheme. As Hela sat on the couch sipping her tea, she could not help but sneer inwardly. The frost giant King Laufey truly possessed a cunning mind. During his escape, he had deliberately left behind his progeny, who, quite fortuitously, was adopted by Odin. Now, Hela, the eldest princess, lay slain at Odin's own hands for her treachery against Asgard, while Thor, the firstborn, had been stripped of his divine powers and cast down to Midgard due to his reckless expedition to Jotunheim. Should Thor meet his demise in Midgard, the sole legitimate heir to Asgard would be none other than Loki, the biological son of Laufey and Odin's adopted child. It was reasonable to surmise that the frost giants would seize this opportunity to assault Asgard. Previously, they had been unable to attack Asgard due to their ignorance of how to reach it. However, with Loki as their guide, such a venture appeared all but assured. Upon realizing this, Hela abruptly sat up. A significant dilemma now confronted her. Should she save her brother or her parents? Although she had ascended to one of the 5 great deities of the cosmos, embodying death itself, the cosmic laws constrained her, preventing her from unleashing her full power. She could only act through her avatars. In this moment, she yearned for more subordinates. As the thought of her death knights crossed her mind, she recalled one in particular. Yet he remained in New York. Hela could transport herself, but was unable to teleport others. In her despair, she could only pray that the defenses of the Golden Palace remained intact, and that Heimdall, the guardian god, would prove reliable. Despite never having witnessed him in action during her time in Asgard, outside the town, on a barren expanse, Agent Coulson led a group of individuals studying the magical sigils left in the wake of the Rainbow Bridge's arrival. At that moment, the clouds above coalesced once more, followed by another ray of rainbow light descending. A colossal steel giant, standing 5 meters tall, made its entrance. Upon sighting the Titan, Coulson's first instinct was to think of Tony Stark. He seized a megaphone from a nearby agent and approached the giant, declaring, "Hey, you are suspected of employing unlicensed weaponry. Please halt and submit to an investigation." The steel giant complied, its layers of armor gradually retracting. Just as Coulson smiled, believing the situation was resolved, a searing beam of yellow laser erupted from the giant's visage, obliterating a nearby vehicle, followed by another. The agents present were thrown into disarray, fleeing the scene while calling for reinforcements. Simultaneously, the townspeople became aware of the commotion caused by the steel giant. The Asgardian quartet expressed their eagerness to fight alongside Thor once more. However, Thor proclaimed that he was now a mere mortal, and joining them in battle would only serve as a liability. Instead, he deemed it more prudent to assist in evacuating the populace to safety. Thus, the group commenced their actions according to their prior arrangements, and the evacuation proceeded with remarkable efficiency. The resounding explosions outside the town left the residents with no option but to flee. However, the quartet's endeavor to intercept the destroyer proved to be exceedingly arduous, for this iron giant was none other than Odin's armor. As Hela witnessed the Asgardian group being hurled away by the destroyer, she could only shake her head in resignation. Subsequently, she left an illusionary doppelganger in her place while her true self transformed into her cloak ensemble, appearing atop a rooftop in the town, wielding a grand bow. With a steady aim, she drew her bowstring and released the arrow, which flew like a spear, embedding itself into the destroyer's form. One arrow proved ineffective, so she shot a second, then a third. Hela continued to unleash a flurry of arrows at the destroyer with relentless precision. With Hela's distraction, the destroyer finally halted and began to target her with its attacks. Loki, seated upon the throne in the Golden Palace, observed as Hela unleashed arrow after arrow upon the destroyer, acutely aware of the damage inflicted upon it. Hela's marksmanship had been entirely learned from the Light Elves, with Astana having personally instructed her in archery. Although Hela had once deemed archery to be utterly pointless, merely a pastime to alleviate her boredom, she never anticipated that she would find herself employing it now. This act undeniably further incited Loki, who speculated that the Light Elves of Alfheim were also assisting Thor in this endeavor. With Loki's power coursing through it, the destroyer exhibited unimaginable might, conjuring an energy shield that effectively deflected Hela's arrows. The situation grew increasingly dire. While the others desperately attempted to intervene, Thor suddenly stepped forward, addressing the destroyer with a commanding voice. Loki, I know not where I have erred, but I implore you to spare these innocents. Whatever grievances you hold, let them be directed at me. Yet, he was swiftly struck aside by the destroyer, crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 12. The seal is broken. The entire town lay in ruins following the arrival of the destroyer, with remnants of cars charred and scattered from the explosive laser strikes. Buildings were decimated by shock waves, and the town had devolved into a battlefield, particularly along the main thoroughfare, where the conflict between the destroyer and the quartet wreaked havoc upon the street. Following Thor's demise at the hands of the destroyer, Hela was consumed by a righteous fury. She cast a glance at the spot where Thor had fallen, observing Jane Foster futilely attempting to administer aid. In an instant, Hela's cloak vanished, replaced by a suit of golden armor inspired by the Protoss from the game StarCraft II. With a swift motion, 2 azure beams of energy bladed from her gauntlets. Adorned with a golden headband and mask, Hela charged forth and, with a powerful downward strike, cleaved the destroyer in half from head to toe. Yet, Hela was acutely aware of the formidable power contained within this iron armor. As the once-split destroyer swiftly reassembled, its visor opened, unleashing a beam of laser towards Hela. With a deft motion, Hela raised her left energy blade, cleaving the laser in twain, and charged forward. Her right blade delivered a horizontal slash, severing the destroyer at the waist. Before the upper half could meet the ground, the fissure began to mend once more. The destroyer's right arm swung back, delivering a punch towards Hela. Fortunately, the armor she donned proved to be remarkably effective. A cerulean energy shield manifested, absorbing the brunt of the blow. At that moment, Mjolnir, which had plummeted several kilometers away, suddenly soared into the air, startling the scientists in the laboratory. The mighty hammer flew directly towards Thor. Jane, who was previously beside Thor, was hastily pulled aside by Dr. Selvig. Just then, the seemingly lifeless Thor raised his right hand, perfectly catching the hammer's handle. A tempest ensued as a thick purple lightning bolt descended from the heavens, heralding the return of the god of thunder. Clad in his resplendent red cape and distinctive armor, Thor radiated an aura of unparalleled majesty. My heavens! Jane exclaimed, witnessing the resurrection of the thunder god. Hey Jane, are you all right? Thor approached her with a warm smile. Is this your usual attire? Jane gazed at Thor in astonishment. Indeed, this is the true me. Allow me to resolve this predicament first, Thor declared, brandishing Mjolnir as he soared toward the destroyer. Both the warriors 3 and Dr. Selvig, observing Thor's departure, felt a surge of confidence in their victory. Thor, propelled by Mjolnir, swiftly reached the battlefield. With a flick of his wrist, the hammer hurtled towards the destroyer. Seizing the opportunity as the destroyer staggered back, Hela delivered a decisive blow, severing its head. Thor then summoned Mjolnir back, wielding it with fervor as he ascended into the sky. The swirling winds coalesced around the hammer, forming a powerful vortex. Lightning danced within the winds, drawing even the destroyer upwards into the tempest. Once Hela was assured of her brother's safety, she activated the coordinates to Asgard, arriving in an instant. Upon her arrival, she donned a black robe with a gray cloak, finding herself at the Guardian Temple, the control room of the Rainbow Bridge. Before her stood 2 frost giants, who swiftly drew their black swords. With a deft flick of their weapons, they dispatched the Guardians who had been frozen like sculptures. Having eliminated the Sentinels, Hela hastened towards the Golden Palace. Thoughts raced through her mind about Heimdall, Asgard's so-called guardian. She burst into the inner sanctum of the palace, cleaving the heads of the frost giants who dared to obstruct her path. Upon her arrival at Odin's palace, she discovered the grand doors wide open, encrusted with a thick layer of frost. Hel's heart raced with urgency as she approached the entrance, only to witness the frost giant King Laufey launching an assault on her mother, the goddess Frigga. As Frigga struggled to withstand the onslaught, Hel's eyes reddened with concern. She hurled her dark long swords at Laufey, and in an instant, a pair of zigzag daggers materialized in her hands. Laufey's attack was abruptly interrupted by the 2 swords Hel had unleashed, and before he could comprehend what was happening, she materialized behind him, driving a dagger into his lower back while the other slashed his throat. He expired before uttering a word. As Hel observed the frost giant king's lifeless body transform into a lump of ice, she realized that this had merely been an illusion. Slaying him bore little consequence for Lao Fei. Hell, is that you? Frigga softly inquired, gazing at Hel's silhouette. No, no, you are mistaken, mother, Hel stammered, her voice tinged with panic upon hearing Frigga's voice. Hel, my dear daughter, where have you been all these years? Frigga confirmed her identity after Hel's words and stepped forward to embrace her. Gazing at Hel's face concealed beneath her cloak, she continued, Mother, this is a secret between father and me. You must not know. Hel turned her head away, avoiding Frigga's kind gaze. Very well. My daughter has grown and formed her own opinions. I shall not meddle too much, Frigga remarked, releasing Hel with a smile as she made her way toward Odin. Mother. Hel sighed in resignation. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the corridor outside the hall. Just as Hel prepared herself for an impending attack, Loki, clad in armor and wielding the eternal spear, rushed in hastily. Before he could utter a word, Hel silenced him with a thrown knife, leaving Loki momentarily bewildered by her sudden aggression. He hastily raised the eternal spear in defense, only to be repelled by Hel's relentless onslaught of daggers. Hel showed no mercy. Each strike aimed to incapacitate. Loki, trained in magic, had merely acquired a modicum of combat skills for self-defense and could not withstand Hel's ferocious assault. Just as Hel propelled Loki out of Odin's chamber, Thor arrived, wielding Mjolnir. Initially intending to reprimand Loki, Thor rushed forward to catch him as he flew backward, exclaiming, You've taken your antics too far this time, Loki. You arrived just in time, Thor. I must confess, I have no knowledge of this figure in the black cloak. As I entered Father's chamber to render aid, I was immediately attacked. This is no jest, Loki retorted angrily. Indeed, Hel's unexpected appearance had not been part of Loki's plans, implying that he was entirely unaware of her intentions as she had dealt him a decisive blow. Thor, observing Loki's demeanor, felt reluctant to deceive him. He was somewhat unsettled by Hela's presence in Odin's chamber. Thus, the two brothers conspired and charged into Odin's quarters, launching an assault against Hela. For Asgard, they proclaimed in unison as they advanced towards her. Chapter 13. Embracing the brother in battle under the shimmering stars of Asgard's night. The conflict between Hela and her brothers raged on within the Golden Palace. Armed with twin daggers, Hela single-handedly overpowered her two siblings. Even though one wielded Mjolnir and the other Gungnir, she deftly evaded Loki's thrust, seizing Gungnir and, with a powerful motion, hurled Loki away, sending him crashing into Thor. Both brothers were propelled backward, yet Hela showed no intent to deliver a finishing blow. For her, this was not a battle, but merely a test of her brother's mettle. This cannot continue, brother. We are no match for her. Loki struggled to rise from the ground, voicing his concern. Indeed, we must devise another strategy. I will take the lead, and you must find a way to shield me, Thor replied, swinging Mjolnir once more towards Hela, while Loki raised Gungnir, aiming it at her. A beam of light shot forth from the spear's tip. Hela sidestepped Thor's incoming attack, only to be struck in the abdomen by Gungnir. Loki anticipated that this blow would severely wound her, yet he was astonished to see the impact enveloped in a shroud of gray mist. Moments later, the mist dissipated, revealing Hela unscathed. Subsequently, Hela hurled one of her daggers at Loki, who instinctively raised Gungnir to deflect the incoming projectile. The force of the blow sent him hurtling out of the corridor and into the throne hall. After being kicked into Odin's chamber, Thor's gaze immediately fell upon Frigga, who held a sword. Before she could inform Thor that the figure cloaked in black was his sister Hela, he offered her some words of comfort before departing again. In the throne hall, Loki struggled to regain his footing when Hela emerged, daggers in hand, intent on delivering no mercy to her brother. Being a frost giant, she had no desire for such a being to inherit the throne of Asgard. Resolute, she intensified her assault, increasing both her speed and frequency of attacks. With Gungnir in hand, Loki could do little more than defend against Hela's relentless strikes, finding no opportunity to counterattack. His attempts to engage were deftly evaded, and he found himself retreating from the throne hall to the plaza outside the Golden Palace. Here, he sought to attract the attention of Asgard's guards, oblivious to the fact that they had all been dispatched by his own machinations. Do you wish to draw the guards' attention? Do you believe any remain nearby? Hela taunted, slowly advancing toward Loki, whose face was obscured beneath his hood, illuminated only by the moonlight that revealed his nose and mouth. You wretched woman, what are you truly after? Loki exclaimed, realizing that the figure clad in black robes before him was indeed a woman. Well, what do you think? Hela retorted, showing no inclination for dialogue. The two engaged in combat once more, but Loki, consumed by a desire to survive, fled from the square to the control room of the Bifrost, the realm of the Guardians. Why stop running? Hela taunted as she closed in on Loki. Humph, I am the God King. Let us settle this here, Loki declared, his expression twisted in defiance. In an instant, Hela appeared before him, her dagger poised to slice into his neck. But before she could strike, a hammer crackling with lightning soared from behind and struck her fiercely at her left side, forcing her away from Loki. Thor rushed in, pulling Loki behind him, and with a swift motion, summoned Mjolnir back to his grasp. Hela, having been thrown back by Mjolnir, swiftly regained her footing. Disappointment etched across her face as she assessed her brother's prowess. With a flick of her wrists, she hurled her crescent-shaped daggers towards Thor and Loki. However, they were swatted away by Thor's mighty swing of Mjolnir. Hela conjured two wisps of pale gray mist that surged toward Thor, ensnaring him. From the point of contact, a hard gray substance began to spread over Thor's body, resembling rock or solid ice. Soon, both Thor and his hammer were encased in this material. One nuisance dealt with. Now, it's your turn, Hela said, unceremoniously pushing the petrified Thor aside, her gaze fixed on the wary Loki. Watching his brother transform into stone at the hands of this cloaked woman, Loki anticipated feelings of joy, relief even, at the demise of the brother who had overshadowed him for so long. Yet, to his dismay, his heart brimmed with fury. He craved vengeance. He yearned to avenge his brother. I will slay you, Loki declared, raising Gungnir and launching it towards Hela with astonishing speed. Caught off guard, Hela had her hood dislodged by the spear, revealing her visage fully to Loki. In a swift motion, Hela seized Gungnir from Loki's grasp, yanking it away and delivering a powerful kick that sent Loki sprawling onto the Bifrost's surface. As he turned to rise, two small daggers materialized in his hands, and he charged at Hela. A futile endeavor, she remarked, discarding Gungnir and brandishing her own daggers as she advanced on Loki. One of her daggers deflected Loki's attack, while the other retaliated. Loki, seeing Hela's dagger coming, chose not to defend against it, thrusting his own blade toward her neck. An exchange of deadly blows was a familiar tactic to Hela. With a deft movement, she evaded Loki's thrust while her dagger carved a deep gash into his arm. At this moment, Loki found himself cornered at the edge of the Rainbow Bridge, and it was then that a brilliant flash descended between him and Hela, revealing the golden spear, Gungnir. Both turned to see Odin, clad in battle armor and with hair as white as snow, standing beside the petrified Thor, simultaneously freeing him from his stony prison while gazing at them. Stop, Odin bellowed, as the moment he had dreaded most had finally arrived, not after his death, but while he still drew breath. The sight of his children turning against one another was undoubtedly the source of his deepest sorrow. Upon seeing Odin, Hela realized her true identity had been exposed. Yet, for the future of Asgard, she was determined to take Loki with her. With this resolve, she rushed forward, embracing Loki and leaping off the Rainbow Bridge. Simultaneously, the layer of hardened exterior that had rendered Thor helpless began to crumble into dust, swept away by the ocean breeze. As Hela descended, Thor was restored. At that moment, only Odin, Thor, and the late-arriving Frigga remained on the bridge. Thor, oblivious to Hela's true nature, could only comprehend that his brother had vanished. He stood there, staring blankly at the Rainbow Bridge. Hela, holding Loki, plummeted through the fabric of time and space, landing at last on a desolate planet. Here, Hela encountered the young Titan Thanos, whom she had met a millennium ago. It has been a long time, young Titan, Hela said with a smile as she regarded the purple-skinned Titan seated upon the highest throne. So many years, at last, I see you again, Thanos replied, visibly stirred by Hela's presence. Hela was somewhat taken aback by Thanos' fervent enthusiasm. Something about his demeanor seemed awry. Chapter 14. Conversation beneath the tranquil starry sky. On a barren asteroid, the imposing figure of Thanos, adorned in golden armor, stood under his throne, accompanying Hela, who wore a dark robe and black cloak. During their conversation, Hela gleaned the experiences of the last Titan over the years. Shortly after her departure, Thanos had proposed a horrifying suggestion in the council to sacrifice half of Titan's population to ensure the survival of their race. This dreadful proposal was, of course, rejected, and the council leader, Amancer, stripped Thanos of his status as a councilman. Subsequently, he ordered the guard, Agrimar, to detain him. However, No one anticipated that Thanos would injure Agrimar and seize a spacecraft to flee from Titan. 300 years later, during his wanderings, he learned of a tragic experiment that had led to the extinction of all life on Titan. He hurried back to his homeland, but upon his return, the once beautiful landscape had vanished. The sky and ground were both a grim shade of ochre, and fierce winds whipped through the air, leaving no signs of life in its wake. Subsequently, Thanos discovered the true architect of the catastrophic experiment on Titan, Khazgros. It was his failure that precipitated the annihilation of the entire Titan civilization. In a fit of rage, Thanos personally executed him, an act witnessed by a passing Kree. Thus began the tale of the mad Titan, who eradicated all of his kin, leaving the universe devoid of Titans save for himself. My goddess, your counsel from years past rings true. I lament not heeding your advice. Thanos sighed, lowering his gaze towards Hela, who stood silently beside him. Hela felt an unsettling discomfort. She sensed a peculiar emotion, akin to infatuation, emanating from the imposing figure beside her, a notion she found difficult to accept. Ever since Thanos had slain Khazgros, he began to pursue his grand vision. He ventured to the Chitauri Empire, single-handedly breaching the Imperial Guard and subsequently eliminating the Chitauri Emperor, thereby assimilating the remnants of the Chitauri army. This marked the commencement of his campaign to reduce life across the cosmos. With each conquest of a planet, he extinguished half of its inhabitants before departing. Even Hela, the goddess of death, found Thanos' methods disconcerting. His intentions were not purely for slaughter, but rather aimed at securing the future of the universe. Hela turned to Thanos, who was gazing at her, and offered a faint smile, choosing to remain silent. The man before her was terrifying beyond measure. According to the whispers from parallel universes she occasionally received in her realm, this Thanos had once annihilated half of the universe's life as a tribute in his pursuit of death. She understood that if given the chance, he would likely replicate such an act. Yet, unlike his counterpart in that other universe, his intent was to preserve the future of this cosmos. Had she not fortuitously descended the Rainbow Bridge with Loki, she might never have encountered Thanos. This is Loki, the second prince of Asgard. I entrust him to you. For further details, merely inquire with him. I must take my leave, Hela stated coldly, and with that, her form dissipated into a cloud of ash before Thanos. As Thanos contemplated retaining Hela, she vanished, leaving him to gaze at Loki, who lay unconscious on the ground like a defeated creature, pondering his future plans. After departing from Thanos, Hela sent her avatar back to Earth, redirecting her focus to the realm of Hell. She had received multiple reports concerning the inexplicable disappearance of souls post-mortem. As the statistics became more refined, the count of lost souls escalated, with entire races, such as the Titans, reported missing. As the ultimate resting place for souls after the death of all life in the universe, Helheim should have served as a sanctuary for all spirits. However, the alarming occurrence of numerous missing souls has compelled Hela to take notice. She must uncover the whereabouts of these vanished souls, and her first suspicion falls upon Hel itself. In her days as the eldest princess of Asgard, she had once led the Asgardian army to assault Hel, where her forces had been unstoppable. Yet, when confronted by the undead legions commanded by the Lord of Hell, Mephisto, she encountered significant difficulties. In retrospect, those undead were souls deceived by Mephisto. With this thought in mind, Hela resolved to personally visit Hel and converse with Mephisto. Thus, she projected a doppelganger into the realm of the underworld. The environment there was dismal, with dark red lava flowing across the surface. The air was thick with the scent of sulfur, and tremors periodically shook the ground, while distant volcanoes erupted perpetually. Within the limits of her vision, the shadow of a grand palace emerged on a cliff in the distance. Hela lightly tapped the ground with her right foot, summoning a rock slab beneath her, which swiftly carried her toward the palace. She encountered no obstacles along the way and soon arrived at the majestic structure. At that moment, a demon, approximately 6 feet tall, appeared before Hela. Ah, who could it be? The goddess of death graces us with her presence. Truly, the Asgardians are remarkable, the demon remarked. Hela, you have indeed faked your demise. That scent, it's unmistakably you, Mephisto. Mind your own affairs. I'm here merely to inform you that you must release all the souls in your possession, Hela declared. Since when did matters of hell require the management of an Asgardian? Do not forget that it was I who repelled you back in the day, Mephisto retorted angrily upon hearing Hela's intentions. Listen to me, demon. I am here to convey a message. If you do not act voluntarily, I shall take matters into my own hands, Hela replied, fully anticipating Mephisto's opposition. Knowing he would not acquiesce easily. Do the Asgardians seek to wage war against Hel once more? Very well, I shall oblige, Mephisto responded coldly. Asgard? No, this time. It is Death who has come to fulfill her duty, Hela asserted solemnly. Do you think that your title as the goddess of death truly represents death itself? Foolishness. Mephisto scoffed. Let us see, then. Before I conclude, allow me to share a saying from the Midgardians. Do not say, I did not warn you. With that, Hela vanished from Mephisto's sight. In the Death Temple, Hela opened her eyes and rose, proclaiming, Prepare the knights for battle. Our target is Hel. Chapter 15. The War of Hel within the infernal realm. Thick with the acrid scent of sulfur, a war was underway. The army of the underworld from Heim is engaged in a fierce battle with the infernal forces. In terms of numbers, the infernal army is clearly at a disadvantage. Charge. Our enemy is the Lord of Hel. Follow me into the fray. A man clad in ancient Greek Macedonian armor, draped in a crimson cloak, leads the charge astride a magnificent ebony steed. Behind him, soldiers adorned in the armors of various city-states from the ancient Greek era, wielding nearly 18-foot-long spears in their right hands and 2-foot diameter round shields in their left, form an orderly phalanx, advancing in unison with their king. Flanking this infantry formation are cavalrymen composed of Celtic heroes. On the right wing of the formation, King Arthur, with his golden hair and piercing blue eyes, clad in plate armor and a royal blue cloak, leads his Knights of the Round Table in an assault on the side of the infernal army. On the left wing, Finn MacCool, with flowing flaxen locks and clad in silver armor, wields a spear as he commands his Fianna Knights. This marks merely the first assault of the undead army from Heim. Meanwhile, within the palace of the Lord of Hel, Mephisto, the Assassin's Brotherhood, under the leadership of the ancient Elder of the Mountains, has successfully infiltrated. In the skies above, the battle rages on. The aircraft from the Research Institution of Chaldea and Heim vie for aerial supremacy against the infernal forces. Oh, how I never anticipated that I would be fortunate enough to partake in this holy war. A woman clad in silver armor, her pale yellow hair intricately braided and adorned with a silver headband, wields a long sword at her waist and raises a blue spear with a silver tip. A banner, white with golden edges and embroidered with irises, flutters from the spear. Excitedly observing the battlefield from a nearby peak, she exclaims, Joan, no matter what, this time I shall not allow you to leave my sight. A tall man, clad in silver armor and brandishing a great sword, responds, Ah, I understand. Marshal Gillis de Rice. Without turning her head, Joan acknowledges, Let us prepare our forces. Those Englishmen are faltering. Let them witness the might of France. May the Lord bless us. After surveying the battlefield, Joan speaks decisively. Marshal Gillis, upon receiving her command, descends to the army below to mobilize the troops. A similar scene unfolds in the Roman encampment led by Caesar. Though these souls are now undead, their habits from life remain ingrained. This is the first war the underworld of Heim has waged in many years, and their adversary is none other than the legendary Hel of their former lives. One cannot deny the formidable strength of the infernal army. The souls imprisoned by Mephisto are immensely powerful. The infernal forces, primarily composed of the souls of the Eternal Clan, Titans, successfully repelled the first wave of the undead army's assault, yet the second wave is poised to commence. With the addition of the aerial fortress of Ramses II's pyramid, the scales of victory in the war are tipping towards the realm of Heim. As the battle between Heim and Hel commences, Hela, the sovereign of Heim, remains seated upon her throne in the Temple of Death, viewing the situation with indifference. There is no need for her to overly concern herself with such matters, as she possesses unwavering confidence in her ability to triumph over Hel. At this juncture, her primary focus is directed towards her earthly avatar. Miss Calanthe, welcome once again to China, spoke a portly man clad in a light blue shirt and tailored trousers. Hello. So you are my guide for this trip? Hela inquired, studying the man before her, attempting to glean insight from his bespectacled gaze. Indeed, that is correct. My name is Jiang Luyang, your guide for this excursion, he replied casually. Well then, let us board the vehicle and discuss my travel arrangements, Hela smiled. Oh, certainly. Right this way, Jiang Luyang gestured as he led Hela towards the parking area. The two entered a Buick sedan. It was the year 2008. And Hela's visit to China served a dual purpose, to unwind her divine senses and to witness the Beijing Olympic Games. Memories from her past life hinted that the opening ceremony would be nothing short of extraordinary, prompting her eagerness to attend this momentous event, which was merely 3 days away. Meanwhile, in a location within scythe, known as the Joint Dark Energy Operations Department, communication with headquarters had been severed. Director Nick Fury found himself cut off. An hour later, he issued a Level 1 alert, placing all of scythe on high alert. Under the guidance of Jiang Luyang, Hela toured the Forbidden City and the Great Wall at Badaling over the course of 2 days. Must-see attractions in Beijing. At Badaling, as Hela captured the sunset casting its glow upon the Great Wall with her DSLR camera, she expressed her gratitude to Jiang Luyang. "Thank you immensely for your companionship these past 2 days, Mr. Jiang." "Not at all. It is merely my duty. I must say, as a history professor, your stamina is quite impressive," he replied, wiping the sweat from his brow while leaning against the wall of the fortress. "What do you think university professors are like? A bunch of frail old men?" Hela turned, a playful smile gracing her lips as she regarded Jiang Luyang. "Ah, well, at least my university instructors fit that description." He continued to fan himself, chuckling. "Very well, what else lies ahead in our itinerary, my dear guide?" Hela inquired. "Next, as per our plan, we shall proceed to Wang Fujing for dinner, after which we will conclude today's activities," Jiang Luyang answered. "Dinner? How fortuitous, as I find myself rather hungry." "Let us be on our way," Hela replied. Hela spoke as she retraced her steps. High above the vast ocean, aboard a colossal spacecraft belonging to scythe, a heated argument ensued among Tony Stark, Steve Rogers, and Bruce Banner regarding Tony's unauthorized intrusion into scythe's database. 6 months prior, Steve Rogers had awakened in the northern reaches of Greenland, having been in slumber for nearly 70 years. The vibrant modern society surrounding him felt alien, a stark contrast to the battles he had fought against Hydra before his long sleep. After awakening, he wandered in a daze, bereft of friends and family. It was only when Nick Fury approached him with a mission that he began to regain clarity. His task was to locate the Tesseract, the very object he had battled over throughout his life against Hydra. In Stuttgart, Germany, he encountered the extraterrestrial who had seized the Tesseract, a being who proclaimed himself a god, Loki. Armed with a spear capable of emitting lasers, Loki ultimately found himself surrendering to Steve's own strikes. With Tony's timely assistance, they apprehended this miscreant and brought him aboard the enormous spacecraft. Amidst memories, Steve found himself in a secret chamber of the ship, where he discovered the very object Tony had long suspected existed. It was a weapon powered by the Tesseract, reminiscent of something he had seen during World War II. That night, after returning to her hotel and shifting her focus back to her true form, Hela learned the outcome of the war between Helheim and Hel. Helheim emerged victorious. Under the aegis of the original Ancient One, the Assassin's Guild successfully eliminated Mephisto and transported his soul to the Hall of Death in Helheim. In exchange for his return to Hel, Mephisto agreed to release all souls trapped within Hel, allowing them to enter Helheim, thus merging the two realms under Helheim's dominion. Once the pact was sealed, Mephisto fulfilled his end of the bargain, and thereafter, Hela liberated his soul. This war was a resounding triumph for Hela. As time progressed, the opening ceremony of the Beijing Olympics approached. Hela sat in the VIP section, immersing herself in the vibrant atmosphere of the event. Meanwhile, aboard scythe, DS aerial carrier, Loki had been rescued. A significant event targeting Earth was on the horizon. Chapter 16, The Curtain Rises. Beijing, under the night sky, was resplendent with color, marking the day of the Olympic Games inauguration. The eyes of the world converged here, witnessing a magnificent celebration. Hela, seated in the prime location, watched as a grand tapestry unfolded on stage. Each performance, rich with Chinese elements, from movable type printing to an impressive fleet crafted from ores, provided a visual feast for all. The dazzling light and shadow effects of the stage were nothing short of spectacular. The colorful opening ceremony delighted Hela, who held a deep appreciation for the games. A nation capable of orchestrating such a grand opening ceremony must indeed be fascinating, though I have lost count of the times I have visited this country. My journey here commenced 2 millennia ago, and the segment of the performance depicting the Tang dynasty at this ceremony evoked memories of the banquet hosted by Li Longji at the Daming Palace. Somewhere high above the Pacific Ocean, aboard the scythe helicarrier, Tony Stark, Steve Rogers, Nick Fury, and Natasha Romanoff convened in a small conference room. An hour prior, Hawkeye, controlled by Loki, had commandeered an aircraft to board the helicarrier, successfully inciting the ire of Dr. Bruce Banner, who transformed into the Hulk aboard the vessel. Simultaneously, Loki, leveraging his cunning, ensnared Thor in a pipe and cast him into the Pacific. Amidst the chaos wrought by the Hulk, Loki deftly escaped the scythe helicarrier, although Hawkeye, under his influence, was rendered unconscious by Natasha during the fierce battle. Yet, Loki's objectives had been accomplished. The outcome of this audacious assault was that Thor was lost in the Pacific, and the Hulk, in a fit of rage, was lured by Tony, clad in his iron armor, into the depths of the ocean. Agent Phil Coulson met his demise, pierced through the chest by Loki's spear while attempting to thwart the god's escape. The remaining few sat in silence within the small conference room, each lost in their thoughts. Save for Nick Fury, who continued to speak. This was his favorite card, he remarked, tossing a few blood-stained cards emblazoned with Captain America's image onto the glass coffee table. Coulson was a good man. He should never have been subjected to this fate. Tony finally broke the silence, his voice heavy with emotion. Is this your first encounter with a comrade's death before your eyes, Stark? As a soldier. There is no time for mourning, Steve replied, his gaze fixated on the bloodied cards. But I am not a soldier, Tony erupted, rising from the table to depart the conference room, determined to repair his severely damaged armor so he could return to his home, Stark Tower, in New York. After watching Tony's retreating figure, Steve also stood, softly uttering words meant for Tony's ears. Now, we are all soldiers. He then exited the small conference room. Nick Fury observed their departing silhouettes, and a subtle smile crept onto his lips. He recognized that the team he had painstakingly assembled had finally taken shape. Avengers, assemble. As Tony worked on his armor, he encountered a fully armed Steve and remarked, "You know, I have been pondering what Loki truly desires. Now I understand. That guy is like a clown in need of an audience. He craves a stage visible to all. He yearns for applause, flowers, and cheers. Are you sure you aren't describing yourself, Stark?" Steve replied, his expression one of bemusement. Momentarily taken aback by Steve's comment, Tony swiftly regained his composure and inquired, "What is the date today?" "On August 8th, 2008, I perused the calendar daily." "What is the matter?" Steve inquired, gazing at Tony with a hint of perplexity. "Do you never pay attention to sports programs, Captain?" Tony questioned while inspecting the status of his armor's repairs. The Super Bowl hasn't yet commenced," Steve replied, increasingly bewildered. "The Olympics. My heavens!" Tony exclaimed loudly. Just then, Nick Fury, clad in a black leather trench coat, strode in and announced, "We've just received news that the aircraft carrying Loki has entered Chinese airspace. We must hurry." Tony Stark urged anxiously. "That is out of the question. This is China. Although this nation is a member of the World Security Council, SHIELD cannot breach the sovereignty of another country without cause." Nick Fury firmly curtailed Tony's intentions. Meanwhile, Thor, having broken free from his iron confinement, soared westward. Upon landing, he was immediately surrounded by a throng of individuals wielding various cameras, snapping photos incessantly. The incessant flashes irritated Thor, who then raised Mjolnir above his head, summoning a bolt of lightning to don his battle armor. However, once clad in his armor, he found himself encircled by a group of armed police officers in military uniforms. "You are surrounded by Chinese law enforcement. Drop your weapon and comply with our investigation, foreign entity," a police officer commanded through a loudspeaker from a short distance. "You want me to relinquish my hammer?" Thor's fury ignited upon hearing another demand for his weapon. Almost immediately, he felt a gunshot at his neck. And before he could retaliate, a surge of uncontrollable electricity coursed through him, rendering him incapacitated. "Fall back. Escort this foreign entity to the Dingyuan base," the police captain commanded. Thus, the mighty Thor was unceremoniously dragged into a police vehicle, taken away from a beach in Tianjin. Elsewhere, at the Bird's Nest Stadium, the opening ceremony was drawing to a close as a sphere symbolizing the Earth ascended from the arena. A melodious tune titled "I and You" resonated throughout the venue. At that moment, Loki, adorned in a dark green robe and a golden helmet with grand, curved horns, unexpectedly materialized at the center of the celebration. Instantly, All spotlight and cameras turned towards this uninvited guest. "I am Loki, your future king. Kneel before me," Loki proclaimed triumphantly, standing atop the sphere that represented the earth. Basking in the spotlight's glow, feeling utterly magnificent. In response to Loki's sudden appearance, Hela covered her face in dismay. "Goodness, why must it be at this time? Why must I have such a foolish brother? I truly regret not having eliminated him outright. I am utterly humiliated." As the security personnel prepared to apprehend Loki, a golden light emanated from the sphere beneath his feet. An enigmatic device materialized before the eyes of the world, and with its activation, a beam of ethereal blue light soared into the heavens. Thus, a portal to another realm was unveiled, bringing forth waves of alien invaders and the chaos of war. In the face of this unexpected calamity, the venue descended into turmoil. Fortunately, the timely guidance of the on-site personnel averted a catastrophic stampede, though the situation remained dire. Hela coldly observed the alien invaders known as the Chitauri, these ruffians who had disrupted her enjoyment of the spectacle. The Spear Bureau received orders. Team Xia was prepared to mobilize. Chapter 16. The Battle of Beijing. One explosions, screams, and pandemonium enveloped the ancient capital of Beijing, now transformed into a battlefield. The portal opened at the Bird's Nest Stadium, marking the onset of warfare. Chitauri soldiers, akin to swarming locusts, flooded into this realm, leaving only death and desolation in their wake. As the capital of a nation, Beijing was under stringent security measures. The Beijing military district entered a state of full combat readiness, and the capital's garrison and armed police swiftly engaged in the fray. The police of Beijing commenced the evacuation of the vast civilian population. The Olympic Square, centered around the Bird's Nest Stadium, became the focal point of the battle. The Chitauri's surprise invasion caught everyone off guard. "Hey, this is the Spear Bureau." "Yes." "What? Beijing has been invaded." "What?" "Yes." "Rest assured, Commander, we shall accomplish our mission." "Yes." A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit, sporting a middle-part hairstyle, set down his phone. "Zhongxian, what did the commander say?" "I want to hear about the situation in Beijing," inquired a military officer, dressed in summer uniform with the rank of colonel, seated on the sofa. "Serious trouble, old Zhu. We are under alien attack," Zheng Xian replied, gazing at the man named Zhu Yun, who sat composedly on the sofa. "It seems the front line requires the assistance of our strategic support troops," Zhu Yun stated gravely. "Yes, I have already informed them. Team Xia will proceed to provide support. If that is insufficient, Team Xiao will also be dispatched," Zheng Xian affirmed. "Do we have personnel on site?" Zhu Yun queried. "Today was supposed to be the opening of the Olympics, so of course, we had agents there. However, just prior to this, most of them lost contact. The remaining two are still in their internship phase," Zheng Xian expressed, striking the table in frustration. "Oh, who are they?" Zhu Yun asked with curiosity. "The two young agents, codenamed 9528 and 4382. I must say, their skills may very well ensure their survival on the battlefield," Zheng Xian sighed. "Oh, you mean those two lads? No problem at all. I have faith in them." Zhu Yun suddenly smiled. "You certainly possess a great deal of confidence in them." Indeed. On the tumultuous battlefield of and Ding Road, the soldiers of the 2nd Company, 2nd Battalion, 1st Garrison Division steadfastly defend their position. This location serves as a crucial route leading away from the Beijing Olympic Park, and they must ensure the safe evacuation of the civilians within the park before they can retreat. They are confronted by an onslaught of 10 Chitauri soldiers, those formidable creatures who leap from the airborne vessels resembling fish, encased in powered armor and wielding particle rifles equipped with beam bayonets. They exhibit remarkable prowess in both close-quarters combat and ranged attacks. After merely 15 minutes of skirmishing, this company has already suffered over half of its casualties. Yet, they remain resolute at their post, firing their Type 95 assault rifles at the adversary. As these alien monstrosities entered the fray, the Air Force promptly deployed a multitude of fighter jets to engage and suppress the enemy air units, striving to seize air superiority. However, in the face of the enemy's advanced individual flying devices, Earth's aircraft appear somewhat cumbersome. The casualty exchange ratio reached an alarming 120, and if this trend continues, the Chinese Air Force will soon find itself devoid of operational aircraft. Report, Commander, Unit 9528 has arrived at the designated location, announced a slender young man in a gray t-shirt and brown casual pants, wearing glasses and holding a specialized communicator. Report, Unit 4382 is in position. After handing over Hela to the personnel tasked with the evacuation, Jiang Luyang parted ways with her and made his way to the stadium. Operation commences. Received. Operation commences. Suddenly, two figures emerged from the shadows of the stadium. In a swift display of martial prowess, they dispatched the two Chitauri guards who were overseeing the hostages within the stadium. Their actions quickly drew the attention of Loki, who stood on the stage addressing the captive performers of the final showcase of the Olympic opening ceremony. I shall rule this planet, this world. Before that, I will make you aware of your own frailty, like these two ants. Kill them, Loki commanded, pointing towards 9528 and 4382, who were engaged in combat with the Chitauri soldiers stationed there. The Chitauri soldiers in the stands raised their weapons and began firing at the two intruders. Surprisingly agile despite his seemingly corpulent form, 4382 navigated the hail of gunfire with remarkable finesse. In contrast, 9528 moved through the barrage of bullets as if strolling in a garden, neither dodging nor flinching, allowing the projectiles to strike him. Then, he watched as the incoming energy blasts followed their trajectory and rebounded back. A seemingly effortless punch sent the nearest Chitauri soldier hurtling through the air, crashing heavily against the concrete wall of the stand, unable to extricate himself. Through their coordinated efforts, the duo swiftly eliminated all the Chitauri soldiers present at the scene. After the two individuals converged, they cast their gaze upon Loki, who stood upon the stage. Ah, you two are quite capable indeed. I have taken note of your talents, Loki remarked, suddenly appearing before 9528. His spear adorned with shimmering gems, its tip aimed menacingly at 9528's chest. Just as the spear was about to make contact, a chain engulfed in crimson flames ensnared Loki, yanking him away from 9528 with a forceful tug from its master. Loki's form became translucent and then vanished, only to reappear on the stage, his eyes fixed upon the wielder of the chain, a towering skeletal figure wreathed in flames. An infernal knight, how intriguing, Loki smirked. You shall be judged. You will pay for your transgressions, declared the infernal knight, 4382, pointing a finger at Loki. Without further ado, Loki aimed his spear at the knight, unleashing a laser beam. In that moment, 9528 suddenly appeared before 4382, extending a hand to block the incoming laser and reflecting it back. Simultaneously, the chain ablaze with hellfire was hurled towards Loki, resulting in both attacks missing their mark. Loki materialized behind the two, and with a swift motion of his spear, sent them both sprawling. Truly, Midgardians lack an appreciation for the finer arts of combat. I need not even resort to magic to deal with you. Loki sneered at the two as they slowly rose from the ground. With that, he lunged at 4382 with his spear. Just as 4382 swung the chain in defense, Loki deftly twisted his wrist, driving the spear into 9582's left shoulder. Then with an upward flick, sent him flying once more. Observing this, 4382 hastily launched his chain at Loki, yet the ever-prepared Loki effortlessly dodged, only to impale 4382 in the abdomen with the spear's tip. Ah, merely insects. You are but a trifle more troublesome than ants, Loki remarked, having dispatched the two with ease. However, he then realized that the captives in the arena had all fled, leaving only the three of them in the vast stadium. Just as Loki prepared to eliminate the two, the already overcast sky erupted with thunder. The sudden cacophony filled Loki with unease, and at that moment, a bolt of golden lightning streaked down from the heavens, aimed directly at him. Chapter 17. The Battle of Beijing II. In the skies over Beijing, under the protection of Chitauri's single-man aircraft, Leviathan warships, resembling fish, spread outwards. The Chinese Air Force's air-to-air missile, PL-10, although successfully striking these colossal vessels, inflicted little damage. Report. Missile has hit the target. No significant damage observed. End report. Relayed a lieutenant aboard AJ-10 fighter jet, reporting the success of the attack. Headquarters acknowledges. Please return. End report. The message from the ground command center instructed the aircraft, which had already expended all its missiles, to return. Given that air-to-air missiles were ineffective, it was time to employ anti-ship missiles. The order was given for the Feibao to launch, armed with the YJ-18 missiles, to strike those Leviathan-like creatures. The Feibao understood that at high altitude, two aircraft flying in formation had reached the optimal distance for missile deployment and decisively locked onto a Leviathan warship. Pressing the launch button, 2 YJ missiles soared forth, trailing flames as they hurtled towards the massive vessel. In an instant, they struck the Leviathan, causing an explosion to erupt from the point of impact, sending the entire ship plummeting from the sky. It crashed with a thunderous roar into a cluster of buildings below. The attack proved effective, and in response to the command center's orders, a multitude of aircraft equipped with YJ anti-ship missiles advanced to assault the Leviathan warships, successfully thwarting the Chitauri's plans to expand the battlefield. On the stage of the Bird's Nest Stadium, a soldier clad in the combat uniform of the Chinese army, adorned with the insignia of the Strategic Support Force, stood before Loki. His left hand flickered with golden sparks of electricity. A mere mortal, yet wielding power that rivaled the divine. How intriguing! Loki smirked as he addressed the soldier before him. You should not have invaded this place, alien scum, the soldier, codenamed Thunder God, declared. Humph, I am a god. Have you mortals not yet awakened to this truth? Loki boasted arrogantly. Thunder God said nothing, instead conjuring a shimmering spear of lightning that materialized in his right hand. He then hurled the spear towards Loki like a javelin, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. As Loki observed the approaching golden spear, he thrust his own spear into the ground, summoning a dark green magical shield to intercept the oncoming projectile. However, Thunder God, wielding a military knife crackling with golden electricity, effortlessly pierced Loki's magical barrier, aiming a strike at his lower back. As the blade struck true, Thunder God was met with Loki's mocking grin. Indeed, it was merely an illusion. Before he could react, a beam of azure light shot towards him. Yet, he evaded the laser, simultaneously discerning Loki's location and darting towards him. Meanwhile, a female soldier, equally clad in military garb, arrived at the side of the fallen 9528. She gently placed her hands above his wounds, and a stream of azure energy surged from her palms, swiftly healing his injuries. Just as Loki was skillfully toying with his illusions, a cascade of iridescent light descended from above, enveloping him. Loki soon realized that this light had ensnared him, immobilizing him in place. As he attempted to discern the source of his captivity, Thunder God, with his electrifying blade, charged at him. The blade of the sword sliced through the colorful radiance that ensnared Loki, yet it merely struck upon a formidable block of ice. In a moment of desperation, Loki shielded himself with the ice, and as the Thunder God's blade collided with it, the block shattered explosively, sending razor-sharp shards of ice flying. At this critical juncture, a cerulean cyclone descended from the heavens, enveloping the Thunder God and dispersing the lethal ice fragments aimed at him. Thank you, Qingwan. The Thunder God acknowledged the approaching female soldier, focused during battle. A young man, clad in an army combat uniform, admonished as he unleashed a dazzling array of colors from his hands, launching an attack against Loki, who emerged from the ice wielding a spear. With a single blow, Loki was sent sprawling, rolling thrice on the ground before finally coming to a halt. Gradually rising, he gasped for breath and bellowed, Enough! I am a god. Wow! Captain Hongyun is indeed formidable, the Thunder God remarked, gazing at the man who stood protectively before him. Enough chatter, eliminate him swiftly. We must close the portal without delay. Captain Hongyun of the Xia team declared, transforming into a radiant spectrum as he charged towards Loki. At Longda Square, the recently arrived Strategic Support Force, the 2nd Regiment of the 101st Division, established their position amidst a throng of Chitauri soldiers. Despite their advanced equipment, they struggled against the overwhelming numbers. Just then, a Leviathan-class warship airdropped 2 six-legged battle mechs for offensive support. Towering at 8 meters, these colossal machines were impervious to the regiment's flat-trajectory artillery and shoulder-mounted anti-tank missiles. Witnessing the enemy's brazen assault on their position, Regiment Commander Li Yunlong, filled with fury, seized the nearby radio and shouted, 2nd Battalion Commander, where the hell is your electromagnetic cannon? Get it up here. Subsequently, 2 trucks emerged from behind residential buildings, revealing the concealed artillery. As the electromagnetic cannons fully deployed, their advanced design became visible. With the command to fire issued, the cannons unleashed 2 projectiles, casting a brilliant orange arc as they struck the 2 brazen battle mechs, reducing them to mere scrap metal. Within the headquarters of the Spear Bureau, Director Zheng Xian participated in an online session of the World Security Council. What nonsense is this? Nuclear weapons against Beijing? Do you fools comprehend the gravity of your words? Zheng Xian was seething with rage. Mr. Zheng, The reality is that Beijing is under invasion by unidentified extraterrestrial forces. This is no longer merely an issue for your nation. It concerns all of humanity. Thus, this sacrifice is deemed necessary, the American representative, Haley, stated gravely. Indeed, Mr. Zheng, should Beijing falter, these extraterrestrial beings will invade globally. It would be prudent to utilize nuclear weapons now to eliminate them in Beijing, the British representative echoed. What say you, representatives of the Soviet Union and France? Zheng Xian queried, his expression darkening. Reconsider, reconsider, came the chorus of voices. The imperialist forces remain unrelenting in their ambitions. Listen well, you wretches. Should Beijing, China, suffer a nuclear strike, we will promptly unleash our entire arsenal upon you. If we must fall, we shall descend together. Do not presume I jest. After hearing the statements from the representatives of France and the United States, Zheng Xian roared in fury. In that case, let Nick Fury speak with you, declared Haley, the American representative, before disconnecting. Subsequently, the representatives from the other three nations followed suit and also went offline. Director Zheng, greetings. Nick Fury communicated through a video link from the scythe helicarrier to Zheng Xian, who was at the headquarters of the Divine Spear Bureau. Nick, what do you wish to convey? I have no desire to hear about nuclear strikes. You would do well to reconsider your words. Zheng Xian, incensed, spoke with fervor. I possess a specialized team that may be of assistance in such matters, Nick Fury replied. Oh, you mean your Avengers? No, thank you. This is a matter for the Chinese alone. You foreigners would do well to keep your distance. Farewell. With that, Zheng Xian severed the connection. After a moment of contemplation at his desk, Zheng Xian picked up another internal phone and said, Hello, inform Team Wu that they are authorized to mobilize. Use that energy source if necessary. Team Wu acknowledged, came the response. Chapter 18. The Battle of Beijing 3 in a certain location in China, within the Dingyuan base. The imprisoned Thor pounded on the bars of his cell, shouting at the top of his lungs, Hey, you scoundrels! How dare you imprison me? I am the god of thunder. Do you have any idea what you are about to face? Release me, and I may yet assist you. Yet, the only answer to Thor's furious outbursts was silence. He shouted into the void with no one to respond. His hammer was rendered powerless by an inexplicable energy field. And this unknown material that composed his cell could withstand his mightiest blows unscathed. Heimdall, can you see me? Can you take me from this place? Heimdall, in desperation, Thor called out for Heimdall's aid. My lord, I can sense your presence in Midgard, but I cannot discern your exact location, Heimdall replied solemnly. He had encountered such circumstances before. When Hela ventured into Alfheim, the situation surrounding Yggdrasil was similarly dire. Initially, even worse, as he could not locate Hela at all. Upon hearing Heimdall's response, Thor slumped against the wall and slid to the floor, staring vacantly at his hands. The battle in Beijing raged on. Ever since the People's Liberation Army's ground air defense systems had been activated, the reckless Chitauri could no longer wreak havoc in the skies with their individual flying apparatuses. On the front lines, with the arrival of Team Shao, the tide of battle began to turn. The previously beleaguered PLA now held their ground firmly, and some positions even advanced forward. The 10 members of Team Shao were designated with the codenames Zero, Qing, Bai, Zhu, Xian, Kong, Nan, Bei, San, and Yu. The members of the team were clad entirely in black tactical combat uniforms, with only a patch bearing Chinese characters on the left chest. The squad of 10 coordinated seamlessly, swiftly repelling the frenzied assault of the Chitauri forces. Once the front line stabilized, a support team comprising Zero and Zhu made their way to the Bird's Nest Stadium in a bid to swiftly capture Loki and compel him to close the portal. Inside the stadium, the Xia team, along with units 4382 and 9528, engaged Loki in a fierce battle, with the outcome hanging in the balance. Loki's frost and illusion magic proved formidable. As the main attacker, Han Yun managed to restrain Loki, but was countered by an illusion spell that sent him reeling. A surge of frigid air erupted from a clone, instantly crystallizing the ground into sheets of hard ice. Hong Yun's assault was abruptly halted, his feet encased in ice. Rendering him immobile, Loki reappeared not far off, thrusting his spear into the ground, causing frost to rapidly spread from Hong Yun's frozen feet. As the threat of complete encasement loomed, a chain from Unit 4382 flew in, pulling the immobilized Han Yun to safety. Under Qinghuan's healing, he quickly began to recover. Loki sought to capitalize on this moment to launch an attack, but was thwarted by Gong and 9528, who stood resolutely in his path. With a light tap of his feet, 9528 propelled himself forward like a cannonball. Following suit, Gong hurled his golden lightning spear at Loki before charging in with a shimmering military knife. Their desperate struggle bought precious time for Hongyun's recovery. After evading their combined onslaught with another illusion clone, Loki's spear, adorned with a gem, emitted a ghostly green glow as a visible green vortex began to swirl around it. Subsequently, a torrent of emerald energy surged toward the group. In response, Hongyun hastily conjured a barrier of prismatic light to fend off the massive energy wave, while Qingwan simultaneously summoned a wall of azure wind. Shinra Tensei Zero descended from above, positioning himself before the others. An invisible repulsive force emanated from him, explosively countering the ghostly green energy surge. We haven't arrived too late, have we? Zero inquired, glancing back. Your choice of names is truly dreadful. Even as a soldier, you still indulge in anime, Hongyun remarked slowly, regarding Zero. Whatever. Naruto is my absolute favorite, Zero retorted, extending his right hand toward Loki, summoning a gravitational force that rapidly drew Loki closer. What? Caught off guard, Loki was yanked toward Zero. Just as he was about to be struck by Gong's knife, he skillfully flipped his spear to deflect it, then launched an ice arrow towards Zero, propelled by the gravitational pull. As the icy arrow hurtled toward Zero, a large fireball erupted from Zhu's fingertips, striking the ice arrow and neutralizing Loki's desperate counterattack. The vibrant hues of the red cloud enveloped Loki, trapping him within. With the assistance of 4,382, 9528 successfully seized Loki's spear. Defeated, Loki, the highest-ranking officer present, was addressed by Zero, immediately shut down this portal. I cannot close it. Loki replied with a sinister smile. Do you think we are afraid to strike you? Thunder spoke up suddenly, conjuring a lightning spear in his right hand once more. You may certainly try, Loki taunted. Commander, Plan A has failed. Requesting preparation for Plan B, Zero said, turning to press the communication button. Understood. Team Noon has arrived on site. The operation may commence, Zhu Yun announced from the command center. Team Noon, a squad comprised of quintuplet brothers, possessed fascinating abilities that allowed them to merge and absorb the strength of the global Chinese populace to enhance themselves. Given the alien invasion, their intervention was imperative. Once combined, the quintuplets' physical capabilities surged to 5 times that of an ordinary human. Coincidentally, today marked the opening ceremony of the Beijing Olympics, with the Bird's Nest Stadium broadcasting live to a global audience. Countless Chinese citizens and expatriates observed the unfolding events, and upon realizing they could contribute to the frontline efforts, they unhesitatingly lent their strength. A multitude of Chinese mutants also shared their powers. Plan B involved amalgamating the strength of all Chinese individuals into the merged form of the quintuplets, referred to as the champion of the people by Marvel's official terminology. They aimed to dismantle the portal's generator and forcibly close the portal. Several mutants with energy absorption abilities transmitted the immense energy they had gathered. At that moment, the hearts of all were interconnected, their collective resolve unyielding, to defend their homeland and vanquish these extraterrestrial intruders. With a single punch, they shattered the energy shield generated by the cosmic cube, simultaneously destroying the machine controlling it. The temporal gateway in the sky began to close slowly, and just as everyone exhaled in relief, believing the ordeal was over, an alarm blared from the command center. Warning: detecting an incoming fusion strike. Direction of the attack: east. Satellites have identified the S-H-I-E-L-D aerial carrier in the sky. Zhu Yun exclaimed, angered. Damn it, these foreigners have gone mad, he shouted, slamming his fist on the table. Everyone, find a way to intercept it. At that moment, while the command center of the Spear Bureau was anxiously preparing to intercept the nuclear missile, Nick Fury stood furiously aboard the S-H-I-E-L-D aerial carrier, vocally condemning the representatives of the remaining 4 nations of the World Security Council. You are insane. Launching a nuclear strike on Beijing, China at this time. Do you have any idea what consequences this will provoke? Enough. Nick Fury, your position as the director of S-H-I-E-L-D has been revoked. What are you still so arrogant about? Haley, the American representative, asserted. Do you wish to instigate a nuclear war? Nick Fury continued to roar defiantly. We are all working for the future of humanity. I trust the Chinese government will comprehend our actions, Haley replied, maintaining an air of understanding. You, Fury, infuriated, severed the network connection. Just as everyone braced themselves for the impending nuclear conflict, Tony soared in his new armor beneath the missile, striving to alter its trajectory. Exhausted from the recent confrontation, the afternoon team found themselves incapable of further resistance, while Zero, occupied with safeguarding his comrades, was unable to intervene. In the midst of their despair, 9528 suddenly ascended, heading towards the oncoming missile. He realized that only he could accomplish this task at this critical moment. Together, 9528 and Tony succeeded in redirecting the missile, which could have triggered a global nuclear war, towards the alien fleet beyond the spatial gateway. As the nuclear warhead detonated, the gateway closed. The Chitauri forces remaining on Earth collapsed, while the Leviathan ships soaring in the sky plummeted to the ground. Thus ended the harrowing Battle of Beijing. Loki was subsequently escorted alongside the Tesseract to the Dingyuan base. Chapter 19. Reunion with old friends. A week had passed since the Battle of Beijing. Hela was now seated on a train bound for Urumqi, having originally come to China for leisure. Unexpectedly, her foolish brother had thwarted her plans, leaving her stranded in Shijiazhuang for an entire week before she could resume her journey. What to do about her captured brother? Obviously, she would let him fend for himself. As a man, he must take responsibility for his actions. Cheerfully, Hela followed her guide, Jiang Luyang, as they boarded the train from Shijiazhuang to Urumqi. The reason for not flying was her guide's suggestion that traveling by train would allow her to enjoy the scenic views along the way. After 3 days of travel, they arrived in Urumqi, where they checked into the only 5-star hotel in the city, the Hyatt Hotel. At the Dingyuan base, Thor was currently undergoing interrogation. Name: Thor Odinson. Answer carefully. I am Thor. To which organization in America do you belong? The FBI? The CIA? Or perhaps SHIELD? Mr. Donald Blake? The interrogator glared at Thor with seriousness. Oh my goodness. All right. I truly am the god of thunder, Thor. That hammer can testify. Thor exclaimed in exasperation. Are you referring to this hammer? The interrogator pressed a button on his remote, and Mjolnir was raised by a lift. Yes, that's it, Thor replied, filled with excitement. Well, foreign supernatural being, you are suspected of smuggling controlled items into our country. The evidence against you is irrefutable. Do you have anything to say? The interrogator rose and picked up the folder on the table. Very well. What price must I pay according to your laws? Thor inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Price? What fate awaits a spy, particularly one from a nation that launched a nuclear strike against our capital just a week ago? I trust you understand, sir. The interrogator replied with a sudden look of disdain. The one who opened the portal, you mean? Thor asked, puzzled. Indeed, he was captured. For such invaders, we can only respond with force, the interrogator stated before exiting the interrogation room. Seeing Mjolnir before him, Thor attempted to summon the hammer directly, but for reasons unbeknownst to him, his usual methods failed at that moment. In a sudden burst of energy, he sprang forth and seized the hammer just before the guard could activate the device against him. Thor succeeded, and with Mjolnir in hand, he summoned a bolt of lightning that shattered the ceiling of the entire base. Subsequently, he took Loki and the Tesseract from the dying Far base and called upon Heimdall to open the Bifrost, returning to Asgard. Of course, none of this concerned Hela, who was enjoying ice-cold beer and grilled lamb skewers at the night market. After arriving in Urumqi and checking into her hotel, she explored several local attractions under the guidance of Jiang Luyang, culminating in a delightful evening at the night market. Hey, boss, bring me 20 more lamb skewers, Hela shouted, still chewing on the meat in her mouth. Certainly, no problem, the cheerful Uyghur vendor replied. Are we going to finish all this? Jiang Luyang asked, exasperated as he looked at the stunning woman before him. You might not be able to, but I certainly can, Hela remarked nonchalantly. At that moment, their table was already piled high with 60 skewers, indicating they had consumed that many lamb delicacies. Boss, give me 10 skewers of lamb liver, Hela suddenly exclaimed, spotting someone nearby enjoying the dish and deciding to try it herself. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luyang slumped onto the table. He had never encountered a woman with such an insatiable appetite. As the ancient Chinese proverb goes, food is heaven for the people, Hela remarked, taking a hearty swig of her beer. Indeed, being able to indulge in such exquisite cuisine is a testament to being alive. Jiang Luyang watched the voracious woman before him and recalled their previous encounter on Wangfujing Street in Beijing, where he had felt little at the time. Now, reflecting on it, he realized that she must have sampled every snack Wangfujing had to offer. And on that day, before the alien invasion, he had no time to leave her alone at Quanjude, where the owner later sought him out. In hindsight, he wondered if she had devoured the entire menu at Quanjude that day. At the stroke of 3 in the morning, the two returned to their accommodation, having arranged to set off the following day at noon for the northern county of Birken in Xinjiang. Hela had heard that this was the most opportune moment to visit the enchanting scenery, particularly the breathtaking Kaunas. Thor's abrupt departure had caused considerable turmoil at the Dingyuan base. In the aftermath of the inventory check, it was discovered that, aside from the tesseract Thor had taken with him, even Loki's spear and scepter had vanished. The Spear Bureau subsequently interrogated SHIELD regarding Thor's actions, but the response was vague at best. It was evident that they were retaliating for the previous international conference where inquiries were made about China's handling of the tesseract and those extraterrestrial weapons. The succinct summary of the Chinese Foreign Ministry's response could be distilled into 3 phrases. Not my concern, not your concern, and is this even relevant? The car traversed the highway throughout the day, arriving at Birken County just as the last rays of sunlight were about to fade. As was customary, they sought a hotel to rest before continuing their journey. The following day, Hela expressed a desire to explore Kaunas alone. Jiang Lu and Yang also claimed to have urgent matters to attend to, and thus, they mutually agreed to part ways. After breakfast, Hela donned her outdoor gear, shouldered a hiking backpack, and wielded a trekking pole as she ventured into the Kaunas scenic area. Despite it being mid-August, Kaunas had already embraced the autumn season. The golden leaves of the birch trees and the crimson foliage of the maple trees danced in the gentle breeze, while the crystal-clear Kaunas lake mirrored the surrounding cliffs. Standing atop a rocky outcrop, Hela marveled at the breathtaking vista before her. Although she had witnessed countless wonders as one of the 5 deities of the cosmos, who would ever turn away from the beauty that lay before them? Hela found a patch of grass, sat down, and retrieved the roasted buns she had purchased that morning from her backpack. For reasons unknown, ever since shifting her focus to Midgard, she had developed a penchant for snacking. Well, perhaps just a little. After devouring the 5 roasted buns in her possession, Hela once again made her way toward a dense thicket, a mixed grove of birch and maple trees. As she strolled, a wooden cabin suddenly came into view. Upon inspecting the sign above the door, she was intrigued to find it inscribed in Elvish script. Curiosity piqued, she pushed open the door and discovered that it was a tavern. The tavern's decor exuded a distinctly Elvish charm, adorned with golden patterns, white walls, and purple curtains draping from the ceiling. Potted plants, blooming with flowers, were scattered throughout the space. Hela surveyed the entire tavern, only to find it eerily empty. Just as she pondered this peculiarity, a melodious female voice rang out. Wow, a phoenix has finally emerged. Phoenix, Phoenix, my phoenix. Following the sound, Hela approached a small room beside the bar, where she beheld an enchanting sight. A female elf, clad in a golden-red sundress and sitting cross-legged upon the bed, with elongated ears, was intently focused on her computer screen. In the dimly lit room, the only illumination emanated from the blue glow of the computer screen, casting a radiant light upon the excited visage of the female elf, Hela, who recognized the figure before her, Istana. Hela gazed at the elf, momentarily entranced, and uttered, Who are you? Upon hearing Hela's voice, Istana finally snapped out of her reverie, turning towards the silhouette at the door and, in a dazed manner, exclaimed, What are you doing here? Both uttered in unison, I'll speak first. They echoed again. Very well. You go ahead, Hela replied, noting the sudden silence that engulfed them. Oh, let me just Hearthstone back home first, Istana nonchalantly remarked. Upon hearing this, Hela, with a look of frustration, stepped forward to stand before Istana, her gaze fixed on the computer screen. Chapter 20. Leisurely moments within the dim confines of the room. The sole source of light emanated from the computer monitor. Dressed in a golden-red spaghetti-strap dress, Istana sat cross-legged on the soft bed, her attention wholly absorbed by the display, oblivious to Hela, who had taken a seat beside her. The two sat in silence, neither initiating conversation. After Istana directed her gaming character to Hearthstone back to the inn, she ceased her actions, while Hela sat beside her, observing the completion of this step without uttering a word. At that moment, both were at a loss for words. The passage of over a millennium having shifted their identities significantly. They had met and grown up together in Alfheim, only to part ways amidst its turmoil. Time had transformed the former elven queen into a mere tavern owner, while the once goddess of death from Asgard had ascended to become one of the supreme beings of the universe. Unsure of how to breach the silence, Hela gazed at the game displayed on Istana's computer and inquired, You're asking about this? It's World of Warcraft, of course. This is the most popular game currently. As soon as the topic of gaming arose, Istana seemed to transform, enthusiastically extolling the virtues of the game. World of Warcraft? Oh, I see now, Hela responded, recalling that 2 years prior, someone claiming to represent Blizzard Entertainment had approached her, seeking a lengthy narrative set in a fantastical world. As a history professor with a penchant for novel writing, she had eagerly accepted the opportunity for supplementary income. Drawing from her experiences during her days in Asgard, she crafted a lengthy tale and submitted it to the company half a year later. Upon reviewing her story, they were quite impressed, and the transaction was completed amicably. It was only then that Hela discovered the company was a game developer, and that the immensely popular game, World of Warcraft, was indeed their creation. With the game as an icebreaker, the atmosphere between the two soon became more relaxed. They shared their experiences from the past years. Regarding why Istana relinquished her throne as the Queen of Light Elves to come to Midgard, she expressed her aversion to complicated matters. Thus, she abdicated in favor of her niece and sought refuge in Midgard for a vacation. Hela, in turn, recounted her current circumstances. And when she mentioned that she had become one of the 5 great deities of the cosmos, Istana's jaw dropped in astonishment. The two then reminisced about their recent situations. Istana had been running the small tavern here for nearly a century, while Hela had a manifestation residing in Midgard, occasionally redirecting her attention to this place. After a brief conversation, Istana rose and led Hela to the bar, where they each enjoyed a glass of fruity beer. They once again reminisced about their past together, as well as their lives on Earth. Ultimately, they bid farewell once more. Hela returned to Bergen's County, elated to reunite with her old friend. Indeed, time possesses the power to wash away all existence. After spending 3 days in China, Hela boarded a flight back to New York City. Chapter 21. Finding her nephew. The morning in New York remained as bustling as ever, with traffic flowing through the streets. Hela found herself trapped in the congestion. A typical day in the life of a New Yorker. Having returned to the city for nearly a month now, this tranquil period had been a welcome change. For most, perhaps such ordinariness is a form of happiness, waking up, going to work, clocking in and out. Hela found this routine quite pleasant, free from the thoughts of slaughter. This was also why she often focused her attention on Midgard. Today, instead of heading to Columbia University for classes, she was driving to the Captain America Memorial in Washington. At this moment, Hela was unaware that her nephew had been thawed from his icy slumber. She still harbored feelings for Steve Rogers, having watched him grow up. Since learning of her nephew's sacrifice in the final battle, she had developed a deep-seated hatred for the organization known as Hydra. Around 1 in the afternoon, Hela arrived in Washington, D.C. She casually purchased 2 hamburgers from Burger King for a quick lunch, with the event starting around 3. With ample time to spare, she parked her car and headed to the park at the Washington Monument to relax. Hela nonchalantly found a large tree to sit beneath, leaning against its trunk and squinting her eyes to observe her surroundings, beginning to savor this leisurely moment. At that moment, her gaze wandered, and she suddenly spotted a young man wearing a baseball cap and a brown jacket, intently sketching something on a drawing board facing the street. Out of curiosity, Hela quietly approached and stood behind him, watching as he gradually completed his artwork. The scene depicted in the painting does not entirely align with reality. Rather, it represents the landscape of this street from many years past. "Steve, are you awake?" Upon catching a glimpse of the man's profile, coupled with his demeanor, a curious blend of youthful appearance infused with the atmosphere of an elderly sage, Hela was certain that the individual before her was indeed her nephew, Steve Rogers. "Aunt Kate, but how can this be?" Steve exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of Hela, clad in a black trench coat. "Such a naive lad. Do you understand magic?" "It's all due to magic," Hela replied, opting not to reveal her true identity to Steve, merely attributing the situation to mystical forces. "Aunt, where are you headed?" Steve inquired, intrigued by Hela's unusual attire. "Where am I going?" "To your memorial, of course, the Captain America Memorial," Hela smiled. "I see," Steve thought, instinctively sensing something amiss at Hela's expression. In past encounters, such expressions often heralded trouble for him. "Steve, you know your aunt isn't in the best of health." Being an elderly lady, don't you think you ought to show some concern? Hela feigned a cough and addressed Steve. All right, I will accompany you, Steve conceded, realizing the truth in her words. As the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, Hela led Steve out of the limousine. They made their way towards the Captain America Memorial, where upon entering the hall, they overheard a guide explaining the life of Steve Rogers to a group of visiting elementary school students. Hela, witnessing this scene, turned to tease Steve, saying, "Indeed, my nephew." They then ventured further into the memorial. As they strolled through the exhibits, Hela engaged Steve in conversation, asking whether he had been as depicted in the records. Their delightful exploration continued until closing time. By the time they exited the memorial, twilight was descending. Hela, resolved to keep her long-lost nephew close for a while, dismissed Steve's vehement protests. In a swift move, she subdued him and placed him in the back seat of her car before driving off towards New York. Unbeknownst to Hela, or perhaps indifferent to it, a scythe agent who had been monitoring Steve quickly reported to headquarters upon witnessing Steve being overpowered and taken away by a striking woman. He then pursued them in his vehicle. Meanwhile, at scythe headquarters in Triskelion, Nick Fury's immediate reaction upon receiving the news was, surely the military doesn't want to get involved. He promptly ordered a review of the surveillance footage to ascertain who had the audacity to abduct Captain America. Within half an hour of issuing the command, the results were forthcoming. The individual who abducted Captain America was a history professor from Columbia University, a revelation that left Nick utterly astonished. He had anticipated that it would be a professor specializing in biology, not someone engrossed in historical studies. Was it possible that he sought to unveil the clandestine operations of World War II? Nick Fury found it impossible to believe such a conclusion. Late into the night, Hela finally drove the car back home. Upon parking, she approached the back seat and opened the door, forcefully pulling Steve out and dragging him into the house, where she unceremoniously tossed him onto the sofa. She then made her way to the refrigerator to inspect its contents. "Steve, what would you like to eat?" Hela inquired while rummaging through the ingredients. Aunt Kate, anything you make is fine," Steve replied groggily, awakening to find himself sprawled on the sofa and observing Hela as she searched through the refrigerator. "It's not good to leave it up to you. Never mind. I'll decide myself," Hela concluded as she retrieved some ingredients and entered the kitchen to prepare dinner. Half an hour later, a rather modest dinner was ready. Hela called Steve, who had been watching television, to join her for the meal. Just then, there came a knock at the door. Hela, still seated at the dining table, indicated for Steve to answer it. Rising, Steve approached the door, only to be met by the astonished face of Natasha Romanoff. "Hey, are you all right?" Natasha asked, her uncertainty palpable. "I'm perfectly fine, enjoying dinner." "What brings you here?" Steve replied, noticing her demeanor. "What about the person who captured you?" Natasha asked, her expression turning serious. "The one who captured me? Aunt Kate?" "Wait, you've been watching me," Steve said, momentarily bewildered, before realizing that scythe had been monitoring him. "Don't misunderstand. We merely wish to ensure your safety," Natasha explained, a hint of tension in her voice. "Is this young lady your new girlfriend?" Hela interjected with a smile, appearing behind Steve. "Of course not," he exclaimed. Chapter 22. Midnight Conversations. The living room remained illuminated as Hela tidied the dining table. Meanwhile, Steve and Natasha sat on the sofa, discussing the reasons behind scythe's surveillance of him. Steve felt considerable dissatisfaction regarding this intrusion, given that nearly a year had passed since his thawing, during which he had been under constant observation by scythe. "Steve, you must trust us. We are doing this for your safety," Natasha defended. "For my safety? A veteran who has endured World War II now requires your concern for my well-being," Steve replied, raising his voice. "I understand your aversion to this approach, but doesn't your experience today underscore the necessity of our protective measures?" Natasha countered, referring to the events Steve had faced. Is there something wrong with having dinner at home with my aunt?" As soon as Steve heard this, a flicker of anger crossed his face. "Wait a moment, Steve. Did you just say this woman is your aunt?" Natasha inquired, still somewhat uncertain. "Indeed, little one. Steve is my nephew." "What? Do you have a crush on him?" Hela teased while tidying up the dining table. "Steve?" Natasha looked at the man across the sofa with a puzzled expression. Just then, the front door swung open, and Nick Fury, clad in a black combat suit and an overcoat, strode in with purpose. Before he could utter a word, Hela flicked her wrist, sending a fork hurtling towards Nick Fury's head. In a moment of panic, Nick rolled away just in time. Before he could speak, Hela declared, according to American law, trespassing without the owner's consent can lead to fatal consequences, and one cannot blame others for it. Oh, the old lady certainly has a fiery temper, Nick Fury remarked as he slowly rose from the ground. Meanwhile, Steve released his grip on Natasha and placed the confiscated Glock pistol on the coffee table. Youngster, you'd best watch your words, Hela said without lifting her head. Professor Kate Blanchett, or perhaps it would be more appropriate to address you as Miss Blanchett. Nick Fury replied, maintaining his composure. You've only just realized? How slow-witted. Hela retorted as she moved into the kitchen to wash the dishes. Lady, you're not from Earth, are you? Nick Fury suddenly exclaimed. What? Now it was Steve's turn to be shocked. The ant who had cared for him for so many years was an extraterrestrial? Tell me, how did you find out? Hela's tone was icy. Thor informed us. He said you hail from Alfheim, the realm of light elves, Nick Fury stated, still unfazed. After his revelation, Hela remained silent for a considerable time, prompting him to continue. Light elves, though we have never truly encountered them, according to our earthly myths, they are beings of great longevity. Miss Kate, your unchanged appearance from World War II to the present is perhaps a testament to that. Aunt Kate, do you know Thor? Steve couldn't help but ask. I do. From when he first arrived on Earth. So, Mr. Fury, you are here tonight not merely to seek out Steve, are you? Hela emerged from the kitchen after finishing her dishes. Indeed, there is an imminent crisis of alien invasion on Earth. I hope you will become a guardian of this planet and join the Avengers, Nick Fury stated, his gaze fixed on Hela. Haha, are you joking, young one? That is the most amusing joke I've heard in many years. Hela laughed heartily after hearing Nick Fury's words. Aunt, Steve said, bewildered. Steve, do you recall the question I posed to you that night? When you are betrayed by those you have saved, will you still uphold your principles? Hela disregarded Nick Fury and turned to Steve, saying, my answer remains unchanged, even after all these years. My ideals endure. Upon hearing this, Steve responded resolutely. Young one, do you comprehend now? Steve, bid farewell to your friend. I am rather fatigued and shall retire to rest. With that, Hela turned and ascended the staircase towards her bedroom. Nick, why did you assign someone to surveil me? Steve began to question Nick Fury once Hela returned to her chamber. This is all for your safety, Captain. Nick replied with a serious demeanor. You call this protecting my safety? Steve retorted angrily. You ought to persuade your aunt, Steve. The Earth is truly in grave peril. Nick said earnestly. Isn't all of this a consequence of your actions? If it weren't for your incessant experiments with the Tesseract and the development of weapons, would these extraterrestrial beings have come here? Steve challenged, vividly recalling Thor's words aboard the aircraft carrier. A high-level war, an interstellar conflict. Is the Earth truly prepared for this? This is all in defense of Earth. Captain, let us conclude our discussion for tonight. We must take our leave. Nick stated before turning to depart, accompanied by Natasha and two agents from scythe, who surrounded the house. Back in her bedroom, Hela lay on her bed, her consciousness returning to her true form in hell. She found Nick Fury's words amusing. The notion that protecting Earth required external forces was laughable. Did they not realize there existed many extraordinary beings among Earth's native inhabitants? The most absurd aspect was the fact that in this nation, these exceptional individuals were marginalized by the mundane, driven solely by jealousy of one another's unique abilities. Oh, humanity. Over the years, Hela had witnessed much. She had encountered humans of divine nobility and those as despicable as demons. It seemed that most sentient beings were thus. Their pride, greed, and desires propelling the advancement of civilization. Yet, as civilization progressed, resources dwindled, and war became a necessity for survival, rendering life itself so cheap. Thanos, perhaps what you have done is right, Hela mused while sitting upon the throne of death, gazing into the profound cosmos beyond the temple. The following morning, Hela arose to prepare breakfast, only to find her nephew had already brought the meal to the table. Oh, Aunt, you are awake. Come and have breakfast, Steve said while tidying the table. Steve, my dear boy, you have finally grown up. You know to prepare breakfast for me. Hela smiled at him. Oh my goodness. Aunt, I am over 90 years old. I am no longer a child, Steve replied with a wry smile. Huh, over 90? In the presence of your aunt. You shall forever remain a mere child. With that, Hela pulled out a chair and seated herself at the dining table. Aunt, Where would I find a partner? Steve replied with a wry smile, having grown weary of Hela's teasing. Oh, is that so? You should know. I rather fancy that young lady named Peggy Carter, Hela remarked, casting a smile towards Steve, who had fallen into contemplation upon hearing the name. Chapter 23. New Beginnings. The clock struck noon within the pristine confines of the hospital room. Steve sat on a small stool beside the bed, gazing at the silver-haired Peggy Carter, who lay before him. They exchanged smiles, words unspoken as their eyes met in mutual understanding. Their story might very well echo the lyrics of a poignant song. In a tranquil village, white snow drifts softly, and beneath a somber sky, doves take flight. The white birch trees bore witness to their names etched in time, as they vowed to love each other for eternity. One fateful day, the flames of war engulfed their homeland, and the young man seized his rifle, departing for the front lines. Do not worry for me, my beloved. Await my return in that grove of birch, he reassured her. The long road was nearing its end, yet the young woman now bore the weight of age. Her hair silvered. She often heard him calling beside her pillow, "Come, my dear, to this grove of birch." In his final moments, he murmured, "I have come. Await me in that grove of birch." However, their conclusion diverged drastically from the lyrics. Peggy Carter lay frail and aged upon the hospital bed, while her beloved Steve Rogers remained as youthful as ever. They smiled at one another, yet each bore their own sorrow. Hela stood by the window, her back turned to them, observing the world outside. She understood that both were lost in memories, perhaps a common affliction among the elderly. "Oh God, I never imagined I would see you again," Peggy said with great effort. "Peggy, I am so sorry. I have arrived too late," Steve replied, his heart heavy as he looked upon her. "Indeed, you are late. Nearly 70 years too late. But you saved the world, my hero." Peggy smiled faintly as she spoke those words with great effort. "I am truly sorry," Steve murmured, his gaze cast downwards. Upon hearing his words, Peggy remained silent, her eyes fixed on his face. "Well, you silly nephew, and your silly girl. How perfectly matched you both are," Hela remarked, turning to face them by the bedside. "Miss Carter?" Peggy's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Hela. "Silly girl, you have waited for Steve for so long. After finally reuniting, it cannot end like this," Hela said with a smile directed at Peggy. "Now, Steve, it's time for the ladies. Would you mind stepping outside?" Hela instructed, turning to Steve. "What do you intend to do, Miss Carter?" Peggy asked, sensing an air of mystery. "Come, sign a pact with me and become an apostle of death," Hela whispered softly into Peggy's ear. "What?" Peggy was taken aback by Hela's unexpected gesture. Having lived through numerous trials and tribulations, she had encountered many wonders in her long life, from Norse to Greek mythology. Yet, Hela's actions left her utterly bewildered. Just then, the contract Hela had established came into effect. This agreement required mutual consent, and Hela presumed that this woman before her would never sign it. However, contrary to her expectations, Peggy chose to endorse the contract. Instinctively, Peggy wanted to reject Hela's proposition, yet the love she harbored for Steve propelled her to sign it. In a turn of events neither anticipated, the contract was duly executed. Upon its completion, a wave of dark energy began to emanate from Peggy's body. As this shadowy essence radiated outward, Peggy transformed, her form becoming increasingly youthful. Her once white locks reverted to the deep chestnut of her youth, and her wrinkled skin smoothed out, regaining its former vitality. She was restored to her prime. The dark energy coalesced, growing denser, until a black, diamond-shaped crystal floated before Peggy. Her youthful visage and vivacious body were a stark contrast to the frail elder she had once been. Staring at her own hands in disbelief, Peggy slowly lifted her gaze towards Hela and inquired, "What exactly are you?" "I am a goddess, the goddess of death," Hela replied with a grave demeanor. Why did I sign that contract?" Peggy murmured, still enshrouded in confusion. Observing Hela, she resolved to entrust the remainder of her time to her nephew. Exiting the room, she spotted Steve waiting on a bench in the corridor. "All right, my dear nephew. You may go and see that young girl now. Allow this old woman a moment's respite," Hela said, settling onto the bench as she watched Steve's retreating figure. As Steve pushed open the door to the hospital room, he beheld Peggy Carter as she had appeared in his fondest memories, momentarily frozen in place. Peggy gradually regained her composure and lifted her gaze to meet Steve's, reminiscing about their time together at the lake camp. With a gentle smile, Peggy proposed, "Shall we dance?" "Of course," Steve replied, his face lighting up with a silly grin at her words. just as they sat chatting within the confines of the hospital room. Nick Fury burst through the door with urgency. As one of the last surviving founders of scythe, Peggy's sudden transformation was bound to attract the agency's attention. Following yesterday's events, Hela had been registered with scythe, and Peggy's remarkable change today further piqued their curiosity. "Miss Carter, it is truly a pleasure to see you in this state," Nick Fury stated, his gaze fixed intently on Peggy. "Nick, you have arrived rather late," Peggy Carter remarked with a serious expression directed at Nick Fury. "Oh, I sincerely apologize, Miss Carter. You know how busy we have been," Nick Fury replied in defense. "Never mind, I understand your inquiries. Let Miss Kate elucidate everything," Peggy Carter concluded, casting her gaze towards Hela, who stood at the doorway. "Magic, do you comprehend? This is the power of magic," Hela stated with a grave demeanor. Such a declaration left the attendees unable to dismiss its veracity. The notion of reversing aging, a phenomenon that contradicts scientific principles, was indeed astonishing. It was decidedly unscientific, yet profoundly magical. Hela's assertion sparked contemplation in Nick Fury. If magic could restore youth, could it also bring the dead back to life? "You wish to resurrect the deceased? That defies the laws of nature," Hela remarked coolly, gazing at Nick Fury. "Isn't reversing aging also contrary to scientific laws?" Nick Fury retorted loudly. "Of course. She is not dead yet," Hela replied with a hint of indifference. "Aunt, is this truly within your capabilities?" Steve inquired. His eyes filled with hope as he looked at Hela. "How could that be? If I possessed such power, your parents would not have left you," Hela responded, regarding Steve with an expression of disbelief. "Well then, you may continue your discussion. I shall take my leave for lunch," Hela stated before exiting the hospital room. Nick Fury, however, wore a contemplative expression as he observed Hela's retreating figure. Chapter 17. The Battle of Beijing. One explosions, screams, and chaos engulfed the ancient capital of Beijing, which had now become a battlefield. The spatial portal opened at the Bird's Nest Stadium, and the moment it did, war descended upon the city. Chitauri soldiers, riding single-person flying devices, surged into this realm like a swarm of locusts, leaving only death and ruins in their wake. As the capital of a nation, Beijing's defenses were notably stringent. The Beijing military district entered a state of full combat readiness, with the capital's garrison and armed police rapidly deploying to the battlefield. The police of Beijing began to evacuate the vast civilian population residing within the city. The Olympic Plaza, centered around the Bird's Nest Stadium, became the epicenter of the struggle for dominance. The surprise invasion by the Chitauri was certainly unexpected for all. "Hello, this is the Spear Bureau." "Yes." "What?" "Beijing has been invaded." "What?" "Yes." "Rest assured, Commander, we will fulfill our mission." "Yes." A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit, sporting a center-parted hairstyle, hung up the phone. "Zhongxian, what did the commander say? Did something happen in Beijing?" inquired a military officer seated on the sofa, dressed in summer service uniform and holding the rank of colonel. "A grave situation has arisen, old Zhu. Aliens have invaded," Zhongxian replied, looking towards the man named Zhu Yun, who sat upright on the sofa. "It seems our strategic support forces are needed at the front," Zhu Yun stated with a serious tone. "I have already notified them. The Xia team will proceed to provide support. If that is insufficient, the Xiao team will also step in," Zhongxian stated. "Do we have personnel on site?" Zhu Yun inquired. "Today was supposed to be the Olympic opening ceremony, so naturally, we have people there. However, just prior to this, most of the agents lost contact. The remaining two are still in their training period," Zhongxian said, striking the table in frustration. "Oh, who are they?" Zhu Yun asked curiously. "The two young ones with the code names 9528 and 4382. To be fair, their skills could ensure their survival on the battlefield," Zhongxian sighed. "Oh, you mean those two lads? I have no doubts about them." Zhu Yun suddenly smiled. "You seem quite confident in them," Zhongxian remarked. "Of course. On the chaotic battlefield of and Ding Road, soldiers from the 2nd Company of the 2nd Battalion, 3rd Regiment of the 1st Garrison Division were steadfastly holding their ground. This location was a crucial thoroughfare leading away from the Beijing Olympic Park, and they could only retreat after safely escorting the civilians from the park. They were facing an onslaught from 10 Zatauri soldiers, monstrous beings that leapt from flying warships resembling schools of fish, clad in powered armor and wielding particle rifles equipped with beam bayonets. They were formidable in both close combat and ranged attacks. Within merely 15 minutes of engagement, The company had already suffered significant casualties. Yet, they remained resolute, firing their Type 95 assault rifles at the enemy. As these extraterrestrial fiends infiltrated the area, the Air Force swiftly deployed numerous fighter jets to eliminate and suppress the opposing aerial forces, striving for air superiority. However, in the face of the enemy's advanced individual flight devices, Earth's aircraft appeared somewhat cumbersome. The casualty exchange ratio reached a staggering 120. Should this trend persist, the Chinese Air Force would soon find itself devoid of operational aircraft. Report, Commander, 9528 has arrived at the designated location. A slender young man, clad in a gray t-shirt and brown casual pants, wearing glasses, spoke into a special communicator. Report, 4382 is in position. After delivering Hela to the safety personnel for evacuation, Jiang Luyang parted ways with her and made his way to the stadium. Operation commencing. Acknowledged, operation commencing. Acknowledged, operation commencing. Suddenly, two figures sprang forth from the shadows of the stadium. In a flurry of fists and feet, they incapacitated the two Za'Tari guards overseeing the hostages within the stadium. Their actions quickly drew the attention of Loki, who stood on the platform delivering his declaration of dominion to the performers of the final act of the Olympic opening ceremony, who were under control. I shall rule this planet, this world. Before this, I shall make you acutely aware of your own insignificance, much like these two ants. Eliminate them. Loki instructed, pointing at 9528 and 4382, who were engaged in a fierce skirmish with the Chitauri soldiers guarding this place. The Chitauri soldiers on the platform raised their rifles, indiscriminately firing at the two. Surprisingly, 4382, with his seemingly corpulent physique, displayed remarkable agility, weaving through the hail of bullets. Meanwhile, 9528 traversed the gunfire with an air of nonchalance, neither dodging nor flinching, allowing the energy projectiles to strike him. Then, he watched as the incoming energy blasts reversed their trajectory and returned to their origin. A seemingly effortless punch sent a Chitauri soldier flying, crashing heavily against the concrete wall of the platform, utterly incapacitated. Through their seamless cooperation, the two swiftly dispatched all the Chitauri soldiers present. After regrouping, they turned their gaze towards Loki, who stood upon the stage. Ah, it appears you two possess quite the capabilities. I have taken note of your talents, Loki remarked, vanishing from sight only to reappear before 9528, his spear, adorned with glimmering gemstones, aimed menacingly at 9528's chest. Just as the spear was about to make contact, a chain, ablaze with crimson flames, ensnared Loki, yanking him away from 9528 with a forceful tug. Loki's form became translucent and vanished, only to re-emerge on the stage. Eyeing the wielder of the chains, a formidable skeletal figure wreathed in flames. An infernal knight, how intriguing, Loki mused with a devilish grin. You shall be judged. You will pay for your transgressions. The infernal knight, embodied by 4382, pointed a finger at Loki. Without further ado, Loki raised his spear and unleashed a beam of laser-like energy towards the infernal knight. At that moment, 9528 unexpectedly appeared in front of 4382, extending his right hand to block the incoming laser and reflect it back. The infernal knight simultaneously hurled his chain, ablaze with hellfire, towards Loki on the stage. But both of their attacks ultimately missed their mark. Loki materialized behind them, swinging his spear to send both of them hurtling away. Indeed, Midgardians, you truly lack appreciation. I need not even resort to magic to deal with you, Loki coldly observed as the two slowly rose from the ground. With that, Loki lunged at 4382 with his spear. Just as 4382 swung his chain to defend himself, Loki deftly twisted his wrist, driving the spear tip directly into 9582's left shoulder. Then with an upward thrust, he hurled him away once more. 4382, witnessing this, hastily threw his chain at Loki, only for Loki to evade with a preemptive maneuver, subsequently piercing him with the spear tip in the abdomen. Ah, after all, you are but insects, merely a tad more troublesome than ants. After Loki effortlessly dispatched the two adversaries, he was suddenly struck by the realization that all the captives in the arena had vanished. The vast stadium now contained only the three of them. Just as Loki prepared to eliminate the remaining foes, the already overcast sky erupted with a cacophony of thunder. This unexpected turmoil heightened Loki's tension, and at that moment, A brilliant golden lightning bolt tore through the night sky, descending upon him. Chapter 18. The Battle of Beijing II. Under the protection of Chitauri single-person aircraft, the Leviathan warships spread outward like schools of fish across the Beijing skyline. The air-to-air missiles, PL-10, deployed by the Chinese Air Force, proved ineffective against these colossal vessels, causing little to no damage despite successful hits. Report: missile has struck the target. No significant damage observed. Over. A lieutenant within a J-10 fighter reported the success of his attack. Headquarters acknowledges. Please return. Over. The directive from the Ground Command Center instructed the already depleted aircraft to return. Given the ineffectiveness of air-to-air missiles, a decision was made to deploy anti-ship missiles. Orders were issued for the Feibao to take off, equipped with YJ-18 missiles to engage the monstrous Leviathans. The Feibao pilots understood their mission well. At high altitude, 2 Feibao fighter jets reached the optimal distance for missile launch, decisively locking onto a Leviathan warship. They pressed the launch button, sending 2 YJ missiles streaking towards the vessel. In an instant, the missiles struck the massive warship, causing it to erupt in a series of explosions, plummeting from the sky and crashing heavily into a cluster of buildings below. The attack was effective. Following the command from headquarters, a multitude of aircraft armed with YJ anti-ship missiles commenced their assault on the fish-like Leviathan warships, successfully thwarting the Chitauri's attempt to expand their battlefield. On the stage of the Bird's Nest Stadium, a soldier clad in the combat uniform of the Chinese army, adorned with the insignia of the Strategic Support Force, appeared before Loki. His left hand crackled with golden electric sparks, a mere mortal wielding power rivaling that of the gods. How intriguing. Loki smirked as he addressed the soldier before him. You ought not to invade this place, extraterrestrial scum. The soldier, codenamed Thunder God, responded, Humph, I am a god. Have you mortals not yet awakened to this reality? Without uttering another word, Thunder God clenched his right hand. Lightning flickered as a spear composed of countless golden bolts materialized in his grasp. With the precision of a javelin thrower, he hurled the thunder spear towards Loki, while he himself suddenly vanished from sight. Loki, observing the incoming golden spear, thrust his spear into the ground. Before him, a deep green magical shield manifested, intercepting the swiftly approaching projectile. However, Thunder God wielded a gleaming military knife charged with golden lightning, which effortlessly sliced through Loki's magical barrier, aiming for his lower back. With a swift strike, Thunder God found himself confronted by Loki's mocking visage. Indeed, it was but an illusion. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a ghostly azure laser shot towards him. However, he deftly evaded it, simultaneously discerning Loki's true location. In a flash, he charged towards the trickster. At that moment, a female soldier clad in army combat gear collapsed before the injured 9528. She gently placed her hands above his wounds, and a stream of turquoise energy emanated from her palms, swiftly entering 9528's injuries to commence healing. While Loki skillfully toyed with his illusion magic, a cascade of radiant, multicolored light descended from the heavens, enveloping him entirely. Realizing that he was firmly ensnared by this luminescence, he sought to identify his captor. Yet, Thunder God had already lunged at him, wielding a military blade crackling with lightning. The blade successfully sliced through the vibrant light binding Loki, but struck only a solid block of ice. In a moment of desperation, Loki shielded himself with the ice, and as Thunder God's blade collided with it, the ice shattered explosively, sending razor-sharp shards flying. In this dire moment, a turquoise whirlwind descended from above, surrounding Thunder God and deflecting the lethal ice shards away. Thank you. Qingwan, Thunder God called out to the approaching female soldier. Stay focused during battle, admonished a young man in military garb, as he unleashed a vibrant punch that sent Loki careening away, causing him to tumble thrice before coming to a halt. Slowly rising, he gasped for breath and bellowed, Enough. I am a god. Wow, Captain Han Yun is impressive, Thunder God remarked, eyeing the man standing protectively in front of him. Less chatter, eliminate him swiftly. We must close the portal. With those words, Han Yun, the captain of the Xia team, transformed into a dazzling spectrum of light and surged toward Loki. At Longda Square, the newly arrived strategic support forces of the 101 SD Division's 2nd Regiment established a position. Faced with a multitude of Chitauri soldiers, even their formidable equipment was proving insufficient. Suddenly, A Leviathan-class warship airdropped two six-legged battle mechs to provide offensive support. Towering at 8 meters, these colossal machines rendered the regiment's flat trajectory artillery and shoulder-mounted anti-tank missiles ineffective. Witnessing the enemy's unabashed assault on their position, Regiment Commander Li Yunlong furiously seized his radio and shouted, "Second Company Commander, where the hell is your electromagnetic cannon? Bring it up." Moments later, two trucks emerged from behind the residential buildings, revealing their concealed cargo beneath colorful tarps. As the electromagnetic cannons fully deployed, two technologically advanced weapons materialized on the battlefield. The command to fire was issued, and the barrels of two electromagnetic cannons unleashed a pair of projectiles, tracing a fiery orange arc as they struck the two brazen battlefield mechs. In an instant, those machines were reduced to mere scrap metal. Within the headquarters of the Spear Bureau, Director Zheng Xian was participating in an online meeting of the World Security Council. What nonsense is this? Using nuclear weapons against Beijing? Do you even realize what you are saying? Zheng Xian was furiously shouting at that moment. Mr. Zheng, the reality is that Beijing, China is under attack by unidentified extraterrestrial beings. This is no longer a matter for your nation alone. It concerns all of humanity. Therefore, this sacrifice is deemed necessary, replied Haley, the American representative on the World Security Council, with a grave demeanor. Indeed, Mr. Zheng, should Beijing falter, these alien entities will invade the globe. It would be prudent to seize this opportunity to annihilate them in Beijing with a nuclear strike, echoed the British representative. And what do the representatives from the Soviet Union and France have to say? Zheng Xian inquired with a scowl. Reconsider. Reconsider. They clamored. Huh. The imperialists never abandoned their schemes against us. Listen closely, you rascals. If Beijing suffers a nuclear strike, we will immediately unleash our entire arsenal of nuclear weapons upon you. If it ends badly, we shall all face the consequences together. Do not presume I am jesting. Zheng Xian roared in fury after hearing the comments from the French and Soviet representatives. In that case, let Nick Fury have a word with you, Haley stated before disconnecting. Subsequently, the representatives from the other three nations followed suit and exited the call. Director Zheng, greetings, Nick Fury said, seated aboard the scythe helicarrier, connecting via video to Zheng Xian at the Spear Bureau headquarters. Nick, what do you wish to say? I have no interest in hearing about nuclear strikes. You would do well to think carefully before speaking, Zheng Xian retorted, still seething with anger. I have a specialized team that could potentially assist in dealing with such incidents. Nick Fury suggested. Oh, you mean your super soldiers team? No, thank you. This is a matter for the Chinese alone. You foreigners should keep your distance. Goodbye. With that, Zheng Xian terminated the video call. Seated at his desk, Zheng Xian pondered for a moment before picking up another internal line. Hello, inform Team Wu that they may mobilize. Permission granted to utilize that energy source if necessary. Team Wu acknowledged. Chapter 19. The battle for Beijing 3 in a certain location in China, at the Dingyuan base. The imprisoned Thor pounded on the door of his cell, shouting furiously at the outside. Hey, you scoundrels! How dare you imprison me? I am the god of thunder. Do you have any idea what you are about to face? Release me, and I might even lend you a hand. Yet, the only response Thor received was silence. He shouted into the void, with no one to answer him. An inexplicable energy field had stifled his hammer's call, and this unknown material room withstood his full might without so much as a scratch. Heimdall, do you see me? Can you bring me out of here? Heimdall. In desperation, Thor sought the assistance of Heimdall. Your Highness, I can sense your presence in Midgard, yet I am unable to discern your exact location. Heimdall spoke solemnly. Having encountered similar situations before, during Hela's expedition to Alfheim, the conditions in Janer City were akin to this, if not worse. Initially, even Hela's location was undetectable. Upon hearing Heimdall's response, Thor slid down the wall in a daze, staring blankly at his hands. The war in Beijing raged on. And since the People's Liberation Army's ground-air defense had been activated, the reckless Chitauri could no longer wreak havoc across the skies with their individual flying machines. On the front lines, the arrival of Team Dawn began to shift the tide of battle. The beleaguered PLA had managed to secure their positions, even pushing some forward. The 10 members of Team Dawn, codenamed Zero, Qing, Bai, Zhu, Xian, Kong, Nan, Bei, San, and Yu, were all clad in black special operations uniforms, each adorned only with a marked Chinese character on the left chest. The squad worked in unison, promptly repelling the Chitauri's frenzied assault. Once the front line stabilized, a support team composed of Zero and Zhu proceeded to the Bird's Nest Stadium in hopes of swiftly capturing Loki and compelling him to close the portal. Inside the Bird's Nest Stadium, Team Xiao, alongside units 4382 and 9528, engaged in a fierce struggle against Loki, with the battle reaching a stalemate. Loki's frost and illusionary magic proved formidable. As the primary attacker, Hong Yun, managed to ensnare Loki, he intended to launch a close-range strike, only to be countered by Loki's illusion magic. A burst of frigid air erupted from a doppelganger, encasing the ground in sheets of solid ice. Hong Yun's offensive was abruptly halted, his feet frozen in place. Loki materialized nearby, thrusting his spear into the ground, causing the frost to rapidly creep up from Hong Yun's immobilized feet. Just as he faced the peril of being completely encased in ice, the chains of Unit 4382 flew in, pulling him to safety. Under the healing of Qingluan, he began to recover swiftly. Loki, seizing the opportunity to attack, found his path obstructed by Lei Gong and Unit 9528. With a light touch of his feet, 9528 propelled himself forward like a cannonball. After hurling a golden lightning spear at Loki, Lei Gong charged in with a military knife crackling with electricity. Their desperate struggle afforded precious time for Hong Yun's recovery. After narrowly evading their combined assault with another illusionary duplicate, Loki's spear, embedded with gems, emitted an eerie green light, forming a visible green vortex around its gem. Subsequently, a torrent of emerald energy surged forth towards the group. In light of this development, Hong Yun hastily conjured a barrier of radiant, multicolored light to shield against the formidable energy wave. Simultaneously, Qingluan summoned a wall of azure wind. Godly judgment. Zero descended from the heavens, positioning himself before the others. An invisible repulsion erupted from its core, momentarily halting the torrent of ethereal green energy. "Oh, we haven't arrived too late, have we?" Zero inquired, glancing back. "Ah, your naming skills leave much to be desired. How can you still indulge in anime after enlisting?" Hong Yun remarked slowly, observing Zero. "Humph, mind your own business. Naruto is my absolute favorite," Zero retorted, extending his right hand toward Loki, summoning a gravitational force that swiftly drew Loki closer. What? Loki, caught off guard, was pulled into the gravitational pull. Just as Loki was about to be struck by Thunder God's blade, he deftly maneuvered his spear to deflect the attack, launching an icy arrow at Zero. Just as the icy arrow was poised to strike Zero, a massive fireball shot from the side, emanating from Zhu's fingertip, perfectly colliding with the icy projectile, thereby thwarting Loki's desperate struggle. Hong Yun's radiant, multicolored light enveloped Loki, sealing him within. In collaboration with 4382 and 9528, they successfully seized Loki's spear. Defeated, Loki faced Zero, the highest-ranking officer present, who commanded, "Immediately close this portal." "I cannot close it," Loki replied with a sinister grin. "Do you think we won't dare to strike you?" Thunder God interjected, once again brandishing a lightning spear in his right hand. "Huh, feel free to try," Loki taunted. "Commander, Plan A has failed. Requesting preparation for Plan B," Zero stated, turning to press the communication button. "Understood. The afternoon team has arrived on site. The operation may commence," Zhu Yun announced from the command center. The afternoon team, composed of quintuplet brothers, possessed intriguing abilities, including the capacity to merge. They could also absorb the strength of the global Chinese population to enhance their own power. Given the ongoing alien invasion, their assistance was urgently required. Upon merging, the brothers' physical prowess surged to 5 times that of an ordinary person. Today marked the opening ceremony of the Beijing Olympics, with the Bird's Nest Stadium broadcasting live to the world. Countless Chinese citizens and overseas compatriots watched in awe, and upon realizing they could contribute to the front lines, they unhesitatingly lent their strength. A multitude of Chinese mutants also offered their powers. The second plan involved channeling the collective strength of all Chinese people into the merged form of the 5 brothers. Known in Marvel as the hero of the masses, a rather unremarkable title, their task was to dismantle the portal generator and forcibly close the portal. Several mutants, endowed with energy absorption capabilities, harnessed electrical energy and transmitted it forth. In this moment, the hearts of all were interconnected, their strike infused with the collective will of the people, unwavering as steel, to protect home and country, and to vanquish these alien intruders. With a single punch, he shattered the energy shield generated by the cosmic cube, simultaneously destroying the machine that controlled it. The time-space portal in the sky was gradually closing. And just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, believing the ordeal was over, an alarm blared from the command center. Warning: detecting an incoming fusion strike. Direction of the attack: east. The satellite identified the scythe aerospace carrier above. Damn it, these foreigners have gone mad, Zhu Yin exclaimed, slamming his fist on the table. Everyone, find a way to intercept it. At that moment, as the Spear Command Center frantically prepared to intercept the nuclear missile, Nick Fury stood on the scythe aerospace carrier, furiously berating the representatives of the other 4 nations in the World Security Council over the network. You are insane. Launching a nuclear missile at Beijing at this time. Do you have any idea what consequences this will bring? Enough, Nick Fury. Your position as director of scythe has been revoked. What are you still angry about? U.S. Representative Nikki Haley interjected. Do you really want to start a nuclear war? Fury continued to roar. This is all for the future of humanity. Trust that the Chinese government will understand our actions. Haley replied, maintaining an air of condescension. You all. Fury, infuriated, cut off the network connection. As everyone braced for the impending nuclear conflict, Tony soared beneath the nuclear missile in his new armor, desperately attempting to alter its course. The exhausted members of Team Wu, still reeling from the earlier encounter, were unable to engage, and Zero, needing to protect his comrades, was also powerless to act. Just when despair loomed over them, 9528 suddenly took flight. Heading toward the incoming missile, he knew that he was the only one who could complete this mission. Together, 9528 and Tony managed to redirect the missile, which threatened to ignite a global nuclear war, toward the alien fleet on the other side of the portal. As the nuclear bomb detonated, the portal closed. The Chitauri forces still on Earth collapsed, while the Leviathan ships in the sky plummeted. The devastating Battle of Beijing came to a close. Loki was subsequently escorted along with the Cosmic Cube to the Dinyuan base. Chapter 20. Reuniting with old friends. A week had passed since the Battle of Beijing. Hela was aboard a train heading to Urumqi, China, initially intending to travel for leisure. However, her plans had been thwarted by her foolish brother, forcing her to linger in Shijiazhuang for an entire week before resuming her journey across China. What about her captured brother? Obviously, she thought, let him fend for himself. As a man, he must take responsibility for his actions. Hela joyfully boarded the train from Shijiazhuang to Urumqi with her guide, Jiang Luyang. The reason for opting for the train over a plane was her guide's suggestion that the journey would allow them to savor the scenic beauty along the way. After 3 days of travel, they arrived in Urumqi and settled into the only 5-star hotel in the city, the Hade Hotel. Meanwhile, at the Dinyuan base, Thor was undergoing interrogation. Name: Thor Odinson. Answer correctly. I am indeed Thor. Which American organization do you belong to? FBI? CIA? Or perhaps SHIELD? Mr. Donald Blake? The interrogator glared at Thor with a serious expression. Oh my goodness. Well, I truly am the god of thunder, Thor. My hammer can testify to that. Thor exclaimed helplessly. Are you referring to this hammer? The interrogator said, pressing a button on his remote control, causing Mjolnir to be lifted by an elevator. Yes, that's it, Thor replied with excitement. All right, foreign entity. You are suspected of smuggling controlled items into our country. The evidence is irrefutable. Do you have anything to say? The interrogator rose and picked up a folder from the table. Fine. What will be the consequences according to your laws? Thor inquired, puzzled. Consequences? For a spy? Especially one from a nation that launched a nuclear strike against our capital just a week ago? I believe you understand, sir, the interrogator said with a sudden disdain. That person who opened the portal, what about him? Thor asked, bewildered. Of course, he was apprehended. For such invaders, we can only deal with them using a hunting rifle. The interrogator replied before leaving the interrogation room. Seeing Mjolnir so close, Thor initially attempted to summon the hammer directly, but for reasons unknown, his usual method failed him. He had no choice but to suddenly spring into action, seizing the hammer before the guard could activate the device against his neck. Thor succeeded, and with Mjolnir in hand, he conjured a bolt of lightning that pierced through the ceiling of the entire base. Subsequently, he took Loki and the Tesseract from the Dinyuan base and called upon Heimdall to open the Bifrost, returning to Asgard. Of course, none of this mattered to Hela. who was enjoying cold beer and skewered lamb at the night market. After arriving in Urumqi and booking their hotel, she, under Jiang Liuyang's guidance, visited several local attractions and later indulged in barbecued delights at the night market. "Hey, boss, bring me 20 more skewers of lamb," Hela shouted, swallowing the morsel still in her mouth. "Certainly, no problem," replied the cheerful Uyghur vendor. "Are we going to finish all this?" Jiang Liuyang asked, looking bemused at the stunning beauty before him. "You may not finish it, but I certainly will," Hela replied nonchalantly. At that moment, their table was already piled high with 60 skewers. It signifies that the two individuals have already consumed 60 skewers of grilled lamb. Boss, please bring me 10 more skewers of grilled lamb liver," Hela exclaimed, having suddenly noticed someone savoring grilled lamb liver and deciding to give it a try. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liuyang leaned over the table, astonished. He had never encountered a woman with such an insatiable appetite. The ancient Chinese proverb truly resonates. Food is the heaven for the people. Indeed, indulging in such exquisite cuisine is a testament to one's vitality, Hela remarked as she took a hearty gulp of cold beer. Jiang Liuyang, observing this voracious woman, reminisced about their time on Wangfujing Street in Beijing, where he felt little at the time. Reflecting now, he realized that this woman had devoured all the street food available on Wangfujing that day. Furthermore, he recalled the day before the alien invasion when he had no choice but to leave her alone at Quanjude, only for the restaurant owner to later seek him out. Now, he couldn't help but wonder if she had devoured the entire menu of Quanjude that day. By 3 in the morning, they returned to their accommodation, having agreed to set off the next day at noon for Birken County in northern Xinjiang. Hela had heard that this was the ideal time to visit the breathtaking scenery of Kaunas. Thor's abrupt departure had caused tremendous chaos at the Dingyuan base, and during the subsequent inventory check, apart from the cosmic cube taken by Thor, even Loki's spear and scepter had gone missing. The God Spear Bureau subsequently questioned SHIELD regarding Thor's actions, but the response was unclear. It was evident that this was retaliation for the earlier international conference where they had inquired how China would handle the cosmic cube and those alien weapons. The succinct summary of the Chinese Foreign Ministry's response was simply 3 phrases. "What does it have to do with me? What does it have to do with you? Is this even a matter?" The car journeyed along the highway for an entire day, and it was only as the last rays of the sun began to fade that they finally reached Birken County. As was customary, they sought a hotel to rest for the night. The following day, Hela expressed her desire to explore Kaunas alone. Jiang Liuyang, suddenly claiming he had pressing matters to attend to, found their sentiments perfectly aligned. After breakfast, Hela donned her outdoor gear, shouldered a climbing backpack, and wielded a trekking pole as she ventured into the Kaunas scenic area alone. Although it was already mid-August, Kaunas had already begun to embrace autumn. The golden leaves of the birch trees and the crimson leaves of the maple trees swayed gently in the breeze, while the crystal-clear Kaunas lake mirrored the surrounding rock faces. Hela stood atop a rocky outcrop, admiring the breathtaking scenery. Despite being one of the 5 great deities of the cosmos, having witnessed countless wonders, who could possibly disdain the beauty before her? Thus, Hela found a patch of grass to sit upon. Retrieving the grilled buns she had purchased that morning from her backpack and began to nibble on them. For some reason, ever since she had shifted her focus to Midgard, she found herself yearning for something to eat. Well, just a little something. After finishing the 5 steamed buns in her hand, Hela once again made her way toward a dense thicket. This was a grove of mixed white birch and maple trees. As she walked, a wooden cabin unexpectedly appeared before her. Upon glancing at the plaque adorning the cabin, she was astonished to discover it bore Elvish script. This piqued Hela's curiosity, prompting her to push open the cabin's door. To her surprise, she found herself in a tavern. The decor of this establishment was distinctly infused with the essence of the light elves, adorned with golden patterns, white walls, and purple curtains draping from the ceiling. Flower pots brimming with blossoms were scattered throughout the space. As Hela surveyed her surroundings, she noted that the tavern was utterly deserted. Just as she found this odd, a melodic female voice echoed through the air, "Wow, the phoenix has finally emerged. Phoenix, Phoenix, my phoenix." Following the sound, Hela ventured into a small room beside the bar, where she beheld an extraordinary sight. A female elf, clad in a golden-red sundress and seated cross-legged on the bed, was intently focused on her computer screen. In the dimly lit room, the only illumination came from the blue glow of the monitor, casting a radiant light upon the excited face of the elf, none other than Istana, whom Hela recognized. Staring at Istana, Hela finally spoke. Who's there? Oh, Istana. Upon hearing Hela's voice, Istana snapped out of her reverie and, gazing at the figure in the doorway, exclaimed in bewilderment, "What are you doing here?" Both uttered in unison, "I should go first." "No, I shall go first." The atmosphere suddenly fell into silence, prompting Hela to break it. "All right, you go ahead." "Oh, just let me return home for a moment," Istana replied nonchalantly. Hela, feeling a wave of frustration at this remark, stepped closer to Istana and peered at her computer screen. Chapter 21. Leisurely Moments in the Dim Room. The sole source of light emanated from the computer monitor. Clad in her golden-red sundress, Istana sat cross-legged on the soft bed, oblivious to Hela, who had taken a seat beside her. Both remained silent, lost in their thoughts. After Istana's game character had returned to the tavern, she ceased her actions, leaving Hela to observe the completion of that particular task without uttering a word. Neither knew what to say. Over a millennium had passed since their last encounter, and their identities had changed drastically. They had met and grown up together in Alfheim, only to part ways in discord. Time had transformed the former elven queen into merely the proprietor of a small tavern, while the once goddess of death from Asgard had ascended to become one of the supreme beings of the universe. Hela felt uncertain about broaching the subject of the game, but in an effort to dispel the tension, she glanced at Istana's screen and inquired, "What are you playing?" "Oh, you're asking that? It's, of course, World of Warcraft. This is undoubtedly the most popular game at present. Allow me to share that, after several days of effort, I finally obtained the coveted Fire Phoenix. As I mention the game Istana, I can't help but become animated, extolling its virtues." "World of Warcraft? Ah, now I remember." Upon hearing this, Hela recalled that 2 years prior, an individual claiming to represent Blizzard Entertainment had approached her for a commissioned piece, hoping she would craft an epic narrative set in a fantastical realm. As a history professor with a penchant for novel writing, Hela readily agreed to this lucrative opportunity. She meticulously wove her experiences from her days in Asgard into an expansive tale, which she submitted to the company 6 months later. The response was overwhelmingly positive, leading to a fruitful collaboration. At that moment, Hela discovered that the entity she had engaged with was, in fact, a gaming company, and the immensely popular title World of Warcraft was their creation. With the game serving as a conversational catalyst, the atmosphere between them swiftly lightened. They exchanged stories of their respective journeys over the years. Istana revealed that she relinquished her throne as the Queen of the Light Elves to her niece, seeking solace from the complexities of royal life by retreating to Midgard for a vacation. Hela shared her current status, and when she mentioned being one of the 5 deities of the cosmos, Istana's jaw dropped in astonishment. Their conversation then meandered to recent developments, with Istana noting that she had been running the small tavern for nearly a century, while Hela's presence in Midgard had become more permanent, although her true self occasionally diverted attention to this realm. After a while, Istana rose and led Hela to the bar, where they each enjoyed a glass of fruity beer. They reminisced about their shared past and the moments spent on Earth. Ultimately, they bid farewell once more. Hela returned to Burzin County, elated at the chance to reunite with her old friend. Indeed, time has the power to wash away all that exists. After 3 days in China, Hela boarded a flight back to New York City. Chapter 22. Finding my nephew. The morning in New York remained as vibrant as ever, with bustling streets filled with traffic. Hela found herself ensnared in the flow of vehicles, a quintessential experience for the city's inhabitants. Nearly a month had passed since her return to New York, a month characterized by tranquil routine. For many, perhaps this ordinariness is a form of happiness, rising each day, commuting to work, clocking in and out. Hela found this lifestyle exceedingly pleasant, free from the burdens of violence, which is why she often focused her attention on Midgard. Today, however, her destination differed from the usual. She was not headed to Columbia University for lectures, but rather driving to the Captain America Memorial in Washington. At this moment, Hela remained unaware that her nephew had been thawed from his icy slumber. She still harbored feelings for Steve Rogers, having watched him grow up. Since learning of her nephew's sacrifice during the final battle, her animosity towards the organization known as Hydra had intensified. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Hela arrived in Washington, D.C. She casually purchased 2 hamburgers from Burger King for her lunch, as the event was scheduled to commence at 3. With ample time at her disposal, she parked her car and made her way to the park at the Washington Monument to rest for a moment. Hela nonchalantly settled beneath a large tree, leaning against its trunk, squinting to survey her surroundings, and began to relish this leisurely interlude. At that moment, her gaze fell upon a young man wearing a baseball cap and a brown jacket, intently painting on a canvas facing the street. Intrigued, Hela quietly approached and stood behind him, watching as he gradually brought his artwork to life. The scene depicted in the painting was not entirely congruent with reality. Rather, it seemed to capture the essence of the street from many years ago. "Steve, is that you? Have you awakened?" Upon glimpsing the man's profile and sensing his aura, a curious blend of youthful vigor and the weight of age, Hela was convinced that this individual was indeed her nephew, Steve Rogers. Hela?" he exclaimed in astonishment, turning to face the figure clad in a black trench coat. "How is this possible? Such a foolish boy," Hela sighed. "Do you understand magic?" "It's magic." She refrained from revealing her true identity to Steve, attributing her presence to magical circumstances instead. "And where are you headed, Auntie?" Steve inquired, intrigued by her unusual attire. "Where am I going?" "Why, to your memorial, of course, the Captain America Museum," Hela replied with a smile. "Is that so?" Steve, observing Hela's expression, instinctively sensed something amiss. In their past encounters, whenever Hela had displayed such an expression, it typically heralded trouble for him. "Hela, you know your aunt isn't in the best of health. As an elderly lady, don't you think you ought to express something?" Hela pretended to cough lightly, addressing Steve. "Very well, I will accompany you," Steve conceded, recognizing the truth in her words. As the clock struck 3, Hela led Steve from the car. The two made their way to the Captain America Museum, where they entered the hall to hear the guide explaining the life of Steve Rogers to a group of visiting school children. Hela turned to Steve, teasingly remarking, "No doubt you are my nephew." With that, they proceeded further into the museum. Two individuals strolled around the memorial, engaged in conversation, while Hela perused the inscriptions and inquired of her nephew whether things had transpired as such in the past. They joyfully wandered through the museum until closing time. As they departed, twilight enveloped the sky, prompting Hela to conclude that since she had finally reunited with her long-missing nephew, it was only fitting to keep him close for a while. Ignoring Steve's vehement objections, they swiftly subdued him and unceremoniously placed him in the back seat of her car. Hela then took the wheel and drove toward New York. Unbeknownst to her, or perhaps indifferent to the fact, Asgard agent responsible for monitoring Steve observed the scene unfold, seeing Steve being overpowered by a striking woman and taken away in her vehicle, promptly reported back to headquarters and pursued them in his own car. Meanwhile, at scythe headquarters in the Tricarrier, Nick Fury's immediate reaction upon receiving the news was to suspect that military personnel had grown weary of their duties. He then proceeded to examine surveillance footage to ascertain who had the audacity to abduct Captain America. Within half an hour of Fury's orders, the results were revealed. To his astonishment, the kidnapper was a history professor from Columbia University. This revelation left Nick flabbergasted. He had anticipated a biologist would be behind such an act, not someone engrossed in historical studies. Could it be that this individual was delving into the clandestine operations of World War II? Nick Fury found this conclusion utterly implausible. As night fell, Hela finally returned home, parked the car, and opened the back door. She pulled Steve out and dragged him inside, tossing him onto the sofa while she ambled over to the refrigerator to inspect its contents. "Steve, what would you like to eat?" Hela inquired, rummaging through the ingredients. "Oh, Aunt Kate, anything you make is fine," Steve mumbled, groggily awakening to find himself sprawled on the sofa, watching Hela crouched before the fridge. "That won't do. I suppose I shall decide for myself," Hela declared, retrieving items from the fridge and heading into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Half an hour later, a modest meal was ready. Hela called Steve, who was engrossed in the television, to join her for dinner. Just then, a knock resonated at the door. Hela, still seated at the dining table, gestured for Steve to answer it. Rising to comply, Steve opened the door to find Natasha Romanoff, her expression one of astonishment. "Hey, are you all right?" Natasha asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "I'm fine. I'm just having dinner." "Please, come in and share what brings you here," Steve replied. "What about the person who grabbed you?" Natasha inquired, her demeanor turning serious. "The one who grabbed me? Aunt Kate?" "Wait, you've been surveilling me," Steve said, initially bewildered, then gradually realizing that SHIELD had been monitoring his activities. "Do not misunderstand. We merely wish to safeguard your well-being, Natasha said, a hint of anxiety evident in her voice. Steve, is this young lady your new girlfriend? Hela inquired with a broad smile, appearing behind Steve. Of course not. Chapter 23. Midnight conversations. The living room lights remained aglow as Hela busied herself with clearing the dining table. Meanwhile, Steve and Natasha sat upon the sofa, engaging in a discourse regarding the surveillance imposed upon them by scythe. Steve expressed his profound dissatisfaction with being monitored, lamenting that nearly a year had elapsed since his thawing from cryogenic sleep, during which he had been under constant watch by scythe. Steve, you must trust us. Our actions are solely for your protection, Natasha defended. For my protection? A veteran of World War II now requires your oversight for safety, Steve retorted, his voice rising in indignation. I understand your aversion to this approach, but does your experience today not illustrate the necessity of our measures to ensure your safety? Natasha remarked, referencing the events of the day. Is there anything wrong with having dinner at home with my aunt? Steve responded, his irritation mounting. Wait a moment, Steve. You refer to this woman as your aunt? Natasha queried, uncertainty creeping into her tone. Indeed, young lady. Steve is my nephew. Are you perhaps smitten with him? Hela teased as she continued to clear the table. Steve? Natasha gazed quizzically at Steve, who was seated across from her. At that moment, the front door of Hela's home was abruptly flung open, revealing Nick Fury clad in a black tactical suit, with a trench coat draped over him. Before he could utter a word, Hela flicked her wrist, sending a fork hurtling towards Nick's head. In a desperate bid to evade the unexpected assault, Nick executed a swift roll. Before he could speak, Hela interjected, according to U.S. law, entering without the owner's permission could result in fatal consequences for the intruder. Oh, the old lady certainly has a fiery temper, Nick Fury remarked as he slowly rose to his feet. Meanwhile, Steve released Natasha from his grip, placing the Krog pistol he had seized upon the coffee table. Young man, you would do well to mind your words, Hela said without lifting her gaze. Professor Kate Blanchett. Or perhaps it would be more appropriate to address you as Miss Blanchett. Nick Fury stated unflinchingly, only just realizing that. How slow-witted you are. Hela retorted as she entered the kitchen to wash the dishes. Madam, you are not from Earth, are you? Nick Fury suddenly exclaimed. What? Steve gasped in shock, realizing that the aunt who had cared for him all these years was an extraterrestrial being. Pray tell, how did you come to this conclusion? Hela responded coldly. Thor informed us, stating that you hail from Alfheim as a light elf. Nick Fury maintained his composure as he spoke. After uttering these words, Hela remained silent for a considerable time, prompting him to continue. Light elves, though we have yet to engage directly, according to the myths and legends of our Earth. Elves are beings of prolonged existence. Miss Kate, your unchanged appearance from the Second World War to the present serves as evidence of this, does it not? Auntie, do you know Thor? Steve could not restrain himself from asking. Indeed, I met him when he first arrived on Earth. Thus, Mr. Nick Fury, your presence here tonight is likely not solely to seek out Steve. Hela emerged from the kitchen after finishing the dishes. Precisely. Earth is currently facing a crisis of alien invasion. I hope you can become a guardian of Earth and join the Avengers, Nick Fury remarked, his gaze fixed on Hela's figure. Ha! Are you jesting, little one? That is the most amusing joke I have heard in many years. Hela laughed heartily upon hearing Nick Fury's words. Auntie, Steve said, perplexed. Steve, do you recall the question I posed to you that night? When you are betrayed by those you have saved, will you still uphold your ideals? Hela disregarded Nick Fury and turned her attention to Steve. My answer remains unchanged. Even after all these years, my ideals endure, Steve replied resolutely. Little one, do you now comprehend? Steve, see your friend out. I am feeling rather fatigued and shall retire, Hela declared before ascending the stairs to her bedroom. Nick, why did you assign someone to surveil me? Steve began to question Nick Fury after Hela had returned to her room. This is all for your safety, Captain, Nick Fury replied with a grave expression. You call this protecting my safety? Steve retorted angrily. Try to persuade your aunt, Steve. The Earth is truly in peril, Nick Fury implored sincerely. Isn't all of this due to you? If you had not been researching the Tesseract and developing weapons from it, would these aliens have come? Steve questioned, vividly recalling Thor's words aboard the aircraft carrier. High-level warfare, interstellar-level warfare. Is Earth truly prepared for this? This is all to defend Earth, Captain. Now, let us conclude our conversation for the night. We shall take our leave, Nick Fury stated before turning to depart, accompanied by Natasha and two SHILD operatives surrounding the house. Back in her bedroom, Hela reclined on her bed, her spirit returning to the core of Helheim. She found Nick Fury's words utterly amusing. The notion that defending Earth required external forces. Did they not realize that among the indigenous inhabitants of Earth, there were already many extraordinary beings? The most ludicrous aspect was that in this nation, these remarkable individuals were still being marginalized by the mundane and the ordinary. The reason lies solely in the jealousy of one another's extraordinary abilities. Humanity. Over the years, Hela has witnessed an abundance of experiences. She has encountered humans as noble as deities and as vile as demons. It appears that most sentient beings are thus prideful, greedy, and driven by desires that propel the advancement of their civilizations. Yet, as civilization progresses, it leads to the depletion of resources and in the quest for survival. War becomes a necessity. However, within the chaos of war, life is rendered so cheap. Thanos, perhaps what you have done is justified. Hela, seated upon the throne of death, gazed contemplatively into the depths of the universe outside the temple. The following morning, Hela rose to prepare breakfast, only to discover that her nephew had already arrived at the table with a meal he had purchased. "Oh, Auntie, you're awake. Come and have breakfast," Steve said as he tidied the table. "Steve, my dear boy, you've finally grown up and learned to prepare breakfast for me." Hela smiled at him. "Oh my Auntie, I'm already over 90. I'm no longer a child," Steve replied with a wry smile. Over 90? In your aunt's eyes, you shall always remain a mere child. Now, let us eat, and then take me to meet your significant other," Hela said, pulling out a chair to sit at the table. "Auntie, I have no significant other," Steve responded, still smiling wryly, unable to bear Hela as teasing any longer. "Oh, is that so? Just so you know, I hold a certain fondness for that girl named Peggy Carter," Hela remarked, casting a smile at Steve, who had fallen into contemplation at the mention of her name. Chapter 24. Rebirth. The time had reached noon in the pristine hospital room. Steve sat on a small stool beside the bed, gazing at Peggy Carter, now graced with white hair, lying upon the bed. They exchanged smiles, neither speaking, simply cherishing the silence while looking into each other's eyes. Their story may well resemble that of a song. In a tranquil village, white snow drifts down, while doves soar beneath a gloomy sky. The white birch trees bear the names of the two, who vowed to love each other for a lifetime. One day, the flames of war reached their hometown, and the young man took up arms to defend the borders. "Do not worry for me, my beloved. Wait for my return in that white birch forest." The long road was nearing its end, and the girl had aged into white-haired maturity. She often heard him calling her from the pillow, "Come, my dear, to this white birch grove." In his final moments, he murmured, "I am coming. Wait for me in that white birch forest." However, their ending diverged greatly from the lyrics. Peggy Carter lay on the bed, her hair now white, while her beloved, Steve Rogers, remained unchanged as in their youth. They smiled at one another, each harboring their own melancholy. Hela stood by the window, her back turned to them, gazing at the scenery outside. She understood that both were reminiscing about the past. Perhaps this is a common ailment of the elderly? "Oh God, I truly never expected to see you again," Peggy said with great effort. "Peggy, I am truly sorry. I arrived late," Steve said with a hint of sadness in his gaze. "Indeed, you are late. Nearly 70 years late. However, you have saved the world. My hero." Peggy smiled as she labored to utter these words. "I am deeply sorry for you," Steve murmured, his head bowed. Upon hearing Steve's words, Peggy Carter remained silent, gazing intently at his face. "Well, foolish nephew, and your silly girl, you two are truly a match made in heaven," Hela remarked as she turned to face the two of them by the bedside. "Miss Carter?" Peggy's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Hela. "Silly girl, you have waited so long for Steve. After finally meeting, it cannot end like this," Hela said with a smile. "All right, Steve, now it is ladies' time. I kindly ask you to step outside," Hela instructed as she turned to Steve. "What do you intend to do, Miss Carter?" Peggy inquired, sensing an undercurrent of uncertainty. "Come and sign a contract with me to become an apostle of death," Hela whispered softly in Peggy's ear. "What?" Peggy was taken aback by Hela's proposition. Having lived through so many trials and tribulations, she had encountered many myths, from Norse to Greek, yet Hela's actions left her bewildered. At that moment, however, the contract Hela established began to take effect. This agreement required the consent of both parties, and Hela had assumed that this woman would not sign it. Yet, Contrary to her expectations, Peggy did indeed sign the contract. Instinctively, Peggy wanted to reject Hela's offer, but deep within her heart, her love for Steve became the driving force that compelled her to sign. In an unforeseen turn of events, the contract was completed. As the contract was finalized, Peggy Carter's body suddenly began to emanate layers of dark mist. As the darkness radiated outward, her form began to rejuvenate. Her once gray hair transformed back to the rich chestnut of her youth, and her dry, wrinkled skin gradually became smooth and radiant. She returned to the pinnacle of her youth. The dark mist that emanated coalesced, becoming denser. A black, crystalline gem floated before Peggy Carter, with a youthful visage and a body brimming with vitality. She was no longer the frail elder she once was. Peggy stared blankly at her hands, feeling the strength of her rejuvenated body. After a long moment, she slowly lifted her gaze to Hela and asked, "What exactly are you?" "A goddess, the goddess of death," Hela replied with a serious expression. "Why? Why did I sign that contract?" Peggy Carter murmured, still somewhat bewildered. Observing Hela in this manner, she resolved to entrust the remaining time to her nephew. Upon leaving the hospital room, she found Steve waiting patiently on a bench in the corridor. "Very well, my foolish nephew. You may go visit that little girl now. Allow this old woman a moment to rest." With that, Hela settled onto the bench, observing Steve's retreating figure. As Steve pushed open the door to the hospital room, he was met with the visage of Peggy Carter, a memory deeply etched in his mind. He momentarily stood frozen, while Carter gradually regained her composure. Raising her head to gaze at Steve, who stood at the doorway, she couldn't help but reminisce about their days at the Marine Corps. With a gentle smile, Peggy inquired, "Shall we dance?" "Of course," Steve replied, a foolish grin spreading across his face in response to Peggy's words. As the two conversed within the hospital room, Nick Fury burst through the door with determined strides. As one of the last surviving founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., Peggy Carter's sudden transformation undoubtedly captured the organization's attention. Hela had been registered with S.H.I.E.L.D. since the previous day, and Peggy's remarkable change only heightened their interest. "Miss Carter, it is truly wonderful to see you in such a state," Nick Fury stated, his gaze fixed upon Peggy with grave seriousness. "Nick, you have arrived rather late," Peggy replied sternly. "My apologies, Miss Carter. You know how busy we have been." Nick defended himself. "Never mind, I am aware of your inquiries. Let Miss Kate elucidate everything." Peggy indicated towards Hela, who stood by the door. "Magic, do you understand?" "This is the power of magic," Hela stated with a serious demeanor. Such a declaration left no room for doubt among those present. The notion of reversing the aging process, an occurrence that defied scientific understanding, was indeed magical. Hela's assertion prompted Nick Fury to ponder the implications. If magic could restore youth, could it also resurrect the dead? "You wish to bring the deceased back to life? That defies the laws of nature," Hela remarked, her gaze steady upon Nick. "Isn't reversing aging also a violation of scientific principles?" Nick retorted loudly. "Of course, she is not dead yet," Hela replied coolly. "Aunt, can you truly accomplish such a feat?" Steve asked, his eyes filled with hope as he looked towards Hela. "How could that be? If I possessed such abilities, your parents would not have left you years ago," Hela said, gazing at Steve with an expression of disbelief. "Very well, you may continue your conversation. I shall take my leave for lunch," Hela declared before exiting the hospital room. Nick Fury, however, remained contemplative as he watched Hela's departing figure. Chapter 25. The new tenant fully recovered. Peggy Carter was discharged from the hospital. As this facility was affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D., all records pertaining to Peggy Carter were sealed and handled with utmost confidentiality. Upon her release, Peggy declined the agency's offer for re-employment. She expressed that she had devoted her entire life to the hustle and bustle of this world and felt she had given enough. Now, she simply wished to live as an ordinary retired elder. However, she did not suggest that Steve should also resign from S.H.I.E.L.D. Ultimately, the two continued to reside together in the suburbs of Washington, D.C., in a house that could be considered a form of welfare accommodation allocated by S.H.I.E.L.D. for its retired agents, a standalone dwelling. On moving day, Hela drove from New York to assist a young African-American man named Sam Wilson, a friend of Steve's from modern times, also came to lend a hand. Hela inquired about how Steve and Sam had met, to which Steve explained that they had become acquainted during their morning exercises. Hela did not dispute Steve's account. though she preferred not to meddle too much in her nephew's affairs. She believed that friends should be more reliable, akin to James Buchanan Barnes. The four of them completed Steve Rogers' moving activities in just one afternoon, transferring his meager belongings to Peggy Carter's residence. That evening, they held a barbecue in Peggy Carter's backyard. As the night grew late, Hela declined Steve's invitation to stay, driving away from Washington, D.C. Alone, her demeanor relaxed as she navigated the highway. The recent events had brought her joy. She had found her missing nephew and helped him find a partner. Wasn't that worth celebrating? Yet, as Hela drove past a stretch of farmland, she suddenly heard a gunshot. Moments later, she felt her car collide with something. Exiting her vehicle, she discovered a child, a ragged little girl with long green hair. Hela felt a pang of annoyance. Traffic accidents were her least favorite encounters. There was no way she could have unintentionally hit someone. The girl's appearance was too bizarre. As Hela hesitated, a squad of soldiers clad in tactical uniforms emerged from a nearby farm, armed with assault rifles, surrounding her. Upon noticing Hela standing next to the girl, they aimed their weapons at her. "You must leave this area immediately. That thing beside you is extremely dangerous," a man who appeared to be the squad leader commanded. "Dangerous? You have so many of you pursuing this little girl?" Hela retorted, glancing from the girl to the leader. "Ma'am, we are a special unit on a mission. Please vacate the area immediately and maintain silence regarding this matter." The leader fixed his gaze on Hela, his gun still trained on her. "How dare you threaten me? Have you lost your minds?" Hela's anger flared at his words, and with a swift motion, a colossal sword manifested in her hand. Before the special forces could react, she swung the sword in a wide arc, severing them in half. Without a backward glance, Hela dissipated the sword and scooped up the girl lying on the ground, returning to her vehicle and driving away. Only a field of corpses and blood remained. By the time Hela returned to New York, dawn was approaching. She cradled the injured little girl in her arms and gently laid her on the living room carpet, unbuttoning the child's clothing to examine her. The conclusion was grim. She was on the brink of death. Hela gazed indifferently at the girl before her, having witnessed many souls teetering on the edge of mortality. As the goddess of death, her role was to guide these souls into the realm of Helheim. However, this child had been injured by her own actions. Hela scratched her head, opting to prioritize healing this little one. As she tended to the girl, memories from her time in Asgard flooded back, particularly a moment in Jotunheim before the Frozen Throne when Odin adopted Loki. Had Odin felt a similarly complex mix of emotions? As Hela continued her healing, the little girl gradually returned from the precipice of death. Watching the pallor of the child's face transform from ashen to a rosy hue, Hela chuckled to herself. Here she was, the goddess of death, engaging in the act of saving a life. Though the girl remained unconscious, Hela could not simply leave her on the carpet. She picked her up and carried her to the bathroom for a proper wash. Afterward, she brought the girl to her own bedroom, laying her down to sleep while Hela resumed her writing for the game company that had commissioned her. By noon, Hela completed her story. Stretching, she glanced at the time and entered her bedroom. Upon opening the door, she noticed that the little girl had suddenly closed her eyes again. "I know you're awake." "No need to pretend," Hela said with a smile, addressing the child on the bed. The girl showed no response. Hela shook her head and swiftly approached, pulling back the covers to reveal the girl's startled expression. "Ah, who are you?" the little girl exclaimed. "Oh, you're finally awake. But before you inquire about me, why not introduce yourself first?" Hela replied, holding the blanket while observing the girl, who was completely unclothed. "You." The girl glanced around and spotted a metallic cup on the bedside table. In an instant, she directed her gaze toward the cup, which then flew swiftly toward Hela. With a slight smile, Hela caught the cup midair. "A mutant, I see," she remarked. "Now that you know, please let me go." "I am truly grateful for your help last night," the girl said, her expression serious. "Why?" Hela asked, puzzled by the child's demeanor. "I will bring you trouble." "So I must leave," the girl insisted, maintaining her serious tone. "Ah, is that so? Then I cannot allow you to leave," Hela replied, feeling a spark of fondness for the little one after hearing her words. "Do you not understand? I will bring you danger," the girl exclaimed loudly. "Please, let's not argue any longer. Little Lona, come downstairs with Aunt Kate to prepare for lunch." Hela gently stroked the girl's head, discovering her name was Lona Dan. Lona stared blankly at Hela's affectionate gesture. "All right, stop daydreaming. Get dressed and come down for lunch. Afterwards, we shall go shopping." With that, Hela tossed the blanket onto the bed and left the bedroom. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. Hela approached it, revealing her neighbor, May. After a brief exchange of greetings, May mentioned she would be traveling for work and inquired if Hela could look after Peter. Without hesitation, Hela agreed, as she quite liked Peter, a lively, cheerful, and intelligent child who was always endearing, wasn't he? Soon, the doorbell rang, signaling the arrival of their takeout. Chapter 1. The arrival of a dear friend. On a bright and beautiful day, Hela and Lona sat at opposite ends of the dining table, enjoying their lunch. Little Lona donned a noticeably oversized bathrobe, sitting on her chair with both hands clutching a slice of pizza. Hela quickly finished her meal, watching Lona munch away like an adorable little squirrel. After their lunch, Hela borrowed a set of clothes from May that belonged to her when she was a child for Lona to wear. Once they were dressed, Hela led Lona to the car, setting off towards the shopping street. As it was Thursday, the street was not particularly crowded. After parking, Hela guided Lona into the pedestrian area, where an array of clothing dazzled the eyes. They entered a children's clothing store, examining the various items. Although Hela found many appealing, the ultimate choice rested with Lona. Soon, Lona entered the fitting room, clutching 2 outfits. Emerging in one, she sought Hela's opinion. After a glance, Hela shook her head, signaling Lona to try again. This one won't do. The style is a bit outdated. This one is also unsuitable. The color doesn't complement you. Try another. Hela frowned as Lona emerged once more. Time passed, and the sun began to set. They exited the shopping street, laden with bags of clothing, and approached their parked car. Hela opened the back door, tossing the bags inside, then gestured for Lona to take the passenger seat. Hela settled into the driver's seat, starting the engine and steering homeward. Do you find that shirt attractive, little Lona? Hela asked while driving, glancing at Lona, who was enjoying her ice cream in the passenger seat. Yes, it looks lovely. But why do I feel particularly exhausted this afternoon? I never felt this tired before. Lona replied, savoring her ice cream. Your physical stamina seems rather lacking. How about starting tomorrow morning? You will join me for morning exercises, Hela declared. All right, what do you intend to do with me afterward? Lona inquired after a moment of silence. Tomorrow morning, we shall visit the Civil Affairs Bureau to complete the adoption procedures, Hela replied, not glancing back. But if that's the case, I will be discovered. It is impossible for you to accomplish this. Lona remained skeptical about Hela's ability to adopt her. My nephew works in the government. It will be no problem, Hela stated before picking up her phone to call Steve Rogers. After a lengthy wait, the call was finally answered, and Hela was intrigued by the music emanating from the receiver. Upon inquiry, she learned that Steve was dancing with Peggy at a ballroom. When Hela informed Steve that he was about to have a sister, he was momentarily bewildered. However, upon hearing that Hela intended to adopt a mutant, he composed himself and assured her that he would arrive in New York the following morning to accompany her to the Civil Affairs Bureau. After the call, Hela relaxed and focused on driving. Once home, she opened the door for Lona to enter while she parked the car and prepared dinner. Just as they finished their meal, Hela's phone rang unexpectedly. Initially believing it to be her nephew, she soon noticed the caller ID indicated a location in China. Hello? Who is this? Hela asked, perplexed upon answering. Hela, what is your address? I am already at the airport, came the excited voice of Istana. Istana? Wait, aren't you supposed to be in China? What are you up to? Hela quickly questioned. Well, you see, the game I play is hosting an offline gathering in America, so I came, Istana replied nonchalantly. Where are you now? Hela asked, still puzzled. At the airport. The airport? Istana responded. I know you were at an airport. I meant which airport? Hela sighed. Of course. JFK International Airport. Now hurry and tell me your address. Also, if you have any food prepared, that would be splendid. Istana exclaimed with glee. My address is yours to find when you take a taxi. As for dinner, I'm afraid you are too late, Hela stated coldly. You have changed. You no longer love me. You were not like this before. Istana shouted into the phone. Goodbye, see you soon, Hela replied, hanging up without indulging Istana's complaints. After ending the call, Hela signaled for little Lona to go to bed. Lona protested, expressing that she was not tired and wished to meet Hela's friend. Hela disagreed, insisting that as a child, she should obediently return to her bedroom to sleep rather than stay up late on the living room sofa. Unable to withstand Hela's insistence, Lona reluctantly ascended the stairs to her bedroom, but instead of sleeping, she pressed her ear against the door to listen to the commotion in the living room. After lulling Lorna back to sleep, Hela made her way to the kitchen once more. She began to prepare a vegetable salad for the impending dinner with Istana. Approximately half an hour later, there was a knock at the door. When Hela opened it, she was greeted by the excited visage of Istana. Hey Hela, Istana exclaimed enthusiastically, waving her hand. Good evening, Istana. Come in, and please set your luggage by the wall. Have a seat for a moment, Hela gestured, allowing Istana to enter. Upon entering, Istana leaned her large suitcase against the wall and, after changing her shoes, unceremoniously plopped down onto the living room sofa. You're truly not treating yourself as a guest, Hela remarked as she sat down beside her. This is what you owe me, Istana retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Hela. Speaking of which, did you really fly here with those long ears of yours? Hela inquired, observing Istana's appearance. She then reached out to touch Istana's long ears. Hey, don't touch my ears. Istana swatted Hela's hand away. Oh, right. Here you can call me either Kate or Calantrail, Hela said calmly, looking at Istana. All right then, I shall call you Calantrail. That name has a lovely elven ring to it, Istana replied with a smile. And wait a moment. Lorna, I know you can hear me. Come down. Just as Hela was about to say something, she suddenly turned and shouted towards the staircase. Soon, the sound of a bedroom door opening was heard, and little Lorna, clad in pink pajamas, timidly descended the stairs. Wow, what an adorable little one. Who is she? Istana exclaimed upon seeing Lorna. My daughter. Hela replied calmly as she watched Lorna come down. What? Istana looked bewildered at the composed Hela. Istana, this is Lorna, my daughter. Lorna, this is Istana, my friend. Hela said, rising to pull Lorna into her embrace as she introduced them. Hello, little Lorna said shyly, gazing at the seated Istana. Lorna, Istana. Now that you two are acquainted, it's time for bed, Hela announced, cradling Lorna and turning toward the bedroom. Wait, what about my dinner? Istana quickly inquired. On the dining table, Hela replied indifferently as she carried Lorna into the bedroom. Chapter 2. Family gathering in the morning. A knock echoed at Hela's door. Dressed in her pajamas, Hela approached to open it, revealing her nephew at the threshold. Accompanying Steve was Peggy Carter, a pair that now seemed inseparable. Come in. Sit for a while. I'll prepare breakfast. The others are still asleep. Hela welcomed them inside before heading to the kitchen. Half an hour later, Hela tidied up the dining table. After serving breakfast, she ascended the stairs to awaken the still sleeping Istana and Lorna. When Steve and Peggy beheld Istana, with her long ears, descending the stairs, they were momentarily taken aback, then turned their gaze towards Hela. The implication was clear. Is this girl the child you adopted? Steve, this is your Aunt Istana. Be sure to greet her, Hela articulated, having grasped their curiosity. Good morning, Aunt Istana, Steve Rogers awkwardly remarked, noting that Istana appeared even younger than himself. So this is your nephew? Istana assessed Steve from head to toe, remarking, he certainly looks quite well. He is already over 90 years old. Hela smiled at Steve as she spoke. When did the lifespan of Midgardians increase so remarkably? Istana exclaimed in astonishment upon learning Steve's age. For certain reasons, I shall elaborate later. For now, let us dine. Lorna, are you not yet awake? Hela called as she ascended the stairs once more. At the dining table, Steve, Peggy, and Istana chatted amiably while enjoying their meal. Istana expressed that Steve need not refer to her as aunt. He could call her sister or simply by her name, as she felt such titles made her seem elderly. This declaration alleviated a considerable psychological burden for Steve, as anyone would feel awkward addressing someone who appeared younger than themselves as an elder. Just as the three were nearing the end of their breakfast, Hela urged Lorna downstairs. Hurry and eat your breakfast, then I will tidy you up. We must depart soon. Honestly, I told you to sleep early last night. By the way, Steve, this is your sister Lorna, Hela announced as she took her seat at the table to enjoy her breakfast. Little Lorna, still somewhat groggy, ate her meal, while Steve Rogers observed her from the side. After breakfast concluded, Hela led Lorna back to the bedroom for a quick tidy-up. Subsequently, the group set forth towards the New York City Department of Social Services. Steve Rogers had already discussed this matter with Nick Fury the previous day, who had readily agreed. As for the underlying motives, only he was privy to them. With the support of S.H.I.E.L.D., the adoption process proceeded remarkably smoothly. Within the span of 2 hours, Lorna's adoption paperwork was completed. Hela also became Lorna's guardian. And by the time the formalities were finalized, it was nearly noon. The five of them sought out a nearby Turkish restaurant for a meal, and at that moment, Tony Stark and Bruce Banner arrived at the same establishment. Tony, I still think there are issues with that algorithm, Banner remarked as they walked. Banner, let's just do it first and see, Tony replied nonchalantly. You know how I am. Tony, you must understand. This matter could very well pertain to your life. The new elemental reactor is undoubtedly ready for use. Why do you persist in this course of action? Banner inquired with a serious and perplexed expression. I have my own reasons, Tony replied, pausing momentarily. Unable to divulge to those around him what he had witnessed that day when he charged into the portal with the nuclear bomb. Such a scene was known only to the Chinese boy who had been with him. Well, what do you plan to have for lunch? Banner asked. Of course. It's Turkish kebab, let me tell you. This particular establishment serves remarkably delicious kebabs, Tony said with enthusiasm. However, Tony, we might not have any available seating. Banner glanced around, realizing that all the tables were occupied. I don't want to wait. Let me take a look. Oh wait. Isn't that Steve? Come on, Banner. Let us join him at his table. Tony scanned the room and spotted Steve chatting with Peggy. Just as Hela and her companions were enjoying their lunch and conversing, two casually dressed men interjected. Hey, Tony, Banner. It's been a while, Steve exclaimed with delight upon recognizing his comrades. Wow, Captain. You sure have a way with the ladies today. 3 stunning beauties and 1 lovely young lady dining with you. I never understood why my father held you in such high regard, but I think I finally get it, Tony remarked playfully, whistling at Steve. Kale, how have you been? Banner quickly noticed Hela, recalling their time working together at Columbia University. Oh, Banner. Long time no see. I've been quite well. How about you? I heard about the incident with your experiment, and then you seemed to vanish. How did you end up entangled with that playboy? Hela inquired, lifting her gaze. Oh, it's a long story, Banner responded with a wry smile. Tony Stark. Peggy Carter interjected after hearing Tony's flippant remarks. Oh, beautiful lady, what brings you here? Speaking of which, you bear a striking resemblance to someone from my memories. However, she was an elder of mine, likely now too frail to even rise from her bed. Tony Stark replied with a smile. Indeed, young Tony, perhaps I should be resting in a hospital bed at this moment. Peggy glared at Tony with indignation. Such a tone. No way. That's impossible. Tony suddenly seemed to recall something, exclaiming, Young Tony, quickly call Annie Carter. Peggy regarded Tony with a serious expression. While Steve was left in a state of confusion, Peggy explained the backstory to those present. After the establishment of scythe, Howard Stark was frequently occupied with his work, while Peggy Carter had a bit more time on her hands. Consequently, she often visited the Stark residence to care for Tony, alongside Tony's mother. Over time, the two families grew close, with Peggy even becoming Tony's godmother. Due to Peggy's high expectations for Tony, she had always been quite strict with him from a young age. Tony, who is inherently exuberant, harbors a mix of fear and awe towards his godmother. Despite the passage of years, he has seldom made an effort to visit her. Well, Tony, you never mentioned you had such a youthful godmother, Banner remarked, stifling a laugh as he patted Tony on the back. Steve, does this mean I am now part of a 3-generation family? Hela suddenly interjected. Kylantriel? What do you mean by that? Banner inquired, somewhat perplexed. My nephew is Steve Rogers, and his girlfriend is Peggy Carter, while Tony Stark is her godson. By this reckoning, I suppose that makes Tony my grandson, Hela smiled. Tony Stark, upon hearing Hela's statement, was momentarily flabbergasted. He then shouted in disbelief. When Steve confirmed the assertion, Tony ceased to struggle with the notion. He had witnessed Hela's true power in Afghanistan. Reflecting on it now, could it be that he had been rescued by his own grandmother? Just as they were discussing their familial relationships, Turkish kebabs arrived. Chapter 3. Seeking a school in a Turkish kebab restaurant, Hela, Lorna, Istana, Steve, Peggy, Tony, and Banner sat together, enjoying lunch and engaging in conversation. So, Kylantriel, does that mean you are actually an alien? Banner queried after hearing Hela's summary. Well, if we consider the planet of birth, then yes. I would indeed qualify as an alien, Istana replied. Ah, lovely lady, are you also an alien? Tony inquired, admiring Istana's delicate features. Tony, Peggy interjected. Oh, come on. It's not a big deal. Peggy, you really need to lighten up. While it's true that children require supervision, being overly strict can have the opposite effect. He retorted before addressing Istana's question. Yes, I hail from Alfheim, Istana replied nonchalantly. Therefore, my foster mother is an alien. Lorna exclaimed, astonished. Her imagination, no matter how vivid, could not fathom that her foster mother was an extraterrestrial being. She had only considered the possibility of being a mutant like herself, never thinking about aliens. Little Lorna, maintain your poise. There's no need to be so dramatic, Hela advised, turning to the overly astonished Lorna. So, it appears that none of us are entirely normal today, except for me, Tony Stark remarked, swallowing a piece of kebab. You can interpret it that way, little grandson. Hela replied with a smile. I certainly do not have a grandmother like you. Tony exclaimed, growing agitated. Steve, do you and Peggy have any plans for the afternoon? Hela asked, completely ignoring Tony's outburst. No, why do you ask, Aunt? Steve inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. I plan to take little Lorna for a stroll around New York City this afternoon. Would you two care to join us? Hela suggested. I haven't strolled through this city in quite some time, Steve remarked, his voice tinged with nostalgia. Are you reminiscing about the past again, my foolish nephew? One must remember that the past is ultimately behind us. We must confront the future. Embrace the present moment, Hela suggested, taking a sip from her drink. So, Tony, Banner, would you care to join us? Steve turned to face the two. What? Ambling about? No, we are quite busy. You should go on without us. We prefer living in the moment. Reminiscing about the past is best left to you elder folks, Tony retorted without hesitation. I won't be joining, Captain, as you know. I struggle in crowded places, Banner hesitantly added. After a simple lunch, the group dispersed. Hela drove a party of 5 towards the Statue of Liberty. Meanwhile, Tony and Banner returned to Stark Tower to continue their afternoon experiments. The 5 arrived at Battery Park, where they purchased tickets for a sightseeing boat. Engaged in conversation, they gazed upon the distant Statue of Liberty. Time passed, and after leaving Battery Park, they drove back home, following a modest dinner, as the family prepared to rest. A knock echoed at Hela's door. Steve answered to find their neighbor, May Parker. Why such a travel-ready outfit? Are you heading somewhere far? Hela queried, eyeing May's attire with curiosity. Unfortunately, my business trip was moved up. Can I leave Peter in your care for a while? May said, pulling Peter forward. Of course. He can keep little Lona company, Hela responded without hesitation. Who is Lona? May asked, puzzled. My daughter, Hela replied with a smile. Oh, I see. Then thank you for taking care of little Peter. I'll be back next week, May said before departing. Safe travels, May. Hela waved goodbye to her as she left. Once inside, she introduced little Peter to everyone. After meeting everyone, Peter rushed off to play with Lona, who was the same age as him. Hela sent the two to play in the upstairs bedroom, and then began to discuss Lona's educational future with Steve and Peggy. Being a mutant posed challenges. Conventional elementary schools would not suffice. Perhaps the S-H-I-E-L-D Academy? Steve suggested. Absolutely not, Steve. Lona is not suited for that institution. We must consider other options, Peggy interjected before Hela could voice her dissent. If all else fails, Hela, you could bring Lona to China for her education. China does not have as many restrictions regarding those with super abilities as we do here. Is it China? Istana interjected. It's too far and not suitable. Lorna doesn't even speak Chinese. Peggy, do you have any other good options? Hela inquired. Well, before my retirement, a colleague from the CIA mentioned an academy. Peggy replied after a brief pause. An academy? How far is it from New York? Hela asked. Not far. The academy is located in the suburbs of New York City. Peggy explained. What is the name of the academy? Is it recognized academically? It wouldn't happen to be a diploma mill, would it? Istana suddenly interjected. Aunt Kate, you previously taught at Columbia University, right? Peggy asked unexpectedly. Not exactly. I did work at Oxford University for a time, Hela responded while sipping her tea. Oh. Then I presume you must know the director of that academy. His name is Charles Francis Xavier, though he is perhaps better known as Professor X, Peggy remarked. Looking at Hela. Xavier, huh? That fellow seems acceptable. I'll inquire about it tomorrow, Hela stated, addressing the three of them. Istana, please take care of Peter and Lorna. Why me? I have a meeting with some online friends tomorrow. Istana exclaimed. I think you need to contact Professor Yang, Hela said in Mandarin. Oh no, absolutely not. Istana strongly protested. The next morning, Hela drove alone to the Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters, located in the outskirts of New York City. This institute was once a private estate, transformed into an academy under the direction of Charles Xavier. Hela drove through the estate's gates, announced her purpose, and proceeded into the grounds. Welcome, ma'am. Charles Xavier greeted Hela as she entered his office for a visit. It's been a while, Charles, Hela said with a smile. Have we met before? Charles asked, appearing puzzled by her words. Well, yes, after all, I was the girl you were always aware of in history class. You never seemed to pay attention to the lessons, Hela teased. Oh, you are Professor Kate, Charles exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 4. A reunion with Wade at the Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters. The atmosphere remained tranquil as ever. It was another peaceful day, and a girl with fiery red hair, Jean Grey, was pushing Charles in his wheelchair while touring the academy with Hela. Upon their meeting in the principal's office, Charles, realizing that Hela was the history teacher who had once instructed him, inquired whether she was a mutant. Hela then revealed to Charles the identity assigned to her by scythe, an alien from Asgard, which left him equally astonished. When Hela inquired whether she could appreciate the entire campus environment, Charles readily consented without hesitation. Thus, a scene unfolded with Jean pushing the wheelchair as Charles and Hela strolled through the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. The surroundings are indeed splendid, Charles, Hela remarked after taking in the ambience. This is essential for these children to thrive and enjoy their lives here. Now, let us discuss the child you mentioned, Professor Kate. Charles observed the mutant children playing by the lake and replied, "Is it little Lorna? She is my daughter." Hela, also gazing at the children by the lake, added, "Is she an alien too? No wonder she was sent to me." Charles smiled and clarified, "No, she is a child I adopted here on Earth. She is a mutant, which is why I thought of sending her here to study." Hela glanced at Charles and said, "A mutant child? How wonderful. The Academy will soon welcome a new student." Charles smiled and remarked, "I will be picking Lorna up from school every day." One more question. Is the diploma issued by your school recognized in society? Hela looked at Charles, voicing her primary concern. If the certificates from Charles's academy were not acknowledged, she would have no choice but to take Lorna to China for her education, where the schools for those with abilities not only maintain strict teaching standards, but also have diplomas recognized worldwide. The top-tier institutions include Shushan Academy in Sichuan, Tianshan Academy in Xinjiang, and Kunlun Mountain Academy in Tibet, while the second tier features Huashan Academy, Taishan Academy, Hengshan Academy, Hengshan Academy, and Songshan Academy, renowned globally. As someone working in the education sector, Hela was aware of these facts. However, she worried that such a move might be arduous for little Lorna. "You need not worry about that. Xavier's Academy is indeed accredited by international educational institutions. The diplomas will certainly be recognized," Charles responded to Hela's inquiry. "Is that so? Then that is splendid. Now, let us discuss the tuition matters," Hela said with a serious tone. "Regarding this matter, Jean, why don't you converse with this lady about the tuition?" Charles suggested, prompting Jean Grey to engage with Hela about the financial aspects. Later that day, Hela drove home alone. The enrollment process was complete, and little Lorna would be able to start school in early September. Upon arriving home, Hela took Istana, Lorna, and Peter out for lunch. "Lorna, I have found a school for you. You can start in early September," Hela mentioned at the dining table. "You don't want me anymore?" Little Lorna whispered. "What are you thinking, silly child? I just believe it is time for you to go to school. Besides, I will be there to pick you up every day." Hela smiled at Lorna, gently patting her head. I understand now. Well, it's settled then. You must be punctual in picking me up every day," Hela said, sniffing slightly. After a delightful and heartwarming lunch, she drove her family home. The afternoon was spent leisurely, engrossed in books and listening to music. As night fell, Hela reclined and redirected her focus to the death domain where her essence resided. Once again, she encountered that peculiar soul that had appeared previously. However, this time the soul's appearance had changed significantly, had it not been for the familiar fluctuation of its essence. Hela might not have recognized it. "Oh, hi. It's a pleasure to see you again, beautiful," the man named Wade Wilson began. "You again," Hela said, regarding him with a hint of distaste. "I must say, beautiful, we are indeed fated to meet in this very place once more. Does that not suggest a profound connection between us? I believe that someone of your beauty ought not to remain confined in such a cold and eerie abode." Wade chattered incessantly, his words flowing like a machine gun. "Oh, enough already," Hela said, at a loss for words. "Right? You must think so too. I believe a seed ought to be pruned," Wade continued, his enthusiasm unabated. "I will eventually leave, but for now, Mr. Wade, could you kindly take your leave?" Hela said, her expression stern. "Oh, come on. I didn't intend to intrude so abruptly, you know. I wish for you to forgive my impetuousness," Wade replied, still unabashed. "Shouldn't you be leaving now?" Hela pressed, maintaining her serious demeanor. Hey, beautiful. If I step out, who knows when we might meet again. Just let me chat with you for a while," Wade chuckled. "I believe you need this," Hela said, summoning a mirror and holding it before Wade. "Oh, my heavens. Who is this hideous creature? Wait, is that me? By the gods, Ajax. I shall kill you. Oh, for heaven's sake. Why must I endure such a calamity here? I'll chop your hands off," Wade shouted. "Oh, do not despair. At least your physique remains quite robust, though your skin resembles, Hela said, suppressing laughter as she observed Wade's current appearance. Like an old avocado with two teeth. I understand, beautiful. So feel free to laugh. I want mind, Wade responded, catching on to Hela's unspoken thoughts. Uft, I didn't expect you to be so amusing. You truly bring me immense joy, Hela finally laughed aloud. Well, making you happy is worth it, Wade said, somewhat begrudgingly. Men ought to be magnanimous, Hela said, chuckling as she approached and patted Wade on the back, laughing heartily. The beauty of your eloquence is truly captivating. I do not harbor any petty grievances. That scoundrel Ajax must meet his demise, Wade exclaimed, his voice rising in anger. Revenge, you may find, is no longer an option for you. After all, you are already deceased. Before Hela could finish her thought, Wade vanished from her sight. Despite her efforts to sense the entirety of Helheim, she could not detect his presence. It became evident to her that this man had not perished. He had simply evaded Helheim's grasp. Wade is indeed a remarkable individual. Thanos, I wonder if you possess such intriguing qualities? Hela mused softly as she returned to her throne, gazing out at the cosmos beyond the temple. Chapter 5. Carnival Date. October 10th, 2008. Location, Anaheim, California, USA. 2 days prior, Hela had been persuaded by Astana to visit this second-largest city in Orange County, California, situated 28 miles southeast of Los Angeles. Anaheim boasts a population of 328,014, ranking as the 10th largest city in California and the 55th in the entire United States. It is renowned for its theme parks, sports arenas, and convention centers. The event that Astana was attending took place at the headquarters of a well-known gaming company, the Anaheim Convention Center. As a scriptwriter for a popular game, Hela had also received an invitation to the carnival from this gaming company. Initially, she intended to decline the invitation, but she could not withstand Astana's insistence and ultimately acquiesced. Little Lorna had already begun her schooling at the start of September, while young Peter, after spending a week at home, was taken back by May upon her return from a business trip. The two children had formed a friendship during that week. Of particular interest was Steve Rogers. When he came to pick up Lorna from school, he encountered his comrade from World War II, James Howlett. Regrettably, James had suffered severe brain damage during a human experimentation, resulting in the loss of many of his past memories. He now went by the name Logan Howlett and had become a teacher at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. As a physical education instructor, he enjoyed a relatively relaxed schedule. Each afternoon, after school let out, he would take leisurely strolls at the school entrance. That day, he happened to cross paths with Steve, who was there to collect Lorna. The reunion of the two old comrades should have been a joyous occasion, yet neither could muster any happiness. Upon learning that Logan had lost his memory due to a human experiment, Steve's anger flared, and he clenched his fist in frustration. He understood that he was powerless in this matter. After all, his own life's achievements had stemmed from that very experiment. He could only recount fragments of Logan's past. And although those memories were largely obscured, Logan still retained some vague recollections of Steve. From that point onward, whenever Steve found the time, he would take Peggy along to visit Logan, allowing the three old friends to reminisce about their youthful adventures. When little Lorna discovered that her brother was none other than the heroic Captain America from World War II, her jaw nearly hit the floor. She could hardly fathom that this young man, who appeared to be in his 20s, was actually nearing 90. For a month, life had settled into a tranquil rhythm. Hela would drive Lorna to school each morning before heading to Columbia University for her classes. In the afternoon, she would pick Lorna up from school and then return home to fetch Astana, who was busy sewing, for dinner. This mundane, yet serene existence was precisely what Hela cherished, free from battles and assaults, devoid of thrills and dangers. Each day unfolded simply, and she found herself completely enchanted by this ordinary life. At the plaza in front of the Anaheim City Hall, a grand carnival had commenced. Hela donned a blue and white female mage robe, handcrafted by Astana, reminiscent of the character Jaina from the game. This robe genuinely enhanced the spell-casting speed of Hela's avatar, complemented by a blue cloak adorned with intricate elven runes. In her hand, she wielded a wand modeled after her game character, and even her hair had been forcibly dyed golden by Astana. Meanwhile, Astana appeared as a ranger in golden and blue leather armor, with a vibrant green cloak draped over her shoulders and a golden longbow in hand, resembling the character Sylvanas from the game. The moment they made their entrance, they captured the attention of others present, their striking resemblance and shared aura igniting excitement among the attendees. "Hey, Huang Sudong, look over there," "Wow, those two really look alike," exclaimed a slightly chubby man, his eyes squinting against the sunlight as he nudged his bespectacled companion, who wore a gray shirt. "Stop nudging me, Sunny Feng. I see them. Let's go ask those ladies for a photo," Huang Sudong declared, camera in hand, making his way towards Hela. The carnival atmosphere was indeed vibrant, and Hela's outfit surprised the staff who came to escort her. The plaza leading to Anaheim City Hall was filled with a myriad of cosplayers, and under the guidance of the staff, Hela made her way to the office area. To her surprise, Istana accompanied her. Along the way, Hela learned that Istana was actually a member of the game's art team. "We have only communicated online before. This is our first meeting," the staff member explained. "I had no idea such an event was taking place in Anaheim," Hela remarked. "See, I told you this carnival would be delightful," Istana proudly responded. "It is indeed fascinating. I just didn't expect you to go all out like this." Hela turned to Istana. "Why not? This is my passion," Istana replied with pride. "Is your hobby intended to trouble me?" I inquired. "When will my hair return to its original state?" Hela voiced her concern. "Oh, but golden hair is so lovely. It aligns perfectly with the aesthetics of Asgard. Just look at your brother. Doesn't his long golden hair look rather handsome?" Istana remarked nonchalantly. "How much longer?" Hela queried with a serious expression. "Oh, you're getting angry. How dull. Very well. I shall revert your hair back when we return." "Honestly, how tedious," Istana pouted, turning her face away. "Splendid. Istana is such a good child," Hela responded with a smile. "Humph," Istana replied, visibly displeased. The two made their way to the assembly hall, which, despite its name, was merely a designation for the headquarters of a gaming company, far exceeding a mere hall. They arrived at the lounge area, engaging in conversation with the staff present. The opening ceremony of the first day was quite lively, with Hela and Istana not appearing on stage as staff, but instead seated in the audience. While munching on popcorn, Hela observed the events unfolding on stage. At that moment, a peculiar individual caught her attention. Dressed in leather attire, he seemed out of place, as if merely passing through while searching for something. Hela detected a strange scent emanating from him, reminiscent of sulfur. Chapter 6. Teaming up for monster hunting. The morning festivities had come to an end, marking the onset of the midday break. Hela and Istana drove into Anaheim in search of culinary delights. Istana had spent the entire morning exhilarated, surrounded by cosplay enthusiasts eager to take her picture. Hela found it perplexing that, once the Queen of Alfheim, she had now transformed into this persona. The character she portrayed also garnered admiration from the attendees. The incessant clicking of cameras and flashes surrounded her, making her feel rather absurd for indulging in such frivolity at her age alongside Istana. The only thing that truly captivated her during the morning was that man clad in leather. From him, she detected the scent of sulfur, along with the essence of vengeance. Upon spotting him, she promptly notified her first apostle, the Death Knight, Frank Castle. Coincidentally, this man happened to be in California. Based on past encounters, Hela suspected that the man she had encountered was likely a ghost rider, possibly one who had recently forged a pact with Mephisto. A seasoned ghost rider would not consistently emit such an unusual aroma. She sensed that the night was destined to be anything but tranquil. At noon, Hela chose a Mexican restaurant, where they ordered dishes of black pepper beef with onions, cheesy roasted asparagus, and Mexican-style beef served with tortilla chips, relishing a delightful lunch. After lunch, the two took refuge in the car, their motivations shrouded in mystery. Istana vehemently opposed Hela's decision to change out of her cosplay attire, insisting, in her own words, "I shall not change out of this outfit until the event concludes tomorrow, and neither shall you, Hela?" Reluctantly, Hela complied, continuing to indulge Istana's whims, all the while knowing that once the event was over, this spirited girl would return to China. It was a debt of sorts that Hela felt she owed her. Following a brief 2-hour respite, the vibrant atmosphere of the Anaheim Town Hall Square resumed in the afternoon. Hela, clutching Istana's arm, twirled around the square, searching for other characters who resembled them in their costumes. To her delight, she indeed spotted several well-crafted representations. The joyful afternoon gradually faded under the sun's golden rays, yet everyone present understood that the true climax of the narrative awaited the arrival of nightfall. As anticipated, when the game company's CEO announced the impending release of significant game news, the crowd erupted in cheers, including Istana, who stood beside Hela. Suddenly, a pale man clad in a black overcoat, bearing dark circles under his eyes, emerged onto the stage. Behind him loomed 3 ragged, misshapen figures. "Johnny, I know you are here," Step forward and hand over the St. Vangon contract to me. Otherwise, I shall turn this place into hell, the pale man declared in a loud voice. The peculiar man's abrupt appearance did not instill fear in the audience. Rather, they murmured amongst themselves, speculating about his identity. Who is he cosplaying as? Someone wondered. I can't tell, but he mentioned hell. Could he be Mephisto? Another dismissed. Nonsense, that's not the Mephisto I know. He seems more like a fallen demon. Doesn't he resemble a human sorcerer? No. I believe he is dressed as a necromancer. Though, truth be told, the costume leaves much to be desired. What are they saying? Why are these mortals not afraid? The man on stage inquired of his two subordinates. Perhaps they are saying that you are foolish, my lord, suggested one of the short, deformed figures to his left. They think I am foolish? It seems I must show these mortals the might of the future Lord of Hell, the pale man proclaimed, raising his voice to the heavens. Immediately, a circle of gray smoke erupted around him, rapidly expanding outward. Unfortunately, his dramatic entrance was doomed to fail. The gray smoke corrupted everything it touched, turning the once smooth stone tiles into dust. Just as the smoke threatened to engulf the audience, a flaming iron chain shot forth from the crowd, swinging swiftly and igniting a fiery whirlwind that purified the gray haze. At last, you have emerged, Johnny. Quickly, hand over the contract to me. The witch-heart demon stepped forward, extending his right hand towards the skeletal figure clad in leather, engulfed in flames of crimson. In response, the fiery skeleton seized his arm and bellowed, "Look into my eyes. Your sins shall be judged." However, the witch-heart demon merely chuckled, observing the judgmental gaze of the spectral knight with indifference. "Do not waste your effort, knight. I possess no soul, no fuel. What can your flames consume?" Ha ha ha. With a flick of his arm, he flung the spectral knight aside. He then signaled to the three grotesque beings behind him, summoned minions of the witch-heart demon, the water demon, the wind demon, and the earth demon. As the water demon prepared to unleash a torrent to scatter the crowd in the square, Istana swiftly drew her bow, aiming true, and released an arrow that struck directly at its forehead. Being an elemental creature, a mere physical attack could only momentarily disrupt it. "Do not look at me like that, Jaina. This is a rare opportunity. Let me have some fun," Istana said, glancing at Hela, who wore an expression of discontent. "Very well, Sylvanus." Hela understood the unspoken message. Do not reveal her true name. Do not employ her signature skills. With this thought, Hela shook her head slightly and pointed her staff at the water demon. A frigid gust erupted from the gem atop her staff, instantly freezing the newly formed water demon into a solid block of ice, which was subsequently shattered into fragments by Istana's arrow. As the battle unfolded, the audience retreated to the outskirts of the square, capturing the scene with their smartphones and cameras. Witnessing the demise of the water demon, the earth demon and wind demon joined forces. The earth demon stirred up a cloud of dust that, propelled by the wind demon's tempestuous gales, formed a raging sandstorm. Hela, sensing the threat, firmly planted her staff into the ground, conjuring a violet barrier that dissipated the approaching storm. Meanwhile, Istana continued her relentless assault on the earth demon, drawing her bow and loosing arrows. After dispersing the sandstorm, Hela positioned her staff behind her, using both hands to inscribe countless runes, which manifested as a barrage of violet magical missiles aimed at the wind demon. Just as they were engrossed in their playful duel, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from the streets outside. Frank Castor, clad in black knightly armor and mounted on a skeletal steed, arrived. By the gods, a death knight. What a spectacle today! First a mage and a hunter, then a death knight. Wow, how magnificent! Exclaimed a nearby cameraman, brimming with excitement. Frank charged into the fray atop his warhorse, casting a black chain that ensnared the earth demon. He then plunged his runic sword into its chest, delivering a fatal blow to the minion. As the wind demon realized it could not withstand the onslaught, it prepared to flee. Nearby, the witch-heart demon, engaged in a fierce struggle with the spectral knight, also sensed the precariousness of the situation. Alas, Huang Sudong observed, "I believe those two may attempt to flee." He was recording with a home video camera while inquiring of Huang Sudong, who stood nearby. "Oh, they cannot escape. There are 4 of us here, 3 of whom are in control. The 2 opponents remain, and one of them is already weakened. How could they possibly run away? I cannot fathom such a situation. How will I ever become a professional commentator?" Huang Sudong confidently assessed the scene before him. However, as his words faded, a sudden gust of wind swept across the square, and both Wu Xinma and Fengma vanished without a trace, leaving only Hela and her three companions silently observing the battlefield left behind. Hela, gazing at the departing Wu Xinma, quietly retrieved her mobile phone and dialed a number. Once the call connected, she said, "Gu-E, we have visitors from Earth. Won't you come and take a look? They're not significant figures. There's no need," Gu-E replied with a smile. "Besides, aren't you enjoying yourself quite well?" "Very well. Then I shall continue my amusement. Farewell," Hela concluded, hanging up. Chapter 7. The Battle of the Knights. Beneath the pitch-black night sky, the streetlights, having been destroyed in the earlier skirmish, plunged the entire square into darkness. Standing amidst this gloom was the Ghost Rider, his form engulfed in hellish flames, appearing even more terrifying under this flickering light. The Death Knight, mounted on his spectral steed, emanated an eerie blue glow. Frank Castle's eyes blazed with the same spectral fire. On the other side, Hela's staff radiated a brilliant white light. The three groups formed a triangular formation, and just as the onlookers assumed the event would conclude, the Ghost Rider suddenly moved, swinging the fiery chains in his hands towards Frank. Mounted on his steed, Frank deftly parried the incoming chains with his runic sword and urged his horse to charge at the Ghost Rider. The distance closed in an instant, and just as the spectral steed's iron hooves were about to strike, the roar of a motorcycle engine echoed through the air. A strikingly designed heavy motorcycle, also ablaze with hellfire, collided forcefully with the spectral steed, sending Frank and his mount tumbling. The Ghost Rider nodded at the imposing motorcycle that had appeared before him, grasped the handlebars, and then pointed at Frank, who had just regained his footing, gesturing towards his motorcycle, and then at Frank's spectral steed, shaking his raised index finger. The meaning was unmistakable. "Your mount is inadequate. You are inadequate." Unable to contain her frustration at the Ghost Rider's audacity, Hela thought, "How dare he say that my spectral steed is lacking? That was a gift I bestowed upon my own apostle. Is he belittling me?" At this moment, Hela's true form, residing in the realm of hell, suddenly opened its eyes. A dark portal materialized above the square, and from this space, a column of dark energy shot forth, illuminating Frank Castle. A moment later, the energy column, along with the portal, dissipated into the air. A translucent, emerald-hued spherical shield enveloped the enhanced Frank, intricately composed of countless unknown runes. Subsequently, the two knights, reminiscent of those engaged in medieval justs, spurred their steeds towards one another. From above the square, one could witness a crimson streak of light colliding with a ghostly green luminescence. The outcome was already predetermined. Within the deep crater formed by their clash, Frank stood resolutely, one hand grasping the neck of the malevolent knight, while on either side lay the fallen, battered undead steed and the severely damaged heavy motorcycle. "Huh, sinner, look into my eyes," the malevolent knight bellowed, ensnared by Frank's grip. Frank, unfazed, directed his gaze toward the knight's eye sockets, ablaze with hellfire, and was confronted by the specters of those he had once slain. They lamented their transgressions. Yet, Frank felt no remorse. These wretches deserved their fate. They were indeed guilty. However, it was not their place to accuse him. "This cannot be. To witness my once infallible judgment, I falter today," the malevolent knight murmured. "Do I appear to be a person of wavering resolve?" "Fire Skull," Frank declared, raising his runic sword and striking down heavily upon the malevolent knight. "Wait, I must eliminate that witch-heart demon before I can perish. Otherwise, he will transform Earth into hell," the malevolent knight cried out. "Oh, it makes no difference, for I shall send the witch-heart demon to the underworld," Frank retorted, continuing his relentless assault with the runic sword. "I alone can find him," the malevolent knight persisted. "Enough," Hela interjected, approaching Frank with her staff raised. Upon her arrival, Frank forcefully cast the malevolent knight to the ground and turned to stand behind Hela. "Now tell me, what does the witch-heart demon seek?" Hela inquired, narrowing her eyes at the malevolent knight. "A contract, one that contains the souls of 1,000 sinners, the Sanctus Vangasa contract," the malevolent knight replied as he rose from the ground. "Humph, yet another predicament spawned by ignorant mortals. Very well, reveal the location of that contract," Hela commanded coldly. "I do not know," the malevolent knight began, but before he could finish, an icy chill enveloped him, encasing all but his head in a solid block of ice. "I do not appreciate being asked twice. Speak, hellish hound," Hela insisted sternly. Silence was the only response, and just as Hela was about to speak again, Istana's voice rang out from a short distance behind them. "Oh, where am I? Ah, I see, in Texas, the village of Sanctus Vangasa. The moment had arrived when Hela waved her hand, signaling Frank to take action. Just then, a helicopter, blaring its siren and casting a spotlight, appeared above the square, accompanied by the sound of police sirens echoing through the surrounding streets. As the spotlight illuminated the Ghost Rider, the hellfire gradually extinguished, revealing Johnny Blaze in his stead. Hela glanced upward at the helicopter's beam, gesturing for Istana to shoot it down with an arrow. However, Istana vehemently shook her head, prompting a sigh from Hela as she instructed Frank to carry the unconscious Johnny Blaze away from the scene. Subsequently, a mist of icy blue enveloped the area, causing everyone within it to vanish. At that moment, at the Triskelion building of scythe headquarters, the emergence of the spatial portal triggered a wave of spatial fluctuations that set the agency on high alert. Based on the detected location of these fluctuations, it was surmised to be on American soil. The recent memory of the alien invasion in Beijing lingered, and now another portal had appeared in the United States. Was it an omen of another large-scale extraterrestrial incursion? However, the disturbances caused by the portal soon dissipated, leading to the lifting of the agency's heightened security measures. Yet, a team of scythe agents stationed in Anaheim soon relayed new intelligence. Several oddly dressed individuals were embroiled in a brawl at a carnival, and the sudden appearance of the spatial portal was one of their tactics. In no time, the agents in Anaheim received fresh orders from headquarters to locate the missing superhumans at any cost. Chapter 8. San Venganza. A black Chevrolet SUV sped along the highway, departing from Anaheim, its destination set for the small village of San Venganza in Texas. Hela harnessed magical ice mist and a simple cloaking spell to escort the four individuals away from the square and back to their vehicle. She then activated the car's navigation system, steering toward the village of San Venganza. Once Istana thawed the frozen Johnny Blaze, he expressed that everything that transpired that night was not of his own volition. After transforming into the Ghost Rider, he lost control and sincerely apologized to Frank Castle for the harm he had caused. Frank, typically clad in black combat gear, accepted Johnny's apology and inquired about the origins of the demon known as the Witch Heart. Having made a pact with Mephisto, Johnny had learned much about the underworld, including the existence of the Witch Heart. This entity was a manifestation of Mephisto, arguably his son, and was a target in the contract he had signed. The mission assigned to Johnny by Mephisto traced back to the contract made many years ago in San Venganza, when Mephisto handed a parchment, signed by 1,000 souls, to a Ghost Rider. He demanded the return of what was rightfully his on a future date. However, this malevolent spirit, the Ghost Rider, betrayed the pact. He concealed the contract, a formidable agreement comprising 1,000 souls, imbued with immense power. Should this contract fall into the hands of a demon, it could unleash a hellish dominion upon Earth. Such overwhelming power naturally attracted the attention of the sorcerer, the offspring of Mephisto. Despite his ambition, he lacked the requisite strength to match it. After igniting a war to overthrow Mephisto in Hell and subsequently failing in a civil conflict, he fled to Earth. He coveted the Sanctum Sanctorum contract, desiring its power to reclaim Hell and usurp Mephisto's reign, positioning himself as the new sovereign of the underworld. Johnny noted that the adversary seemed to have become aware of him at some point, subsequently kidnapping his girlfriend and demanding the Sanctum Sanctorum contract in exchange. Indeed, the contract lay in his possession, bestowed upon him 3 days prior by a former Ghost Rider, who had also imparted the significance of the agreement. So, you intend to confront the sorcerer to rescue your girlfriend? Istana, seated in the passenger seat, turned to Johnny in the back. Yes, this is indeed my fault. I should never have forged that contract with Mephisto, Johnny lamented with a somber expression. Do you believe you can single-handedly rescue your girlfriend from the sorcerer's clutches? Istana continued. I do not know. For some reason, my eye of judgment fails to affect him, Johnny said, growing increasingly despondent. You still require further training, young man, Frank remarked, patting Johnny's shoulder as he sat beside him. Well, I think we have arrived, though the timing is rather unfortunate. After Haura halted the vehicle, they beheld a desolate village that had been abandoned for countless years, with most rooftops in disrepair, crumbling walls, and decaying wooden tools. Chapter 9. The battle in the village. The crisp autumn breeze swept through the desolate village, where 5 figures stood in a tense standoff in a modest square. Haura, still adorned in her mage attire, sat regally upon her crafted throne of ice, coldly observing the unfolding events. The sudden arrival of unexpected reinforcements had transformed what was once a secure situation into a precarious one. The man clad in a black robe and a metallic mask was an enigma, leaving everyone puzzled about his identity. Frank, armed with 2 enchanted shotguns, faced off against 2 adversaries, finding himself slightly at a disadvantage. The man capable of conjuring lightning, in conjunction with the seemingly indestructible sorcerer, posed considerable trouble for him. Meanwhile, Istana leaped towards the church. As the moment the masked man appeared, the church was detonated. Explosives, meticulously placed at several structural points, were set off simultaneously, annihilating the building. This was a well-calculated maneuver, resulting in the destruction of the church and leaving Johnny and his girlfriend suspended at the tower's pinnacle. In a state of uncertainty regarding their fates, Frank manifested a verdant anti-magic shield that absorbed Doom's lightning strike, while simultaneously raising his right hand. Aiming his shotgun at the foe, he shot at Doom during the brief respite between the sorcerer's attacks. The scattered pellets struck Doom's electromagnetic shield before falling uselessly to the ground, rendering the attempt futile. Subsequently, he was sent flying by a powerful punch from the sorcerer. Enduring another lightning strike from Doom, Istana arrived at the ruins of the church, intending to ascertain whether the two still had any chance of survival. Suddenly, a fiery crimson light erupted from the debris. The Hell Knight had returned. Transformed into the Hell Knight, Johnny entrusted the unconscious Roshan Simpson to the approaching Istana. He then strode purposefully towards the small plaza. After observing the comatose Roshan, Istana discerned that she was merely unconscious and dehydrated, posing no grave danger. She cradled her and proceeded toward the direction of the parked vehicles. Hela remained impassive, seated upon her icy throne, coldly observing the skirmish in the small plaza. With the arrival of the Hell Knight, Frank's battle became significantly less arduous. Johnny, engulfed in the flames of vengeance, set his sights on the sorcerer first. Brandishing chains ablaze with hellfire, ensnaring the adversary and pulling him closer to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks. He was acutely aware that such actions would not slay the foe. Meanwhile, Frank discarded both shotguns, retrieving 2 specially crafted assault rifles from a spatial pouch at his waist. He executed a roll to evade another lightning strike from Doom, promptly dropping to the ground in a prone shooting position. A torrential barrage of bullets rained upon Doom's electromagnetic shield, the enchanted rounds gradually eroding its integrity. As the shield neared collapse, Doom refrained from further offensive actions, focusing solely on maintaining the barrier, no longer standing still to attack Frank, but beginning to maneuver to avoid his aim. At that moment, the roar of helicopter engines filled the sky. 3 armed Black Hawk helicopters appeared above Sanctus Vangus, and with the deployment of ropes, special forces descended from the aircraft. 3 teams of elite soldiers occupied various vantage points surrounding the small plaza. A man clad in black combat attire, wielding a loudspeaker, addressed the combatants still engaged in battle. Listen below. You are surrounded by S-H-I-E-L-D. Lay down your weapons at once. You are under arrest for endangering public safety. However, before he could finish his proclamation, Doom pointed at the rooftop where he stood, unleashing a formidable bolt of lightning that obliterated a section of the roof. Doom then resumed his fierce engagement with Frank, while the sorcerer continued to grapple with the Hell Knight. Neither side acknowledged the sudden intruders. To them, these individuals were merely ignorant mortals. Open fire. Everyone, open fire, commanded the S-H-I-E-L-D officer who had narrowly evaded Doom's strike, issuing the order with unwavering resolve. With the issuance of this command, all Special Forces members swiftly disengaged the safeties on their weapons, taking aim at the 4 combatants below and commencing fire. Some reckless individuals directed their shots toward Hela, positioned upon her frost throne, yet before the bullets could reach her, they were arrested mid-air by an invisible force, subsequently falling helplessly to the ground. Hela turned her gaze toward the Special Forces, her staff pausing momentarily in her grasp. Countless ice arrows coalesced in the air, centering around the frost throne, and then descended like a blizzard. The temperature in the entire village plummeted, the sudden storm impacting the entire battlefield. Most of the Special Forces stationed on rooftops were struck down by the falling ice arrows, with only a few lucky enough to find refuge within the buildings. Even the 3 Black Hawk helicopters were brought down by this unforeseen blizzard, and as the icicles fell, the ground became coated in ice. At times, one might truly wonder Hela, do you possess the bloodline of the frost giants? Your mastery of ice magic is astonishing, Istana remarked as she stepped out of her vehicle beside the frost throne. That jest is far from amusing, Istana, Hela replied coolly. However, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The Wraith sorcerer, employing an unknown magic, summoned the souls of those special forces members who perished in the blizzard, which surged toward him. With the influx of souls, the Wraith sorcerer's power escalated at a visible rate. Of the original 33 special forces, 28 had perished in the blizzard's assault, including the 9 helicopter pilots. A total of 37 lives were lost. The infusion of 37 souls significantly augmented the Wraith sorcerer's strength, allowing him to easily break free from the bindings of the Wraith Knight and deliver a powerful blow, relentlessly assaulting his adversary. This should have been the course of events. However, the Wraith Knight, witnessing the scene, erupted in laughter, proclaiming, "Behold my eyes. Your sins shall be judged." The Eye of Judgment finally came into play, igniting the hellfire within the Wraith sorcerer, fueled by the transgressions of 37 souls. The flames of judgment engulfed him, transforming him into a living torch. Meanwhile, the battle between Doom and Frank showed no signs of resolution. Observing the Wraith sorcerer's defeat, Doom lost any desire to continue the fight, seizing an opportunity to evade Frank's fire and vanishing from the battlefield. The Wraith sorcerer met his demise, consumed by the hellfire within him, reduced to a charred husk. Originally devoid of a soul, he was impervious to the Wraith Knight's Eye of Judgment. Yet, driven by his ambition, he invoked a secret art to absorb those 37 souls. With the fuel in place, the flames ignited, sufficient to incinerate the Wraith sorcerer. It appeared that all was well, as Johnny successfully reunited with his girlfriend, simultaneously safeguarding the Sanctus Gonsachi contract in his possession and ensuring that the earth would not be consigned to the realms of hell. However, just when everyone believed that this matter could come to a close, a sharply dressed elder, wielding a cane, suddenly appeared beside the charred remains of the Witch King. "Foolish." "Indeed," the elder remarked coldly, gazing at the Witch King's lifeless body. "You are Mephisto. What brings you here?" The Ghost Rider demanded, fixating on the unexpected arrival of Mephisto. "I have come to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. Return the contract to me, my knight," Mephisto replied, leaning on his cane as he addressed the Ghost Rider. "Oh, Mephisto, you truly have more tricks up your sleeve," Hela, seated on her icy throne, observed with amusement as she looked down upon him. "Who? You cannot be. This is impossible. You cannot enter this realm," Mephisto exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically upon seeing Hela. "Foolish demon, return to your hell. Afterward, I shall instruct my minions to deal with the chaos your cleverness has incited. Now begone," Hela commanded coldly. "As you wish, my lady of death." Mephisto acquiesced before vanishing from sight. "Now, mortal, surrender the contract you possess," Hela said icily, directing her gaze toward the Ghost Rider, who stood momentarily stunned by Mephisto's sudden disappearance. Chapter 10. Ordinary days. The events that transpired in Sancta Gonzaga seemed to fade into obscurity, with 6 months having elapsed since the contract incident. During this time, tranquility enveloped the village, and after the fierce battle, Istana returned to New York alongside Hela. 3 days later, they boarded a flight from New York to Shanghai, returning to China. Without hesitation, Hela obliterated the Sancta Gonzaga contract after acquiring it from the Ghost Rider, sending the souls ensnared within it to the realm of Helheim. Johnny Blaze, following the tumultuous events in Sancta Gonzaga, parted ways with his girlfriend, intending to retreat to Eastern Europe for solitude. The Ghost Rider incessantly urged him to pass judgment on the guilty, a haunting whisper from his very soul that threatened to drive the once-renowned stunt motorcyclist to madness. Thus, he sought a tranquil place to escape the turmoil. Frank Castle remained in Texas, asserting that much darkness still required cleansing, his quest for vengeance far from over. His mundane efforts to combat local gangs only served to amplify the urban legend of the Ghost Rider throughout Texas. Numerous witnesses fervently claimed to have seen the spectral figure, clad in deathly armor, riding a spectral steed with glowing blue eyes. Today was yet another ordinary day. Hela prepared a typical breakfast, urging Lorna, who was engaged in her morning routine, to hurry. The unremarkable Lorna finished her breakfast and, shouldering her ordinary backpack, entered a regular sedan. Hela, driving her commonplace vehicle, escorted Lorna to the Ordinary Academy. After dropping off her adopted daughter, Hela herself drove to Columbia University, commencing her day as a professor. In these days, nothing of great significance transpired, at least not for Hela. For instance, on January 15th, an Airbus A320 operated by American Airlines took off from New York's LaGuardia Airport and was perilously close to plunging into the Hudson River when the valiant Iron Man, Tony Stark, intervened and successfully executed a safe landing. All 155 souls aboard were rescued. Furthermore, on January 20th, Barack Obama took the oath of office as the 44th President of the United States in front of the White House, marking a historic milestone as the first African American to hold the presidency. The following day, Hillary Clinton was sworn in as Secretary of State in the capital, Washington, D.C. On March 23rd, a small aircraft was on the verge of crashing near an airport in Butte, Montana, when a newly formed coalition of superheroes rushed to the rescue, averting a potential catastrophe. On April 6th, the President of the United States narrowly escaped an assassination attempt by the mutant known as the Blue Devil while working in the White House. Thus, for Hela, these events were hardly of any significance. They did not disrupt her serene lifestyle. The only source of her irritation was the traffic congestion that had once again ensued on her route, this time not due to an accident, but rather a group of self-proclaimed anti-mutant organizations protesting the government's inaction towards mutants. What a bothersome bunch, she thought to herself, wishing she could disperse them. As she watched the time while driving at a snail's pace, her annoyance grew. After nearly 20 minutes, the road finally cleared, and Hela, still irked, arrived at Columbia University, parked her car, and carried her handbag into the building housing her office. Time passed, and the daylight slipped away. As the sun set, Hela found herself driving along the road leading to Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, only to be confronted with an unexpected roadblock ahead, marked by yellow cones. Under construction? Had they lost their minds? Everything had been fine that morning. Frustrated, she realized she would have to take a detour, which would certainly impede her plans to pick up her child. Just then, her phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, she answered, "Hello, Miss Kale, this is Xavier. Our academy is about to host a spring event, and your child will be participating. She may stay at school tonight," came the voice of Charles Francis Xavier. Charles? All right then, let little Lorna enjoy herself for a couple of days. I hope you can take good care of her, Hela replied with a smile, before hanging up. After ending the call, she quickly dialed Lorna's number. "Hello, dear. I heard there's an event at your school." "Oh, yes, Mom. The teachers did inform us about an event tonight. I want to be coming home," Lorna softly replied on the other end. "Well then, have a wonderful time, sweetheart," Hela said, smiling. "Take care of yourself, Mom," Lorna said before ending the call. Upon learning that her daughter would not be returning home that evening, Hela decided against preparing dinner. She parked the car at home and proceeded to the neighbor, May Park's residence. "Hey, welcome, Callantrail. What brings you here unexpectedly today? By the way, where is little Lorna?" May cheerfully exclaimed as she opened the door to find Hela standing there. "Little Lorna's school is hosting an event, so she will be staying overnight. I thought I would come over and see you since I am home alone," Hela replied, handing May the fruit she had brought. "I see. Well then, it seems I shall have to showcase my culinary skills once more tonight." May smiled as she accepted the fruit from Hela. Thus, Hela enjoyed a sumptuous dinner at May's home before returning to her own, freshening up, and retiring for the night. Once again, her primary consciousness shifted back to the realm of Heim, where her true form within the Hall of Death opened her eyes anew. It was once again time to survey the realm of Heim. Meanwhile, not far from the Xavier Academy for Gifted Youngsters, 8 fully armed Black Hawk helicopters approached the institution, swiftly arriving above the academy. As the special forces descended from the helicopters, an assault on the academy commenced. At that moment, only a few senior students remained on campus, as the teachers had vacated the premises due to a particular situation. Led by the formidable Petra's Puting, the senior mutants organized the younger students to seek shelter. The well-trained and fully equipped special forces quickly breached the academy's teaching building. Many of the mutant children, still bewildered by the unfolding events, were struck by tranquilizer darts and confined within iron cages. At that moment, Lorna stood by a lake at the school, admiring the nocturnal beauty of the academy. Suddenly, 3 special forces operatives armed with assault rifles approached stealthily, preparing to take aim at Lorna. Reacting swiftly, Lorna raised her right hand, palm facing the incoming tranquilizer darts, and an electromagnetic shield materialized instantaneously. The metallic darts were suspended mid-air, and with a furious wave of her right hand, Lorna reflected the incoming projectiles back at the operatives, striking them down. Thus began the defense of the academy. Chapter 11. The defense of the academy beneath the inky darkness. The Xavier Academy for gifted youngsters was anything but tranquil. An unknown assault had suddenly descended upon the institution, and the teachers were nowhere to be found. Only a handful of senior students were left to organize the evacuation of their peers. Mutants, by their very nature, possessed extraordinary gifts. Consequently, driven by the avaricious nature of sentient beings, these exceptional individuals were often envied and despised by their mundane counterparts. They were gifted yet resented, regarded as monsters by those who were ordinary. It was at the lake that Lorna first utilized her powers to thwart the three individuals who intended her harm. However, she did not take their lives. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Lorna hastened towards the academic building. As she emerged from the thicket by the lakeside, 3 Special Forces operatives spotted her without hesitation, raising their weapons to fire. Fortunately, the bullets struck the electromagnetic shield that Lorna had maintained. Observing the ineffectiveness of their firearms, the 3 operatives drew electric batons from their tactical vests and charged at her. In response to the advancing adversaries, Lorna waved her right hand, summoning a steel trash bin from the lakeside path. It crashed heavily against one of the operatives' waists, incapacitating him. Lorna then turned and fled, manipulating the trash bin to strike at the 2 pursuing soldiers behind her. At just 9 years old, Lorna struggled to accurately control the bin while running. Despite her desperate efforts, she eventually found herself unable to continue. In her moment of despair, a chilling sensation enveloped her from behind. Turning to look, she saw a boy, approximately 14 or 15, with his hands raised, freezing the 2 operatives into solid ice. "Why haven't you returned to the dormitory at this hour? Come with me." The mutant with ice powers finished speaking and took Lorna's hand, leading her toward the academy's escape route. Lorna, being dragged along, was unfamiliar with the senior and did not know his name. At that moment, from behind a decorative thicket, a large fireball erupted, incinerating the 2 operatives into charred remains. Emerging from the flames was another boy, also around 14 or 15, clad in a red leather jacket and jeans. He addressed the ice-wielding mutant. "Bobby, the path ahead is blocked. Several classmates have been captured, and I couldn't rescue them." "Wait, you saved one. Well, I suppose you score a point in this round." "All right, John. Now we need to find a way to the rendezvous point. Do you have an alternate route?" Bobby inquired cautiously. "Unfortunately, no. However, perhaps we can break through together," John suggested, shaking his head. "What about this classmate?" "In our current circumstances, we can't ensure her safety," Bobby countered. "You need not worry about me. I possess self-defense capabilities." Lorna interjected, freeing herself from Bobby's grasp. "What is your ability? Running?" "Don't joke, classmate. We are in the midst of a battle," Bobby replied, his expression serious as he regarded Lorna. "Indeed, classmate. Show us," John chimed in, intrigued. "Very well," Lorna said, extending her left hand to block the bullets that were fired from behind. With a swift motion of her right hand, she redirected the bullets back towards the armed operatives. "Wow, that's incredible. You're just like Magneto," John exclaimed, thrilled by the spectacle. "All right, we've been discovered. We must move quickly," Bobby declared, leading the way out. 3 individuals sprinted forward, and within 100 meters, they encountered a squad of 7 elite commandos blocking the sole access to the escape route. Nearby, they spotted a stack of 14 or 15 iron cages, each containing captured mutant children. "We must rescue them," exclaimed John, glancing at Bobby beside him. "But our strength is insufficient. We cannot carry the unconscious ones to safety," Bobby replied, a look of concern etched on his brow. Lorna, witnessing the scene before her, remained silent. With a swift motion of her hands, the iron cages levitated, incapacitating the guards surrounding them. Bobby and John exchanged a glance, and Bobby hoisted Lorna, who was straining to control the cages, onto his back. John led the way towards the escape route. "Can you hold on, classmate? If you can't, it's all right. You've already done your best," Bobby called back to Lorna, who was drenched in sweat, her jaw clenched tightly as she focused intently on her abilities, oblivious to the chaos around her. "Hurry, Bobby. We're almost there," John urged, looking back at Bobby. "I understand, but my classmate here may not last much longer," Bobby responded, glancing at the dangerously exhausted Lorna on his back. "All right, I'll go ahead and call for help. You too, follow closely," John said, recognizing Lorna's precarious state. With that, he harnessed his fire control abilities, utilizing 2 lighters strapped to his wrists to propel himself forward with the speed of a rocket. determined to relay the urgent news to their classmates waiting at the rendezvous point. 3 minutes later, John returned with their classmates, led by the ironclad Peter. Accompanied by 5 boys and a girl with a buzz cut, codenamed Black Spider, youth power head. Upon seeing the arriving comrades, Bobby finally exhaled in relief. Lorna gently lowered the cages, unlocking the doors for the others to carry the imprisoned children to safety. After completing this task, Lorna sat dazed on the ground, gazing up at the stars. In that moment, she felt a profound enhancement of her abilities. Just as everyone began moving toward the escape route, the invading commandos surrounded them once more, this time with 3 fully armed Black Hawk helicopters hovering above. Lower grade students, retreat along the path you came. Black Spider, Iceman, Fireman, we must find a way to delay them. Peter commanded, his body transforming into solid steel, revealing a towering figure of metallic strength before the group. Addressing the nearby mutant student, Black Spider declared, and with that, he transformed into a streak of light, surging towards the encirclement of the Special Forces team. In a single strike, he sent 2 of the operatives sprawling. Meanwhile, Iceman and Fireman chose their respective sides to commence their assault. As the harmonious clash of ice and fire began to resonate in this confined arena, Peter, embodying a formidable steel giant, followed his comrades into the fray, his iron fists delivering justice upon the intruders of the academy. From within the helicopter overseeing the operation, the commander observed a multitude of students fleeing and, without hesitation, ordered the launch of missiles from the aircraft to strike at the steel warriors below. Yet, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded as 2 missiles were inexplicably suspended midair by an unseen force. Everyone present witnessed Lorna, her long emerald hair flowing, resolutely extending her right hand as she stepped out from the crowd of evacuees, joining the battle. What is the connection between this child and Magneto? The commander inquired. I am uncertain, sir, replied the aide at his side. Capture her. We must seize her alive. The commander commanded, his gaze fixed on Lorna, who was demonstrating her formidable prowess below. Under the cover of 5 individuals, the fleeing students hastily retreated towards the escape route. While the encirclement of the special forces grew ever tighter, the tide of battle beginning to turn unfavorably. In this confined battlefield, flames and frost danced amidst the chaos, and metallic debris scattered in every direction. The towering metal giant relentlessly charged at the encroaching special forces. Black Spider, a streak of light, carved a path for the Academy's students to retreat. One of the incoming Black Hawk helicopters was downed by Lorna, using missiles launched by the enemy. Yet after this feat, she found herself depleted of strength to manipulate larger metallic objects. Instead, she could only wield the smaller fragments from the downed helicopter to launch her attacks. Order all special forces to switch to ceramic ammunition. The commander decisively commanded upon witnessing Lorna's explosive magnetic abilities. As the special forces complied, Lorna's electromagnetic shield faltered. Fortunately, Peter shielded her, preventing her from being struck. His imposing steel form provided her with a sense of security. Yet she knew all too well that there was no safe haven left in this territory. The situation was dire. They were ultimately no match for the military. Perhaps their teachers could contend with the special forces, but they could not. The enemy's numerical superiority and equipment rendered them at a disadvantage. Defeat was merely a matter of time. Yet, the escape route loomed near, thanks to Black Spider's efforts. The non-combatant mutant students hastily approached the refuge, leaving only Peter and a few others to buy time for their retreat. Everyone else has evacuated. It's just us left. We must hurry, Black Spider exclaimed upon returning from the rear to Peter, the Steel Warrior. Lorna, you go first. We will cover you. Steel Force swung a powerful punch, knocking a Special Forces soldier to the ground, and bellowed, we can no longer delay. Release the anesthetic gas. The commander, observing the tense situation below, issued the order. Once the command was given, all Special Forces members halted their forward assault, promptly retrieving ceramic grenade rounds from their tactical vests and loading them into the grenade launchers affixed beneath their assault rifles. Subsequently, 7 or 8 grenades containing anesthetic gas arced gracefully down into the vicinity where 5 individuals stood. As the grenades struck the ground, the gas began to disperse, enveloping the entire area in a thick fog. Lorna, having inhaled a breath of the anesthetic-laden air, immediately felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Lost within the mist, she could not discern the whereabouts of her companions. Suddenly, a chill swept towards her from the front. As the air cleared, Bobby utilized his abilities to freeze the anesthetic gas into ice. We must leave quickly, Bobby urged Lorna with a strained voice. I can't see the entrance to the passage. The smoke is too dense, John exclaimed, following the chill to find Bobby. Where's Peter? Where is he? Bobby asked, unable to locate Peter. He inhaled too much gas and has already passed out, Black Widow said as he emerged, carrying Peter, who had returned to an ordinary appearance, before the group. You all go ahead. I will provide cover. Lorna sensed the movements of the special forces through her electromagnetic abilities. You are the smallest. You should leave first, John. Bobby insisted, but before he could finish, he and John collapsed to the ground, leaving only Black Widow and Lorna. Take them away. I will cover you, Lorna declared resolutely. Be careful, Black Widow replied before dragging the unconscious John and Bobby toward the entrance of the evacuation passage. At times, making sacrifices for others is indeed worthwhile, isn't it, brother? Lorna mused, casting her gaze upon an irregularly shaped iron plate on the ground. As the fully armed Special Forces soldiers, equipped with night vision goggles, charged into the anesthetic gas zone, a spinning iron plate shot forth from the fog like a frisbee, striking down the first row of 3 soldiers with precision. The plate then returned to Lorna's grasp, and she deftly used it to shield against incoming bullets from another direction. Once more, she hurled the iron plate like a frisbee, and it spun through the air, toppling 4 more adversaries before returning to Lorna's hands. Enveloped in the anesthetic gas, Lorna could not see her enemies. Yet she discerned their positions through electromagnetic waves. Nevertheless, the gas continued to affect her body, struggling to maintain her consciousness. She was uncertain of what awaited her should she succumb to the darkness once more. Perhaps, she feared, she might never awaken again. After Lorna successfully incapacitated 2 Special Forces members for the 3rd time, she finally succumbed to unconsciousness. The remaining operatives cautiously advanced, their weapons drawn, until the beam of a tactical flashlight illuminated the now unconscious Lorna. They secured her and then retreated. I believe we have caught a significant prize, remarked the commander as he observed the real-time footage from the battlefield. Following the skirmish, the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters was left desolate, with only the remnants of destroyed buildings bearing witness to the event. The students who managed to escape were discovered by their teachers the following afternoon, finding the entire academy shrouded in sorrow. Surely, if the faculty had informed the students of their principal's abduction, despair would have engulfed them. Hela, unable to collect Lorna from the academy after work the next day, called upon her nephew Steve to fetch her instead. Upon arriving at the academy, Steve was taken aback by the sight of the ravaged institution. His anger ignited when he learned that his younger sister had been forcibly taken by military personnel. I am Steve. Nick, are you aware of the assault on the Mutant Academy? Steve roared in fury. I only received news of this incident this morning. Captain S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot intervene. This is a decision made by the U.S. military, Nick Fury replied coolly from the other end of the line. So S.H.I.E.L.D. is completely hands-off regarding this matter. Steve's tone cooled considerably upon hearing this. I'm sorry, Captain. S.H.I.E.L.D. lacks the authority to interfere in the domestic affairs of another nation. Nick Fury continued in his unflappable manner. Very well, I understand, Steve concluded before hanging up. In a clandestine base located somewhere in Canada, Lorna gradually regained consciousness, her eyes fluttering open to the cacophony around her. Blinded by harsh light, she instinctively tried to shield her eyes, only to realize that her limbs were restrained. A thorough examination of her body revealed that she was confined to a specially designed surgical table. Sir, the DNA comparison results are in, announced a researcher in a lab coat as he approached a middle-aged man clad in the uniform of a U.S. Army colonel. What are the results? The colonel inquired coldly. The genetic match is highly significant. We can confirm a familial relationship, indeed a direct one, the researcher relayed, glancing at the report in his hand. Excellent. I hadn't anticipated this. I now possess a trump card. The middle-aged colonel, named William Stryker, smirked. Chapter 13. The Grim Reaper approaches in Canada. Within a dam at Lake Alkali lies a secret base. This facility serves as a crucial site for the U.S. military's X-weapon research, where mutants captured from around the globe are sent. However, it has yet to be reported that any mutant has ever escaped from here. At this moment, within a sealed laboratory, young Lorna found herself stripped bare and restrained upon a research table. The equipment surrounding her was composed entirely of ceramic, glass, engineered plastics, and fabric, devoid of any metallic materials. Even the personnel entering this laboratory were forbidden from carrying any metallic objects. Lorna's mouth was forcibly held open, tears streaming down her face, as she came to the disheartening realization of her own vulnerability. She was now merely a lab rat, subjected to the whims of those around her, utterly incapable of resistance. A researcher clad in a blue sterile suit spoke, requesting assistance in collecting her bone marrow stem cells. Two others, similarly attired, approached the experiment table with a medical box, extracting a specialized syringe. One of them prepared Lorna's back with an iodine swab before plunging the syringe into her spine. A piercing scream escaped Lorna's lips as the agonizing pain surged through her nerves. Moments later, the research sample was secured, and the blood was carefully stored in a test tube as they exited the laboratory, leaving behind Lorna, bound and sobbing in despair. Such scenes unfolded incessantly, a grotesque testament to humanity's insatiable greed, often pursued through the most abhorrent means. That evening, Steve reached out to his old comrade, now known as Logan Howlett, a physical education instructor at Xavier's Academy. "It would be immensely helpful if you could assist, Steve," Logan remarked, puffing on a cigar while preparing his gear. "I am solely focused on rescuing my sister, Howlett," Steve replied, also gearing up with equipment provided by Xavier's Academy. This mission was not sanctioned by S.H.I.E.L.D., and his target was affiliated with the U.S. military's X-Weapon Research Facility. Thus, Captain America was barred from participating. Yet Steve, a man deeply attuned to his emotions, could not simply disregard the abduction of his sister. Consequently, he chose to undertake this operation in the guise of a wanderer, relying entirely on the resources supplied by Xavier's Academy. Meanwhile, Hela, anxiously awaiting Steve's return with Lorna, sensed something amiss when she could not reach either of them by phone. Returning to her earthly avatar, she reclined in her bedroom, redirecting her focus to her true form in the death god's temple within hell. In that moment, she witnessed a scene that ignited her fury. Her daughter was being treated like a mere laboratory animal. Despite her rage, a smile crept across Hela's face, and she employed astral projection to send her soul to the base located within the Alkaline Lake Dam in Canada, arriving beside her adopted daughter, silently observing her wounds. She then returned to her true form. In a laboratory within the base, two researchers were engaged in the analysis of blood samples. The room was adorned with an array of analytical instruments, their wiring neatly arranged, and the only sound permeating the silence was that of the machines in operation. Then, unexpectedly, a centrifuge emitted a warning alarm. One of the researchers hurriedly approached to press the protective button, but as his finger made contact with the centrifuge, he let out a horrific scream and collapsed, his body convulsing uncontrollably. The other researcher rushed to his aid, only to trip over the plastic tubing laid across the floor. Losing his balance, he fell forward, his head striking the sharp edge of a stainless steel workbench, resulting in instant death. Outside, patrolling soldiers heard the anguished cries from the lab and quickly pushed the door open, discovering two lifeless bodies. Such a dramatic scene. One had perished due to an electric shock, while the other met his demise by colliding with the table. How ridiculous, thought Strick, as he disdainfully chuckled at the scene analysis report presented by his subordinate. In a corridor not far from Strick's office, a squad of fully armed soldiers was conducting their routine patrol. As they passed in front of Strick's office, the last soldier suddenly lost his footing and fell. In that moment, his finger inadvertently squeezed the trigger, and his assault rifle discharged, the muzzle aimed at his comrades ahead. Hearing the gunfire, Strick swiftly grabbed his sidearm from the desk and quietly approached the door of his office, his right hand gripping the weapon with the barrel pointed upwards, exercising utmost caution. The sound of gunfire was alarmingly close to his office. "Report, Colonel. The cause of the incident has been determined," said the aide, clutching an analysis report in his hand. Addressing the still tense Strick. "Speak." "Yes, due to the slippery floor, the patrolling soldier lost his footing and his weapon was not properly secured, resulting in an accidental discharge that struck the 4 men ahead of him. He himself was also fatally hit in the neck." The aide continued to relay the findings to Strick. Even under non-combat conditions, firearms must be secured. Such a simple regulation forgotten. Was this soldier a rookie? The floor was slippery because it had been mopped earlier. Strick exclaimed, snatching the report from the aide's hands, his anger palpable. At that moment, Strick received yet another alarming update from the prison. A guard had met his demise due to an explosion caused by a cell phone battery overheating while being charged. Simultaneously, in the laboratory, several researchers had succumbed to electrocution due to operational errors that led to circuit overloads and electrical leaks. In an elevator filled with personnel, both soldiers and researchers, there was the usual hustle and bustle. The elevator ascended slowly until, without warning, it came to a sudden halt. As the bright lights within the elevator suddenly extinguished, darkness enveloped the space, and the elevator plummeted downwards. Upon prying open the elevator doors, the rescue personnel discovered that all 18 occupants had tragically perished. The unexpected loss of life sent a chill down the spine of Colonel Strick, who sensed that something was amiss. All fatalities were deemed accidental, with the elevator's descent attributed to a mechanical failure of the motor, free from human error. Yet, an unsettling intuition whispered to him that the situation was far more intricate. He felt the gaze of an unseen presence upon him. Fearing for his life, he retreated to a solitary confinement chamber, a small, isolated room devoid of external contact, furnished only with a soft bed. Strick believed that within these confines, he was safe from calamity. However, it did not take long for him to realize the folly of his assumption. Chapter 14. The Grim Reaper approaches within the confines of the weapons research base. Operations continued in a manner consistent with the usual order. Colonel William Strick, the highest authority of this clandestine facility, sat drenched in sweat in a cramped confinement room, scrutinizing the casualty reports delivered by his subordinates. Each incident occurring within the base pointed to mere accidents. In Sector B of the base, a heavy lift was transporting essential supplies from the underground warehouse. 3 staff members, while unloading cargo with a forklift, engaged in conversation regarding the recent elevator accident that transpired 15 minutes prior in the central area. Such occurrences were not expected within a military installation, and investigations suggested that the elevator's steel cables had succumbed to corrosion and snapped. How could this be? The elevator was supported by multiple steel cables. While one might break, it was inconceivable for all to fail simultaneously. Subsequently, the cables from the fallen elevator were sent to the technical department for examination, with results expected by afternoon. Those poor souls truly drew the short straw, remarked the forklift driver as he loaded a sizable package onto the lift, addressing a colleague nearby. Indeed, a most unfortunate bunch. I wonder if any of them played the lottery, replied an inspector stationed on the lift, checking the packaging of the cargo. Even if they had won the lottery, they probably wouldn't have lived to claim their prize. Another inspector chimed in after inspecting the goods before him. All right, gentlemen, clear the way. Once this last cargo is inspected, we can elevate it, said the forklift driver as he maneuvered the vehicle to place the final box onto the lift. With the cargo secured, the lift was prepared to ascend. Following communication with the command center via intercom, the lift was activated. As the motor engaged, the steel cables began to glide smoothly. Once the lift was in motion, the surrounding workers dispersed, readying themselves for the next cargo transport. The entire underground warehouse was constructed of steel framework, illuminated brilliantly by overhead lights that cast a radiant glow throughout the space. At that moment, a rivet from a fixed steel beam on the warehouse roof was dislodged by the vibrations of the lift. A calamity transpired suddenly. The steel beam, bereft of its rivets, plummeted to the ground under the influence of gravity, instantly claiming the lives of 3 individuals below. Subsequently, an even more catastrophic event unfolded. The illumination circuit affixed to the steel beam was severed as it collapsed, plunging the entire underground warehouse into darkness. Emergency lights flickered to life amid the chaos. After a brief moment of panic, the personnel in the subterranean facility began to follow the previously established evacuation protocols. Just as some were on the verge of exiting the warehouse, a deafening noise erupted from the junction where the lighting circuit had been severed. This was soon followed by a series of explosions reverberating throughout the warehouse, resulting in the tragic demise of all 25 individuals present, with no survivors. The cause of the explosion in the Western District warehouse was determined 3 hours later. The military vehicle that had crashed into the warehouse was found to be unmanned. Further analysis revealed that the driver had failed to turn off the engine or engage the handbrake upon exiting the vehicle. Consequently, a mechanical failure in the transmission allowed the still-running engine to transmit power to the drive wheels, propelling the driverless military truck into the warehouse. Colonel Strick remained ensconced in the confinement room, perusing the investigative report submitted by his subordinates. What about the driver? he inquired. He was run over by the truck and died instantly. He exited the vehicle from the front, replied Strick's new aide. How many personnel do we still have on base? Prepare to call for assistance, Strick commanded. The distress signal had already been dispatched by noon, yet no response had been received. Just 20 minutes prior, the engineering department reported that the explosion in the Western District had damaged the underground communication lines, which were currently under repair. The aide quickly informed Strick. So, we are trapped here? Strick murmured. Sir, should we consider evacuation? The aide suggested softly. Evacuate. I have devoted my entire life south work to this place. And you propose evacuation? Strick bellowed in fury. But sir, the personnel below are struggling to cope with the sheer volume of fatalities, the aide gently urged. No one can stop me. Not Magneto. Not Professor X. No one can. I will either gain the powers of mutants or annihilate them all. Strick lashed out at his aide in a fit of hysteria. Yes, sir. The aide responded, sensing the gravity of the situation, and departed without further comment. However, as he stepped over the threshold of the confinement room, he stumbled on the doorframe and collided headfirst with the wall opposite. The collision left him disoriented, as he clutched the impacted area and staggered toward the command room. Following the elevator incident, no one dared to use it anymore. Everyone opted for the stairs, including the aide. The command room was located just one floor beneath this confinement area, and he descended the stairs, holding his wounded forehead. Suddenly, his foot slipped, and he tumbled down the stairs, his forehead striking the steps with a heavy thud, resulting in a lifeless body rolling down. News of the aide's demise reached Strick once more, coinciding with another collapse of the steel structure in the northern sector of the base. The northern sector served as the accommodation area for personnel, and most were already resting there. Perhaps the two explosions earlier in the day had severely compromised the integrity of the entire base, damaging the northern sector S structure as well. As the terrified inhabitants returned to their rooms, seeking respite, the ceiling of the northern sector finally succumbed to the pressure from above and collapsed with a thunderous crash. The entire northern sector was buried beneath a pile of rubble, leaving only 20 guards assigned to oversee the captured mutants in the southern sector, alongside a handful of officers. Several senior researchers, William Strick, his tool Death, and his key operatives, his former son, the illusionist, Jansen Strick, and the captured Professor Charles Francis Xavier. When Strick was roused from his rest by his subordinates and trembled while reading the casualty report, he finally fainted. The news was utterly devastating. The team he had painstakingly built over half a lifetime had been obliterated, and he didn't even know who the enemy was. Everyone had succumbed to various accidents. This manner of demise was simply intolerable for him. Realizing that his situation was dire, he resolved to make a desperate gamble. He summoned Death to his confinement room, intending to proceed to the secret cell housing Professor Xavier and activate the brainwave amplifier seized from the X Academy. With Xavier's abilities, he aimed to eradicate all mutants in this world, aspiring to purify it for a serene and pristine future. When Death arrived, battered and bruised, she bore even graver news. The aging wiring in the command center had short-circuited, resulting in the deaths of all the officers inside. Hearing this, Strick's expression turned cold as he cautiously made his way towards Xavier's cell, gripping the handrail tightly and sidestepping down the stairs step by step. Despite his caution, he still grazed his forehead against a piece of falling plaster. After a careful descent, he finally reached the secret holding room of Professor Xavier. Upon verifying the electronic lock, he did not rush inside but instead gestured for Death, following closely behind him, to enter first. As the Lady of Death stepped into the porch, two intersecting beams of laser suddenly shot out from either side. Fortunately, her reflexes were swift, yet even so, her arms suffered considerable damage, losing large patches of flesh to the lasers. Thankfully, her formidable regenerative abilities came into play. Observing the unfolding chaos, Strick recognized that the security system had malfunctioned. He commanded the Lady of Death to sever the power lines of the security system. Once this task was completed, he strode purposefully into the holding chamber. Inside, two wheelchairs awaited, one occupied by Xavier, ensnared by the illusions of Master Jansen Strick, and the other by Jansen himself. Activate the brainwave amplifier. I am ready to commence my plan, Strick ordered the Lady of Death. Just as he was poised to execute his scheme, the entire holding chamber was engulfed in darkness. The base's power supply had been interrupted, severing all communication with the outside world. Without power, the brainwave amplifier could not be activated, thwarting Strick's intentions. In the enveloping darkness, William Strick could no longer suppress the terror that surged from within, an overwhelming dread of death. This fear obliterated his rationality, plunging him into madness. He drew his firearm from his waist, chambered around, and disengaged the safety in one fluid motion. Pointing the gun at Xavier, who was seated in the wheelchair, he shouted, "We shall all perish here today. Yet, I must tell you, you deceiver. You have destroyed my family. You have annihilated everything I held dear." With that, he pulled the trigger. The gun exploded, sending a bullet that narrowly missed Xavier's shoulder and embedded itself into the wall. Strick, however, was struck by a shard from the exploded chamber, resulting in his immediate demise. "I am truly sorry, William," Xavier murmured as he successfully extricated himself from the illusion woven by Master Jansen and regained his senses. He also caught the echoes of Strick's final words. Following Strick's death, the Lady of Death went into a frenzy but was swiftly subdued by the now-awakened Xavier. He then established a telepathic link with the X-Men, who were en route to Canada in their aircraft. Within the Temple of Death, Hela observed William Strick being subdued by Wade, who had him pinned to the ground. "Enough. Wade, cease your assault. Here, your efforts are futile. He must descend to hell to face the consequences of his actions in life. Hey, darling, you must understand. Beautiful takeout is not solely valued by women. Men hold it in high esteem as well," Wade retorted, turning to Hela. "Forget it. Let them both go to hell. Mephisto, it is time to act." Hela, weary of Wade's incessant banter, called out to Mephisto. Yet, as the Lord of Hell arrived, Wade's soul vanished once more. He was still alive. Upon witnessing Mephisto escorting William Strick away, Hela once again closed her eyes. Meanwhile, her earthly avatar opened its eyes at that moment. Chapter 16. Escape from the secret base at Alkali Lake. Upon receiving Professor Xavier's message, the X-Men soared through the skies in their aircraft towards Alkali Lake. Accompanying them was Magneto, the leader of the Brotherhood of Mutants and a figure of comparable stature to Professor X, known by his real name, Max Eisenhardt, and his alias, Eric Lenscher. In 2007, he had been apprehended for orchestrating a terrorist attack during the World Summit in New York. However, today, in order to thwart Stryker's nefarious plot to exterminate mutants, the X-Men liberated him from his confinement in a plastic prison. On board the aircraft, Steve encountered the legendary mutant terrorist, who, contrary to the grim rumors surrounding him, appeared rather unthreatening. "Ah, Captain America," Eric remarked, turning to Steve. "I must express my gratitude for your remarkable contributions during World War II. Thank you. I have reviewed your dossier. I deeply sympathize with your experiences at Auschwitz," Steve replied, also turning to Eric. "That place truly transformed my life. Yet, there's little to lament. It was so long ago. I have avenged my grievances. But you, Captain America, this is our issue as mutants. Why do you involve yourself?" Eric said languidly, "My loved one has been taken by them. I must rescue her." Steve responded with equal calm. "Your loved one? Is it your granddaughter?" Eric's curiosity piqued as he inquired. "I checked your records later. I don't recall any relatives. Perhaps a distant kin?" "No, she is my cousin, of sorts." Steve hesitated slightly. "A cousin? Intriguing," Eric said, turning to gaze out the window. Silence enveloped the cabin, punctuated only by the hum of the engines, as the gravity of their perilous mission loomed over them. They were about to infiltrate a military-guarded secret base to rescue a captive, a venture fraught with mortal danger. As the aircraft landed not far from Alkali Lake, the X-Men disembarked, immediately sensing something amiss at the supposed secret base. Although designated as a secret location, the eerie stillness was palpably unsettling. Taking the initiative, Steve proposed to scout ahead, accompanied by Logan Howlett. Both seasoned veterans of World War II, they prided themselves on their exposure to high-stakes situations. They deemed it prudent for these two specialists to undertake the reconnaissance, leaving the others, mere civilians, behind to await news. Once the pair had donned their disguises and stealthily approached the entrance of the Alkali Lake secret base, they were taken aback by the sight before them. The entrance was buried beneath a cascade of fallen debris. Staring at the scene in disbelief, they were left questioning the situation. According to prior intelligence, a secret base was indeed supposed to exist here. "Red Devil, go inside and assess the circumstances," Logan instructed. Upon learning that the entrance had been buried, Eric decisively commanded the Red Devil, endowed with spatial mobility, to infiltrate and scout the area. He lamented that indeed those military personnel were utterly unreliable, his own saber-toothed tiger aside. Even Wolverine and Captain America proved to be no exception. Once the Red Devil traversed into the secret base, he discovered nothing but ruins. The facility had been nearly obliterated. Eric and the X-Men, upon receiving preliminary intelligence, found it hard to believe. Just as uncertainty hung in the air, Jean Grey received a message from Professor Xavier, who was located beneath the ruins. Everyone, listen to me. The professor is indeed beneath this wreckage. Moreover, there are numerous compatriots imprisoned within, Jean declared. Is Lorna down there as well? Inquired John, the Human Torch. I don't know. The professor only shared this information with me, Jean replied, a hint of worry in her voice. She held a deep impression of Lorna, a bright child with a fervent sense of justice. The news that her student had been captured while covering for her classmates weighed heavily on her heart. Enough with the idle chatter. Red Devil, take us in. We must rescue our compatriots, Eric asserted, always the pragmatic one, proposing the immediate commencement of the rescue mission. Although he had parted ways with Xavier years ago on a Cuban beach due to ideological differences, their perspectives aligned when it came to the rescue of their mutant brethren. In no time, the group utilized the Red Devil's spatial abilities to enter the secret base, but they were soon halted once more by a pile of debris. Everyone, step aside. Let me try, urged Cyclops, Scott Summers, gesturing for everyone to clear the way. He adjusted his ruby quartz glasses, and a searing shockwave erupted from his eyes, clearing a path with a single strike. All right, let us proceed, Eric said, being the first to move through the newly opened passage. The group navigated through the secret base, ultimately guided by Xavier's mental cues to the chamber where he was held captive. They successfully liberated 3 individuals confined there and then ventured to the southern sector, where mutant test subjects were imprisoned, most of whom were still children. Has anyone seen Lorna? She has long, emerald green hair and is rather petite. Has anyone spotted her? Steve inquired anxiously upon realizing Lorna was not among the captives. The answer he received was disheartening. No one had seen her. However, Xavier's subsequent words ignited a flicker of hope within him. There are still 2 mutant signals in the eastern section of this base, though they are somewhat distant. Moreover, there is troubling news. This base is on the verge of complete destruction, Xavier remarked, gazing up at the fissures above. On the other side, little Lorna awakened from her stupor, her mind clouded, and her first sight was of a man whose body appeared as though it had been seared, clad only in a pair of underpants. Bound to the operating table, Lorna found herself utterly immobilized. The apparition before her, reminiscent of a creature from a horror film, filled her with terror. Hey there, little girl. No need to scream. I too am but a wretched soul who has just escaped. You may call me Wade. Wade Wilson looked at the shrieking Lorna with a resigned expression. I see. Well, I apologize, Mr. Wade, Lorna replied, resting against the table. It seems the situation here is dire. We must leave at once, Wade declared as he cut the bindings that restrained Lorna and draped a blue sterile gown over her from a nearby hanger. He lifted her in his arms and activated his recently acquired ability, spatial relocation, thus departing from the collapsing secret base. Chapter 17. The Polaris shines in Canada. Not far from the Arcalia Lake Dam, a group of mutants successfully escaped from what was now a desolate ruin. The rescued mutants gazed in confusion at the remnants of the once functional facility. Having endured such an ordeal, they harbored unmistakable hatred and disdain for ordinary humans. Even Steve, who had rescued them, felt fury as he beheld the remnants of instruments that still hinted at their previous utility. Coupled with the harrowing accounts he gathered from the surviving mutants regarding their experimental experiences, the world today bears no distinction from what it was 70 years ago. How do the experiments on these mutants differ from the atrocities committed by Germans in concentration camps 7 decades ago? Steve felt a pang of disappointment when he could not immediately locate Lorna. However, when Wade appeared before the group, his initial joy was quickly overshadowed by astonishment at Wade Wilson's appearance. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you for saving my sister, Steve said, taking the small Lorna from Wade's arms. Oh, don't look at me like that. I know I resemble an old cow, Hugo, Wade quipped, maintaining his humor amidst the chaos. No, you misunderstand. That is not what I meant, Steve replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice after hearing Wade's remark. Oh, I know. I look like an egg with teeth, and one that is particularly wrinkled at that. Quite unsightly, Wade continued, making crude jokes. Mind your language, Steve interjected, feeling increasingly uncomfortable with Wade's remarks. All right, fine. I have some bad news as well. And hey, Logan. Wade suddenly noticed Logan Howlett amidst the crowd, waving and calling out. Oh, Wade. Who would have thought that even in this state, you remain as loquacious as ever? Logan remarked with a smile. A cigar clenched between his teeth as he approached Wade. Hey, you must know that scoundrel Strix sewed my mouth shut. I managed to cut through the stitches myself after escaping. No one has the right to strip another of their voice. This right is clearly enshrined in the Constitution of the United States. Wade exclaimed, his outrage palpable. Oh, really? But we are in Canada, Logan replied, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. Wait a moment, what is this bad news you mentioned? As the conversation veered further off course, Steve interjected. Oh, it's like this. This base is constructed beneath that dam, and as you can see, this base has become a wasteland. The dam is on the verge of collapsing. Wade stated, his tone turning serious. Why didn't you mention something so critical earlier? Steve exclaimed, hastily retrieving his phone to dial scythe hotline. Shortly thereafter, Steve received a response from scythe. A satellite image revealed a small town downstream of Alkali Lake, densely populated. Should the dam collapse, the water accumulated in the reservoir would unleash a ferocious flood, devastating everything in its path. As evening approached, the sky darkened. The sun in the west cast a golden glow, and faced with such dire circumstances, Professor Xavier, Magneto Eric, and Beast Henry Philip McCoy unanimously decided to use the X-Men's aircraft to transport the incapacitated mutants back to the Xavier Institute for gifted youngsters in New York, while the others would seek refuge atop a nearby mountain upstream from the reservoir. You all go ahead. I fear I must stay here to hold the line, Eric declared before ascending into the air. What are you doing, Eric? Xavier began, but before he could finish, countless metallic objects flew from the wreckage of the underground base, converging under Eric's control to seal the cracks in the dam. This is not self-sacrifice, Xavier. I am merely taking necessary action for the Brotherhood's expansion. Hurry. Take the others and go. Don't just stand there. Eric shouted at Xavier, who remained in his wheelchair. Eric, be careful. Xavier cautioned before joining Jansen Strick and the unconscious Deathbird, along with other incapacitated mutants, aboard the aircraft. The remaining mutants, led by Beast Henry Philip McCoy and Wolverine Logan Howlett, made their way toward the mountaintop upstream of the dam. Little Lorna, cradled in Steve's arms, gazed at the solitary figure of Magneto Eric Lenscher, floating in midair, manipulating metal to block the dam's fractures and buy time for everyone's safe evacuation. She felt an inexplicable emotion emanating from this somewhat unfamiliar elder. As the group's journey progressed halfway, Steve received another message from scythe. In the small town downstream of Lake Alkalaria, an orderly evacuation of the population commenced following a flood warning from scythe. However, due to the sheer number of residents, the evacuation process progressed slowly. Before the crowd could ascend to the hillside, a thunderous roar echoed, signaling the catastrophic collapse of the dam. At that moment, Eric Lenscher, known as Magneto, hovered in midair, his expression grave. Under his command, metallic debris coalesced into a formidable barrier, steadfastly holding the reservoir's waters at bay. Yet, Eric, no longer in the prime of his youth, felt the relentless pressure of the water bearing down on the hastily assembled dam. The immense hydraulic force drained his energy, yet he dared not falter. He had to persevere for the sake of his compatriots behind him. As he witnessed his fellow citizens retreating to safety, the last vestiges of his nearly depleted strength succumbed to the overwhelming pressure. The makeshift metallic dam was soon swept away by the floodwaters, and he too found himself on the brink of losing his ability to float. Just as Eric closed his eyes, bracing for his final moment, he sensed a familiar energy. He halted his descent, still suspended in the air, but this time he discerned that the force was not of his own making, though it bore a striking resemblance to his own powers. Not far atop the mountain, Lorna, drenched in sweat and gritting her teeth, focused intently on Eric, her hands radiating verdant energy. Nightfall descended, and the sky was painted with the auroras, the North Star shining brightly above, emanating its own luminescence. Chapter 17. As night enveloped the land, the dam at Lake Alkalaria succumbed to the torrent. The furious waters broke free from their constraints, roaring downstream. Despite Eric Lenscher's utmost efforts to hold back the deluge, his resistance was transient, soon overwhelmed by the unstoppable flood. Observing Eric's struggle from her vantage point on the mountaintop, Lorna felt a stirring of yearning within her. When she beheld him on the verge of being engulfed by the flood due to exhaustion, She summoned her powers with all her might to save him. Eric was lifted by Lorna's magnetic force to the safety of the summit. Once he landed securely, Lorna, having expended the energy required for her abilities, collapsed into Steve's arms. Steve witnessed all that Lorna had done with pride, knowing she had not squandered her gifts nor his teachings over the past year. Before he could ponder further, he received a private communication from Tony Stark. "Hello? Tony, what brings you to call at this hour?" Steve replied into the phone. "I heard from Nick about your situation. You truly did well," Tony remarked. In a desperate bid to rescue Lorna, the old fool Strick's base was utterly obliterated. "Your audacity truly resonates with both my father and me, as the Stark family is known for avenging our grievances." Tony, clad in his iron suit, soared through the skies at breakneck speed, accompanied by a fleet of iron suits controlled by the intelligence system, Jarvis. "First and foremost, I must clarify that we did not destroy Strick's secret base. It was in ruins upon our arrival. Furthermore, we did indeed locate Strick, but we are not responsible for his demise. Preliminary assessments indicate that he met his end due to the catastrophic failure of his own sidearm, which exploded, sending debris through his skull." "Ah, Tony, you have yet to inform us of your intentions," Steve said gravely into the phone. Chapter 17. The Deluge as night descended. The dam at Alkalia Lake succumbed to a catastrophic breach. The tumultuous waters surged forth, breaking free from their constraints and roaring downstream. Even the formidable Magneto, Eric Lenscher, could only momentarily impede the onslaught before being overwhelmed by the relentless torrent. Not far off, atop a mountain, young Lorna gazed at Eric's struggle with a sense of yearning. When she witnessed him faltering, on the brink of being engulfed by the flood, she summoned her powers to save him. Eric was lifted by Lorna's magnetic force to the safety of the mountaintop. However, the exertion proved too much for Lorna, and she collapsed into Steve's embrace, her efforts witnessed by him. He felt a swell of pride for her choices. She had not squandered her gifts nor his teachings over the past year. Before Steve could ponder further, he received a private communication from Tony Stark. "Hello? Tony, what brings you to call at this hour?" Steve inquired. "I heard from Nick about your exploits. You've done quite well. You obliterated Strick's base to save Lorna. Your spirit is reminiscent of my father's and mine. The Stark family is not one to forget a slight," Tony replied, soaring through the air in his iron suit, trailed by a cadre of suits under Jarvis's command. "First, I must assert that we did not destroy Strick's secret facility. It was as such when we arrived. Additionally, while we did locate Strick, we did not kill him. The evidence suggests his own firearm misfired, resulting in a fatal explosion that pierced his skull." "Ah, Tony, you still haven't divulged your plans," Steve said with a serious tone. "Of course, I intend to save lives," Tony declared as he arrived at the banks of a river downstream from Alkalia Lake, where the surging floodwaters carried debris and trees in their wake. The legions composed of ironclad armors showcased their prowess in this realm, a testament to the brilliance of Tony Stark. Meanwhile, Eric Lenscher, having recovered from his exhaustion, gazed gently at Lorna beside him before turning to the Red Devil and stating, "Let us depart. Our brethren have been rescued." "Wait, what about the residents downstream?" Lorna interjected hastily. "The commoners? Their demise bears no consequence to us. Have you not understood the events we've endured here?" Eric reprimanded Lorna sternly after hearing her words. "Why does it not matter? We are all human, are we not?" Lorna retorted, unfazed by Eric's admonition. "Perhaps you should reflect on your own actions and the wounds you bear," Eric replied as he stood beside the Red Devil. "Please wait. Mr. Lenscher, could you have Mr. Red Devil take Scott and me to safety?" Steve interjected at that moment. "Oh, Captain America, indeed. But why should I concern myself with rescuing those ordinary people?" Eric responded gravely. "Because you are Magneto, you can sacrifice yourself for your mutant brethren. I would do the same for humanity," Steve asserted, his gaze unwavering. "Very well, Red Devil. Assist him this once," Eric conceded before stepping away. Chapter 18. Containing the flood as night descended, the dam at Alkali Lake collapsed. A torrent of water surged forth, breaking free from its confines and roaring downstream. Despite Eric Lenscher's valiant efforts to halt it, he could only momentarily impede the relentless flood, which soon swept past him, unstoppable in its course. On a nearby mountaintop, Lorna observed Eric's struggle, her heart filled with a yearning, as she witnessed him on the brink of being engulfed by the deluge. She summoned her powers with all her might to rescue him. Eric was lifted by Lorna's magnetic force to the safety of the mountaintop. However, upon his secure landing, She could no longer sustain the exertion required by her abilities and collapsed into Steve's embrace. He watched with pride as Lorna made her choice. She had not squandered her gift nor the teachings he had imparted over the past year. Before Steve could ponder further, he received a private communication from Tony Stark. "Hello? Tony, what brings you to call at this hour?" Steve answered the phone. "I heard about your exploits from Nick. You've done remarkably well. To save Lorna. You even blew up Stryker's base. Your character truly resonates with both my father and me. The Stark family believes in settling scores." Tony, clad in his Iron Man suit, soared through the sky at remarkable speed, closely followed by an array of Iron Man armors controlled by the intelligence system, JARVIS. First and foremost, I must clarify that we were not responsible for the destruction of Stryker's secret base. It was in that state upon our arrival. Secondly, we indeed discovered Stryker. He was not killed by us. The evidence suggests that his own firearm malfunctioned, causing an explosion that fatally injured him. "Ah, Tony, you have yet to inform us of your intentions," Steve stated earnestly into the phone. "Of course, to save lives," Tony replied. Reaching the bank of a river downstream from Lake Alkali, where turbulent floodwaters rushed forth, carrying debris and trees in their wake, the Legion of Iron Man suits showcased their capabilities, a testament to the brilliance of Tony Stark. Meanwhile, Eric Lenscher, having regained his composure, gazed gently at Lorna before turning to the Scarlet Witch and saying, "Let us depart. Our brethren have been rescued." "Wait, what about the residents downstream?" Lorna interjected hastily. "Their demise is of no concern to us. Do you not understand the gravity of our experience here?" Eric retorted sternly after hearing Lorna's words. "How can that be? We are all human, are we not?" Lorna countered, undeterred by Eric's reprimand. "Perhaps you should reflect on how you sustained your own injuries." "We must leave, Scarlet Witch," Eric declared, moving to stand beside her. "Please, Mr. Lenscher, could you allow Mr. Scarlet Witch to transport Scott and me?" Steve stepped forward. "Ah, the illustrious Captain America. But why should I save those ordinary people?" Eric replied, regarding Steve with seriousness. "Because you are Magneto, and you can sacrifice for your mutant brethren. I, too, would do the same for humanity," Steve asserted, locking eyes with Eric. "Very well, for your sake, Captain America. Scarlet Witch, assist him this once," Eric conceded before stepping away. Along a section of the river downstream from Lake Alkali, Tony Stark and his Iron family were diligently working to clear the riverbed. In the face of the flood, the principle of facilitating rather than obstructing was abundantly clear. To date, Tony's Iron family had birthed 38 members. Among the most notable performers in this disaster relief operation were the Mark 25 Intruder, Mark 26 Gamma, Mark 29 Violinist, Mark 34 Lefty, Mark 35 Red Snapper, and Mark 38 Eagle. These armors, initially designed for natural disaster rescue, were equipped with impact drills and rock-crushing claws, rapidly forging a flood relief channel. On the other side, agents dispatched by SHIELD utilized Quinjet aircraft to transport all construction machinery from the nearby town to the riverbank for excavation work on the flood drainage channel. Steve, cradling Lorna alongside the Red Devil Azazel and Cyclops Scott Summers, arrived at the bustling construction site. As he observed the fervent activity around him, Steve felt a surge of inspiration and prepared to roll up his sleeves and grab a nearby shovel to lend a hand. Just then, Tony Stark, adorned in his Mark 36 regulator, approached Steve and inquired, "How did you get here? Oh, and what's with little Lorna's attire?" "Never mind, I'll ask later. Are you here to help?" "Of course, Tony. As for how we arrived, let Mr. Azazel explain," Steve replied, but upon turning, he discovered that the Red Devil had vanished without a trace. "Well then, Mr. Rogers, what is it that you require my assistance with?" Scott interjected from the side. "Oh, right. Mr. Summers, your ability allows you to emit red energy shockwaves from your eyes, correct? How powerful are they? Can you maintain a prolonged emission?" Steve asked, intrigued by Scott's powers. "This is actually closely tied to my personal mutation. To put it simply, my eyes serve as a portal connecting to another realm. And those red energy shockwaves are manifestations of that world's energy traversing through the portal. Unfortunately, my body cannot sustain the portal for an extended period. And I apologize for that," Scott explained after a brief silence regarding his condition. "Wow, a portal forming within a human body. Hey, buddy, do you have time after this? I would be thrilled to have you over at Stark Tower in New York," Tony exclaimed, astonished by Scott's capabilities, extending an invitation. "Tony, shall we first address the task at hand?" Steve interjected upon hearing Stark's proposition. All right, Captain. You two discuss it while I get back to work. It's quite something that I, the illustrious owner of Stark Industries, am here doing manual labor. After this is over, I'll have a word with the Canadian government about my compensation. Stark grumbled as he turned, operating the vibrational wave emitters on his suit to fire at a boulder obstructing the excavation path. Within 3 seconds, the rock was shattered into fragments. All right, I have an idea. I possess a method to temporarily enhance your physical capabilities. After that, you can unleash your shockwaves with full force, Steve remarked, observing Tony's retreating figure. Understood. Let us begin, Scott replied, only to be enveloped by Steve's arms, which cradled his head. He soon felt a surge of strength coursing through his body. All right, Scott. It's time to commence. Before long, Steve completed the magical enhancement on Scott. A vivid crimson energy shockwave erupted from Scott's eyes, instantly carving a deep, blackened trench into the ground. The hard rocks along the path were shattered by the shockwave. On the other side, Tony, witnessing this scene, flew his mech over to Steve and exclaimed, "How did you do that? Or does he inherently possess such formidable offensive capabilities?" Well, Tony, you must understand that this is the power of magic. I know you may find it hard to comprehend, Steve replied, suppressing a rare smile at Tony's serious expression. Oh, come on. Wait, did you hear that sound? Tony attempted to inquire further, but a tremendous roar captured his attention. The floodwaters upstream had finally arrived, and the drainage channel was not yet fully completed. Time was of the essence. However, the flood had reached their location. The personnel on site had to evacuate to higher ground. It was impossible to continue risking their safety here. Once everyone had retreated to a nearby hillside, the surging waters rushed down, accompanied by uprooted trees. Although the drainage channel was incomplete, it still served its purpose. After diverting through several drainage channels, the floodwaters diminished significantly. Even as they flowed downstream, they would likely only result in minor flooding on the streets of the town. This outcome was a far cry from the anticipated devastation that would have completely obliterated the town. The operation at Lake Arcadia could be deemed a resounding success. With no casualties among the rescue personnel, the mutants trapped within the base were also successfully rescued. Yet, a lingering question haunted the minds of all involved in the rescue. What had transpired within that secret base? A facility guarded by over 1,000 personnel had silently transformed into a desolate ruin. Even the base commander, Strick, met his demise before Professor Xavier due to the explosion of his own firearm. Xavier vividly recalled Strick's face, filled with terror, and his frantic words. However, he did not confide in anyone about this incident. His intuition hinted that Strick had provoked some indescribable entity, leading to such a fate. Meanwhile, Hela prepared a lavish breakfast at her home in the White Queen district of New York, eagerly awaiting the return of Steve and Lorna. At 9:35 a.m. Eastern Time, Steve returned home with young Lorna in the S.H.I.E.L.D. Chevrolet SUV. "Aunt May, we're back," Steve announced as he held Lorna's hand and opened the door, spotting Hela seated in the living room. "Mom." Lorna rushed into Hela's arms, bursting into tears. As Hela comforted Lorna, she employed her magic to heal the various wounds on her. Subsequently, the family gathered around the dining table to indulge in the sumptuous feast. All returned to tranquility. Chapter 19. After the rescue in the bustling human society, a few days prior, news about a U.S. military secret base in Canada had captivated global attention. This was a report concerning the mutant population, detailing how they were captured by the U.S. military and confined within this secret facility located in Canada. They were subjected to inhumane experiments, treated like mere guinea pigs. According to media reports, a Mr. Wade, who wishes to remain anonymous, revealed that he was deceived into entering this facility under the pretense of cancer treatment. Although he managed to survive, his appearance was irrevocably altered. The media even published comparative photographs of his visage before and after the incident. What an outrage! Who could perpetrate such a heinous act? It was expressly stated that his identity would remain confidential. "I swear I will take that journalist's head and plunge it into a toilet," relentlessly pressing the flush button. "I shall cleanse his mind and bring him back to reality." At this moment, Wade Wilson, clad in a hooded sweatshirt, sat in a somewhat dilapidated tavern, venting his frustrations, with a freshly purchased newspaper spread out before him on the small table. "Oh, come on, Wade, honestly. I never expected to see you alive again." The man speaking had long, curly flaxen hair and wore round spectacles, dressed in a shirt. He was known as Weasel. an information broker in the mercenary world and the proprietor of the tavern. Hey, look at my current state. How am I ever going to face anyone again? I resemble a withered avocado. Wade gritted his teeth as he addressed Weasel. Ah, come now, my friend. The fact that you are alive is a stroke of luck. Let us raise a glass to your rebirth, Weasel said, lifting his cup to clink it against Wade's. Oh, to my transformation into this grotesque visage, cheers. Wade lifted his glass in response and downed its contents. $15, Wade, Weasel remarked as he watched Wade place his empty glass on the table. What? This drink costs $15? You scoundrel! Wade exclaimed, incredulous. Are you jesting? This is imported brandy from England, you know, and I never claimed this round was on me. Weasel replied, smiling mischievously as he held his glass. Oh, my dear wallet, you are destined to grow thinner. Oh, my precious money, you are slipping away from me. Wade lamented. In the expansive tavern, only Wade and Weasel engaged in a spirited quarrel while sipping their drinks. Meanwhile, Hela, as usual, was driving little Lorna to the gates of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. As Lorna, with her small backpack, exited the car and prepared to enter the campus, Hela called out, Lorna, be safe. Okay, Mom, Lorna replied, shouldering her backpack and walking toward the school. The day after Hela confirmed Lorna's safe return home, she called Istana, who was far away in China, to recount the events concerning Lorna. Unsurprisingly, Istana suggested that Hela consider relocating to China with Lorna for her education. Hela harbored similar thoughts, well aware that as long as humanity existed, the insatiable greed for power would persist. Even though she had eliminated the individual known as Stryker, there would undoubtedly be another waiting in the wings. It is impossible for her to eliminate everyone, as it would be quite troublesome. Once Hela had completed the passport and obtained the visa to China, even securing a school for young Lorna, Lorna adamantly refused to go. She expressed her unwillingness to leave her friends and comrades at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters for an unfamiliar place. Faced with this situation, Hela reluctantly acquiesced to Lorna's wishes, allowing her to continue her education at Xavier's. What? Lorna refuses to come? You are still her mother. How can you let your daughter dictate your thoughts? Istana exclaimed over the phone. Even if she is my adopted daughter, she is still my child, is she not? Hela replied with a smile as she drove. Huh. I wonder if Lorna has been researching information about studying in China online. Istana mused, tapping away at her keyboard. What do you mean? Hela asked, somewhat perplexed. Academic pressure. You know, 2 exams each semester, monthly quizzes, and crucially, every report card must be signed by the parents. The homework can keep one up until the wee hours. And that's just at an ordinary school. If it were the Shu Mountain Academy I contacted for you in Sichuan, it would include courses on superpowers, Istana continued. Still typing. What? Do you think Lorna simply wants to play and has no interest in studying? Hela questioned with skepticism. Well, after all, she is a child. Such behavior is quite normal, wouldn't you agree? Hey, you nanny, feed me. Istana suddenly shouted. You are indeed playing a game, aren't you? Never mind. I shall respect Lorna's choice. I believe it would be best for someone like you to keep your distance from her, Hela concluded, hanging up the phone, leaving Istana somewhat agitated by her words. What is wrong with being a homebody? Am I eating your rice? Hey, the main character is so weird. Istana yelled into the phone. In fact, 3 days after Lorna returned home, Nick Fury, the director of scythe, visited Hela's home, bringing with him an apology regarding Lorna's experiences. However, Nick did not anticipate encountering Steve Rogers, Peggy Carter, and Tony Stark at Hela's residence that day. Among them, Peggy, a former American agent, was somewhat aware of the recent atrocities committed against mutants. During the Operation Paperclip, she had personally recruited numerous mutant researchers linked to Sebastian Shaw's Hellfire Club and Hydra into scythe. She was quite familiar with the experiments conducted by these individuals and was well aware of the current state of affairs within these government agencies. In response to Tony and Steve's inquiries, Nick Fury maintained a serious demeanor, asserting that these experiments were decisions made solely by the U.S. military, having nothing to do with scythe. Yet, only Nick himself was privy to the truth. The Avengers who have endured such an experience are likely to harbor profound doubts about the government. Even Nick Fury himself has lost track of how many times scythe has cleaned up after various nations, with some incidents exhibiting a brutality that far exceeds the recent tragedy involving mutants at Lake Alcarion in Canada. However, He cannot disclose these matters to the Avengers. They must remain locked within his heart. For if he were to reveal them, the consequence would be the disintegration of their collective and the accountability he would face from the World Security Council. On that midday, at Hela's residence, a group enjoyed a lunch prepared by Hela herself. After the meal, Nick Fury departed from Hela's home, returning to scythe. The details of their conversation remained unspoken among those present. Chapter 20. World Expo on July 9, 2010, at Shanghai Hongqiao Airport. A flight from New York City had just landed. Passengers arriving at their destination streamed out of the terminal and at the entrance of the arrivals hall. Istana was dressed in a bright yellow t-shirt and denim shorts, sporting athletic shoes. She had been waiting for some time, and the person she awaited had finally arrived. Hela, clad in an elegant black dress, was dragging a black suitcase with her right hand while holding the hand of Lorna, who wore a vibrant green dress. The striking appearance and attire of the mother and daughter garnered the attention of many passers-by. Upon spotting Istana, who was enthusiastically waving her arms in the arrivals hall, Hela smiled and quickly approached. "It's truly a challenge to invite you here," Istana remarked as she took the suitcase's handle from Hela. "I'm not like you, a complete homebody. Besides, little Lorna still needs to attend school. It's quite a feat for her to visit here during her summer break," Hela replied, glancing at Istana while holding Lorna's hand. "Indeed, Aunt Istana, my studies keep me quite busy," Lorna chimed in, looking up at Istana. "I've told you countless times. Don't call me aunt. Call me sister, little Lorna," Istana exclaimed, her excitement palpable upon hearing Lorna's words. "All right, Istana, how old are you? Yet you still bicker with a child?" Hela remarked as she approached Istana's vehicle. "Hela, you can't always indulge your daughter like this. Why didn't you treat Steve the same way back then?" Istana said, placing the suitcase in the trunk before taking her place in the driver's seat. "Steve was a boy. After all this time in China, do you not grasp the adage of raising boys with discipline and girls with indulgence?" Hela responded, affectionately ruffling Lorna's hair as she spoke to Istana. "Fine, Hela. Spoil her as you wish. But mark my words, if Lorna continues like this, she'll inevitably go astray," Istana remarked while driving, glancing in the rearview mirror at the mother and daughter. "You needn't worry about Lorna's education. Speaking of which, Lorna, how far have you gotten with the rune incantations?" Hela paid no heed to Istana's words. "Mom, those strange characters are difficult to decipher. Besides, it's vacation time. Let's not discuss studying," Lorna remarked, clinging to Hela's arm and shaking it playfully. "Your charm won't work on me tonight. Once we return to the hotel, I expect you to write down the runes you know in your vocabulary notebook," Hela replied, gazing coldly at Lorna. "Wow, Hela, you look quite frightening right now," Istana shivered. Taken aback. "Focus on driving," Hela said, maintaining her indifferent demeanor as she turned to Istana. "Yes," Istana responded, startled by Hela's expression. The trio arrived at the Shanghai World Expo Intercontinental Hotel. After parking the car, they proceeded to the hotel lobby, where they checked into their rooms before heading to enjoy a bath. The World Expo, hosted by China in 2010, took place in Shanghai from May 1st to October 31st. A year after the Alkali Lake incident, Hela's family had enjoyed a tranquil life. When Hela received a call from Istana inviting them to China, she initially considered declining. However, upon seeing the exhibition footage of the Shanghai Expo, she instantly decided to take Lorna along to China. She had always been fascinated by grand events hosted in China. Vibrant, bustling, magnificent, exhilarating. These words encapsulated Hela's profound impression of such large-scale activities. She wished to take her daughter out to explore and broaden their horizons. After their baths, the three changed clothes and set off in their car towards the city god temple in Shanghai. However, at 7 in the evening, they found themselves caught in traffic. So even in China, there's traffic? It seems this place isn't so different from the U.S., Lorna observed from the back seat, watching the vehicles on the elevated road. "Isn't that typical in big cities? Back home, we never experience traffic jams," Istana replied, driving on. "Ugh, does a homebody even need to go out?" Hela scoffed from the back seat. "Hela, enough already. Stop calling me a homebody," Istana retorted, a hint of irritation in her voice. "Where exactly are we headed?" Hela inquired. "To the city god temple. There are plenty of food options there," Istana said, checking her phone. "Food? That sounds good. Lorna and I haven't eaten much on the plane." Hela's eyes lit up at the mention of food. "Finally, we can move." Istana sighed as she drove forward. After approximately 2 hours, they arrived at the city god temple. Parking the car, the three ventured into the pedestrian street. Along the way, Hela sampled everything she saw, while Lorna and Istana picked their favorite treats. Another 2 hours passed, and the trio, satisfied with their haul, exited the pedestrian street. By this time, darkness had completely enveloped the sky, and they drove back to their hotel. The room they reserved was splendid, offering a perfect view of the expo park. As night fell, the city of Shanghai came alive with brilliant lights. The diverse architecture within the expo park appeared even more beautiful against the night backdrop. Each country's uniquely designed pavilion reflected the ingenuity of its creators, embodying wisdom and civilization. Each time I behold such a scene, I cannot help but sigh at the creativity of the Midgardians. This is indeed a hallmark of intelligent life, is it not? Remarked Istana, standing behind Hela at the floor-to-ceiling window. Hela gazed at the distant nightscape and mused. Alfheim has long lost its momentum for development. All the elves are entranced in their mundane existence. I have sneaked back a few times these past years, but each visit feels no different from the last. Istana replied softly, in comparison to our lifespan, those short-lived beings are certainly more diligent and industrious. They cannot afford to waste time. Hela continued to observe the distant scenery, replying matter-of-factly, indeed, so, Hela, what prompted you to adopt that child? Without looking up, Hela answered, there was no particular reason. It was only during my time with Lorna that I began to understand my mother's feelings back then. That is all. Is that so? Well, good night, my lady. Istana said, lying down to sleep. Good night, Queen of Alfheim, Hela echoed as she too settled in for the night. The following morning, the trio drove directly to the entrance of the expo park. After purchasing their tickets, they boarded the shuttle towards their first destination, the American Pavilion. Upon entering, they were met with an unexpected sight. Tony, what are you doing here? Hela exclaimed upon seeing Tony Stark, clad in a silver-gray suit. Oh, it's just the old lady, he retorted. Why shouldn't I be here? This is the World Expo. Is it unusual for Stark Industries to showcase new products at such an event? Hela replied, not unusual. Just it's surprising that a big boss like you would come here in person. Before Hela could continue, Istana interjected, of course, he is on vacation. What else could it be? All right then, shall we go together? Hela asked, rubbing her forehead. Oh, never mind. I have no desire to stroll through the park with an old lady, Tony said, turning to leave. Hela glared at his retreating figure, biting her teeth in frustration. Old lady? You're the old one. Chapter 22. Touring the expo park within the expo park at the American Pavilion. Tony Stark appeared as if he were a tour guide, leading Hela and her companions through the entire exhibit. Although Tony had previously claimed he did not wish to accompany Hela and her entourage on their excursion, he could not shake his concern for his so-called grandmother. This was my latest research breakthrough. This product possesses the potential to revolutionize the energy sector. The entire energy supply of the American Pavilion is derived from my modest cold fusion reactor. Impressive, isn't it? Ah, indeed. Tony stood before his creation, eloquently elaborating to Hela and her company. Is that so? I dare say much of the credit belongs to Howard. Were it not for him, you might have met an untimely end, Hela remarked, gazing at the cold fusion reactor with a hint of detachment. Hey, I am indeed grateful for my father's teachings. However, this cold fusion reactor is a product of my own innovation. Let us not misattribute its origins, Tony responded, slightly miffed. Never mind, young Tony. It is evident that ever since you shuttered Stark Industries' munitions division, which was the company's primary revenue source, life has not been particularly easy for you. Now that you are venturing into clean energy, this cold fusion reactor is indeed a commendable product, Hela observed after scrutinizing the reactor for some time. Hela was acutely aware of the origins of the new element utilized in the cold fusion reactor. It was initially discovered by Howard Stark while investigating the Tesseract, a form of atomic structure that could be deemed an isotope of the Tesseract itself. Employing this new element undoubtedly provided a more reliable and secure material for the cold fusion reactor. So, Tony is quite the remarkable individual, young Lorna exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Tony Stark. Indeed, Tony replied, a sense of satisfaction washing over him in response to Lorna's praise. This American Pavilion is designed rather intriguingly, Istana remarked, observing the exterior which resembled an eagle with its wings unfurled, welcoming visitors from afar. Well then, I believe we have thoroughly explored the American Pavilion. Perhaps we should venture to the British Pavilion next, Tony suggested. That is indeed a splendid idea. Let us proceed to the British Pavilion. The introduction mentions it houses a seed vault, Istana said with keen interest. In light of this, Hela resolved that their next destination would be the British Pavilion. The British Pavilion was designed as an open-air park devoid of a roof, with the core exhibit, the Temple of Seeds, surrounded by over 60,000 tendrils extending in all directions. By day, these tendrils transmitted light akin to fiber optics, providing internal illumination and creating a space that was both modern and awe-inspiring. By night, the built-in light sources within the tendrils illuminated the entire structure, making it resplendent. As they approached the entrance of the British Pavilion, a young British boy emerged, walking backward as he conversed with his parents. In his inattention, he inadvertently collided with Lorna. "I am truly sorry," the boy, appearing to be of similar age to Lorna, apologized. "No worries, just be more mindful when you walk next time. I'm Lorna Dane. May I ask your name?" Little Lorna graciously accepted the other party's apology, saying, "Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Brian Bladdock." The young boy bowed to Lorna. "All right, little Lorna, we are heading into the British Pavilion for a visit. Say farewell to the young friend," Hela instructed Lorna. "Okay, Mom. So, goodbye, Mr. Bladdock," Lorna replied, taking Hela's hand as they entered the British Pavilion. The interior of the British Pavilion, aptly dubbed the Temple of Seeds, was illuminated by sunlight filtering through acrylic rods, showcasing tens of thousands of seeds before Hela and her companions. "This is truly a masterpiece, wouldn't you agree, Hela?" Istana remarked, her eyes gleaming with joy as she surveyed the surroundings. "Indeed, it is a uniquely beautiful structure," Hela responded, admiring the seeds preserved within each acrylic rod. After a leisurely 40-minute stroll through the British Pavilion, the quartet made their way to the Chinese Pavilion, not only for its array of unique Chinese products, but also for the presence of a Chinese restaurant. The Chinese Pavilion, a remarkable edifice, was adorned in a vibrant traditional red, exuding festivity. Its structure resembled ancient dugong brackets, appearing as if constructed from interlocking beams. The pavilion's exterior was conceived with themes like Eastern Crown, prosperous China, granary of the world, and wealthy commoners, reflecting the spirit and essence of Chinese culture. The exhibition focused on the theme of exploration, guiding visitors through 3 sections: the footsteps of the East, the journey of discovery, and low-carbon actions, allowing them to uncover and contemplate the wisdom of China's urban development. The 4 friends settled at a restaurant in the Chongqing section of the Chinese Pavilion. It was mealtime, and the restaurant was bustling with patrons. They managed to find a corner table for 4 and took their seats. Istana skillfully ordered from the menu in Mandarin. "By the way, what prompted you to choose to live in China, Istana?" Hela inquired curiously. "Because there are fewer people here who pay attention to me. It's quiet and comfortable. Why wouldn't I stay here? But you, Kate, I think you should consider bringing little Lorna here for her education," Istana suggested, sipping her tea. "No way. I absolutely will not leave my friends." Lorna protested after hearing Istana's suggestion. "TCH, to be honest, you're just worried about the heavy academic load here," Istana retorted with a smirk. "That's not it," little Lorna replied, somewhat angrily. "All right, you two, stop arguing. The dishes are here," Hela interjected, while across the table, Tony Stark was engrossed in his phone, scrolling through some news updates. The 4 of them had not ordered much, 4 dishes and a soup, with a portion of rice for each person. The lunch was not inexpensive, given its location within the expo park. However, Tony Stark paid without a second thought, unfazed by the cost of the meal. After lunch, the 4 individuals lingered briefly in the restaurant before embarking on a tour of the China Pavilion. For an entire afternoon, they roamed the expo park, as Tony, being a participant in this exposition, enjoyed the privilege of accessing various venues without the need for additional tickets, much to the convenience of Hela and her companions. As night fell, the group departed from the expo park. Tony Stark took a vehicle to the Hilton Hotel, while Hela and the others drove back to their own hotel. Thus concluded a day of exploration at the expo. Chapter 21. Touring the pavilion within the expo park at the American Pavilion. Tony Stark assumed the role of a tour guide, leading Hela and her companions through the entire exhibit. Although he had previously expressed a desire not to join them, he remained concerned for his so-called grandmother. "This is the result of my latest research, a product capable of revolutionizing the energy sector. The entire energy supply of the American Pavilion originates from my diminutive cold fusion reactor. Impressive, isn't it?" Tony effused, standing proudly before his creation. "Is that so? I believe much of the credit belongs to Howard. Without him, you might have met an untimely demise," Hela remarked. gazing at the cold fusion reactor with a hint of irony. Hey, I am indeed grateful for my father's guidance. However, this cold fusion reactor is my latest innovation. Do not misattribute it, old woman, Tony replied, a trace of annoyance evident in his tone. Never mind, young Tony. It's clear that since you shuttered Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division, the company has faced challenges. Your venture into clean energy is commendable. And this cold fusion reactor is a remarkable product, Hela observed after scrutinizing the reactor for some time. She was well aware of the origins of the new element used in the reactor, initially discovered by Howard Stark during his research on the Tesseract, a unique atomic structure. It could be said that the so-called new element created by Tony Stark was an isotope of the Tesseract. Utilizing this new element undoubtedly provided a more reliable and safer resource for the cold fusion reactor. Ah, so Tony is quite the remarkable individual, remarked young Lorna, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Tony Stark. Indeed, Tony responded, basking in the praise from Lorna. This American pavilion is intriguingly designed. Its exterior resembles a majestic eagle with wings spread wide, welcoming visitors from afar, Istana observed while reviewing photographs on her camera. All right, I believe we have thoroughly explored the American pavilion. Shall we proceed to the British pavilion? Tony suggested. That is indeed an excellent idea. Let us go. I read that it houses a seed vault, Istana replied with keen interest. Upon witnessing this exchange, Hela decided their next destination would be the British pavilion. The design of the British pavilion resembles an open park devoid of a roof, where the core exhibit, the Temple of Seeds, is surrounded by over 60,000 tendrils extending in various directions. During the day, these tendrils conduct light much like optical fibers, providing internal illumination and creating a space that is both modern and awe-inspiring. At night, the embedded light sources within the tendrils illuminate the entire structure, making it resplendent. As one approaches the entrance of the British pavilion, a young English boy emerges, walking backward while conversing with his parents. In his obliviousness, he accidentally bumps into Lorna. I am truly sorry, the boy, appearing to be of similar age to little Lorna, apologizes. It's quite all right. Just be careful next time, she graciously responds. I am Lorna Dane. What is your name? Brian Braddock. Thank you for your understanding, madam. The boy bows respectfully to Lorna. All right, little Lorna. We are going inside the British pavilion now. Say goodbye to the young man, Hela instructs. Okay, mother. Goodbye, Mr. Braddock, Lorna replies, taking Hela's hand as they enter the pavilion. Inside the British pavilion, aptly named the Temple of Seeds, sunlight filters through acrylic rods, illuminating the interior and presenting thousands of seeds before Hela and the others. This is truly a masterpiece, don't you think, Hela? Istana remarks joyfully as she surveys her surroundings. Indeed, it is a uniquely beautiful structure. Hela observes the seeds encased within each acrylic rod. After a leisurely stroll, the group departs the British pavilion approximately 40 minutes later and proceeds to the Chinese pavilion. Not only for its array of unique Chinese products, but also for the presence of a Chinese restaurant. The Chinese pavilion, a remarkable edifice, is adorned in the vibrant traditional hue of red, exuding a festive air. Its structure features ancient bracket sets, resembling beams meticulously joined together. The exterior design embodies themes such as the crown of the East, the flourishing of China, the granary of the world, and the prosperity of its people, reflecting the essence and spirit of Chinese culture. The exhibition within follows a quest motif, guiding visitors through 3 zones: the journey of discovery, the footsteps of the East, and the low-carbon initiative, revealing the wisdom of Chinese development through exploration. Within the Chinese pavilion, the quartet finds a restaurant in the Chongqing section and settles into a cozy corner booth, as the establishment bustles with patrons at mealtime. I'll take the menu and order in Chinese, Istana states confidently, perusing the offerings. By the way, what made you choose to live in China, Istana? Hela inquires with curiosity. Because here, I am less noticed. It is tranquil and comfortable. Why not stay? Istana sips her tea and suggests, you, Kate, should seriously consider bringing little Lorna here for school. No way. I absolutely refuse to leave my friends. Lorna protested after hearing Istana's plans. Humph, to put it plainly, you are just worried about the heavy academic load here. Istana retorted with a dismissive pout. That's not the case at all, Lorna replied, a hint of irritation in her voice. Enough of your bickering, you two. The food is here, Hela interjected, while across the table, Tony Stark was engrossed in his phone, perusing some news updates. The 4 of them had not ordered much, 4 dishes and a soup, with each person receiving a portion of rice. The meal was not inexpensive, given its location within the expo park. However, Tony Stark was unfazed by the cost as he picked up the tab. After lunch, the group lingered in the restaurant for a while before embarking on a tour of the China Pavilion. For an entire afternoon, they explored the expo park, taking advantage of Tony's status as a participant, allowing him to access various venues without the need for extra tickets, much to Hela's convenience. As night fell, the group departed from the expo park. Tony Stark took a car to the Hilton Hotel, while Hela and the others drove back to their own hotel. Thus concluded a day of exploration at the World Expo. Chapter 22. The Choice of Ancient One. After spending 10 days traveling in China with Lorna, Hela returned to New York. The experiences at the expo had broadened Lorna's horizons. Through the World Expo, Tony Stark successfully opened the door for Stark Industries to enter the realm of clean energy. The innovative cold fusion technology, clean and efficient, was also remarkably safe, drawing the attention of nations worldwide. Amidst this promising context, Stark Industries stock prices soared. Upon returning to New York, Lorna spent her days in the company of Peter, who lived next door. The two would read and play together during the day, often sharing dinner at each other's homes in the evenings, truly embodying the essence of childhood companions. With it being summer vacation, Hela was also on break, while May was preoccupied with work, leading Hela to frequently look after the two children. One evening, just as summer vacation was drawing to a close, a swirling portal resembling a spark appeared in Hela's home. From this portal emerged a bald, white woman clad in a yellow robe, startling Lorna, who had been reading at home. "Hello, may I ask who you are looking for?" Lorna asked cautiously, eyeing the newcomer. "Oh, greetings, young lady. Is Hela residing here?" The Ancient One inquired, her interest piqued by the little girl before her. "Wow, Ancient One, what brings you here?" Lorna exclaimed. "This is the Ancient One, a friend of my mother," Hela said, emerging from her study in casual attire, holding a book. "I have something of utmost importance to discuss with you," the Ancient One said, her demeanor turning serious upon seeing Hela. "It's been a long time since I've seen you this serious." "What is it?" Hela asked, closing the book in her hands and placing it on the table. "This matter is not suitable for young Lorna to overhear, you understand." After casting a glance at Lorna, Gui remarked, "Very well, it is time for you to sleep. Lorna, return to your bedroom now." Hela directed her gaze towards the curious Lorna, who was eager to grasp the essence of their conversation and did not wish to miss a moment. "My dear, you commence school tomorrow. It is imperative that you rest early, for you must rise at dawn," Hela stated with a stern expression. "But," Lorna hesitated, wishing to linger a bit longer. "No buts, Lorna. You must retire for the night without further discussion. Gui and I have matters to deliberate," Hela insisted, maintaining her serious demeanor. "All right, mother," Lorna replied resignedly before turning and ascending the stairs to her bedroom. "Little Lorna is indeed a well-behaved child," Gui jested, observing her departure. "Now then, Gui, speak your mind," Hela responded with a calm demeanor. At that moment, Gui activated the mirror dimension, transporting them into a realm identical to the outside world, yet devoid of any creatures. The two stood opposite each other, gazing intently. "You are likely nearing your limits," Gui, Hela remarked, discerning his physical condition at a glance. "To guard against Dormammu's prying eyes upon Earth, I had no choice but to resort to these measures," Gui replied. "A mortal's attempt to usurp divine power seldom ends well, Merlin." "Your greed is excessive," Hela stated coldly. "What is the sacrifice of a little for the protection of Earth?" "I am merely grappling with one particular dilemma," Gui replied, his tone subdued. "Protecting Earth? How amusing. Merlin, when did you become so hypocritical?" "Enough of that. However, are you seeking an heir?" Hela inquired, her gaze fixed on Gui's eyes. "Indeed. My life will soon draw to a close. Before that moment arrives, I must cultivate a new sorcerer supreme, a guardian worthy of inheriting my position." Gui disclosed his plans to Hela. "Have you not yet found a suitable disciple? The one named Mordo appears promising, with exceptional magical aptitude and a calm, analytical mind. Sufficient to inherit your title as Sorcerer Supreme," Hela assessed coldly. "That child is inadequate. His spirit is far too fragile to shoulder the responsibilities of a guardian." Gui countered, meeting Hela's gaze. "The fragility of spirit stems from a deficiency in strength, Merlin. Do you not comprehend this simple truth?" Hela retorted. "On the contrary, only by possessing a formidable spirit can one attain true strength," Gui rebutted. "Having said all this, Merlin, who do you consider a worthy successor?" Hela inquired in a grave tone. It is precisely because I have yet to find a suitable heir that I have come to seek you out. As Ancient One spoke, a hint of helplessness flickered across her face. I do have a candidate to recommend, one whose attributes align remarkably well with your current physical condition, Hela remarked. Who is he? Ancient One inquired with a sense of urgency. His name is Tyrone Johnson, a child born into a destitute family in South Boston, USA, Hela responded coldly. Surely this child must possess extraordinary abilities, Hela? Ancient One furrowed her brow. Indeed, this child's body serves as a gateway to the dark dimension. Although he is yet to awaken this potential, Hela replied, still maintaining her indifference. A body that connects to the dark dimension, a truly terrifying ability. Ancient One mused with a frown. Therefore, Merlin, what is your choice? After contemplating, take action, Hela said coldly, and with a wave of her hand. The sealed mirror space shattered like glass. Their conversation concluded. Ancient One made a swift decision after Hela shattered the mirror space. This child would become a guardian of Earth, and it was her duty to find him, to nurture him until he met her expectations. Hela watched as Ancient One departed through a swirling portal that resembled sparks, then sat alone on the sofa, gazing at the ceiling, seemingly lost in thought. Unbeknownst to her, she and Merlin had known each other for quite some time, and now, the other's life was nearing its end, while she remained one of the few immortals in the universe. The saying, the universe is eternal, death is everlasting, perfectly encapsulated Hela's current state. The dark magic from Dormammu had bestowed upon Ancient One immense power, significantly enhancing her physical form. However, all who came into contact with such magic would unknowingly become slaves to the Dark Lord, Dormammu. To avoid such a fate, she contemplated seizing this opportunity to conclude her own existence. Chapter 23. A meeting in New York at the bus station in New York City. A young African-American hurriedly disembarked from a long-distance bus, a backpack slung over his shoulders. Tyrone Johnson, a youth who would not turn 17 for another month, was inherently shy and had few friends due to his stutter. A week prior, he had witnessed a gunpoint robbery and murder in South Boston alongside his friend. The local police responded swiftly, yet they were still a step behind the assailants. By the time the authorities arrived, only the victims remained at the scene, along with Tyrone and his friend. Due to his stutter, his friend fell victim to the police's gunfire. Fearful and anxious, Tyrone spent the following week in a state of unease, ultimately deciding to leave the city that had become a source of discomfort for him. Deciding to venture to New York, he acted impulsively, purchasing a bus ticket and embarking on his journey. Upon his arrival in the bustling metropolis, Tyrone found himself disoriented and unfamiliar with his surroundings. Lingering around the bus station, he felt lost, pondering what he could possibly accomplish in this vibrant city after leaving his hometown. Coming from a humble background, he had little money and no connections. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, he suddenly witnessed a theft in progress. A flamboyantly dressed young black man stealthily followed a remarkably well-dressed white girl. After assessing the situation, he seized the opportunity to snatch the girl's wallet from her bag while she perused a newspaper at a kiosk. Tyrone, observing this scene, felt an urgent need to intervene. A week prior in South Boston, his hesitation had led to the tragic death of his close friend. He could not afford to hesitate again. With this thought in mind, he hastened towards the thief. The thief, unfazed, maintained a calm demeanor as he distanced himself from the girl, revealing himself to be a seasoned criminal. As Tyrone closed in, he shouted, "You, what do you have in your hands?" His call not only drew the thief's attention, but also that of the oblivious girl who was still engrossed in the newspaper. "Hey, wait, where's my wallet?" "Thief." The girl finally realized her bag's zipper was open and her wallet was missing, prompting her to chase after the criminal. Upon noticing he had been discovered, the thief shot Tyrone a menacing glare and bolted away. As a habitual offender, he knew he had to quickly vacate the crowded bus station. Leveraging his familiarity with the area, he quickly widened the gap between himself and Tyrone and the girl. Determined, Tyrone pushed himself harder, closing the distance as the thief ran further away. Just as he was on the verge of catching up, the thief abruptly halted. Retrieving a butterfly knife from his sleeve, he flicked it open, declaring, "Hey buddy, you really love to meddle. Take my advice, pretend you didn't see anything, and we'll be even, alright? Why you, give her wallet back." Tyrone stammered, his speech impediment hindering him. "Huh, why should I care about that white girl's wallet? You, a stutterer, want to stick your nose in? I warn you, get lost. Otherwise, my knife, 1T be kind." The thief retorted ominously. In the dimly lit alley, the two faced off, Tyrone feeling intimidated, yet resolute not to allow someone else to lose something of value. Get lost. Get lost. The thief shouted, brandishing the knife threateningly. Seeing that Talon remained unresponsive, he thrust the butterfly knife directly at him. Talon, bewildered by the audacity of the attack, advanced unarmed to meet it head-on. Having witnessed numerous street brawls in South Boston, and even having participated in a few, Talon felt a surge of familiarity. The thief missed his strike, and as Talon sidestepped, he delivered a powerful punch that landed squarely on the thief's nose. Blood gushed forth, and the injury drastically impaired the thief's ability to fight back. After delivering a kick, Talon rummaged through the thief's pockets and retrieved the stolen wallet belonging to the young girl, along with the butterfly knife. Chapter 24. An encounter in a remote region of Nepal. A bald Caucasian woman clad in a yellow robe accompanied a man and a woman dressed in lab coats along a rugged mountain path. The young black man was Talon Johnson, while the young Caucasian woman was Tandy Bowen. After their separation, they were abducted by a gang and subsequently subjected to a dangerous new synthetic heroin concoction injected by a chemist named Simon Marshall. The drug caused severe adverse reactions that threatened their lives. Miraculously, under the drug's influence, their X gene awakened, revealing their latent abilities. The two, having survived, were rescued by the devil of Hell's Kitchen, Daredevil, who appeared clad in a tight red suit with a mask that obscured the upper part of his face, adorned with two small horns. Before his arrival, the room's lights had been extinguished. Within mere moments of his emergence, the gang members fell one by one to his staff. Talon and Tandy managed to escape during this unexpected assault. However, just as they fled the room where they had been held captive, a sparking spatial portal appeared, from which emerged the slender, bald Caucasian woman in a yellow robe. Without hesitation, she pulled them through the portal. Once they regained their composure, the unfamiliar woman informed them that they were now in Nepal. Unsure of the location, Talon and Tandy, sensing no malice from her, decided to follow this enigmatic woman. Meanwhile, Jia Ying, having concluded her meetings as a deputy envoy, enjoyed a degree of freedom. After a long day, she planned to treat herself to a nice dinner at a reputable restaurant. As she pondered her dinner choices while strolling the streets of Washington, a young girl unexpectedly dashed toward her and collided with her. Jia Ying, being no ordinary individual, was not easily knocked over. The clumsy girl fell to the ground, her laptop flying from her grasp upon impact. Jia Ying observed as the girl hastily scrambled to her feet, picking up the laptop that had fallen to the ground to inspect it. It was only then that she realized her mistake and exclaimed, "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to bump into you." Jia Ying scrutinized the girl's appearance. She possessed features that leaned towards Asian descent, yet it was evident that she was of mixed heritage. Her long, dark, wavy hair framed her face, and her attire was notably sharp and professional. Clutching the laptop, she cast a somewhat timid glance at Jia Ying. Upon hearing the girl's apology, Jia Ying replied, "I'm perfectly fine. Dear, aren't you going to check your computer?" In response to Jia Ying's words, the girl hurriedly opened her laptop, but unfortunately, despite her persistent attempts to power it on, it remained unresponsive. Panic surged through her as she exclaimed, "Oh no, what am I going to do? Is the battery dead?" Observing her distress, Jia Ying stepped forward to offer a gentle reminder. "That's unlikely. You mentioned you charged it recently, didn't you? It must be due to some other issue." The girl, after inspecting the device, closed it with a sigh. "It's a disaster." Jia Ying, feeling a kinship with the young girl, inquired, "Do you have something important to do with your computer today? I could help you borrow another one." For many years, Jia Ying had been searching for her own child, and she couldn't help but feel a connection to this girl, who, if her own child were still alive, might be of a similar age. "No, that's quite all right. I sincerely appreciate your kindness, but I really don't need it," the girl quickly declined. "Is that so? Well then, may I ask your name?" "Dear?" Jia Ying continued. "Sky. You can call me Sky," the girl replied. "Does it mean Scott? What a lovely name. I shall remember it." Jia Ying smiled warmly. With that, the two parted ways, Sky hurriedly clutching her laptop as she departed, while Jia Ying began her search for a suitable restaurant for dinner. Being from the intelligence division of the Divine Spear Bureau, she keenly noticed that two pairs of eyes were discreetly observing Sky from a distance. Despite the subtlety of their movements, they did not escape the notice of the seasoned agent. This only piqued Jia Ying's interest in the girl further. Yet she refrained from investigating immediately. After all, she deserved a good meal, being a proud connoisseur of culinary delights. Meanwhile, in New York, Hela drove home as usual with young Lorna. It had been 2 years since Hela adopted her in 2008, and today marked the second anniversary of Lorna's adoption. Now at the age of 14, Hela had meticulously prepared for this special day. The celebration was set to take place at Tony Stark's Stark Tower, where many old friends would gather. "All right, Lorna," Hela began. "Quickly, go take a shower and change into your formal attire. You are the star of the evening," Hela said with a smile. "All right, I know, Mom. You always do this," Lorna muttered as she made her way toward the bathroom. Once the mother and daughter had finished bathing and donned their elegant dresses, they heard the sound of a car horn outside. Hela went to open the door and was greeted by Happy Hogan, the head of security at Stark Industries and Tony Stark's personal driver. A sleek black Rolls-Royce was parked at the entrance to Hela's home. "Good evening, Happy," Hela said, taking Lorna's hand and approaching the car. "Oh, Miss Kate. Good evening. And, of course, little Lorna," Happy replied with a smile. Happy then drove them toward Stark Tower. As the trio arrived at the first-floor lobby, they noticed a sharply dressed white man with slicked-back golden hair engaged in light-hearted banter with Pepper Potts, the current CEO of Stark Industries, which piqued Happy's suspicion. However, as he needed to escort Hela and Lorna to the reception area, he refrained from approaching them directly. Unexpectedly, the man turned his gaze towards them and spoke. "Pepper, who are these two women? Tony's new lovers?" "No, they are Tony's relatives. There is a family gathering here tonight," Pepper replied apologetically, offering Hela a smile before turning back to the man named Killian. "So, I take it you won't be able to join us for dinner tonight? What a shame." "Indeed. It seems that way," Killian said, feigning regret. "Excuse me," Pepper smiled, then led Hela and her companions personally to the banquet hall located on the top floor of Stark Tower. Hela cast a sidelong glance at Killian, scoffing quietly. She had encountered many self-important, oblivious individuals like him before. If she had her way, she would prefer not to drag such people to the underworld. Hell would be the only fitting place for them. Upon entering the banquet hall, Hela recognized most of the attendees, including her nephew Steve Rogers and his girlfriend Peggy Carter, Steve's friend Sam Wilson, and Bruce Banner. To her surprise, Thor Odinson was also present. Chapter 25. The Avengers gathering. The top floor of Stark Tower was ablaze with lights, serving as a grand venue for Tony Stark's home in New York. The gathering was attended by members of the Avengers, as well as Tony's friends and relatives. This event not only celebrated the 2-year anniversary of Lorna being adopted by Hela, but also provided an opportunity for the Avengers to meet. The hall was adorned with elegantly dressed ladies in evening gowns and gentlemen in suits. Glasses clinked in a lively atmosphere, with all food and beverages arranged on tables surrounding the venue. There were no waiters. Instead, the food was transported by intelligent robots designed by Tony, all under the control of his AI butler, Jarvis. Heimdall sat on the sofa with Lorna, sipping her drink while observing Thor, Colonel Rhodes, and Sam as they indulged in drinks at the bar. Nearby, Steve Rogers and Peggy Carter shared a sofa with Pepper Potts, reminiscing about Tony Stark's childhood. At a small bar on the other side, Natasha, Barton, and Banner engaged in conversation about their past experiences. The scene was undeniably harmonious, with the Avengers gathered together. Yet, Hela felt a twinge of discontent. This was supposed to be a family gathering. She had borrowed a venue from Tony to celebrate Lorna's second anniversary of being adopted, but it had morphed into an Avengers assembly. "Mom, I want to go see Tony," Lorna said, glancing at Hela, who sat silently, sipping her drink. "Oh, all right. Go find your nephew and have fun," Hela replied, still fixated on Thor at the bar. "Then I'm off, Mom," Lorna said, lifting her juice and making her way to Tony's sofa. Among the three at the bar, the champion had emerged. Undoubtedly, it was Thor. The other two slumped over the bar, having lost their vigor. Thor sensed the gaze upon him and turned to see Hela wearing a stern expression, her eyes fixed on him with unmistakable displeasure. Casting a glance at his two companions, Thor stood up, carrying 2 cups of Asgardian wine toward Hela. "Where's Lorna?" he inquired, placing 1 cup on the coffee table before her. "She went to find Tony," Hela replied, meeting his gaze. "Why do you wear such a scowl at a gathering like this? Is this how all light elves are?" Thor remarked, taking a sip of his drink. "Huh, is that how you behave at your Asgardian feasts? Competing and drinking?" Hela shot back. "This is a tradition among my people. I doubt a light elf like you would understand," Thor replied, downing another hearty gulp. "From Asgard, is it?" Hela picked up the cup he had set down, inhaling its aroma before taking a sip. "It seems you have tasted Asgard's wine. Honestly, I have always thought that Asgardian wine bears a resemblance to that brewed by the dwarves of Nidavellir." What say you? Dwarves of Nidavellir? Humph, they're just SOSO. I never expected to taste Asgardian wine again, Hela said, taking a small sip. In days gone by, she had led the armies of Asgard to conquer Nidavellir, not merely settling scores with the rebels, but also seizing nearly all their technological advancements, including the brewing formula for this wine. Why do you always stare at me? Have you fallen for me? Thor joked with a laugh. You child, you truly are self-absorbed. No wonder you got entangled with my nephew. You both seem to be narcissists. Hela retorted. Hela did not even glance at Thor as she spoke. I am not a narcissist. You should know that I have someone I care for. Upon hearing her words, Thor hastily interjected. Is it that girl named Jane? I advise you to give it up. After all, the disparity in your lifespans is enough to negate any love between you. Hela took a sip of her drink and replied, lifespan is not an issue. If I were to ask Father, he would resolve the matter of longevity. Thor asserted confidently. Frankly, I do not believe Odin would indulge in such trivialities, Hela remarked. Taking another sip. Across the gathering, Tony was observing the 4 people before him, who were in fits of laughter. Just moments ago, Peggy Carter had publicly revealed an embarrassing incident from her past. So, Tony, was it true that you were swindled during your first investment? Steve asked, chuckling. Ah, yes, indeed. Back then, I was so naive and foolish, Tony replied, somewhat exasperated. The crux of the matter is, Tony, that your own recklessness led to this, Peggy, seated beside Steve, said with a serious expression. Oh, Aunt Peggy, I beg you, please do not bring up my past any further. Why don't you tell us about your relationship with Captain? You've never shared that with us, Tony implored, growing frantic. About Steve and me? Isn't it all clearly documented in history? Peggy replied. Indeed, or perhaps you simply failed to pay attention in history class, Steve chimed in supportively. The gathering was filled with merriment, and that evening, everyone stayed overnight at Stark Tower, which had ample guest rooms for rest. After Hela had lulled Lorna to sleep and left the bedroom, she ascended to the rooftop of Stark Tower to enjoy the breeze. Upon reaching the top, she discovered someone was already there. At such a late hour, are you not going to rest, Miss Calentriel? Thor stood alone on the platform, gazing at Hela. I merely wish to enjoy the wind. You appear rather anxious. What troubles you? Hela inquired, noticing Thor's worried expression. It's nothing, just some routine matters from Asgard, Thor stammered. Routine matters? Humph, you little scamp. Is there yet another rebellion brewing in the 9 realms? Hela guessed, observing Thor's demeanor. How did you know? Never mind, yes. It's true. There has been a small-scale uprising in Jotunheim that requires my intervention, Thor confessed. Those ice brutes again. Truly, they cannot change their nature. What are you hesitating for? Just eliminate those rebels, and the issue will be resolved, Hela said, frowning at Thor's indecision. What? Do you realize how many lives that would entail? I know no light elf as bloodthirsty as you, Thor asserted earnestly. For those rebels, there exists but a singular choice, death. Is this simple truth still beyond your comprehension? Hela remarked coldly, gazing at Thor. No, my father never imparted such knowledge to me. Regardless, they are also subjects under the protection of Asgard, Thor replied, a look of unfamiliarity crossing his face. You are naively innocent, akin to a child. Those scoundrels have been enemies of Asgard since the moment they rebelled. One must eradicate threats with unwavering resolve, Hela stated, her gaze fixed sternly upon Thor. Regardless, I will not partake in slaughter. I am beginning to question whether you are truly a light elf, Thor responded warily, unable to reconcile the seemingly gentle yet occasionally violent demeanor of this woman with her ruthlessly cold side. Thor, you possess the qualities befitting a king. Yet at present, you lack the merit to ascend the throne. You must understand that Odin is aging, and Asgard's throne shall soon be vacated. Your time is limited. Thus, I shall speak no more on this. Good night, Prince Thor, Hela concluded indifferently before turning to depart. Thor stood alone on the rooftop of Stark Tower, gazing vacantly at the nightscape of New York City, lost in thought. Chapter 1. What is a King Odin, the supreme deity of the 9 realms? The king of the gods of Asgard, my father. He often sat upon the throne in the grand hall of the Golden Palace, a figure both solemn and compassionate. As the king of gods, he has always been a benevolent ruler, whether towards the people of Asgard or those of the other realms. Thor lay in his chamber within the Golden Palace, staring at the ceiling while reflecting on his understanding of his father. After enduring the sealing of his divine powers and subsequent exile to Midgard, Thor came to grasp the virtues of mercy and humility. Even Odin expressed these sentiments upon his return of Loki to Asgard, affirming that Thor had earned the right to inherit the throne of Asgard. However, during a gathering of Midgardians 3 days prior, a light elf conveyed to him that he, Thor, was unworthy of the throne. Though he wished to dismiss the words as mere folly and to scorn the speaker, a persistent voice within him insisted that the elf spoke the truth. This was no insignificant light elf. Throughout these 3 days, whether on the battlefield quelling rebellions or in moments of contemplation before sleep, Thor pondered a singular question. What is a king? What does it mean to be a king? What are the responsibilities of a king? What duties does the king of gods bear? These thoughts consumed Thor as he grappled with the perception that he might merely be a brawny fool, too often quick to act without thought. While he resolved matters with force, unlike his brother, who possessed a more cunning intellect, he was not devoid of wisdom. Since you are struggling to find clarity, it may be prudent to seek the opinions of others. Perhaps your brother, who has been confined, possesses insights of his own. With this thought, Thor rolled off his soft bed and made his way towards Loki's chamber. The golden palace was vast, replete with numerous rooms. Among them, the one that piqued Thor's curiosity was a chamber sealed by Odin and Frigg themselves. It had remained unopened since his earliest memories. This room intrigued not only him, but also his brother Loki, who had shared a similar fascination. He recalled their childhood, when they had only recently begun to explore the arcane. Eager to test their newfound levitation magic, Loki had proposed that they observe the sealed room through the palace window. However, their lack of skill resulted in a rather perilous fall from the heights. Had it not been for Frigg's timely intervention, their fate would have been grim. Odin had discovered their intentions, and it marked their first encounter with their father's sorrow, regret, and nostalgia. This revelation led Thor to understand that even a king harbors deeper emotions. As he reminisced, he once again passed by the enigmatic sealed chamber, which was strategically positioned between his and Loki's quarters, in close proximity to Odin's own. The style of the chamber's entrance suggested it had once been intended for habitation. Yet, whose was it? Ever since Thor had brought Loki back from Earth, he had been under constant confinement within his own quarters, with Odin forbidding any outsiders from visiting him. At that moment, Loki sat on his bed, quietly engrossed in a book, when the door to his chamber swung open unexpectedly. Clad in armor, Thor appeared before him. After a brief assessment, Loki inquired, "Why are you here at this hour, instead of resting in your own chamber?" "I have a few matters to discuss with you," Thor replied. "Oh, I beg your pardon, brother. It is quite late now, and I wish to retire. Perhaps we can converse another day," Loki said, placing his book on the pillow, preparing to lie down. "Wait, Loki, you must answer my question before you sleep," Thor exclaimed, hastily grasping Loki's arm. "Curse it. Ever since you brought me back to Asgard, I have been constantly restricted. Now you would deny me even my sleep?" Loki retorted, visibly agitated by Thor's actions. "This predicament is of your own making. However, if you answer my question, I will plead with Father to grant you permission to venture outside," Thor said earnestly. "Very well. Ask your question, but do ensure it is not a foolish one," Loki replied, regarding Thor with an air of indifference. Well, the question is this: what is a king?" Thor hesitated momentarily before speaking. "What?" Loki responded, bewildered by Thor's inquiry. "What are the qualifications to become a king? And how can one become a worthy monarch?" Thor, noticing Loki's bewildered expression, elaborated. "Are you jesting with me, Thor? Who in all of Asgard does not know that you are the future king of Asgard?" Loki, beginning to grasp Thor's inquiry, retorted with a roar. "Calm down, brother. What I meant to say is, if you were to ascend as the divine ruler of Asgard, what would you intend to do?" Thor hastily reassured him. "Do you wish to hear the truth or a fabrication?" Loki inquired, a playful glint in his eyes as he regarded Thor. "Oh, come now. You know I am not jesting," Thor responded with sincere conviction. "The answer is, to do nothing," Loki replied, his expression unchanging. "What?" Thor was taken aback by Loki's response. "Of course, Odin's policies have proven remarkably effective. I would simply continue to govern the 9 realms under his edicts, indulging in feasting, drinking, and enjoying theatrical performances daily. Oh, and one more thing. I would certainly dismiss Heimdall," Loki added with a smile. "This is how you intend to reign?" "I had genuinely considered bestowing the title of King of Asgard upon you." "My heavens!" Thor exclaimed, his demeanor animated. "Did you think I would lead armies into battle like you? Absolutely not. Once one becomes king, one must enjoy the pleasures of life," Loki replied languidly. "Indeed, the answers gleaned from you are utterly unreliable. I shall plead with Father on your behalf. I must take my leave. Thor declared as he exited Loki's quarters. In the realm of the dead, in a corner known as Avalon, the former king of Britain, Arthur Pendragon, gazed through a small window at the events unfolding on the British Isles of Midgard. Even death could not extinguish his profound affection for the British Isles. It was a promise he made as a king. When he first drew the sword from the stone and became the king of Britain, he faced a dire situation marred by years of conflict and division, leading to extreme poverty. The Vikings, Romans, and northern barbarians posed significant threats to his realm. With the aid of the wise Merlin and his 12 knights of the Round Table, he not only safeguarded his kingdom, but also ensured the welfare of his subjects. Alas, his kingdom ultimately fell to ruin by his own hand. His daughter, Mordred, whom he had overlooked, dealt him a fatal blow. He had witnessed the entire history of the British Isles from this vantage point: the outbreak of the 100 Years' War, the establishment of the empire on which the sun never set, the great air battles above Britain, and the terrorist attacks in London. He had observed it all. Arthur resolved to channel his strength once more to protect this nation. Even though the current rulers were no longer the heirs of Camelot, his duty as King Arthur was to safeguard the entirety of the British Isles. Arthur had already chosen a successor who could inherit his powers, a candidate who met nearly all of his criteria. Adhering to the noble virtues of knighthood he had once established, he merely awaited the opportune moment. Thor, having sought answers in Asgard for an extended period, had successfully quelled the rebellion across the 9 realms. He resolved to journey once more to Earth in search of their insights. Chapter 2. The transaction in the vast expanse of the cosmos, a peculiar sight unfolded. The colossal head of a long-fallen creature drifted through the void. Claimed by the Tantalithian Consortium, this organization specialized in extracting organic materials from the head, skull, neural tissue, and cerebrospinal fluid, each fetching a handsome price on the cosmic black market. The illustrious collector, Tantalith, resided here as the consortium's proprietor. Today, this region, known as the Realm of Ignorance, was to receive an esteemed visitor. Dressed in a cloak fashioned from the hide of an unknown beast, Tantalith strolled through his private collection alongside a tall woman clad in an elegant black evening gown. After all these years, it appears your collection has expanded considerably, Tantalith, the woman remarked, surveying the surroundings. One must have pursuits. Particularly for someone like me who is eternally unyielding to death. Wouldn't you agree, Your Majesty of Death? Tantalith replied, as he scrutinized an exhibit within a display case. With the stakes come the consequences, Tantalith. Do not behave like a child who cannot bear to lose, the woman, Hela, observed with keen interest. Oh, very well. What brings you here this time? I hardly believe you would visit without purpose, Tantalith inquired, turning to face Hela. There is an item I need you to deliver to someone. You shall meet him shortly. At that moment, you may comprehend the significance, Hela responded, revealing a long box from a small spatial portal. May I take a look at this item? Tantalith asked, receiving the elongated box with both hands. Oh, I personally advise against opening it, Hela smiled enigmatically. Oh, come now. What could it possibly be? Is it something that could lead to my demise? If so, I would be grateful, Tantalith remarked nonchalantly. Very well. Do not say I did not caution you. Hela continued to smile, her eyes narrowed. Upon opening the box, Tantalith's expression shifted dramatically, and he struggled to close the lid, visibly reluctant. I truly regret not heeding your advice. Must I really pass this item to another? Aside from you, I cannot fathom anyone else capable of fulfilling this task, Hela replied, still regarding Tantalith with a cheerful demeanor. I would love to keep it. Yet you insist I hand it over to someone else. I find myself at a loss to comprehend the extent of your malice towards me, O Lord of Death. Tantalia exclaimed, increasingly agitated. Ha ha ha. I believe that fellow will exchange something extraordinarily rare with you. Thus, in the grand scheme of things, you stand to gain quite a bit, Hela remarked with a smile. I certainly hope so, O Lord of Death. If there is nothing further, I kindly ask that you take your leave of this place, Tantalia said, already preparing to usher him away. Your narrow-mindedness is rather astonishing, Tyvan. Very well. My matters are concluded. I shall take my leave now. I trust you will relay my belongings, Hela stated before transforming into a cloud of ash that dissipated before Tantalia. On Earth, Thor accompanied Loki as they materialized on the bustling streets of New York. Thor donned a pair of gray trousers and a brown jacket, an umbrella clasped in his left hand, while Loki was elegantly attired in a black suit. As they surveyed their surroundings, Loki turned to Thor with a slight smile, saying, I must truly thank you, my brother. You have indeed allowed me to escape Asgard. Farewell then. Yet, before Loki could finish his sentence, a bracelet adorned with runes appeared on his right wrist, instantly immobilizing him. Hey, brother, did you truly believe I would allow you to leap away like that? Long before we departed, I sought Mother's assistance. Thor chuckled, observing Loki's predicament. Oh hey, Thor, please release me. Quickly, Loki pleaded helplessly. Oh, very well. But you must promise not to flee, Thor replied with a grin. Oh, all right. I promise, I assure you, Loki hastily affirmed after hearing Thor's words. Oh, splendid. Now, let us set forth and find a place to settle down, Thor declared, leading the way, and as he did, the immobilization effect on Loki was lifted. Simultaneously, as Thor and Loki descended upon Earth, Hela received a call from the Ancient One. From the conversation, Hela discerned that the caller harbored a certain disdain for Loki, which was understandable considering her foolish brother had once stirred quite a controversy in China. Were I the guardian of Earth, I would likely find such a person quite intolerable. During the call, Hela assured the Ancient One that she would remain vigilant regarding her two foolish brothers, ensuring they would not create any further disturbances. After hanging up, Hela resolved to pay a visit to her two brothers, for there were matters that needed addressing. Thor, utilizing a public phone on the street, contacted Dr. Silvager, and they arranged to meet at a cafe. Around 4 in the afternoon, Silvager hastily arrived at the cafe, his briefcase in tow, clearly having rushed over after finishing a lecture. Once seated, Silvager ordered a coffee and, with a furrowed brow, turned to Loki, who was sitting beside Thor, and inquired, "Why on earth did you bring him along? Have you forgotten what he has done on Earth?" Hey, Sylvik. I am well aware of Loki's many transgressions during his time on Earth. He has undergone profound reflection during his imprisonment in Asgard, you know. Thor exclaimed hastily upon hearing Sylvik's words. Reflection? Let him convey that to those he has slain. I have not forgotten the times he manipulated my mind. Sylvik, incensed by Thor's remark, retorted. All right, Sylvik, I came to Earth to ask you a few questions. Once we are done, we will depart, if that is agreeable. Thor said, gazing at the agitated Sylvik. What do you wish to inquire about? Sylvik asked, furrowing his brow. It's about how to become a great ruler, Thor admitted, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. What on earth? Sylvik stared at Thor in bewilderment. Chapter 3, an informal discussion between siblings in the cafe, Dr. Sylvik understood Thor's concerns regarding his future inheritance of the Asgardian throne. His purpose for visiting Earth was to seek his old friend's perspective on the qualifications of a ruler. Thor realized that in Asgard, no one would genuinely disclose to him what it truly means to be a king or what expectations they held for their divine monarch. As a prince, they would not reveal their true thoughts to him. Dr. Sylvig empathized with Thor's predicament, but also expressed that he could not answer Thor's questions, as he was an astrophysicist, not a politician. However, he took Thor to the largest library in New York City. So, Sylvig, you mean to say that the answers lie within this pile of books? Thor gazed in astonishment at the assorted volumes cluttering the table and addressed Dr. Sylvig. Yes, and this is merely a small portion, Sylvig replied, looking at Thor. Oh, Sylvig, you truly are making it difficult for Thor. Perhaps his greatest headache over the years has been reading. Loki, seated behind the stack of books, commented while engrossed in a volume. Oh, be quiet, Loki. All right, Sylvig. So the answers are indeed among these books? Very well, I shall seek them out, Thor declared, sitting upright and casually picking up a nearby book to peruse. All right then. Thor, you continue your reading. I have some materials to locate, so I shall step away for a moment, Sylvig said, observing Thor's focus on his book before departing. Sylvig and Jane's research had made significant strides recently, but additional materials were required to clarify the proof of the Einstein-Rosen bridge. Thus, Sylvig seized this opportunity to thoroughly search the library for the resources needed for his paper. Half an hour slipped by as he diligently searched for the materials he required, eventually returning to the seats occupied by Thor and Loki. What he encountered left him utterly speechless. Within the serene confines of the library, the only sounds to be heard were the gentle rustling of turning pages and the soft scratching of a pen upon paper, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of a man snoring. In such a tranquil environment, any other noise stood out starkly. Sylvig followed the gazes of those around him and, sure enough, found Thor sprawled across the table, a book resting atop his head, the snoring emanating from his mouth. Across the table, Loki remained engrossed in the book he held, seemingly unfazed by the scene, accustomed as he was to growing up alongside Thor. Sylvig, however, was unwilling to endure the curious stares from those nearby any longer. He hastened to Thor's side, giving him a couple of firm nudges in hopes of rousing him. But the latter remained motionless, continuing his slumber. Don't waste your efforts. That's just how he is. He falls asleep easily when reading and is nearly impossible to wake. Loki remarked from across the table, turning a page. Then what do you suggest? Perhaps you could help me carry him out, Sylvig whispered. Carry him out? Just the two of us? Let us just wake him instead, Loki replied, looking somewhat troubled. All right then, but let us keep the noise down. This is a library. Sylvig cautioned softly. Odin is here, Loki said, rising to whisper in Thor's ear. Thor's body jolted, and he sat up abruptly, hands clutching the book that had previously been perched atop his head, feigning a look of intense concentration. Sylvig found this scene remarkably familiar. He often witnessed his students reenacting such moments during his classes. Loki, you tricked me again, Thor exclaimed, now fully aware. Enough, Thor. It seems you're unlikely to find your answer among these books. Come with me. I shall introduce you to someone who might provide the answers you seek, Sylvig said, tidying up the stack of books on the table, preparing to return them to the front desk, as they were far too numerous. Sylvig drove a small car, taking Loki and Thor to the Queens neighborhood of New York City, where they slowly pulled into a quaint courtyard. After parking, Sylvig exited the car and rang the doorbell. After a brief wait, the door opened. Sylvig, what brings you here? Hela, dressed in casual attire, inquired as she regarded him at the threshold. Ah well, you are a historian, are you not? Someone has a question that requires your expertise, Sylvig replied, somewhat exasperated. Oh, who is it? Hela asked with curiosity. Thor. I have found the person who can answer your question. Come on over, Sylvig called out to the car waiting at the door. Upon hearing Sylvig's words, Hela's expression darkened. Her gaze coldly fixed on Thor and Loki as they awkwardly approached. After she waved goodbye to Sylvig, who was driving away, she ushered Thor and Loki into the house, promptly shutting the door behind them. Would you care for something to drink? Hela inquired, glancing at the two brothers seated on the sofa. Anything but tea will suffice, Thor replied, somewhat hesitantly, while Loki, arms crossed, observed Hela with curious interest. Oh, is that so? I understand, Hela said, turning her back to them as she made her way to the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, she emerged with a tray, placing 2 glasses of fresh milk before Thor and Loki, while she herself took a sip of red tea and remarked, All right, Thor, what would you like to ask? About that night on the rooftop, Thor said, a hint of embarrassment coloring his tone. Loki straightened in his seat, curiosity piqued as he turned his attention to Thor. Is it about the qualities of a king? Hela replied nonchalantly. Indeed, Thor confirmed, his voice low. Foolishness. Every king possesses his own path to kingship. You come to me asking instead of seeking your own, Hela stated, her eyes fixed on Thor. Am I not searching for it now? Besides, I have yet to ascend as the god king of Asgard, Thor retorted, somewhat defensively. Loki, isn't that right? Share with your brother your experiences as the acting god king, Hela said, ignoring Thor's embarrassment and directing her attention to the silent Loki. Loki was taken aback by her request. During his brief tenure as acting god king, he had devoted his thoughts entirely to securing his position. There was little wisdom to impart. If anything, it could be summed up in a single word, exhausting. Noticing the silence between them, Hela broke the stillness. How long do you intend to stay on Earth? Considering there hasn't been much happening lately, we might be here for quite some time, Thor replied candidly. I see. Then you too shall stay with me. Now, I have matters to attend to. Thor, give it some thought, Hela concluded, carrying her cup of tea as she exited the living room. Thor remained seated on the sofa, cradling his head in contemplation, while Loki's gaze was fixed out the window, contemplating ways to secure his own freedom. Chapter 4. Anxiety. After Thor and Loki moved into Hela's home, their presence hardly altered the routine, save for the addition of 2 extra place settings at mealtimes. During this period, the Ancient One visited once, unable to shake her concern for Loki. However, upon observing the magic placed upon him, she felt reassured, believing that as long as the enchantment remained, he would not cause any significant destruction. On that particular morning, Hela arose as usual, calling upon her brothers Loki and Thor to engage in their morning exercises. She could no longer tolerate the lackluster combat prowess of her 2 siblings. Thus, on the 3rd day of their stay, she proposed the idea of early morning training, met with reluctant expressions of discontent from both of them. Their faces were etched with thoughts of defiance and unwillingness. Observing their lethargy, Hela promptly contacted Tony Stark, informing him of her need to utilize the training grounds he had prepared for Banner. On the other end of the line, Tony's voice, weary yet nonchalant, responded, "You need to borrow the training grounds?" "Sure. Who else is coming?" "Thor and Loki," Hela replied. "What? Loki? What is going on? Why is he on Earth?" "Just wait. I'll be right there," Tony exclaimed hurriedly before donning his Iron Man suit and soaring towards Hela's residence. Within 2 minutes, a fully armed Thor appeared in Hela's yard. The moment he laid eyes on Loki, his weapons were instantly drawn, all targeting Loki through the assistance of the intelligence system, Jarvis. Thor, emerging from the house, shouted, positioning himself protectively in front of Loki and addressing Tony. Hey, calm down, Tony. Loki poses no threat now. He has reflected on his past actions in Asgard." "Reflected in Asgard? Go tell that to Coulson. Go speak to those who perished in the war he instigated." Tony roared in anger. Loki has been atoning for his misdeeds, and besides, he was not the mastermind behind that invasion. Thor retorted, "You claim it wasn't him. If the mastermind is someone else, then who is it?" Tony dismissed Thor's words, believing they were merely excuses to absolve Loki. "I don't know. Loki said he never truly met that person," Thor replied earnestly. "Oh, I say if you all wish to fight, you might as well do so at the training grounds instead of wasting breath here," Hela interjected from the doorway. "Good idea. It's settled then. I'll wait for you at the training grounds," Tony declared before flying off in his suit. Though Hela did not see Tony, she could detect the profound exhaustion in his voice. Thus, the group, under Hela's guidance, drove toward the Avengers training facility. Upon their arrival, they found Tony Stark, Steve Rogers, and Bruce Banner already waiting. "Well, you all are rather slow. Do you need a moment to rest before we begin?" Tony, clad in his iron suit, inquired. "No need. Tony, let us have a proper discussion on the training grounds," Thor stated as he approached Tony. "Absolutely. That's exactly what I had in mind," Tony replied without hesitation. "Should I put down my hammer?" Thor provocatively asked. "Oh, there's no need for that. I have a new suit of armor that I need to test," Tony confidently declared. "Oh, really? Then let's get started," Thor replied. The two engaged in playful banter as they made their way to the training ground, established in an uninhabited area on the outskirts. This expanse of airspace was designated as a no-fly zone, allowing Tony Stark's armor to maneuver freely. Thor swiftly hurled his hammer, only for Tony to deftly evade it. In midair, Tony unleashed a barrage of energy blasts from his gauntlets towards Thor. However, the projectiles were effortlessly deflected by Mjolnir, summoned by Thor. Recognizing the futility of his attack, Tony quickly repositioned himself. Despite his agility, he was momentarily destabilized by the turbulence created by Mjolnir's flight, causing him to descend to the ground. "It seems your new design is rather lackluster, Stark," Thor remarked, chuckling as he brandished Mjolnir. "Ha, the real show is just beginning," Tony retorted, as the armor's shoulder plates opened to reveal 2 sonic cannons. The ultrasonic assault commenced, catching Thor off guard and disrupting his focus. Seizing the opportunity, Tony delivered 2 punches to Thor's face. Recovering from the surprise attack, Thor was soon enveloped in a crackling storm of electricity centered around him. Expecting significant damage to Tony's armor from this counterattack, he was astonished to find it seemingly unharmed, even appearing to absorb the energy of his strike. The energy core in the chest of the iron suit blazed with a brilliant light, unleashing a torrent of energy directly at Thor. Thor was propelled backward by the force of the onslaught, but fortunately managed to shield himself with Mjolnir, sustaining minimal injury. As he clambered to his feet, he heard Tony's confident and flamboyant voice. "What do you think, Thor? Behold the latest member of the Stark family, the anti-Thor armor. Indeed, it does seem intriguing. However, Stark, it appears you still underestimate the strength of the Asgardians," Thor exclaimed, his demeanor shifting dramatically as he raised Mjolnir high. From the dense, dark clouds above, a brilliant bolt of lightning descended, striking Mjolnir with tremendous force. Thor directed the lightning towards Tony. Without hesitation, Tony activated his armor and soared towards Thor, delivering a powerful uppercut to his chin. Simultaneously, his energy cannons and sonic blasters locked onto Thor, unleashing their full potential. Having absorbed Thor's attacks, the energy within the iron armor surged to unprecedented levels. Tony knew he had to retaliate against Thor, though unease simmered within him. When designing this suit, he had calculated for Thor's strength, yet it appeared he had underestimated his opponent. Nevertheless, this was not the time for despair. As Tony Stark engaged all the weaponry of his Iron Man armor, he firmly locked onto the grounded Thor. At that moment, he received a warning from Jarvis. However, before he could react, Mjolnir soared towards him, crashing heavily into his chest and sending him plummeting from the sky. After his descent, Tony lay motionless upon landing, causing Thor to panic. Rushing over, he tapped on Tony's iron helmet, seeking any sign of response. When there was none, Thor, in a flurry of anxiety, yanked off Tony's iron mask. Tony's eyes were tightly shut, though his breathing, albeit rapid, remained steady. Hela, who approached from outside the training grounds, placed her right hand on Tony's forehead. A radiant green light materialized, swiftly healing Tony's injuries. Moments later, Hela ceased her treatment, stood up, and declared, "All is well now." That artificial intelligence sent Tony back to rest. "Understood. Thank you, Ms. Hela," Jarvis responded, his voice emanating from the armor speakers. Subsequently, a floating stretcher glided over, gently lifting Tony and carrying him away. "Now moving on. Loki, you shall face Dr. Banner," Hela remarked to Loki with an air of indifference. "What?" Both Loki and Banner were taken aback by Hela's statement. Chapter 5. Loki vs. Hulk. Within the training grounds of the Avengers, Bruce Banner and Loki Odinson exchanged puzzled glances. Hela's proposition was utterly astonishing. Bruce Banner, a mere ordinary PhD in nuclear physics, had undergone an experiment that triggered a transformation into a green behemoth whenever he experienced intense emotional fluctuations. This green giant, known as the Hulk, possessed extraordinary combat capabilities that escalated with his anger. Loki, a prominent figure among the foremost mages of the Nine Realms, undoubtedly possessed remarkable fighting prowess. Yet, he was acutely aware of his own inadequacies in close combat. Engaging in battle against a berserker like the Hulk was undeniably a daunting prospect for him. "I am not a combatant, Hela. I cannot fight that creature," Banner protested, shaking his head vigorously. "To be frank, I find myself in agreement with this decision." Loki quickly added, "Hey, Banner, I never suggested that you fight Loki. You would surely be outmatched," Hela remarked, furrowing her brow. "What do you mean by that?" "You just said I couldn't defeat Loki," Banner replied, bewildered. "I meant for the Hulk to battle Loki," Hela stated, flicking her wrist to send a flying dagger straight into Banner's forehead. Faced with the threat of death, the Hulk emerged instantaneously. The enraged green giant glared at Hela, gripping the dagger she had launched. With a ferocious roar, he launched a punch towards Hela, only for it to be thwarted by a luminous hexagonal shield emanating a brilliant yellow glow, conjured by Hela herself. As Hela snapped her fingers, the hexagonal light burst apart, transforming into several triangular beams that firmly ensnared Hulk's neck, as if a radiant cage had trapped him in place. "Hey there, big guy. Long time no see. Where's your opponent this time? If you wish to fight me, you must first bring him down," Hela said, a sly smile gracing her lips as she approached Hulk. Her eyes narrowed in amusement. Hulk, finding no means to escape after struggling against the bindings, reluctantly followed Hela's finger with his gaze. And there he beheld Loki, the very individual who had previously toyed with Banner. Despite Hulk's disdain for Banner's demeanor, he felt compelled to avenge him. Upon witnessing Hulk's arrival, Steve immediately fortified himself with magic, gripping his vibranium shield tightly. He had witnessed Hulk's destructive capabilities aboard the scythe helicarrier. Such raw power was simply insurmountable. This brute had even lifted Thor's mighty hammer with sheer strength, and now, unleashed in the training grounds, no one could hope to restrain this rampaging force. However, before Steve could rush in to intervene, he found that Hela had already secured Hulk in place. Oof. Loki felt a surge of dread as Hulk turned his gaze towards him, and upon noticing Hela's dissolution of Hulk's bindings, he vanished from sight. Hela, observing Loki's sudden disappearance, scoffed, and a flash of light erupted. The vanished Loki reappeared in a corner of the training grounds, attempting to stealthily slip away using his invisibility. He did not anticipate that Hela would disrupt his escape, and as Hulk caught sight of Loki again, he leaped, landing squarely where Loki had been. Loki rolled to narrowly evade Hulk's crushing blow, and in an instant, his form shimmered as numerous illusions of himself materialized across the training field. Faced with such a multitude of doppelgangers, Hulk felt a momentary confusion, yet, as a true warrior, with the spirit of a beast inscribed upon his very being, he had but one course of action: charge forth. This, indeed, was Hulk's philosophy of survival. Like a raging bull, Hulk barreled through Loki's illusionary army, However, they were mere phantoms. The true assault was to be executed by Loki himself, who stealthily appeared behind Hulk as he plowed through the illusions. With two short swords in hand, he lunged at Hulk's lower back, but Hulk, sensing the imminent danger, reacted with incredible speed, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. Loki's surprise attack ultimately missed its mark. Fool! Your movements are far too obvious. If you wish to ambush, you must act with greater swiftness. Hela observed Loki's entire attack strategy with clarity from the sidelines. After Hulk charged forward, he turned to face Loki and let out a ferocious roar. With a thunderous clap of his hands, he bellowed, "Hulk smash!" A shock wave erupted from his palms, hurtling directly towards Loki. Unfazed, Loki extended his hands forward, conjuring a formidable wall of ice that intercepted the oncoming force. However, as the icy barrier obstructed his view, Hulk barreled through it, sending Loki flying. Just as Hulk landed before Loki, prepared to continue his assault, he witnessed Loki awkwardly rising from the ground, flailing his arms and shouting, "Enough! I am a god." Before he could finish, Hulk seized Loki's right foot and swung him downwards with immense force, akin to wielding a colossal hammer. The rhythm was reminiscent of the time he had struck Hela, alternating left and right, up and down, before delivering a final, earth-shattering blow. Loki lay motionless in the crater he had created, his vacant eyes staring blankly at the sky, emitting feeble, feline-like sounds. Completely dazed, he yearned for solitude. Pathetic god, Hulk spat, turning away in disdain. His gaze then shifted to Hela, the true target of his wrath. He recalled the chaos she had caused during his confrontation with the abhorrent creature in New York, where she had delivered him a thorough beating. Today, he was determined to settle the score. Fueled by anger, Hulk charged towards Hela, who stood smiling, unyielding in her stance. Suddenly, a multitude of emerald-green circular portals materialized around him, from which chains emerged, ensnaring his limbs and binding him firmly in place. These chains shackled not just his body, but his very soul, leaving Hulk powerless to break free, trapped in his own fury. "All right, my dear, let us call it a day. We can play again another time. Now, it's time for you to sleep," Hela remarked, brandishing a short-handled, square-headed hammer as she approached Hulk and delivered a decisive blow to his forehead, rendering him unconscious. After Hulk reverted to Bruce Banner, Hela released the chains binding him and signaled to Steve to escort Dr. Banner back to rest, while she strolled over to where Loki lay. At that moment, Thor cradled Loki in a display of concern, seated on the ground. "You two are utterly weak. You lack the qualifications to become a king. The weak have no right to rule," Hela stated coldly, confronting the two brothers. "Is that so? Then can the strong truly become kings?" "My father did not teach us this," Thor replied, lifting his gaze to meet Hela's. "Nevertheless, the strong possess the ability to protect what they cherish," she responded. "This embodies the fundamental qualification for becoming a ruler. A weakling who cannot even protect that which they cherish lacks the merit to claim kingship. Henceforth, I shall personally train the two of you. Do you comprehend?" A sudden aura of authority emanated from Hela, enveloping Thor and Loki. Understood." Loki promptly yielded. "Huh, I see." Thor echoed Loki's acquiescence. "Excellent. Now, both of you, rise and tidy yourselves. We shall return home to procure some sustenance." Upon receiving their assent, Hela's demeanor shifted, a smile gracing her features. Chapter 6. Daily Training. After an early morning workout, Hela returned home with Thor and Loki. She gestured for them to rest on the sofa while she retreated to her bedroom to change and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Completing this, she ascended the stairs to rouse Lorna. After the family of four had finished their meal, Hela drove the three to Xavier's Academy for gifted youngsters. "This morning, you two shall remain here as usual. In the afternoon, I will escort you to Tony's. That is all. I must take my leave." Hela, seated in the driver's seat, leaned out to address Thor and Loki. "Oh, fine. We understand. We are no longer children. Must you be so pedantic?" Thor replied, looking at Hela. "Ha, a mere child still talking back. Can't you learn from Loki, who listens gracefully and quietly from the side? Well then, I must depart. See you in the afternoon," Hela stated as she drove away from Xavier's Academy. Under the guidance of Stet, they proceeded to the institution. In the morning, Hela left the duo at Xavier's while she attended classes at Columbia University. After her afternoon classes, she drove Thor and Loki to the Avengers training grounds for their instruction, as she found both their combat abilities to be severely lacking. Though Thor was hailed as the god of thunder in Asgard, and frequently led teams in suppressive battles. Hela regarded those enemies as mere insects easily crushed. Such foes did little to enhance Thor's combat skills. As for Loki, while he possessed formidable magical prowess, he lacked the combat techniques to complement it. A capable mage who preferred to engage in the tactics of an assassin. Yet, even his skills as an assassin were nearly non-existent. Hela had previously discussed this matter with Loki, who informed her that Asgard could not accept a mage who merely lurked behind the ranks casting spells from afar as a king. When Hela inquired about the current state of Asgard's mage units in battle, Loki regarded her with an expression akin to that of a person illiterate. Hela, somewhat displeased by this gaze, huffed, prompting him to elaborate. After hearing his explanation, Hela learned that Asgard no longer maintained an organized mage unit. In fact, the original mage corps had been restructured into another division focused primarily on melee combat. It is utterly absurd for a group of sorcerers to engage in close combat, a notion seemingly conceived by imbeciles. Upon hearing this, Hela felt an overwhelming surge of anger. In her past, the sorceress division of Asgard had been an indispensable pillar of ranged support within her forces. When Hela inquired of Loki about who had altered the military structure of Asgard, he attributed the change to the god of war, Tyr. Odin had expressed his approval of the reorganization, leaving Hela at a loss for words. Although Asgard had already conquered much of the 9 realms, rendering any significant opportunity for military engagement unlikely, the complete dissolution of nearly all ranged units struck her as fundamentally misguided. Nevertheless, Hela had resolved to distance herself from Asgard's affairs, for she had become, in their eyes, a mere specter, a forgotten entity. After attending a morning class on medieval Nordic history, Hela concluded her lessons for the day. She hastily returned to her office, tidied up her documents, and then drove to Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. Ah, Chirantriel, you finally arrived, Thor exclaimed upon spotting Hela's vehicle. Where's Loki? Hela inquired, noticing only Thor's presence. He is at the usual spot, the library. I truly cannot comprehend what draws him to that place, Thor replied with an air of boredom. You won't become a king of gods behaving like this, Thor. You ought to learn a thing or two from Loki in that regard, Hela remarked, observing Thor's apparent disinterest in scholarly pursuits. Are you finally willing to share how to become a competent king? Thor responded with excitement. Oh dear. I am not inclined to discuss this matter with you right now. I shall seek out Loki. Then we will head to Tony's, Hela declared, striding purposefully toward the library. At the entrance, she spotted Loki, who was clad in an elegant black suit, engaging in witty conversation with Jean Grey. Hela had always regarded this mutant woman with caution, sensing a formidable power restrained within her. It appeared that Loki had taken an interest in this latent strength. Loki, we are ready to go to Tony's. Let us depart, Hela stated directly, approaching him. Oh, very well. Indeed, Miss Grey, we shall conclude our discussion here, Loki replied with a charming smile. Until tomorrow then, Loki, Jean responded, equally smiling. The trio set off in a vehicle toward the Avengers base situated in the outskirts of New York. Hela navigated the familiar path to the training grounds, only to discover that Tony and Banner were already waiting, busily tinkering with an array of prepared instruments. Hey, Chirantriel, you finally made it, Banner greeted Hela as he approached. Since he had recently begun releasing Hulk every afternoon, with someone there to subdue him, Banner's emotional state had improved remarkably. Hulk no longer persistently interferes with him as he once did, so encountering Hela brings him joy. What? Has that big baby Hulk grown so impatient to be taught a lesson by me? Hela teased. That could be one way to put it, Banner replied with a sheepish grin. Indeed, every time Hulk sees Hela, he becomes exceedingly agitated, yet after being bested by her, he remains subdued for an entire day. All right, Dr. Banner, let me first explain this array of instruments. These are designed to test Thor and Loki's attack intensity and analyze their attack types, Tony stepped forward to announce. How many versions of these are you on now? The previous ones were all destroyed by their attacks, Hela remarked with a playful glint in her eyes. Rest assured, this time there will be no such issues, Tony asserted confidently. That's good to hear. If these instruments survive, do send me a copy of the collected and analyzed data, Hela instructed Tony. Certainly, no problem, Tony nodded in agreement. Once everything was arranged, Thor and Loki commenced their training under Hela's guidance. Chapter 7, Hela's Special Training Room. With the training ground fully prepared, Thor and Loki began receiving Hela's instruction, starting with combat training between Thor and Hela. The mighty Thor wielded Mjolnir, launching a flurry of strikes at Hela, all of which she deftly evaded. Seizing an opportunity, Hela advanced as Thor swung his hammer, swiftly trapping his right arm with her left while delivering a punch to his nose with her right. Blood gushed from Thor's nostrils. In a rush, Thor hurled Mjolnir towards Hela's back, but just as the hammer was about to strike, she ducked, evading the attack. Simultaneously, Hela executed a sweeping kick that brought Thor crashing to the ground, ending their bout. Thor, your attacks indeed possess great power, but your frequency is far too slow. When faced with a more agile opponent, even the strongest strikes are futile if they cannot land, Hela remarked while tending to Thor's injuries. You are right, but I have some new ideas now. Shall we have another round? Thor pondered while receiving Hela's care. Really? Then let us try it, Hela replied. Having completed her treatment of Thor, the two resumed their training, and this time, Thor deviated from his usual approach and did not charge directly at Hela. Instead, he hurled Mjolnir towards her. Hela scoffed at the attempt, dodging with ease and swiftly advancing towards Thor. Unexpectedly, Thor leapt high into the air, evading Hela's assault, and in midair, he caught Mjolnir, gripping it with one hand before bringing it down forcefully towards Hela on the ground. However, this strike undoubtedly missed its target, and the subsequent developments took Hela somewhat by surprise. The heavy Mjolnir crashed down upon the ground, creating a minor earthquake, and Hela, being in close proximity to the epicenter, was undoubtedly affected severely. Simultaneously, the thunder that accompanied Mjolnir exploded upon contact with the earth, sending silver arcs of electricity darting wildly across the ground. Under the influence of these two forces, Hela's agility diminished to its nadir, leaving her powerless to prevent Thor from bringing Mjolnir down heavily upon her forehead. At last, I have regained some ground, Thor declared, gazing at Hela, who was defenseless with her hands raised above her head. Humph, it seems I was somewhat careless. You still possess considerable potential, my young friend. Do not let it go to your head, Hela responded, rising to her feet. She gently poked Thor's forehead with her right hand's index and middle fingers before turning towards Loki. Lady Celebrimbor, what are our plans for today? Loki inquired, a hint of anxiety evident in his voice as he observed Hela's approach. Do you not enjoy playing the assassin? Here, take this book, Hela said, retrieving a volume from her robes and handing it to Loki. This book was a compilation of techniques she had sought from the past assassins during her recent sojourns to Helheim. Strangely, upon the book's completion, Agamotto had inquired if she could obtain a copy for herself. Hela understood that Agamotto held certain texts in high regard, yet she could not fathom why this particular treatise on assassin training piqued her interest. Nevertheless, considering Agamotto was her pupil, she decided to grant her a copy. This book? Very well, I shall take it. Are there any further arrangements? Loki remarked, glancing at the rather substantial volume in his hands. How have you fared with the practical magical techniques I taught you last time? Hela asked, scrutinizing Loki. The few techniques? I have nearly mastered them, Loki responded with confidence. Excellent. Follow me to the training grounds. We shall engage in a sparring session, Hela declared, seizing Loki's hand and leading him toward the arena. Once they stood opposite each other in the training ground, Hela gestured for Loki to make the first move. Without hesitation, he swiftly cast several enhancement spells upon himself, then charged directly at Hela. As Hela prepared to advance, she realized just how feeble her current form felt. Her steps seemed laborious, her arms lacked strength, and her mind was clouded. She recognized that Loki had evidently mastered the spells she had imparted. Yet, mere proficiency would not suffice. A soft azure light surged upward from her feet, and in an instant, all negative magic effects dissipated. Grasping Loki's wrist with both hands, she exerted a gentle force to disarm him, then lifted her foot and delivered a decisive kick to his chest. As Loki was forcefully propelled, rather than plummeting to the ground, he ascended into the sky. Suddenly, 5 searing fireballs materialized above him, hurtling towards Hela. In response, she waved her right hand, summoning a tempest that dissipated the incoming projectiles. However, a larger fireball swiftly followed. Hela deftly evaded it, but just as she leaped to counterattack Loki, an overwhelming sense of weakness and lethargy washed over her once more, only to be consumed by a column of fire that surged from beneath her feet. Loki cautiously descended from the heavens, and as his feet touched the ground, a blast of frigid air erupted from the searing flames. This icy gust not only extinguished the fire column, but also encased the earth in frost, enveloping the entire training ground in a chilling embrace. Hela's eyes glowed with an icy blue luminescence as she stepped forth, one cautious step at a time, from the source of the cold wind, gazing at Loki, who was encased in solid ice, with a resigned sigh. With a mere flick of her wrist, she liberated him from his icy prison. Loki, no matter how cautious you are in battle, it is never enough. Why can't you seem to remember? Hela remarked, her brow furrowed as she scrutinized the frostbitten Loki. Ah, I understand now, Loki replied, his voice trembling. Very well, we shall conclude your training for today. Return and study that book thoroughly. Hela instructed as she began to heal him. Hela's specialized training for Thor and Loki was abruptly interrupted after just 3 months by an urgent matter from Asgard, rumored to involve yet another rebellion. Thor and Loki were summoned back to Asgard to quell the insurrection. Before their departure, Hela crafted a unique dagger as a parting gift for Loki. This dagger was remarkable, adorned with translucent crystals, once infused with magical energy. It would coalesce into a magical blade akin to a lightsaber. After Thor and Loki's exit, Hela's life returned to a state of tranquility, though recently, Steve seemed increasingly preoccupied. The tasks assigned to him by scythe had multiplied, persisting for 2 years. As time progressed to 2012, Peggy Carter, a retired veteran from scythe, sensed an unusual undercurrent amidst the recent events. Meanwhile, Tony Stark, having received the training data of Thor and Loki, commenced the creation of a new suit of armor. It was only after his close associate, Happy Hogan, fell victim to a terrorist attack that he paused his endeavors. In an interview with the media, Tony candidly declared his intent for vengeance, even disclosing the location of his Malibu beach house, demanding a confrontation with the assailants. Upon seeing this news, Hela immediately called Tony, vehemently chastising him. Yet, Tony appeared entirely unfazed by the implications of his choices. After their conversation, Hela chose to disengage from the matter. A man must bear the responsibility of his own words, even if the consequences unfold into a dire outcome. Such was Hela's perspective. Chapter 8. A storm is brewing on May 13, 2012, in a desolate region of Pakistan. A meticulously organized military exercise was underway. The Shanghai Cooperation Organization held a joint anti-terrorism drill, codenamed Peace Mission 2012. Apart from the member states of the SCO, the United States was specially invited as an observing member for this anti-terrorism exercise. Merely 3 days prior, a suicide terrorist attack had occurred in New York, with a figure claiming to be the Mandarin taking responsibility. The impact of this explosion was somewhat mitigated as it transpired in a narrow alley, resulting in minimal casualties. The attack left over 5 individuals injured, with 3 vehicles engulfed in flames and 4 others sustaining varying degrees of damage. In fact, the fatalities from typical gang shootouts in Hell's Kitchen often surpass this incident. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that one of the injured was the security chief of Stark Industries, a close confidant of Tony Stark, prompting the U.S. government to take swift action. The FBI and CIA were immediately ordered to investigate the self-proclaimed terrorist leader known as the Mandarin. This incident escalated into an international affair, and the stationed American troops in Pakistan were subsequently invited to join the Peace Mission 2012 anti-terrorism exercise. Everything proceeded orderly at the exercise site until an abrupt assault struck the command center. An Asian man, clad in a long robe reminiscent of the Republic of China era and sporting an unusual hairstyle, floated above the ruins of the command center. It was evident that this man was the architect of the destruction. I have been imprisoned for a century and exiled from my homeland. Now you dare to trespass into my territory, seeking your own demise, the man proclaimed as he hovered above, addressing the approaching individuals below. Who are you? Inquired the Chinese representative. Who am I? Who am I? I am a descendant of Genghis Khan. I bear the blood of the Golden family. I am the Mandarin. The man shouted frantically from the sky. Who? Commanded a Russian officer decisively. In response, the soldiers assembled at the ruins of the command center aimed their weapons at the Mandarin, prompting other commanders from various nations to issue similar orders to fire. Gunshots erupted. Yet the Mandarin waved his right hand, unleashing a shockwave that deflected the bullets aimed at him. Subsequently, a searing column of fire erupted from his left hand, annihilating all ground forces in an instant. Meanwhile, at Tony Stark's villa, an unexpected visitor graced his presence, one he was reluctant to encounter in front of Pepper Potts. This woman was Maya Hansen, a figure from his past with whom he had shared a fleeting night of passion 13 years prior. A connection sparked by his admiration for her biological research. That night, he also provided her with a formula to resolve her research dilemma as a form of repayment. Upon the women's arrival, Tony immediately sensed the weight of the atmosphere. Ever since he had revealed his identity to the media 3 days prior, he had remained in a state of heightened vigilance. Within the confines of the Marbury Villa, he had dismissed all irrelevant personnel, and just moments ago, he had been persuading Pepper to leave the premises as well. Just as she seemed about to acquiesce, a woman named Hanson appeared at his doorstep. The situation was difficult to articulate, not only for Pepper but even for Tony himself, and the more he tried to explain, the murkier it became. Regardless, he needed to find a way to usher both women out of his villa swiftly, as it was likely to become a battleground. While Tony was earnestly attempting to convince the two women, his intelligent assistant, Jarvis, alerted him to the approach of 3 armed helicopters flying from the sea towards his villa. Panic surged within him. No longer did he engage in gentle persuasion. Instead, he urgently shouted for both women to vacate the villa immediately. He then turned and donned the Mark 42 suit, shattering the villa's glass as he ascended to confront the 3 helicopters. Upon spotting the rapidly approaching Iron Man, the helicopters momentarily faltered. Their occupants, armed with machine guns, began to fire wildly in his direction, but their efforts proved futile. Tony, maneuvering his suit and enduring their gunfire, managed to down all 3 helicopters within moments. However, what transpired next was entirely unforeseen. Following the destruction of the helicopters, his villa was obliterated in an explosion. In a frantic rush, Tony returned to the site of his home, only to be met with a landscape of rubble and debris. Desperately controlling his suit, he began to excavate the wreckage until he received a phone call. "Hey, Tony Stark," a man's voice resonated from the other end. "Who are you?" Tony responded, still frantically digging. "I believe you are searching for Pepper," the man stated. "You are the mastermind behind this." Tony instantly deduced the man's identity and commanded Jarvis to trace the call's origin. "Pepper is unharmed. She is quite well. She is with me now. If you wish to rescue her, come to this address." With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Damn it. Tony found himself in a precarious position after the call ended, as Jarvis informed him that the tracing attempt was unsuccessful due to the abrupt disconnection. Consequently, he could only wait in silence for the man to provide him with another address. He had never felt such anxiety before, a sense of helplessness reminiscent of the Battle of Beijing, when he and a Chinese agent faced the Chitauri army while carrying a nuclear bomb. Beijing, headquarters of the God Spear Bureau. At this moment, Director Zheng Xian of the Spear Bureau was perusing the recently delivered intelligence report. This document pertained to an attack on the Peace Mission 2012 anti-terrorism exercise by an unidentified superhuman. Based on the assailant's own account, Zheng Xian delved into the archives previously sealed within the Spear Bureau. The true name of Master Man remains elusive. He is known solely by this moniker. Born during the Republic of China era, he acquired 10 extraterrestrial rings through a serendipitous encounter, which bestowed upon him extraordinary powers. However, this individual had fled abroad long before the establishment of the People's Republic of China, and records of him had since vanished. As Zheng Xian contemplated strategies for dealing with this adversary, he noted that the reports indicated the superhuman indeed wore a multitude of rings on his hands, exhibiting remarkable hand-to-hand combat skills. It was evident that he had trained in Chinese martial arts and possessed a foundational understanding of internal energy techniques. Numerous pieces of evidence pointed unequivocally to the fact that this individual was, in fact, Master Man. With this realization, Zheng Xian seized the phone and ordered Team Xia to immediately travel to Pakistan to assist local forces in apprehending Master Man simultaneously. He dispatched Team Xiao to Afghanistan, harboring a suspicion that Master Man had connections to the Afghan terrorist organization, the Ten Rings. It was prudent to deploy a reconnaissance team to investigate. On this Sunday, Hela enjoyed a rare leisurely morning at home. After rising to prepare breakfast, she instinctively switched on the television to catch the news, only to witness the destruction of her nephew Tony Stark's residence. After a moment of contemplation, she dialed Frank Castle, urging him to promptly head to Malibu, Los Angeles. Concurrently, Peggy Carter called, expressing her intent to assist her nephew. Hela informed her that she had already dispatched Frank, yet Peggy's resolve remained unyielding. It was agreeable to permit her to travel to Los Angeles to ascertain Tony Stark's condition. A sudden and expansive web enveloped everyone, permeated with the scent of conspiracy. All that remained was to quietly await the unfolding of events. The stage was set for a grand performance. Hela reclined on her sofa, smiling as she spoke softly to herself while watching the news broadcast. Within the isolated confines of Kamar Taj, the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One's new apprentice, Tyrone Johnson, had gained the ability to traverse the dark dimension at will due to his unique gifts. With the assistance of the Kamar Taj sorcerers, Tyrone successfully overcame the insatiable thirst for life force that had plagued him since awakening his powers. However, today he returned from the dark dimension bearing dire news. The ruler of that realm, Dormammu, was poised to invade Earth. Unlike previous incursions, this time he had allies, an ancient band of remnants. Chapter 9. The unveiling of conspiracy within the Malibu villa. Tony Stark was in a state of agitation, frantically searching through Jarvis for any vehicles that had passed by his estate, attempting to deduce which one had abducted his girlfriend. Simultaneously, he continued to analyze the similar acts of terror faced by his confidant, Happy Hogan. Numerous analogous incidents had occurred in the United States, all sharing a common feature: a series of footprints left at the crime scenes, an unusual characteristic caused by the melting of the ground. Tony Stark resolved to commence his investigation from this point. In Pakistan, within the Anti-Terror Joint Command, military leaders from the Shanghai Cooperation Organization convened to prepare for a coordinated offensive against the notorious Mandarin. The United States, as an official participant, also joined the fray. Meanwhile, entities under the auspices of the United Nations Security Council, namely SHIELD and STRIKE, actively participated in the online discussions regarding the operation. Both sides pledged to deploy their respective teams for the impending crackdown on the terrorist organization, sharing intelligence gathered thus far. In the United States, during the morning broadcast, all television networks discovered their airwaves had been commandeered by hackers, who began airing a video featuring a white-haired elder, clad in a long robe and adorned with rings. Seated in an ornate chair, wielding a handgun, he threatened the President of the United States with the annihilation of America and, before the astonished audience, executed a high-ranking official from an American oil company. This act undoubtedly incensed President Barack, who immediately ordered the Iron Patriots to proceed to Pakistan for the anti-terror operation. Peggy Carter, diligently utilizing her private intelligence channels, managed to gather a considerable amount of information about the Mandarin, whose activities were indeed documented by SHIELD. From his actions within China to his subsequent escape to the Middle East, records existed, and Carter meticulously perused this dossier. While she had gained a preliminary understanding of the adversary's strength, she remained perplexed as to why Tony Stark had become a target. The numerous terrorist attacks across various locations in the United States seemed to point to a single organization. However, Carter could not accept that a group of illiterate zealots operating in Afghanistan could orchestrate such a grand scheme. Contemplating further, Carter concluded that she needed additional information and resolved to inquire with the survivors of the recent terror incident. With this in mind, she drove to the hospital where Happy Hogan lay. Upon presenting her identification, she effortlessly gained access to the intensive care unit where Happy was being treated. Observing him, battered and still in a coma, she sighed, her hands cupped as if cradling something precious. Gradually, a black crystal began to materialize in her palms, and Carter's consciousness began to delve into Happy's mind. She needed to witness his memories to comprehend the events surrounding that day's terror attack. After approximately 20 minutes, Carter emerged from the hospital, her expression somber. Once back in her vehicle, she promptly dialed the internal line of SHIELD. The recipient of the call was none other than Nick Fury, the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick, how much more are you concealing from us regarding the military's ongoing super soldier program? Carter inquired tersely. I only know so much. And you ought to be aware that S.H.I.E.L.D. has never been fully informed about the military's projects, Nick Fury patiently elucidated. Nick, it was under my and Pierce's unanimous recommendation that you were appointed as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Not for you to tell me that the agency lacks clarity. Be straightforward with me. Do these so-called terrorist attacks stem from the military's failed human experiments? Carter inhaled deeply. Very well, let me be candid, Miss Carter. This matter does indeed have significant ties to the U.S. military, but who exactly is spearheading the experiments remains ambiguous. That is all I know, Nick replied, still maintaining his composure. All right, Nick. I suspect the bombing of Tony's house is likely connected to these terrorist attacks. This situation could potentially drag the Avengers into the fray, and I trust you comprehend my implications, Carter stated solemnly. Latest intelligence, Miss Carter. This time, It appears the involvement extends beyond just the Avengers. NATO and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization have united against the adversary in Pakistan. Even the spearhead agency from across the ocean has dispatched elite teams to partake in this counterterrorism operation, Nick Fury remarked while examining the battle reports in his hands. How could it escalate to such severity? It is merely a counterterrorism operation. How did it evolve into this? Carter was bewildered by the new intelligence relayed by Nick. She could hardly fathom what kind of terror organization could incite a collaboration between NATO and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization for eradication efforts. In truth, madam, the situation is that dire. The opposing faction has threatened to annihilate America. What could be more grave than this? Nick intoned solemnly. Very well, I understand. I am en route to Los Angeles. Should anything arise, I will reach out to you, Carter concluded before hanging up and steering her vehicle towards Tony's residence. At Camartage, the Ancient One encountered her prophesied successor, a surgeon named Stephen Strange who had journeyed from America in search of healing. Their paths crossed in a small town at the foot of Camartage, where Stephen no longer resembled the surgical expert he once was. Now, he appeared more akin to a vagabond, having lost the use of his hands due to a car accident, which forced him to abandon his career as a neurosurgeon. Unwilling to concede to failure, he resolved to seek out a remedy for his hands across the globe, exhausting all his savings in the process. Ultimately, he arrived in this remote locale, deep within the Himalayas, hoping to find fortune, which led him to the Ancient One. Their initial encounter was far from pleasant. But during their subsequent meeting, the Ancient One seized the opportunity to enlighten Stephen about the world. Then, Stephen smoothly became a protege under the tutelage of the Ancient One, embarking on his journey as an apprentice in the arcane arts. The Ancient One felt a profound sense of relief at having discovered her successor during such tumultuous times, especially upon learning of Dormammu's impending invasion of Earth, which she knew she could no longer thwart alone. Encountering Stephen Strange at this juncture seemed nothing short of serendipitous, as if orchestrated by the hands of fate herself. With this newfound ally, she felt a flicker of hope against the encroaching darkness. Meanwhile, in the Pakistan Joint Command Center, intelligence from the SHIELD Bureau's scythe team indicated that the 10 Rings was relocating from Afghanistan to Pakistan. The command center immediately ordered the joint forces to establish checkpoints along the Afghanistan-Pakistan border to monitor the movements of these terrorists, while mobilizing troops, ever ready to strike. At this moment, Tony Stark received a call from the kidnappers of Pepper Potts, demanding his presence in Tennessee. Without hesitation, he donned his suit and soared towards the state, leaving Peggy Carter and Frank Castle empty-handed, having only encountered the ruins of his mansion. Chapter 10. Formulating a plan, the Mark 42 glided through the night sky, traversing the distance from Los Angeles to Tennessee. In an effort to remain inconspicuous, Tony Stark abandoned his armor, disguising himself as he stealthily entered the small town mentioned on the other end of the line. The town was sparsely populated, and Stark strolled down the main street with a Bluetooth earpiece, instructing Jarvis to gather information about the locale while he observed the passers-by. Peggy Carter learned from Jarvis that Tony had indeed gone to Tennessee, but she hesitated to rush there herself. What she truly needed was to ascertain the whereabouts of the terrorists responsible for multiple suicide attacks within the United States, as well as the locations of their signal broadcasting towers. With this in mind, she resolved to investigate the source of their broadcast signals. Who could be more adept at electronic signal reconnaissance than Tony? Hey, Tony. How are you? Carter promptly pulled out her phone and dialed Stark's number. Hello? Oh, Auntie Carter. I'm fine. Yes, nothing's wrong, Stark replied, momentarily caught off guard by her call, but quickly regained his composure. How is your anxiety? I've been quite worried about you, Carter expressed. She was concerned that what might truly be afflicting him was post-traumatic stress, a condition many veterans face upon returning from battle, a struggle that could only be overcome by the individual themselves, as external assistance often proved futile. What? I'm fine. Really? There's nothing to worry about, Stark feigned nonchalance. All right, I need you to do me a favor. I need you to reverse engineer the signal tower from that video released by the Mandarin. It could lead us to the terrorist base within the United States, Carter stated gravely. Please, Aunt Carter. I am quite occupied at the moment, Tony responded, preparing to decline the request. What are you busy with? Searching for Pepper Potts? Don't tell me you believe the kidnappers and the perpetrators of the suicide attacks are not in cahoots, Carter stated gravely. All right, I shall commence my search. But you must wait for me, Tony murmured. Fine, I will call you in an hour, Carter concluded before hanging up. Tony Stark inhaled deeply, for Carter's words illuminated a significant realization. Indeed, by tracing the publicly released video signal, he could pinpoint their location. Yet, his overwhelming concern for Pepper's safety had clouded his judgment, preventing him from considering such a method. How shameful. Soon, with the assistance of Jarvis, Tony acquired a computer and began investigating the video signal source of the terrorist organization. On the border between Pakistan and Afghanistan, a counter-terrorism war was underway against Mandarin and his Ten Rings gang. Before the regular army, this group of illiterates and religious zealots was merely a rabble. In no time, they were defeated by the United Nations forces. Just as the situation began to turn favorable, the elusive Mandarin reappeared on the battlefield, his arrival reminiscent of his first appearance. You've done quite well to find this place. However, you are destined to fail today, the Mandarin proclaimed, floating in midair. The soldiers on the ground, upon seeing him, displayed no sign of panic. They raised their weapons and took aim, with American soldiers even calling for air support. A barrage of assault rifle fire and machine gun rounds created a dense wall of fire directed at the Mandarin. Yet, all was in vain. The bullets halted before him. Seeing the futility of their attack, the ground commanders immediately ordered a retreat. The Mandarin, suspended in the air, coldly observed the retreating troops and let out a disdainful huff. The rings on his hands gleamed ominously, and then a fiery whirlwind materialized out of thin air. This infernal vortex swept away all living beings on the ground, leaving no survivors among the United Nations forces or the captured members of the Ten Rings. The battlefield's surface hardened under the intense heat, and in the center of the fiery whirlwind, crystalline formations began to emerge. Finally, air support arrived. 2 A-10 attack planes dove from the sky. 4 ground attack missiles were launched at the Mandarin, and the cannons at the nose of the aircraft opened fire. Before the cannons could unleash a few rounds, a slender white line sliced the 2 planes in half. The previous 4 missiles met the same fate. Powerful, mysterious, terrifying. This was the conclusion drawn by the Joint Command Center from the footage transmitted by the drones on the scene. An enhanced Company-S firepower and 2 attack planes were effortlessly annihilated with a mere wave of the Mandarin's hand. Such was his formidable strength. As the command center descended into silence, a U.S. military officer broke the stillness, inquiring about the whereabouts of S.H.I.E.L.D.S. support and domestic assistance. The Iron Patriot is en route, he continued. Moreover, S.H.I.E.L.D.S. air and space carrier requires permission from Pakistan to enter its airspace for support. Nick Fury, seated in his office aboard the carrier, remarked, as the homeland of this super terrorist, "Don't you have anything to say, you Chinese?" A German officer retorted, "And what of this matter? Look at him. Does he resemble a Chinese person at all? Just because he wears a long robe and gown. Besides, he fled during the Republic era. What does that have to do with our Republic?" A Chinese advisor interjected sharply. "Well, the immediate priority is to eliminate this super criminal. The Spear Bureau's Shao team has arrived. Let them handle this individual. We should focus our efforts on eradicating the Ten Commandments gang," stated a Chinese military officer nearby. "So, where is that elite team now?" inquired a Soviet military officer. "They are within the camp. Next, let us discuss how to proceed with the upcoming battle," the Chinese commander replied. Thus, a new round of tactical planning commenced within the Joint Command Center. Meanwhile, Tony Stark's signal tracking yielded unexpected results. The location was within the United States, specifically Miami, Florida. Tony promptly informed Peggy Carter of this location, and upon receiving the address, she boarded a flight to Miami. Frank Castle, located in Los Angeles, also received the address from Carter and immediately summoned his spectral steed, racing towards Miami. In New York, Hela continued her mundane routine, driving her daughter to school. After dropping Lorna off at college, she did not hastily head to Columbia University, but instead parked and proceeded to the principal's office. At that moment, Xavier, dressed in a suit, was seated in his wheelchair in the office. The two discussed the recent terrorist attack. However, Xavier expressed that the X-Men would not involve themselves in matters outside of mutants. Hela briefly mentioned the incident before shifting focus to Lorna's academic concerns, showing little interest in Tony's troubles. She had already dispatched her 2 apostles and fulfilled her grandmotherly duties. Thus, their conversation predominantly revolved around Lorna's education, as she was now 13 and entering her teenage years, a period of personal concern for Hela regarding her adopted daughter. In Miami, Florida, Tony Stark and Peggy Carter met in a cafe, while the Shao team engaged in a direct confrontation with Mandarin in a valley. Chapter 11. Frontline Situation Preview. The main text to follow shortly. In a valley along the border of Pakistan and Afghanistan, Master Man encountered the Dawn Squad dispatched by the Godspear Bureau. Through satellite tracking, they ultimately pinpointed his location, and the entire squad closed in, intent on bringing this notorious terrorist leader to justice. Prior to their departure, Zero had reviewed the dossier on Master Man, acknowledging that this individual, who could easily be his grandfather, possessed truly terrifying abilities. Even without the 10 special rings in his possession, he was still a master of elite martial arts. This adversary proved to be quite formidable. "Little ones, are you capable? Come to my side. I have high hopes for you," Master Man remarked, floating above and gazing down at the Dawn Squad. The two parties had clashed previously and had gained a genuine understanding of each other's strengths. Master Man was keen on recruiting this small team. Zero communicated via radio. No sooner had he spoken than the scattered sheets of paper around swiftly transformed into long spears that hurtled toward Master Man, remaining unfazed. Master Man waved his right hand, conjuring a whirlwind that dispersed the incoming paper spears. Simultaneously, he extended his left fist forward, summoning a fierce ice storm that surged toward the squad. Zhu took a deep breath and unleashed a torrent of searing flames radiating white light, countering the approaching ice storm and pressing toward Master Man. In response, Master Man waved his right hand again, summoning a wave of humid vapor that joined the ice storm, effectively neutralizing Zhu's fiery assault. Realizing their attack had failed, Qing swiftly maneuvered in his powered armor to Master Man's rear, unleashing the full might of his laser cannon, rockets, and machine gun fire upon him. Sensing the attack from behind, Master Man's ring on his left thumb glimmered. A gravitational singularity materialized not far behind him, absorbing all of Qing's onslaught. Subsequently, Master Man directed a punch toward Qing's position, unleashing a shockwave that sent Qing plummeting from the sky. Fortunately, Zero reacted quickly, using his abilities to ensure Qing landed safely. Meanwhile, Yu decisively activated her floating cannons as Qing was struck. 5 floating beam cannons swiftly maneuvered through the air, firing at Master Man. Kong and Zhu combined their efforts to launch another massive fireball toward him, this time with even greater intensity than before, engulfing Master Man in flames. Though enveloped in flames, Master Man exhibited no sign of distress. However, none dared to relax. No one could guarantee that this formidable foe was vanquished. As the flames gradually subsided, the squad began to discern the situation. Master Man had vanished, leaving behind a large ice orb that continued to melt. As the orb shattered, a seemingly unscathed Master Man emerged. At that moment, Bei, San, and Nan each charged forward with their weapons drawn, initiating a fierce melee battle. In a secluded estate on the outskirts of Miami, Florida, lies a property belonging to a renowned American corporation known as AM, or Advanced Idea Mechanics. This company maintains a significant collaborative relationship with the United States military. From the experimental data discovered by Tony Stark within the opposing server, it is revealed that those suicide attackers were not, in fact, carrying any so-called bombs. In other words, the attackers themselves were the bombs. They had enhanced their physical capabilities through the injection of an experimental agent known as the desperation virus, which could even assist disabled individuals in regaining their lost physical abilities. Chapter 12. The tension of battle outside the estate. In the dim light of night, a death knight rode his steed, galloping towards the target, the estate where his adversaries lay within. The warhorse leapt over the estate's walls and Frank Castle, gripping the reins with one hand and wielding a specially crafted rifle in the other, dispatched any foes daring to impede his path with lethal precision. This magically enhanced rifle proved remarkably effective against the hosts of the desperation virus. Upon impact, it encased the targets in frost, significantly inhibiting the virus's activity and rendering the host's regenerative abilities ineffective, leading to their demise. With a man and a horse breaching the defenses established by the hosts of the desperation virus, Frank burst into the villa. Before him lay Tony Stark, bound to an iron-framed bed. Frank secured his rifle to the saddle and drew a runic sword from it, severing the handcuffs that restrained Tony's wrists. Dismounting, he realized that engaging in combat atop his steed in such confined quarters was unwise. As Killian witnessed Frank's entrance, a wave of heat enveloped him, causing his face to flush crimson. With a fierce shout, He unleashed a torrent of searing flames towards Frank, who, wielding his sword, conjured a chilling gust that dissipated the inferno. "Go find your girlfriend. I'll handle this scoundrel," Frank called back to Tony without looking. "Thank you," Tony replied, regaining his freedom before dashing out of the room. The clash between Killian and Frank was imminent. Faced with Frank's extensive combat experience, Killian found himself at a severe disadvantage. His arms had been severed multiple times by Frank's strikes, and had it not been for the desperation virus's formidable regenerative properties, he would have been defeated long ago. Frank, unwilling to prolong the encounter, activated the 5 runes on his sword, which began to freeze. With one decisive stroke, he severed Killian's right arm once more, then pressed forward, thrusting his sword into Killian's chest. The moment the blade pierced his flesh, ice began to envelop the wound, marking the end of Killian's life. After eliminating Killian, Frank believed the ordeal to be over. However, the sound of helicopters outside abruptly shattered this illusion. A heavily armed squad of special forces quickly surrounded the estate, encircling Frank. Dressed in the attire of a special forces operative, Brock Romlow was the first to enter the room, wielding an assault rifle. Upon spotting Frank, clad in the ominous armor of a Death Knight, he instinctively aimed his weapon. The other team members, following closely behind, also trained their firearms on Frank. "Lower your weapon. We are the FBI," Romlow declared, fixing his gaze on Frank. Frank turned to Romlow but remained silent, his instincts warning him of the deceit in the man's words, coupled with an unsettling sense of malice directed at him. Without hesitation, he pivoted to leave. Observing Frank's movement, Romlow acted swiftly, firing his weapon. Frank was struck, yet fortunately, the bullet failed to penetrate the armor of the Death Knight. Not one to remain passive in the face of aggression, Frank retaliated with a swift strike of his sword. Romlow, having anticipated the move, deftly evaded the attack. In the ensuing chaos, the crack of a sniper rifle echoed as a specialized armor-piercing round struck Frank's helmet, fracturing the gem embedded within. Despite being surrounded, Frank managed to fell several adversaries with his blade, narrowly escaping the confines of the room. However, upon entering the corridor of the villa, he encountered a multitude of special forces operatives, some of whom radiated a crimson glow, unmistakably indicating they were also subjects of the dire virus experiment. Meanwhile, at the border of Pakistan and Afghanistan, the conflict between the Shao team and Masterman continued unabated. The trio, Bei, San, and Nan, charged in close combat against Masterman, striving to carve out an opportunity for a decisive blow. Regrettably, even their combined efforts fell short against Masterman's formidable prowess. 3 pairs of hands wielded a massive scythe, exerting pressure on Masterman, while Nan flanked with a machete, supporting San. Bei engaged with a red silk ribbon, launching attacks at Masterman unfazed. Masterman evaded San's scythe strike, seized the descending machete with his right hand, and grasped Bei's red silk with his left. With a surge of strength, he pulled Nan and Bei towards him, leaping to evade San's scythe once more. With a forceful kick, he propelled the two back, his hands transforming into claws, akin to an eagle swooping down upon its prey, aiming for San's head. Observing the unfolding scene, Ling swiftly used gravitational force to pull San from the path of Masterman's assault. After the trio was repelled, Qing and Yu commenced their offensive, unleashing a barrage of firepower that enveloped Masterman's vicinity. Even Bai joined in the onslaught of suppressive fire at Ling's behest, her mutant abilities materializing explosives. For 5 relentless minutes, the area surrounding Masterman was consumed by a saturation of fire, cloaking it in thick smoke and dust. The intense heat, laden with potent radiation, permeated the valley. Subsequently, a whirlwind dispersed the dust. As anticipated, Masterman emerged unscathed, maintaining his lofty demeanor. "I commend your capabilities. Since words fail to persuade you, I believe the mind can sway you," Masterman proclaimed, hovering above them. Zero seemed to grasp his intentions, launching an immediate assault. A black gravitational singularity was hurled towards the formidable man, who was momentarily thrown into disarray by this unexpected force. "Charge," Zero commanded, leading the charge toward the man. Armed with twin military daggers, he closed in, only to have his attack thwarted. At that moment, Zero's repulsive force erupted, sending the man crashing from the sky to the ground. Subsequently, red silk from the ground ensnared the man tightly. San and Nan, wielding their respective weapons, aimed for the man's neck, while Zhu and Kong unleashed a torrent of fire and wind, engulfing the foe in flames. as San and Nan swiftly evaded after their strike. The flames ignited the man's form. Simultaneously, Ching and Yu had charged their weapons once again, unleashing another barrage. Explosions, searing heat, and dust filled the area once more. Then, a fiery tornado spiraled skyward, and the man transformed into a towering stone giant, emerging from the inferno. The fiery vortex swept towards the group, prompting Nan to sheath his machete. He retrieved an ornate wine gourd from his waist, uncorking it as a deluge of water cascaded forth, extinguishing the flames like a sudden waterfall. In a moment of stillness, Xian produced a handful of plant seeds from his pouch, casting them towards the stone giant. With a press of his hands against the earth, the seeds sprouted into thick vines that coiled around the giant, binding him firmly in place. Zero ascended high into the sky, using his radio to inform his teammates to retreat swiftly. Once he witnessed his allies escaping his attack range, he unleashed his most potent strike upon the man's super divine Rasen. Floating amidst the heavens, an overwhelming repulsive force manifested, pulverizing the towering stone giant and revealing the man concealed within the core. This strike caused the valley's ground to descend by a full 5 meters. However, the man lay on the ground, disdainfully regarding the exhausted Zero. Their most formidable assault had proven nearly ineffective against him. Chapter 13. Iron Will. In the narrow corridor of the villa, Frank wielded his rune sword, carving a bloody path to freedom as he successfully fled the premises. However, outside the villa lay an array of armed vehicles. As he leaped from the window into the courtyard, 3 grenade launchers opened fire, unleashing high explosive shells that rained down around him. Flames engulfed his figure, and before the smoke could dissipate, 3 machine guns began to spray the lingering dust. Frank desperately evaded the incoming bullets amid the haze, the firepower far exceeding his expectations. He still possessed a final resort he had been reluctant to employ, not due to any external concerns, but rather for the sake of his own conscience. The abhorrent skill filled him with profound self-loathing. Though he was a man who would stop at nothing to uphold justice, this malevolent magic evoked a visceral revulsion within him. Perhaps today would be his last. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, he noticed twinkling stars in the distant sky. Following swiftly were streaks of light, not meteors as he initially thought, but rather armored figures. In a concealed chamber beneath a villa, he had been rescued by Frank and had made his way here, gripping a commandeered handgun without hesitation as he burst into the room. Inside, he beheld 2 women bound to an experimentation table. He recognized both. One was his former biologist, Maya Hansen, and the other, his current rescue target, Pepper Potts. Observing the crimson marks spreading across their bodies, he realized they had been injected with the dire virus. A wave of panic washed over Tony as he grappled with his thoughts, his mind swirling in chaos. Suddenly, he was transported back to the moment he had escaped a wormhole, clutching a nuclear bomb. A shiver ran through him, and he sank to the ground, overwhelmed by a chilling dread. His anxiety resurfaced. He had lost his cherished Iron Man suit and his loyal AI companion, Jarvis. The helplessness he felt at the prospect of his beloved women being on the brink of death pierced his heart and frayed his nerves. He yearned to save them. Yet the relentless grip of his anxiety tormented him. "Tony, is that you? You came for me," Pepper murmured, her body weakened by the virus, resembling someone suffering from a fever. With great effort, she opened her eyes to see Tony, battered and trembling, kneeling on the floor. Despite his disheveled state, her heart swelled with joy. "Tony Stark, you look absolutely dreadful," she teased, her voice strained. Maya Hansen, also struggling to open her eyes, remarked, "Tony, your presence is already a comfort, but you shouldn't have stayed. You must leave at once. I fear I may not withstand this serum. I know the fate of those who fail in experiments. You must hurry, Tony." Pepper felt her temperature rising dangerously. She understood she might soon explode. "Tony, only you can save her. The computer and relevant data are on that table." "Ugh, it's so hot," Maya scoffed, glancing at Tony on the floor. Upon hearing their words, Tony fought to regain control over his thoughts and body. He was determined to rescue them. He had endured countless trials to reach this point and would not stand idly by as Pepper faced imminent destruction before his eyes. Gasping for breath, he trembled as he rose from the ground, step by step, moving toward the computer at the experimentation table. Taking a deep breath will aid in stabilizing your emotions. Continue to breathe deeply, Tony Maya observed as Tony resolutely rose from the ground. "Of course, I know," he replied. hastening to the experiment table to scrutinize the formula of the dire virus, his mind racing with thoughts. Soon, he began to rectify the flaws in the dire virus based on the formula he had gifted to Maya Hansen years ago. Time was of the essence. He must save Pepper Potts, the woman who had quietly supported him for most of his life. After completing the algorithm, he commenced the creation of the antidote for the dire virus. Pepper felt her body temperature rising, a searing energy expanding within her. The dread she had feared was imminent. She called out to Tony, who was still at the experiment table. "Hurry, Tony, I'm about to explode. Go. I will not leave you, my dear. I have endured countless hardships to find you. I will never abandon you. Do not forsake me either, Pepper," Tony asserted, holding a syringe as he approached her, gently injecting the serum into her body. Tony's expression was fraught with anxiety as he watched Pepper. The serum began to take effect. The red glow emanating from her body gradually dimmed, and apart from some redness in her skin, she appeared to be returning to normal. Her vital signs began to stabilize, indicating the efficacy of Tony's antidote. Slowly, Pepper opened her tightly shut eyes and saw Tony, his face etched with worry. She wished to comfort him, but she realized she was bound to the experiment table. The next moment astonished both her and Tony. She effortlessly broke free from her restraints and gently caressed Tony's face. "My dear, I had no idea you possessed such strength," Tony exclaimed in surprise. "Oh my God," Pepper gasped, gazing in astonishment at her hands. "Now, whose predicament is more dire?" After a brief moment of shock, she lifted her gaze to Tony and said, "I suspect both are quite serious. We ought to leave this place at once. I will administer a dose to Maya first," Tony replied, seizing another syringe to inject Maya Hansen with the antidote. After successfully rescuing both women, he returned to the computer, re-establishing contact with his artificial intelligence assistant, JARVIS. He was about to initiate a project he had long envisioned, a family gathering. As the plan commenced, a mechanical door in his villa, now reduced to ruins, slowly opened, and the Iron Legion of the Stark family activated, soaring one by one towards Miami. Once this was accomplished, Tony supported Pepper as they followed Maya Hansen out of the villa. Through the windows, Tony beheld the Iron family soaring through the night sky. "Sir, the family gathering has commenced," JARVIS announced. The voice of Jarvis emanated from one of the amplifiers of the Iron Man suit. "Let the revelry begin. What are we waiting for?" Tony Stark, adorned in vibrant attire, emerged from the villa's grand entrance, embracing Pepper Potts. "Very well, sir," Jarvis remarked just as a suit of armor descended, having repelled several special forces soldiers guarding the doorway, and opened its casing. Tony instructed Pepper to wait momentarily, then join the fray. The combat prowess of the Mark family was astounding. They were the manifestation of Tony's intellect, all regarded as his progeny. In this tumultuous scenario, Tony relished the exhilarating sensation, feeling his anxiety gradually dissipate. Together with his Mark family, he successfully repelled the assailants. After they vanquished the foes, Frank nodded in gratitude towards Tony before summoning his spectral steed and departing. Dressed in battle attire, Tony returned to Pepper's side, gazing at her with affection. "Today marks your 10th anniversary at Stark Industries, Pepper." Now is not the time for such sentiments. "Your injury," Pepper replied, concern etched on her face. "I have a gift for you, you know." Tony hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words, a rare blush creeping onto his cheeks, a testament to his romantic inexperience. "Oh, what is it?" Pepper inquired, her smile brightening as she observed Tony's flustered demeanor. "Jarvis, we can commence the grand cleanup," Tony declared. And upon receiving Jarvis's confirmation, the multitude of flying iron suits activated their self-destruct sequences, creating a spectacle akin to a sky filled with fireworks. Embracing Pepper, they stood on the ground, gazing skyward at the blossoming explosions. Meanwhile, Maya Hansen was engaged in a phone call, needing to reassure her daughter of her safety. Chapter 14. The Nine Stars aligned 2 months prior. The largest-scale counterterrorism operation unfolded along the borders of Pakistan and Afghanistan. After 2 arduous weeks of combat, the Coalition Command announced a press conference, declaring the complete annihilation of all terrorists in the region, particularly emphasizing the eradication of the formidable organization known as the Ten Commandments Gang. "Old Zheng, we have truly suffered a significant failure this time," Zhu Yin remarked. Seated on the sofa, his gaze fixed upon Zheng Xian behind the desk. "Although we publicly declared victory in this counterterrorism war, You and I both know we did not achieve our set objectives. The Xiao team has been nearly decimated, all members grievously injured. Zero remains confined to the medical bay, and we cannot predict what may transpire next. That masterman managed to escape is certainly not favorable news for us, Zhang Xian stated, removing his glasses and gently massaging the bridge of his nose. This individual is not an ordinary foe. Speaking of which, how have those children fared? Zhu Yun suddenly interjected. Not particularly well, though one child has indeed distinguished himself. Since the Battle of Beijing, that child seems to have transformed entirely, demonstrating remarkable diligence. He is now capable of leading a team single-handedly, Zhang Xian remarked. Oh, you mean the child codenamed 4382? Has he truly matured? What a fine young man. Zhu Yun sighed. By the way, according to reports from the Aerospace Agency, our new base is nearing completion, isn't it? Zhang Xian appeared to suddenly recall something. Indeed. I came here to discuss this matter with you. Our new base is almost finished. Soon, you will enjoy a life of leisure akin to Nick Fury. Additionally, there is a rare astronomical phenomenon occurring, Jupiter and 8 other planets aligning. Perhaps you will have the opportunity to witness it from your new base. Zhu Yun said with a smile. That is truly wonderful, Zhang Xian replied as he adjusted his glasses. On July 24, 2012, in London, England, a van meandered along the road. Jane Foster, accompanied by her graduate student Daisy, was on a quest to locate a vantage point for observing the spatial changes caused by the planetary alignment. Hela, on the other hand, was headed to London to attend a seminar discussing the historical existence of King Arthur, a grand gathering of scholars from around the world focusing on medieval British history. The venue for the conference was rather unconventional. Oxford University, the host, chose to hold the event not in its grand auditorium, but at the renowned Stonehenge. Although the number of scholars attending was limited, each was a distinguished historian of international repute. The setting featured a large round table surrounded by chairs, all exuding a medieval charm, with a plush red carpet adorning the floor. The round table was positioned at the very heart of Stonehenge, with chairs arranged around it. The weather that day was splendid, with a clear sky and a few wispy clouds floating above. The lush green grass, the vibrant red carpet, the imposing round table, and the circle of chairs collectively formed the conference's picturesque scene. Hela arrived at the venue alongside a renowned Norwegian history professor, Randolph, and the two engaged in lively conversation along the way. However, Hela found herself puzzled by the peculiar glances he cast her way, sensing a mix of astonishment and fear in his eyes. She was certain she had never encountered Professor Randolph before, yet he seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of her true identity. His articulate discourse on various medieval details raised her suspicions. He might very well be of Asgardian descent. As this thought crossed her mind, Hela shook her head, banishing other distractions. She had severed all ties with Asgard. Even if Professor Randolph were indeed an Asgardian, it held no relevance to her. Taking her seat, she basked in the warm afternoon sun and the gentle breeze while awaiting the commencement of the seminar. On the outskirts of London, there lies a renowned natural attraction known as Epping Forest. As the London Olympics draw near, the influx of tourists to the United Kingdom increases daily. Many are eager to witness the grandeur of the games. However, this does not preclude them from exploring various attractions across the country in the days leading up to the event. With the surge in visitors and the impending Olympics, the entirety of Britain faces considerable challenges regarding public safety. While London may not boast the same level of vibrancy as New York City, with its myriad of criminal activities, recent reports indicate a decline in safety conditions compared to prior times. 15-year-old Brian Bladdock took a stroll in Epping Forest today with his friends, a place he frequents weekly. The midday sun filtered through the layers of foliage, casting a mysterious glow upon the forest floor. As Brian and his companions ambled along a tranquil woodland path, they were unexpectedly confronted by 3 young men clad in hooded sweatshirts, brandishing butterfly knives that obscured their faces. "Hey, give me your phone and wallet," commanded the leader bluntly. "We're just students. We have no money or phones," Brian's friend protested. "Who do you think you're fooling?" "Say it again. Phone, wallet," another thug insisted. "Enough. You all can leave. I'll hold them off." "Remember to call the police," Brian declared, stepping protectively in front of his friends. Without hesitation, his 2 companions turned and fled, while Brian stood his ground, ready to confront the assailants. Seeing the escape, the trio attempted to pursue, but Brian obstructed their path. In a moment of desperation, the 3 thugs lunged at him with their knives. Brian narrowly dodged one strike, yet was unable to evade the other two. Feeling the searing pain as they plunged into his left arm and right thigh, the intense agony coursed through his body, and the wound to his thigh caused him to collapse to the ground, blood gushing from his injuries. The assailants loomed over him, grinning at his suffering. The leader gestured for the others to search Brian for valuables. After seizing his phone and wallet, they departed, leaving him behind. As blood poured from the severed artery, Brian became increasingly lightheaded and nauseous, acutely aware of his waning strength. He began to question whether his actions had been wise. At 15, he still harbored dreams of heroism. He yearned to be a hero. The globally broadcasted Battle of Beijing in 2008 had unveiled the fragility of the world to him. He had always cherished the comics featuring Captain America, and the legend of King Arthur had been a cherished bedtime story during his childhood. Lost in his thoughts, Brian perceived a veil of white mist enveloping him. Unknowingly, he stepped into this ethereal haze, and upon emerging, he beheld a well-proportioned man. The stranger possessed short golden hair and striking green eyes, clad in silver armor and draped in a cerulean cloak, a magnificent sword sheathed at his side. "Child, I have been observing you for quite some time," the man spoke. "Who are you? Do you know me? Where's this place?" Brian inquired, bewildered. Brian gazed at the man before him, perplexed. "This is Avalon, my child. My name is Arthur Pendragon," the golden-haired man said with a smile. "King Arthur? But how can this be? Is the legend true?" "Your Majesty," Brian exclaimed, astonished, as he bowed respectfully. "I have foreseen a peril facing Britain. I require your aid. I need you to protect this land and its people," Arthur stated, looking intently at Brian. "But, Your Majesty, why have you chosen me?" Brian inquired, bewildered. "I see the spirit of chivalry within you, which is why I have selected you," Arthur replied with a smile. "Your Majesty, will you not accompany me?" Brian asked. "Alas, I am but a dead man now." "Brian, take this. It is the royal seal of Camelot. It will bestow upon you protection. Furthermore, after you depart from here, seek the lake in the forest. There you shall find what you need. Go forth and strengthen your conviction," Arthur said, handing Brian a talisman-like object. Once again, the mist enveloped Arthur's figure, and Brian gradually awoke from his stupor. He felt the pain in his arms and shoulders, though the bleeding had ceased. He grasped the talisman in his right hand and struggled to rise from the ground. Limping, he made his way toward the lake in the forest, known as Hollow Pond. Upon reaching the lakeside, he noticed the talisman glowing in his hand, and he saw a shimmering light dancing in the water. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt into the lake, swimming toward the glimmering point. As he drew closer, he discovered that the light was emanating from a sword, an exact replica of the great sword that King Arthur wore in his dreams. Without hesitation, Brian pulled the magnificent sword from the lake and swam back to shore. Upon reaching the bank, he found that his injuries had completely healed. He gazed at the sword, which radiated a soft glow, lost in thought. This was the legendary Sword of the Lake, also known as Excalibur, the Sword of Victory. As night fell, Brian emerged from the woods and hailed a taxi to return home. Chapter 15. The Legacy of the Void in the capital of England, London, as the 2012 Olympics approached. The influx of tourists grew ever larger. On the third day of his return to London, Jim Foster stumbled upon a forum post by a user sharing an urban legend. It spoke of a peculiar phenomenon in a certain alley in London. If one were to stand on the stairs and throw something down, there was a significant chance that the object would fall back from the sky. Of course, there was also a slim possibility that it would vanish entirely. Simultaneously, there was a phenomenon of weightlessness, a remarkably stable state rather than one of instability, as if the gravity in this particular area differed from that of the external world. Upon casually reviewing this detailed phenomenon, Jane immediately thought of spatial wormholes. Only such a possibility could account for an object that ought to plummet to the ground, instead reappearing from the heavens before descending once more. Devoted to the study of wormhole technology throughout her life, and striving to prove the existence of the Einstein-Rosen bridge, she unhesitatingly took her graduate student, Daisy, and drove to the narrow alley in London mentioned in the post. Upon their arrival, they discovered several children had already gathered at the site, standing on the stairs and tossing various objects downward, only to catch them as they fell from above. The sight filled Jane with immense joy. She was finally witnessing a wormhole in action. Urging Daisy to prepare the measuring instruments, she seized a testing device, exited the car, and dashed towards the open space. After swiftly setting up their observational apparatus, Jane took a spherical sensor she had crafted and approached the adjacent staircase. under the watchful eyes of the children present. She released the censer, which, unsurprisingly, vanished upon crossing an invisible boundary. The data fluctuations on the display confirmed that the censer had indeed entered a spatial wormhole, though it soon reappeared in midair, where Jane caught it. Gazing at the familiar fluctuations on her spatial recorder, she recalled having witnessed this frequency only once before. In New Mexico, the fact that such fluctuations were now occurring here astonished her. She handed the censer to Daisy while she herself wandered around, monitoring the readings on her display. Exiting the alley, she found herself in an abandoned factory. Following the spatial fluctuations indicated on her device, she ventured deeper into the building. Just then, she felt a sudden gust of wind at her back. Turning around, she saw only fallen leaves swirling in the breeze. Dismissing it, she remained focused on the data readings. Suddenly, a powerful repulsive force erupted behind her, propelling her into a wall. When Jane regained her senses, she realized she had arrived in a peculiar place, shrouded in darkness. As her eyes adjusted to the surrounding blackness, she began to take in her environment. It resembled a desolate wasteland, filled with crumbling ruins. The red glow emanating from the crevice between two massive stones captivated Jane's attention, enticing her to approach it step by step. Upon closer inspection, she peered through the gap and saw the object radiating the crimson light, a substance that flowed like sand, continuously shifting within the crevice of the colossal stones. In a moment of inexplicable impulse, Jin extended his right hand and touched the crevice of the stone. Suddenly, an entity, reminiscent of flowing sand, seemed to sense something and surged into Jien Foster's body. This fleeting instant passed in the blink of an eye, and by the time Jien comprehended the situation, it was too late. The substance had fully penetrated his being, and in a state of panic, Jien began to pat his hands as if trying to brush away dust. However, this endeavor proved futile, as he soon felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, leading to his loss of consciousness as he collapsed onto the ground. In the distant depths of the cosmos, amidst a belt of meteors, a colossal R-class starship stirred to life. This ancient vessel, an immense warship, slowly opened its hibernation chamber. Before him appeared a peculiar creature, its skin as white as snow and its hair equally pale, clad in black armor with pointed ears. This being bore a striking resemblance to the long-extinct race of dark elves chronicled in ancient texts. Within the death temple of Helheim, Hela received a summons for a council from the Tribunal of Life. In a region beyond the universe, the 5 great deities of the cosmos and the Tribunal of Life convened once more, signaling the onset of another significant cosmic event. Following the Space Stone and the Mind Stone, the Reality Stone and the Power Stone re-emerged into existence. The Tribunal of Life was the first to speak. It appears that these Infinity Stones are gravitating towards Earth, which is a perilous omen. The Planet Devourer remarked after analyzing the locations of the recently manifested Infinity Stones. Moreover, if all the Infinity Stones were to fall into the hands of a single individual, the entire universe would be at risk. Eternity added solemnly. Erasing Earth entirely would suffice. Oblivion proposed. But who would undertake such a task? The energy of that planet is considerable. Simply obliterating it would be a tremendous waste. Perhaps we should offer it to the Planet Devourer instead. While Infinity wholeheartedly agreed with Oblivion's suggestion, he was reluctant to squander Earth's energy, which led to this proposition. Erasing Earth entirely? That is indeed a compelling idea. However, should such an extreme measure not be reserved as a last resort? Besides, the Infinity Stones are still scattered across the universe. Is there truly a need for haste? Hela interjected. Death raises a valid point. Let us observe for a while. The Tribunal of Life concluded. We shall adjourn for now, and I will notify everyone of the next meeting's schedule. Thus, the meeting of the primordial deities came to an end. In the divine realm of Asgard, a grand celebration was underway. Once again, under Thor's leadership, the rebellion across the 9 realms was quelled, restoring peace to the 9 kingdoms. This momentous occasion warranted a grand festivity, and the night of revelry commenced in Asgard. Loki, having distinguished himself during the recent conflict, regained the respect of the Asgardians. Awakening in the distant void, the dark elven ship returned to its homeland of Vanaheim after what seemed like an eternity. The leader of the dark elves, Malekith, once again set foot upon his homeland, now a desolate wasteland. He bent down to grasp a handful of sand, observing as it was whisked away by the winds. At that moment, his lieutenant approached him, declaring, "All warriors have awakened. Our kin are prepared and await your command, my lord." "Let us return to the ship," Malekith replied. turning to board a vessel that would take him back to the Arkansas. Within the command room, Malekith ordered the activation of the ship's intercom. He intended to rally his kin before the impending battle. The Celestials have obliterated our home, and my noble people have been reduced to refugees. Yet, the Celestials cannot extinguish our spirit, for the sacred ether binds our wills together. Let us unite in our despair. Today, we shall exact our vengeance. Let those Celestials pay in blood for their transgressions. We will reclaim our world, reclaim our legacy. As Malekith concluded his fervent speech, the Dark Elves erupted into fervor. The Age of Darkness was upon them. Chapter 16. Thor's Dilemma. The night in Asgard was serene, yet the streets bustled with life. Thor, having quelled the rebellions across the 9 realms, returned in triumph, a day worthy of celebration. Odin, within the Golden Palace, beheld his victorious sons, pride swelling within him. This conflict had once again showcased Loki's prowess, as Odin chose not to pursue the previous transgressions involving Loki's collusion with the frost giants against Asgard. Odin had been vigilant throughout the insurrection, his 2 ravens ceaselessly surveying the realms on his behalf. Thus, nothing that transpired in the 9 realms escaped his notice, though oftentimes he feigned ignorance. This time, however, was different. Thor, do you still harbor feelings for that Midgard girl? Odin inquired as he strolled alongside Thor and Loki around the training grounds of the Golden Palace. My father, my bond with Jane remains strong. Thor replied with a smile upon hearing her name. You must understand, our lifespans differ greatly, Odin remarked, halting to gaze at the training grounds. But if you could assist me, then these matters of lifespan would be inconsequential, Thor earnestly responded, looking at Odin. Thor, Loki, my sons, I am not omnipotent. In many ways, we are gods, yet we are also a more advanced form of being. Therefore, I cannot grant your request, Thor. Rather than seeking ways to prolong her life, you should learn to cherish the beauty in the present. Odin's gaze drifted towards the goddess of harvest, Sif, addressing the 2 young men beside him. Perhaps, father, yet I am more inclined to find solutions to her plight, Thor said, glancing at Sif before turning his gaze to the distant sky. Additionally, Loki, you 2 should contemplate your own romantic pursuits. Odin directed his attention towards his younger son. Oh, I believe I am not quite ready to ponder this matter at the moment, Loki stammered as he gazed at Odin. Very well. You 2 should prepare to celebrate heartily with the others. This festivity may extend over several days, Odin declared before hastily departing the training grounds. In the vibrant and bustling square, a joyous banquet was underway. Thor, adorned in a regal purple robe, strolled forward, accompanied by Loki, who wore a deep green cloak. The 2 casually selected a spot to sit, and soon melded into the surrounding festivities. Within the Golden Palace, Odin quietly approached the door of the chamber he had sealed with his own hands. He stood there, gazing at the relief upon the door. Visible only to him, a scene depicting Hela in a white gown at an Asgardian banquet. Undoubtedly, the protagonist was Hela. Thinking of her again? Frigga inquired as she approached Odin from the corridor. She is still alive, is she not, my dear? Odin remarked, his eyes fixed on the relief. Indeed. Our daughter lives, Frigga replied softly. Her growth has far surpassed our expectations, has it not? Odin turned to Frigga and stated, she is our proud daughter, though we once questioned her actions. Yet, her choices indeed bought Asgard a significant reprieve through her own sacrifice. Frigga gazed earnestly at Odin. Yes, I have failed our daughter. I have searched for her, yet my 2 ravens have not uncovered her whereabouts. Even Heimdall has been unable to locate her. I am not a worthy father, Odin lamented, his gaze still fixed on the relief. Perhaps in that prophecy, we shall meet again, for it may all be the design of fate, Frigga mused, looking at Hela's relief. Indeed, that prophecy, those words of Ragnarok, Odin muttered, lost in thought. Observing the revelers at the banquet, Thor smiled amiably as he engaged in light conversation before rising to depart. Meanwhile, Loki, chatting with a few women nearby, kept his eyes on Thor's retreating figure. Thor navigated through the throngs and arrived at the temple of the Bifrost Guardian. Today, the temple was unusually quiet. Save for Heimdall, no one else was present. He gripped the sword of protection, the sword of burnt steel. Standing at the control console of the Rainbow Bridge, his eyes fixated on the distant stars. You are late, Heimdall remarked without turning. Apologies, you know how it is. I intended to linger longer at the banquet today, Thor replied. Is that so? Did you know that the 9 realms are about to align? Such a magnificent sight is something I have never witnessed since becoming the Guardian. Heimdall inserted the sword of the Guardian into the console and descended, addressing Thor as the walls and ceiling of the Guardian temple began to shift, revealing a magnificent spectacle of the 9 realms converging into a singular line. Indeed, it was a breathtaking sight. By the way, have you seen Jane today? Thor inquired, voicing his most pressing curiosity. Your little girlfriend, she's right there. Heimdall replied with a knowing smile, which abruptly faltered as he realized he could no longer see Jane's location. In London, Jane Foster slowly awakened from her unconscious state. Upon regaining her senses, she found herself lying in a factory. Dazed, she staggered to her feet and stumbled outside, only to discover the square was filled with police cars. She then spotted Daisy engaged in conversation with the officers. When Jane approached Daisy to inquire about the reason for the police's presence, Daisy informed her that they had reported her missing for a full 5 hours, prompting the authorities to intervene. Jane was furious with Daisy for summoning the police. She believed she had finally discovered a site with a stable gravitational field and a spatial wormhole. Now, with the police's arrival, scythe would inevitably follow, jeopardizing her research. As the two argued, a torrential downpour began, unnoticed by either of them, while within a 5-square-meter radius around Jane, no rain intruded. Thor appeared in the square, catching Daisy's attention. Jane followed Daisy's gaze and rushed forward, excited to see Thor. They exchanged pleasantries until a police officer interrupted their intimate reunion. Since the factory was privately owned, Jane's presence was deemed an intrusion, raising suspicions about her intentions, especially during the heightened security of the London Olympics. As 2 officers moved to apprehend her, a surge of red energy erupted from within Jane, sending the would-be captors flying. Jane, overwhelmed by fatigue, collapsed into Thor's arms. Realizing the situation was dire, Thor urgently called upon Heimdall to activate the Bifrost, transporting Jane back to Asgard. Nearby, Hela witnessed Thor's arrival and departure. Feeling the unusual energy emanating from Jane, a sense of unease washed over her, as though something significant was about to transpire. Yet, she remained uncertain of what actions to take, her mind in disarray. In Kamartaj, within the library, a portal opened, and a pair of hands emerged, seizing a crucial tome. The Book of Cagliostro. Chapter 17. The Golden Palace Council. Preview excerpt. As the Bifrost transported them, the two sped through the wormhole it created. The scenery beyond the bridge was a vibrant spectacle, unlike anything Jane had ever witnessed in her lifetime. The swiftly passing cosmic vistas left her awestruck, and before long, the two travelers arrived at the distant divine realm of Asgard. As Jane Foster set foot in Asgard for the first time, she meticulously examined the walls and ceiling of the Guardian's temple, then turned to gaze at the grand archway of the Rainbow Bridge. It was then that she beheld Heimdall, a towering figure clad in golden armor, wielding the sword of protection, his golden eyes gleaming with wisdom. Feeling a twinge of nervousness, Jane addressed Heimdall, saying, "Hi. Hello. Heimdall, this is Jane. You've met before," Thor interjected, gently supporting Jane as he greeted Heimdall before leading her away. Thor guided Jane out of the Guardian's temple, along a straight path towards the Golden Palace, encountering numerous Asgardian civilians and warriors along the way. The banquet continued to unfold, with many cheerfully greeting Thor, while also expressing curiosity towards Jane. In turn, Jane observed her surroundings with wide-eyed wonder. The legendary realm of Asgard felt truly enchanting. The attire of the Asgardians resembled that of medieval Europe, yet it was far more opulent, seemingly crafted from the finest silks. The pair arrived at the palace gates, just in time to encounter Loki, who stood waiting. "Thor, where have you been?" "Oh wait, this girl. Well, my brother, I believe you've disregarded Odin's words," Loki remarked, draped in a deep green robe, eyeing Thor, who was clad in armor and had his arm around Jane. "Let us discuss this later, Loki. I need to ensure Jane receives proper treatment," Thor replied hastily, leading Jane through the palace doors toward the medical chamber within. Loki, contemplating Thor's departure, turned and made his way to Frigga's chamber. He understood Odin's temperament all too well and could not guarantee that Thor would be able to speak calmly with Odin at this moment. Thus, he could only hope that Frigga might temper the tempers of both men. Inside the medical chamber, several Asgardian physicians surrounded Jane, who lay upon the soul forge, undergoing a physical examination. They utilized this apparatus to assess her condition. Thor stood nearby, gazing tenderly at Jane, who, while subjected to the examination, offered him a gentle smile. However, This serene moment was abruptly shattered by Odin's entrance. "Thor, you should not have brought her to the divine realm. She is but a mortal," Odin exclaimed loudly upon entering the medical chamber. "But she is unwell, father," Thor retorted, equally vociferous. "Then she should receive treatment in Midgard, where there are physicians. They are called doctors," Odin declared with authority. "Hey, who are you to say that about me?" Jane, somewhat vexed by Odin's words, sat up and addressed him. "I am Odin, the father of Thor." Odin gazed at the girl before him, furrowing his brow as he spoke. "Oh, your majesty, I apologize for the unintentional offense." Jane replied immediately, adopting a demure demeanor upon hearing Odin's words. "Your majesty, we have discovered a substance within her that does not belong to Earth. This substance possesses immense energy," a physician remarked, pointing to the recently analyzed test results. "I have no jurisdiction over what resides within her, guards. Return her to Earth," Odin declared, entirely oblivious to the ethereal particles coursing through Jane's body. However, as two guards armed with rifles entered the medical room, preparing to approach Jane, they were suddenly hurled away by a surge of dark red energy that erupted from her. This unforeseen explosion drained Jane's strength once more, causing her to collapse weakly onto the examination table. Odin, observing the dark red energy emanating from Jane, swiftly stepped forward, grasping her arm and feeling the tremendous energy flowing within her. This energy proved to be quite troublesome for him. "Your Majesty, the energy that just erupted seems to be protecting her," the physician interjected. "No, it is not protecting her. This force is safeguarding itself, manifesting such an energy explosion through its host to sustain life. It cannot be mistaken. This entity is the ether." "You too, follow me," Odin instructed, his gaze fixed on the glowing path of dark red energy flowing along Jane's arm as he addressed Thor. He then rose and led the way out of the medical room toward the library within the Golden Palace. Upon arriving at the medical room, Loki and Frigga learned that Odin had gone to the library, prompting them to head there as well. In the library, Odin elucidated the origins of the ether particles, which were intricately linked to an ancient race. They were beings born from darkness, self-identifying as dark elves. Their leader, Malekith, had discovered the residual essence of power following the explosion of the previous universe and utilized it to create ether particles. The Dark Elves harbored a singular objective: to plunge the entire universe back into darkness, positioning themselves as its rulers. Baldur, the former king of Asgard and Odin's father, had led a campaign against the Dark Elves of Svartalfheim, seizing and obliterating the ether particles, ultimately annihilating all Dark Elves, every last one. Thor held a degree of skepticism regarding Odin's account, perceiving it as heavily biased, reminiscent of the bedtime stories of his youth. Historical records suggested that the ether particles ought to have been destroyed, yet the reality was that this entity now resided within the woman he cherished. Did this imply that the so-called Dark Elves had not perished, but were instead plotting a scheme of vengeance? As Thor contemplated this, he hesitated to delve further into such troubling thoughts, turning instead to Loki. To his surprise, Loki met his gaze, and in their eyes, they both discerned a shared sense of unease, a feeling of trepidation in the face of an unknown adversary. The most terrifying foes are those whose nature remains shrouded in mystery. In the realm of Hell, within the Hall of Death, Heimdall sat majestically upon her throne, observing the recent developments in the realm of Helheim, when she stumbled upon a fascinating group of souls. Upon inquiry, she discovered they were Dark Elves, who had resided in Helheim for many years, predating even her own arrival. Listening calmly to their narrative, she learned that they had survived since her grandfather's campaign against the small annihilation. Hel, intrigued, continued to question whether any of their kin still lived. Their affirmative response intensified her unease, compelling her to return to Asgard, not for any specific purpose, but simply to see for herself. "I must return," Hel reassured herself. Chapter 18. The Battle of Asgard. Preview. In the resplendent city of Asgard, Thor strolled alongside Jane, who had donned the traditional attire of Asgard. They ambled through the scenic surroundings, pausing intermittently to admire the breathtaking vistas. Eventually, they found themselves on a seaside promenade, where they halted to take in the view. In an effort to ease Jane's tension, Thor sought various topics of conversation, touching upon the imminent transformations of their world, the convergence of the 9 realms. He explained to Jane the reason she had encountered a stable spatial wormhole in London. As they reminisced about their night on Earth, their hands found each other, leading to a tender kiss. "Do you think I can be saved?" Jane asked, gazing into Thor's eyes after their lips parted. Fear not, Jane. I shall surely rescue you, Thor replied solemnly, meeting her gaze with unwavering conviction. But Odin has stated he has no solutions left, Jane said, her eyes filled with sorrow. My father, Odin, does not possess all the answers, Thor comforted her, feeling a pang of sadness for her melancholy. You mustn't let your father hear that, Frigga interjected, emerging from the other end of the corridor with a warm smile. Oh, Jane, allow me to introduce you to the Queen of Asgard, my mother, the goddess of love, Frigga, Thor said, turning to Jane with pride. Greetings, Lady Frigga, Jane stammered nervously, feeling somewhat overwhelmed in the presence of the queen. Oh, no need for formality. I have heard much about you from Thor, Frigga smiled warmly at Jane. Mother, this is Jane, the girl from Midgard. By the way, where's Loki? Thor inquired. Loki has gone to see your father. Let us enjoy our conversation here, Frigga suggested, gently holding Thor's and Jane's hands as they gazed out at the distant sea. In a dimly lit cell within the Golden Palace, a towering prisoner suddenly thrust his hand into his own abdomen, extracting an object from the gaping wound. Smoke began to emanate from his entire being until he was engulfed in flames. The prisoners sharing the same cell as him gazed in horror at the scene unfolding before them, frantically pounding against the energy barrier. Two Asgardian guards raised their weapons and approached the cell. Witnessing the events within the barrier, the towering prisoner suddenly erupted in a brilliant explosion of light. As the dust settled, he transformed into a monstrous being with gray skin and glowing red patterns coursing across his form. The other inmates in the cell were annihilated by his explosive emergence. This creature was none other than the cursed warrior of the Dark Elves. Upon his arrival, the cursed warrior shattered the energy barrier with ease, and the guards rushed in an attempt to thwart his escape, only to meet their demise at his hands. The sole purpose of this cursed warrior was to infiltrate the Golden Palace of Asgard from within and dismantle its defense systems. He freed all the prisoners confined within the jail, igniting a chaotic uprising. The liberated prisoners, all former captives from various rebellions against Asgard, seized this golden opportunity to reclaim their freedom and launched an assault against the Asgardian guards. Amidst the chaos, the cursed warrior advanced towards the core of the palace's defense system. Heimdall, stationed within the Guardian Temple, sensed an anomaly ahead but could not discern the entity's precise form. Acting on instinct, he sprinted towards the rainbow bridge outside the temple, and during his leap, he drew closer to the object in question. Following his attack, the object finally revealed its true nature, a sleek, black cosmic warship resembling a blade. After swiftly downing the vessel, Heimdall was taken aback by an even more astonishing sight, a massive mothership, from which countless blade-like warships emerged to commence their assault on Asgard. With urgency, Heimdall raced back to the Guardian Temple, wielding the Sword of Guardians to activate the palace's defensive barrier. Chapter 19. The Battle of Asgard II within the city of Asgard. Chaos reigned as the Asgardian forces, having lost air superiority, were powerless to repel the Dark Elves' onslaught. The remaining Dark Elves attacked Asgard with a singular intent: to reclaim the ether particles, the treasures that once belonged to their kind, along with enacting vengeance upon Asgard. Consequently, the Dark Elves launched a rapid and ferocious assault, utilizing their advanced weaponry and tactics to swiftly breach the Asgardian defenses and charge towards Odin's chamber. Upon her return to Asgard, Hela quickly discerned the unusual turmoil engulfing the realm. Strolling through the streets, she observed the frantic citizens fleeing from the Dark Elf warships that dove from the skies, while Asgardian soldiers organized anti-aircraft defenses. Hela's expression remained stoic as she witnessed the chaos unfold before her. When had war last graced the soil of Asgard? 500 years ago, or perhaps 1,000. The memories had become somewhat hazy. However, despite the different invaders, the same tactics had once again succeeded against them. It was impossible for Hela not to feel a surge of indignation. What had Heimdall been doing all these years? What had Odin been preoccupied with? Hela could not bear to witness the demise of those she had once vowed to protect, and a staff, reminiscent of the one she wielded during her days cosplaying as Janna, materialized in her hand. Cloaked in a blue hooded mantle, Hela thrust her staff into the ground. And the atmosphere of Asgard transformed dramatically, dark clouds gathering ominously. The biting cold winds howled as countless icicles materialized, raining down upon the Dark Elves' aircraft. The sudden tempest was devastating, causing the majority of their vessels to be obliterated. Only a scant few evaded this onslaught. Yet their numbers were insufficient to suppress the Asgardian fleet rising in retaliation from the ground. The air superiority gradually shifted back into the hands of Asgard. After accomplishing this feat, Hela noticed a single aircraft barreling towards the Golden Palace, an unsettling sensation washing over her. She quickly activated her teleportation, setting her destination to her former chambers. Upon returning, she found her quarters unchanged from her memories. The bedside was adorned with an assortment of snacks and a few beloved books, all still arranged as they had been, with even the food appearing fresh. Opening her wardrobe, she discovered her cherished garments meticulously organized, every piece intact. The room seemed as if it had been continuously inhabited, with a portrait from a banquet and a half-length painting of herself adorning the walls. Hela's reverie was abruptly interrupted by the cacophony outside her chambers. Her gaze fell upon the Valkyrie armor within her wardrobe, and after a moment's hesitation, she retrieved the uniform. Malekith, leading his forces with relentless momentum, soon arrived at Odin's chamber door. Through his connection to the ether, he sensed its presence lurking behind the grand entrance. He commanded his subordinates to guard the door while he entered the chamber alone. Clad in armor, Frigga wielded a sharp sword, flanked by Jane Foster, dressed in Asgardian attire. Frigga's eyes narrowed as she beheld Malekith entering, a creature unlike any she had ever encountered. "Who are you?" she demanded, gripping her sword tightly. "I am Malekith, here to reclaim what belongs to my people," he replied coolly, seemingly unimpressed by Frigga's status. After all, Malekith had faced Thor and had little regard for the thoughts of a mere descendant. "I advise you to surrender, otherwise you shall come to know the wrath of Asgard." Frigga retorted fiercely. "Is that so? Then by all means, do try," Malekith sneered, brandishing his blade menacingly towards Frigga. Confronted by the menacing blade, Frigga deftly parried Malekith's strike with an upward thrust of her longsword, swiftly following with a forward lunge aimed at his throat. Malekith, however, skillfully deflected her thrust with a horizontal sweep of his weapon. Seizing the moment of vulnerability in Frigga's stance, he retaliated with a brutal slash that cleaved her in two. Yet, as her form began to dissolve into shimmering light before him, he realized he had been deceived, erupting in rage. "I shall surely slay you, witch." Before he could finish his threat, Frigga materialized behind him, her sword poised to pierce his back. In a frantic attempt to defend himself, he turned. But it was to no avail. His dagger was effortlessly knocked from his grasp. He staggered backward, desperately seeking to evade her assault, only to find himself pressed against a wall. As he braced himself against it, Frigga's blade rested against his throat. "Do you comprehend the wrath of Asgard now, Malekith?" she inquired, her gaze unwavering. Yet, Malekith regarded her with disdain. At that moment, a sudden disruption occurred. A cursed warrior burst through another door, crashing into Frigga and seizing her throat, lifting her slowly off the ground. Malekith watched with satisfaction. For this woman who posed a threat to him must perish, though not without suffering. "Release her, scum." Hela, clad in Valkyrie armor and wielding the Dragonfang sword, stormed in, her fury ignited by the scene before her. "No one shall harm my mother. No one." Upon seeing Hela, Malekith raised his hand, intending to command the cursed warrior to strangle Frigga. But suddenly, he heard her cough and the whistle of a projectile slicing through the air, prompting him to roll away instinctively. He narrowly avoided a black longsword that had been hurled at him. Before he could process this, Hela lunged at him, Dragonfang in both hands. "Die, scum," she cried, her rage fueling her attack. "Humph, we shall meet again, little girl." "Keep my gift safe," Malekith retorted, enveloped in a shroud of dark energy as an emergency teleportation sequence initiated, a common occurrence in interstellar warfare. He successfully escaped the Golden Palace of Asgard, returning to his flagship, albeit at the cost of a cursed warrior. Nevertheless, they had inflicted significant damage upon Asgard. Hela hurried to Frigga's side, but before she could speak, she noticed a black hole grenade flashing in alarm where Malekith had just been. Moments later, the grenade detonated, creating a singularity that swallowed both Hela and Frigga. Fortunately, Jane, being farther away, remained unaffected. "Mother!" Jane, Thor, wielding Mjolnir, burst into the chamber, only to be met with a scene of devastation, scattered debris and remnants of Frigga's garments. He fell to his knees, despair consuming him. "Mother!" Loki followed closely behind Thor, entering to witness a scene that filled him with despair. The crystalline dagger he held slipped from his grasp and fell heavily to the ground. Odin was the last to arrive, and he stood in silence, absorbing the spectacle before him. Yet, from his one remaining eye, A tempest of fury was unmistakable. Consumed by the death of his wife and the invasion of Asgard, Odin's wrath had reached a boiling point. The Dark Elves would undoubtedly pay for their transgressions. Chapter 20. The Battle of Asgard. Asgard lay in ruins. Ravaged by the flames of war, its once glorious domain now littered with debris and the remnants of smoldering possessions. The wounded were in urgent need of healing, and the splendor of Asgard had been irrevocably tarnished. Control of the skies had once again fallen into the hands of the Dark Elves, whose formidable mothership wreaked havoc upon the battlefield, despite the heavy losses sustained by the smaller aircraft. The tactical support provided by the mothership tipped the scales of aerial combat decidedly in their favor. The skies were sealed off, and within the Golden Palace, King Odin convened with his subordinates to deliberate on their next strategic maneuvers. Overwhelmed with rage and grief over his wife's death, Odin found himself in a state of turmoil. He soon discovered the wide-open doors of Hela's chamber, and upon inspection, found a missing outfit from her wardrobe. The remnants of a cerulean cloak suggested that Hela had returned to join the fray, only to be ensnared within the blast radius of a black hole grenade. In a single night, both his wife and daughter had perished in battle. This unbearable loss intensified Odin's already volatile temperament, leading him to vehemently oppose Thor's plan to take Jane Foster to Vanaheim for a decisive confrontation. He was determined to eradicate the long-eared foes from Asgard. In an effort to minimize Asgard's losses in this war, Thor devised a plan to use the Rainbow Bridge to transport Jane to Vanaheim, luring the Dark Elves there. Subsequently, he intended to send Asgardian forces through the Rainbow Bridge to engage in a final battle. He had anticipated that his father would endorse this strategy, but Odin, blinded by fury, not only rejected it, but also chastised him harshly. "What difference is there between your approach and Malekith's?" Thor retorted. "The distinction lies in my certainty of victory. Now, go and do what you must," Odin thundered, pointing a finger at Thor before turning away, grasping the eternal spear as he departed. However, Thor noticed a discernible pause in Odin's stride. He understood that his father was truly at the end of his strength. Uncertain of how much longer Odin could endure, Thor resolved to assemble his own team and personally venture to Vanaheim to bring an end to this accursed war. In Hela's chamber, Loki meticulously examined the portrait hanging on the wall. Thor entered through the grand door and shared his plan with Loki, only to be met with unexpected dissent from his brother. At this moment, Loki appeared outwardly composed, maintaining his usual elegance. Yet, the tension in his grip on the crystalline dagger revealed the depths of his fury. "You intend to journey to Varthium and take that woman with you. Are you aware of the consequences should you fail?" Loki remarked calmly after listening to Thor's plan. "To enhance the success of this mission, I require comrades," Thor earnestly stated. "So you came to seek me? Ah, I see. Now the All-Father has commanded the Rainbow Bridge to be sealed, forbidding its use by anyone. And coincidentally, I know of a secret passage to Varthium, hence your visit?" Loki retorted. "Let me make this clear, Thor. I will not go anywhere until I have personally slain Malekith." Loki bellowed in rage. "Have you lost your senses in this fury? Loki, this is uncharacteristic of you," Thor admonished in return. "Indeed, it is not like me. Until I avenge my mother, I shall remain this way. I am not like you." Loki responded pointedly. "Are you suggesting I am blinded by love? It is foolish to insist on fighting in Asgard under these circumstances." Thor countered loudly. "Huh, then why do you care so much for that woman? Don't tell me it's because she harbors the ether within her. After all these years, I know your character all too well, Thor." Loki dismissed Thor's retort with disdain, for nothing mattered more to him at that moment than avenging his mother. "Well, this room is the one we always wished to enter as children. I never imagined it would look like this," Thor said, opting to change the subject in an attempt to ease the tension. "Indeed, it's surprising to find it is a chamber. Judging by the decor, its former occupant must have been a woman," Loki remarked, still gazing at the portraits on the walls. "I am curious to know what this lady truly looked like." Thor responded. "Look at this portrait. Do you not find the subject somewhat familiar?" Loki inquired. "You mean this portrait? Wait, this woman is," Thor exclaimed, scrutinizing the image in astonishment. "Indeed, I too am astonished. However, my focus now is on avenging my mother. We shall unravel this mystery once we have achieved victory," Loki declared, sheathing his crystalline dagger as he exited the chamber. A new wave of assault from the Dark Elves commenced, with concentrated beams of artillery raining down from their aircraft. The ground defenses of Asgard had nearly collapsed, with numerous troops retreating into the Golden Palace. bracing for the impending invasion from the Dark Elves. Such a scene left every warrior of Asgard feeling stifled. After years of warfare, they had never encountered such a suffocating battle. At that moment, 3 Dark Elf warships crashed into the entrance of the Golden Palace. As their hatches opened, a multitude of Dark Elves surged into the palace, leading to a fierce clash between the Asgardian forces and the Dark Elf army. In the face of the Dark Elves' black hole grenades, maintaining a tight formation was imperative. A single grenade thrown at a densely packed group could spell disaster. Consequently, the Asgardian ranks remained exceedingly loose, rendering them incapable of effectively repelling the Dark Elves' advance, which swiftly pushed the front lines back to the throne hall. Malekith commanded another cursed warrior under his command to assault the throne hall, while he himself led a small contingent to the chamber where Jane Foster was imprisoned, intent on reclaiming the ether. Faced with the combined might of Odin, Loki, and Thor, the cursed warrior found himself woefully outmatched. However, at that precise moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A dark portal materialized behind the cursed warrior. From the dark dimension, Dormammu bestowed a portion of his power upon this warrior, simultaneously disrupting Odin's already frail body. This sudden shift threw Thor and Loki into disarray. They were desperate to avoid losing their father after already suffering the loss of their mother. Thor charged forward, wielding Mjolnir in an attempt to thwart the cursed warrior's advance, only to be swatted away. Loki, channeling his magic into his crystalline dagger, transformed it into a luminous energy sword and similarly lunged forward, but met the same fate. In that moment of paralysis, Odin was struck by a black hole grenade. Everyone present understood that, given Odin's formidable strength, the grenade would merely serve as a means of teleportation. Yet, the most pressing threat had been neutralized. Just as Thor and Loki prepared to launch a second assault, Malekith appeared, his expression grim, carrying Jane and Sif, one in each hand, into the hall. He unceremoniously dropped the unconscious women at Thor's feet before turning to leave Asgard aboard his ship. Asgard had fallen. The ruler of the 9 realms had suffered defeat. The Allfather Odin was missing, and the Asgardian forces had endured severe losses. The ether had been seized by Malekith. The Age of Darkness was about to commence. In a remote ice canyon of Antarctica, Hela strolled with the injured Frigga on her back. They had been thrust here by the explosion of a black hole grenade. Although in Antarctica, this was still a planet familiar to Hela. She intended to take her mother back to her home in New York for a while. Within the Dark Elf's flagship, Malekith issued orders for their next target, the heart of Midgard, Earth. Chapter 21. The Battle of London in the ancient city of London. A grand sporting event was underway, the Olympic Games. On July 27, 2012, the United Kingdom welcomed the London Olympics, marking the commencement of the 3rd act of this illustrious occasion. A helicopter approached from the distance, hovering above the main venue of the Olympics, the London Bowl. As the doors of the helicopter swung open, the first to leap down was none other than Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II of the United Kingdom. Following closely was the renowned British actor, Daniel Craig. With the deployment of their parachutes, 2 Union Jack flags floated gracefully to the ground. Such a grand entrance ignited a wave of cheers from the audience, for it is indeed a rare sight to witness the Queen making such an appearance. With her arrival, the Olympic opening ceremony reached a crescendo. However, unbeknownst to all, a colossal transparent object was descending from above. Suddenly, a significant portion of the London Bowl collapsed, as if struck by an invisible blade. This unseen force continued to slice through the air, causing the Queen and Daniel Craig, suspended mid-descent, to witness the dramatic disintegration of the London Bowl. The once pristine athletic field was being turned over as if plowed, with earth being uprooted in great quantities. Craig instinctively sensed a tremendous force barreling towards them and decisively activated his special watch. A laser beam emanated from the watch, severing the parachute cords, and 2 energy nozzles materialized on his shoes, footwear designed for flight. Daniel adeptly maneuvered these shoes, soaring towards the Queen, and swiftly cut her parachute cords, cradling her in a princess carry as he sped towards the designated emergency rendezvous point beyond the London Bowl. "You truly are James Bond," the Queen exclaimed, her face alight with surprise as she gazed at the man before her. "Your Majesty, acting is merely one of my identities," Daniel replied while flying. "You need to be taken to a safe location. Take me to the command center. I am the Queen of England. I cannot simply hide and watch as these alien invaders wreak havoc on my homeland and harm my people," the Queen declared, having spotted the flagship of the Dark Elves. a T-shaped battleship cloaked in black, emitting dark crimson flames from its engines. Her resolve strengthened, for this queen had fought in World War II. Just as Daniel was about to successfully reach the emergency assembly point, a dark elf fighter jet hurtled towards them with menacing speed, defying aerodynamic principles in its pursuit of Daniel, forcing him to descend. However, upon landing with the queen, a shimmering portal suddenly opened, from which emerged three ominous figures clad in orange burlap shorts, their pale faces adorned with strikingly abnormal eye makeup. Recognizing the hostility in their approach, Daniel reached into his suit pocket and retrieved a pen, pointing it at one of the strange beings. A blue laser shot forth, striking the magical shield just conjured by the opponent. Yet, before Daniel could regain his footing, the assailants charged, swiftly toppling him to the ground. After the three individuals struck Daniel, they meticulously observed the composed figure of Queen Elizabeth nearby, preparing to advance and apprehend her. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through the alley, heralding the arrival of a cloaked figure at its end. As this silhouette drew nearer, it became evident that it was not particularly imposing in stature. Without hesitation, the three peculiar beings swiftly conjured a magical array with their hands. In an instant, their magical weapons took form, and they lunged forward to attack. In response to their simultaneous assault, the cloaked figure appeared to wield an invisible weapon, executing a thrusting motion. A powerful wind erupted from this unseen armament, sending the three assailants hurtling away. With deft movements, the cloaked individual surged forward, cleaving one of the creatures in two before they could react. In the blink of an eye, the three adversaries were vanquished. The figure then approached Queen Elizabeth, disregarding Daniel, who stood protectively in front of her. After performing a courteous sword salute, the cloaked figure leaped away from the alley. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Daniel managed to utter through gritted teeth, enduring his injuries. "I am unharmed. Let us proceed, Bond," Elizabeth replied, allowing Daniel to guide her towards the designated emergency rendezvous point. As the London Olympics came under attack, the British military promptly activated their emergency protocols, initiating a counter-offensive against the extraterrestrial invasion. An emergency meeting of the International Security Council was convened at the request of the United Kingdom. "London is under assault by unidentified extraterrestrial entities. We require assistance," declared the British representative. "Oh, now it is London?" came the swift response from the Chinese delegate. "China will provide its full support to London. Our 2nd Artillery Corps will promptly render strategic assistance. I propose a nuclear strike on that alien battleship. Our missiles are already locked onto the target." "Are you insane? This is London." "London," the British representative exclaimed in alarm. "Agreed," affirmed the French representative, expressing their concurrence. "Agreed. Our two 160s are already en route to London, and will be deployed if necessary," added the Soviet representative. "Opposed. Your actions are utterly irresponsible towards the British people. The United States 2nd Fleet and 6th Fleet are already on their way to assist Britain. We will stand by our allies," interjected the American representative, Haley. "Then, can S.H.I.E.L.D. provide support?" the British representative inquired urgently. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s aerial carrier is approaching British airspace. We request the British military to prepare identification markers for friend or foe, Nick Fury stated. While the International Security Council meeting unfolded, the skies above London were embroiled in intense aerial combat. Elderly citizens, some of whom had witnessed the ravages of World War II, stepped into the streets, gazing upwards at the tumultuous battle above. At that time, the British Air Force valiantly fought in the skies against foreign adversaries, willingly sacrificing their lives to defend their homeland. Today, at this very moment, the British Air Force continues to engage in battle, wielding weaponry that lags behind that of their opponents, yet they steadfastly resist these extraterrestrial foes. The Dark Elves Ark warships relentlessly advance, their objective being the convergence point of the Nine Realms, which lies in Greenwich, England. It seems that the final showdown is destined to unfold there. Meanwhile, the magical realm of Earth is also struggling to withstand the onslaught ever since Caecilius absconded with the Book of Cagliostro, formally rebelling against the Hidden One and becoming a disciple of Dormammu from the Dark Dimension. As an insider, he directly summoned Dormammu to Earth, intent on consuming it. In a recent battle, the Supreme Sorcerer, Wong, perished, leaving the Sorcerer's Order leaderless. At this critical juncture, Mordo, a disciple of the fallen Wong, stepped forward. proposing that Stephen Strange be appointed as the new leader of the Order to unite everyone against Dormammu's invasion. In this war of sorcerers, two more individuals emerged, the Dagger of Light, Tandy Bowen, and the Cloak of Shadows, Tyrone Johnson. Chapter 22. The defense of Greenwich. The skies over Britain are often shrouded in gloom, and tonight is no exception. The British Air Force has been decimated in the face of such a technologically advanced assault, having held their ground for an impressive duration. Now, American fighter jets soar through the skies of Great Britain, including F-18s from the carrier fleet and F-22s arriving from the European continent to combat the rampaging aircraft of the Dark Elves. Above the city of Greenwich, within the S.H.I.E.L.D. mothership, Dr. Eric Selvig is elucidating to Nick Fury the significance of the convergence of the Nine Realms, as well as the applications of his research findings. Historical records indicate that all convergence points lead to the city of Greenwich in England. His newly developed spatial stabilizer may play a crucial role in this operation. Ever since being controlled by Loki's Mind Scepter, he has been enlightened by the Mind Stone with knowledge unknown to modern Earth, greatly expanding his intellect. It is precisely because he has studied the portals that he conceived the idea of developing a device to stabilize space, which appears to be timely for this mission. In Queens, New York, Hela returns home with a slightly injured Frigga. It is currently 5 o'clock in the afternoon in New York. Young Lorna has already arrived home. Upon seeing Hela carrying a woman clad in peculiar attire, she is filled with curiosity. Hela gently lays Frigga on her bed and begins to tend to her wounds, apologizing as she works. "Mother, I'm sorry for being late." "No, dear daughter, you are not late at all. The timing is just right. Had you not returned this time, Mother might have ventured to the underworld." Frigga gazes tenderly at Hela as she administers her care. "Mother, please take a good rest. I have already treated your injuries. The rest is for you to recover on your own," Hela said as she slowly rose from the bed to speak to Frigga. "Hey, silly girl, your mother is a goddess. Do not regard me as an ordinary woman, all right? Now hurry and go check on that little one at the door." Frigga replied with a smile. "Little Lorna, come in," Hela called out, placing her hands on her hips and turning her back to the door. "Mommy." Lorna timidly pushed the door open and entered the bedroom. "Little Lorna, call her grandmother. This is your mother's mother," Hela said as she took Lorna's hand and led her to the bedside. "Grandma." Little Lorna looked at Frigga, who lay on the bed. "Yes, little Lorna, good girl. My daughter has grown. When will you have children?" Frigga reached out to stroke Lorna's head and glanced at Hela. "Mother, I will explain everything to you in due time. For now, I have some matters to attend to. I must take my leave." "Little Lorna, take good care of your grandmother," Hela said before turning to leave. After exiting the bedroom, Hela heard news of an alien invasion in London, England. Upon seeing the iconic Dark Elven flagship, she snorted contemptuously and stepped into a dark green portal that appeared before her. In the skies above Greenwich, the oppressive Dark Elven Ark-class warship descended once more. With the convergence of the Nine Realms, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, who had long awaited this moment, had already set up Dr. Selvig's space stabilizers in the area, though this time the intention was to disrupt space. As Malekith swaggered down the Dark Elven Ark with a throng of Dark Elves, a beam of rainbow light descended from the heavens. Thor and Loki, clad in armor and followed by a legion of Asgardian soldiers, faced their adversary. Upon encountering their foes, both sides readied themselves for battle without further ado. "For Asgard," Thor shouted, brandishing Mjolnir and charging towards Malekith with the fury of thunder, while Loki swiftly cast enhancement spells on all Asgardian soldiers present, simultaneously brandishing his crystalline dagger as he plunged into the fray. However, Malekith, empowered by the ether, was no ordinary opponent. Moreover, a cursed warrior stood among them, inflicting heavy casualties on the Asgardian forces. Loki's magical assaults proved ineffective against this cursed warrior, forcing him to rely solely on his crystalline dagger for combat. On the other front, Thor found himself helpless against Malekith's control over the ether particles. After dispersing a spear composed of ether with summoned lightning, the particles were formed, and although he could still endure, defeat loomed imminent. At that moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents stationed on the ground joined the fray, catching the Dark Elves off guard with their sudden intervention. However, the Dark Elves quickly regained their footing in the battle. With their advanced weaponry firmly in hand, they completely suppressed their opponent's offensive. Malekith disdainfully gazed upon the unwavering Thor and remarked, warrior of the divine realm. Why do you persist in your struggle? The universe you protect shall meet its demise today. Your family, your friends, and your nation shall all embrace the arrival of death. Huh. The Asgardians do not cower before your nonsensical ravings. Thor retorted, once more brandishing Mjolnir and charging forward. As time progressed, a colossal circular spatial portal materialized in the sky. Behind the 8 portals lay diverse landscapes, the fiery realm of Muspelheim, the icy windswept expanse of Jotunheim, the lush forests of Alfheim, the opulent architecture of Asgard, the verdant plains and hills of Vanaheim, the industrious scene of Nidavellir, and the eerie, yellow-hued skies of Vanaheim, littered with strange rock formations. As the 9 worlds converged, Malekith grew weary of wasting time on Thor. With a mere flick of his hand, ethereal particles surged towards Thor, sending him flying. Malekith then strode confidently into the focal point of the 9 worlds, resolutely activating the ethereal particles. Meanwhile, Loki struggled to vanquish the cursed warriors. Both his left arm and right leg broken, several ribs shattered. He lay on the ground, seething as he watched Malekith, who was now enacting his sinister plans. For the first time, Loki truly felt his powerlessness. His mother was dead, and his nemesis stood before him, yet he was utterly helpless. At the New York Sanctum, Stephen Strange and Wong had just repelled an assault from the Dark Lord Dormammu's followers. Hey, I did say to arm yourself with a suitable weapon. But what on earth are you holding? Wong scowled at Stephen, who clutched a Clog 18 pistol. Don't mind the details. This weapon is the one I am most familiar with. What more could you want? At least I used it to blow off Caecilius' head, Stephen shrugged in response. A distress signal arrived from the London Sanctum, announcing that Dormammu intended to launch a personal attack. Upon receiving this urgent message, Wong declared, "We must hurry. You, Stephen, will hold the New York Sanctum with Bow and Johnson. I will accompany you to reinforce London." With that, Stephen holstered his pistol and opened a portal with the Eye of Agamotto. As Malekith continually unleashed ethereal particles to manipulate and infect the 9 worlds, a gaunt figure cloaked in a robe materialized in the square. Clasping an indistinct weapon, its form was obscured by the refraction of light. Soon, as the tempest grew, the concealed weapon revealed itself to be a classic Celtic sword, its ornate hilt indicating its extraordinary nature. Golden specks began to coalesce from the ground of Greenwich towards the sword, capturing the attention of all present. They gazed in awe at the magnificent spectacle before them. As the blade was enveloped in a radiant golden light, the cloaked figure stepped forward resolutely and proclaimed, "For Britannia, monster, perish, Excalibur." A torrent of golden energy surged forth, crashing into the barrier composed of ethereal particles, instantly disrupting Malekith's incantation. The ethereal particles were scattered by the force of this onslaught. Simultaneously, a dark green portal materialized in the center of the square. Chapter 23. Confronting darkness. With the emergence of the dark green portal, Hela appeared before the assembly. Clad in a black cloak, grasping 2 scythes of differing lengths, she surveyed her surroundings before focusing her full attention on Malekith. In a flash, she lunged forward, striking with her scythe. Malekith, momentarily shaken from his interrupted spellcasting, hurriedly summoned ethereal particles for defense as he observed Hela charging at him with her dual scythes. A crimson haze of ethereal particles enveloped Hela's path, ensnaring her as if she were mired in quicksand, significantly impeding her advance. As he momentarily delayed Hela's assault, Malekith commanded the ethereal particles to retaliate. In an instant, the flow of ethereal particles surged, transforming into streams that sliced through the air like an array of sharp blades, incessantly lacerating Hela's form. Upon breaking free from the particle-laden area, her garments lay tattered and torn. Undeterred, Hela surged toward Malekith with remarkable speed. He intended to counter her attack with a similar stratagem. However, as Hela drew her long scythe across the ground, the temperature plummeted, conjuring crystalline ice formations from thin air. The ethereal particles, now affected by the chilling atmosphere, found their movements hindered. Even Malekith, who stood firm, was struck by the sudden cold, becoming ensnared in the icy grasp. As Hela pressed forward, the ethereal particles under Malekith's control returned to him, liberating him from the icy confinement. He retaliated with a punch aimed at Hela, while the short scythe in her left hand ignited with black flames as she swung at his right arm. They narrowly missed each other. Malekith's arm was severed, reduced to ash by the ravenous flames. "I know not who you are, but do not impede me. Malachi's bellowed, turning to confront Hela. She, however, had no words to spare, propelling herself forward once more with her scythe. The two engaged in fierce combat anew. Elsewhere, Thor, with the aid of the cloaked figure wielding the sword of oath and victory, was tirelessly fending off the advancing dark elven soldiers. At this moment, the 9 realms were aligned, rendering the Rainbow Bridge inaccessible due to the chaotic distortion of space. Injured Asgardian warriors and those wounded among the scythe agents were being evacuated from the battlefield, Loki among them. Hela gazed with palpable revulsion at Malekith, who, despite having his limbs severed, continued to float in midair with the aid of ethereal particles. However, she herself was far from comfortable, for this body was merely a fragment of her true essence. In stark contrast, Malekith looked exhilarated as he addressed the ragged Hela below, taunting, "What can you do to me? I warned you. Do not attempt to stop me." Hearing his defeated growls, Hela maintained a stoic expression, the surrounding dark mist effectively concealing her identity. Yet, this hybrid posed a significant challenge given the capabilities of her avatar. Without further contemplation, she swung the scythe in her hand towards him, her thoughts consumed with the desire to slay this wretch and consign his soul to the furnace of souls as fuel. With the assistance of the ethereal particles, Malekith, despite his lost limbs, had become more agile, gliding through the air to relentlessly drain Hela's strength. At that moment, she hurled her short-handled scythe with precision. Malekith deftly evaded the attack, only to find a dagger embedded in the center of his forehead. Simultaneously, the scythe returned from behind and cleaved him in half. With Malekith's demise, the ethereal particles began to grow increasingly volatile, causing the remaining Dark Elf soldiers on the battlefield to retreat towards their arc ships upon sensing their leader's death. Thor, witnessing the withdrawal of the Dark Elves, finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned to the youth beside him, whose tattered cloak revealed his true visage, saying, "It seems we have triumphed. You are truly remarkable. Young man, what is your name?" The boy, clad in a now tattered blue tracksuit and sporting short, golden hair, leaned on his sword, gasping for breath as he replied, "Brian Braddock, sir." On the other side of the world, Huang Sudong sat before his television, watching the live broadcast of the Dark Elf army's retreat. He exhaled deeply, saying, "Wow, that was terrifying. I thought we were done for. Can these superheroes not make things so perilous?" But a win is a win. Just when everyone believed that the battle had concluded, the darkness in the sky, wrought by the ethereal particles, did not dissipate, but thickened ominously. Dr. Sylvig's spatial detection device blared an alarm once more. From the black portal emerged a presence that sent shivers through all, for Hela stood before it. Fully aware of the identity of the approaching figure, the Lord of the Dark Dimension, Dormammu. Seeing him so brazenly appear on Earth, Hela realized that her apprentice, the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One, was likely dead. It seemed prudent to visit the underworld to inquire of her apprentice's motives. For Dormammu had already made his move. The black mist solidified instantaneously, transforming into numerous long spears that pierced through Hela's body. Her avatar gradually became assimilated by the encroaching mist, and soon the tangible darkness enveloped the remnants of Malekith's form. An object resembling a cocoon emerged at the sight of Malekith's corpse, while ethereal particles surged violently towards it. Thor, witnessing this sudden turn of events, unhesitatingly concentrated all his might into a thunderous strike aimed at the dark cocoon. Beside him, Brian summoned his last vestiges of strength to unleash one final strike. Long live Asgard! Excalibur! The thunder and golden torrents of energy collided with the cocoon, causing it to crack gradually. Yet, it did not shatter completely. After executing their final assaults, both warriors collapsed to the ground, spent. As the cracks in the cocoon widened, a newly reborn Malekith emerged, cloaked in darkness, surrounded by swirling crimson ethereal particles. From beyond the spatial portal came a voice comprehensible to all. "You have signed a pact. Do not fantasize about escaping it." Malekith pointed a finger at the exhausted Thor and Brian, and 2 ethereal particles surged forth, ensnaring them in place. He strode towards the nexus of the 9 realms, intent on fulfilling his lifelong mission. His vengeance was complete. All that remained was to restore the world to its original state. In a realm beyond the cosmos, death confronted infinity and oblivion, the planet devourer standing firm against her. "You shall not defy the rules, Death," Infinity declared, manipulating space and time to obstruct Hela's movements. Return to your realm of the dead, obediently, death. Oblivion swiftly expelled Hela from her dimension, while countless unknown substances restrained her actions. You bastards! Hela shouted in fury. The universe is undergoing its inevitable processes. You have no right to interfere. You are still too young. Death, the planet devourer remarked, gazing at Hela. You three will pay for this. Hela retorted angrily. This is all orchestrated by the one above all. Now, go back to your realm and behave. Enough of this nonsense, sister. After all, you are the last to awaken. Upon saying this, Oblivion dragged Hela back from the unknown dimension, after which infinity transported them to Helheim. The Battle of Greenwich raged on fiercely, and just as the situation seemed poised to collapse, a portal crackling with sparks opened. Stephen Strange arrived on the battlefield with Mordo to offer their support. Under the power of the Eye of Agamotto, Thor and Brian rejuvenated to their pre-battle vigor. Even the grievously injured Loki fully recovered, wielding the crystalline dagger as he rejoined the fray. Chapter 24. Dawn emerges. The once modest square, ravaged by the preceding battles, now lay in ruins, surrounded by collapsed buildings that had been reduced to heaps of debris. Still standing at the focal point of the Nine Realms, the dark elf battleship, Malekith, faced the individuals before him. He resolved to eliminate these obstructions in order to achieve his ultimate goal. Crimson ether particles swirled at his command, transforming into tempestuous storms that surged toward the gathered crowd. Loki conjured an icy spear, unleashing a frigid wind that clashed with the ether particles, diminishing their vigor. Thor, wielding the lightning-imbued Mjolnir, leapt toward Malekith with fierce intent. Accompanying him was Brian, his sword of victory once again cloaked by the winds. Yet, the magical barrier known as the Wind King's shield possessed effects beyond mere invisibility. Observing the two charging toward him, Malekith unhesitatingly summoned a portion of ether particles, forming a spear that lunged at the advancing duo. Just then, Modu, grasping the staff of life's court, emerged from a teleportation portal behind Malekith, aiming a strike at the back of his head. The sudden assault momentarily disoriented Malekith. As the host succumbed to unconsciousness, the ether particles erupted with a repulsive force, casting all nearby individuals away. Once the throng was dispersed, Stephen swiftly opened 3 portals, transporting Thor, Brian, and Moda back to Malekith's side. At that moment, none of the trio hesitated, unleashing their weapons upon Malekith. At last, Malekith was finally brought down. Just then, a black portal opened in the sky once more. Dormammu had decided to descend upon Earth personally. The black mist seemed to possess an insidious quality, corroding the surrounding space. Subsequently, the decayed remnants transformed into part of the black fog, contributing to the corrosion of other realms. With Dormammu's arrival, Malekith rose once more. Are you prepared to commence the next round? Malekith's dark visage contorted menacingly. Oh, I believe I am ready, Ink Baby. As 2 scorching beams struck Malekith's form, Tony Stark's suave voice emerged from his armor. Following closely was a shield Quinjet, which soared low over the plaza, where Steve Rogers, donned in modern combat attire, leapt down with his shield at the ready. Moments later, 5 miniature missiles erupted from a nearby structure, successfully striking Malekith, with James Rhodes, clad in War Machine armor, following suit. Wow, the Avengers have assembled, exclaimed Brian Braddock, who wielded the Sword of Victory, his excitement palpable at the sight of his fellow Avengers. Be careful, kid. Steve hurled his shield to protect Brian from an imminent strike, cautioning him about the impending attack. Thanks, Captain America, Brian replied appreciatively. Blair deftly evaded the next assault of the ether particles and charged once more towards Malekith, delivering a fierce strike before retreating immediately. Observing the valiant struggle of his comrades, Stephen soared through the portal to the dark dimension, aided by his enchanted cloak. Upon his initial entry, he cleverly employed the Eye of Agamotto to cast a time reversal spell upon himself, with the condition that the spell would activate only upon his own demise. Dormammu, I have come to bargain, Stephen boldly declared as he confronted the ruler of the dark dimension. Unsurprisingly, Dormammu had no intention of engaging with him and swiftly annihilated him, only for Dormammu to find himself ensnared in an infinite loop. Dormammu, I have come to bargain. In essence, Dormammu was ensnared by Stephen within this temporal stasis. The absence of time in the dark dimension meant that Dormammu perpetually recalled Stephen's words, and in his mind, he had slain this peculiar sorcerer countless times. Yet, why did the sorcerer remain unvanquished? The battle of attrition between them hinged on patience and will. It was a contest of who would yield first. In Greenwich, the battle raged on. Faced with the Avengers, Malekith found himself in a precarious position, ordering the Ark ship to open fire without hesitation. The ship unleashed a torrent of energy, forcing the Avengers to evade its onslaught. Thor raised Mjolnir high, causing the surrounding air to coalesce in response to the celestial phenomenon. Then, a blinding bolt of lightning descended, striking Mjolnir directly. Guided by Thor, the lightning surged forth, penetrating the defenses of the Dark Elves and striking the Ark ship. The overloaded current instantaneously obliterated the ship's control systems, halting its artillery support at last. Despite wielding Dormammu's power and the formidable ether particles, Malekith ultimately succumbed to the Avengers' relentless assault. Loki, with a scowl etched on his face and the crystalline dagger in hand, approached. Sensing Loki's intent, Steve blocked his path. "Step aside, soldier," Loki commanded. "I know what you intend to do, Loki," Steve replied, shield in hand. "Huh, I shall have my vengeance." "Move aside," Loki asserted, shoving Steve out of his way. "How to deal with him is not for you to decide," Steve retorted, seizing Loki's arm and pulling him aside. "Then it is not for you to decide either," Loki fumed, brandishing his dagger. "His brutality has brought calamity upon all, especially the people of Britain. Let him face the punishment of this land. It is the most just of judgments," Brian Braddock proclaimed, gripping the sword of victory as he stepped forward. "Very well." Loki's expression gradually softened as he spoke. Then, his figure transformed into a dazzling beam of light, reappearing at Malekith's location. The crystalline dagger in his hand was infused with magic, and with a swift stroke, Malekith met his demise. The sudden turn of events took everyone by surprise. With the exception of Thor, he watched Loki's actions with a stern face, acknowledging that Loki had fulfilled his revenge, as well as aided him in his own. At that moment, a powerful force emanated from the portal to the dark dimension. The Dark Elf's arcs were forcibly drawn into the abyss. Subsequently, a portal erupted with sparks, and a weary Stephen floated out, his face etched with exhaustion. "It's over, folks. We have, for now, emerged victorious. Dormammu will not invade Earth in the near future." Stephen addressed the weary crowd. "Phew, finally we can catch our breath. Hey, guys, I propose we go for a barbecue. Turkish kebabs are just 3 blocks away. And they should still be open at this hour," Tony exclaimed, activating his faceplate. "Sounds good," Steve replied, taking a deep breath. Before long, a Quinjet soared from the distance, its hatch opening. Natasha and Barton awaited the arrival of the others aboard the aircraft. Once everyone boarded, the hatch closed, and they flew toward the location of the Turkish kebab restaurant Tony had mentioned. The following day, Thor and Loki bid farewell to their companions and traversed the Rainbow Bridge back to Asgard. 5 days later, Thor Odinson officially ascended to the throne as the new God King of Asgard, while Loki Odinson was appointed by Thor as the regent to assist in managing the myriad affairs of the 9 realms. In a secluded mountain in Finland, Hela accompanied Odin, who had donned a white suit, as they strolled together. Odin had been propelled to Earth in Finland by the Dark Elf's black hole grenade just an hour prior. Hela had discovered him here, intending to live in seclusion. The father and daughter shared many conversations, and ultimately, Odin consented to accompany Hela to her home in New York. Chapter 25. Christmas holiday. The invasion of London by Dark Elves at the end of July led to the interruption of the 2012 Summer Olympics, mirroring the events of the 2008 Beijing Olympics, while simultaneously escalating global tensions. In light of the increasingly dire security situation on Earth, the United Nations decided to invest additional funds to reinforce the personnel and equipment of scythe, and the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Moreover, following 2 extraterrestrial invasions, the global economy faced significant repercussions. The service industry was particularly affected, in stark contrast to the booming industrial output, especially in the military and energy sectors. American defense contractors reveled in a feast of military contracts following the Dark Elf War, with orders flooding in from across the globe. Although Stark Industries no longer maintained a weapons production division, many components for weaponry were still being manufactured. Simultaneously, nations across the globe are fervently developing various energy weapons, with the energy core of these weapons being the flagship product of Stark Industries, the cold fusion reactor. Through advancements in the energy sector, Stark Industries has once again thrived, and Hela has profited significantly from her shares in the company. 5 months have elapsed since the invasion of the Dark Elves, and the Christmas of 2012 approaches. Both Hela and Lorna are on holiday, and Hela intends to seize this opportunity to embark on an enjoyable outing with her family. She first contacted her nephew, only to find he was unavailable due to a mission with scythe, prompting her to reluctantly seek an alternative companion. Far away in China, Istana received Hela's call but declined the invitation to travel, citing her reluctance to venture out during winter. After 2 consecutive rejections, Hela felt a twinge of disappointment. Sitting on the sofa with Odin, Frigga smiled at her daughter, adorned in comfortable home attire, and remarked, "Has our little princess been turned down by her friends? Mom, is there anywhere you and Dad wish to explore?" Hela inquired, setting her phone down as she gazed at the 2 seated on the sofa. "Why not consult little Lorna? Your mother and I have seen countless sights over the years. Best to ask her opinion," Odin replied kindly, turning his head to face Hela. "Very well. I shall ascend to inquire with Lorna," Hela stated before turning to climb the stairs. Upon reaching Lorna's bedroom door, she gently knocked before pushing it open. Inside, she found Lorna, clad in a sky-blue loungewear set with green hair cascading to her shoulders, diligently studying at her desk. "Lorna, do you have any destinations in mind for this Christmas?" Hela asked, approaching her from behind. I wish to go skiing," Lorna replied, her attention still on her books. "Want to go skiing? Very well, we shall go skiing then," Hela responded and turned to leave. At that moment, Lorna seemed to exhale in relief. However, just then, Hela re-entered the room with a serious expression. "Let me reiterate, my dear daughter. Do not let me catch you playing video games while doing your homework." With that, she seized the game console resting on Lorna's bed and exited, closing the door behind her. In a fit of frustration, Lorna slumped over her desk, using her abilities to manipulate a game token while muttering unflattering remarks about her mean mom. "Dad, Mom, Lorna mentioned she wants to go skiing. I've booked our flights to Switzerland. We depart the day after tomorrow," Hela announced as she returned to the living room, holding a freshly brewed cup of milk tea. "Switzerland? The Alps? That sounds acceptable. It has been many years since I last visited there," Odin said, sipping from his cup. When was our last trip? I recall that little Hela had yet to be born then. Since that time, I have hardly set foot in Midgard." Frigga smiled at Hela and remarked, "Indeed. How swiftly the years have flown by. Our daughter has grown, and our 2 sons have ascended to their rightful places. I can depart in peace now." Odin sighed. "Father, what nonsensical things are you saying?" Hela replied, "Well, I shall not intrude upon your time with Mother while you watch television. I have unfinished tasks to attend to." With a smile, Hela rose and exited the living room. On the 3rd day, the eve of Christmas Eve, Hela's family boarded a flight from New York to Zurich. After nearly 12 hours in the air, they finally arrived in Zurich. "Hela, the speed of these mortal flying machines is truly sluggish. I would much prefer if you had flown us here," Odin commented as he disembarked. "Old man, we are here to travel, not to engage in battle. Why the rush?" Frigga frowned at Odin's words. "Mom, can you still fly?" Lorna curiously asked Hela after overhearing their conversation. "Indeed, yes. Not only can I fly, but I can also transform people into goats. Do you believe that?" Hela replied with a playful grin. "Now, let us not dwell on such silly questions. Our ride has arrived." Holding a large suitcase, Hela stood in the airport parking lot, gazing at the approaching vehicle. The family boarded the car and headed to the Bauer Olak Hotel, a 5-star establishment nestled within a private garden in the heart of Zurich. Offering breathtaking views of Lake Zurich and the Alps, they settled into a suite, ready to enjoy their Christmas Eve there. On Christmas Day, Hela took little Lorna to St. Moritz, while Odin and Frigga ventured to Niederdorf, a pedestrian street in Zurich's old town. "Be careful, Lorna. Don't slide too fast," Hela said, swiftly gliding behind Lorna. Somewhat worried. "Don't worry, Mom. So this is what Bobby loves about skiing," Lorna exclaimed as she sped along. "Just be cautious. By the way, who is this Bobby?" Hela inquired, gliding alongside Lorna. "Oh, he is a senior of mine. He saved me during the Academy's defense battle. He is truly a good person," Lorna replied as she continued to glide forward. "Is that so? He sounds like a nice young man. Perhaps one day you can bring him home to visit," Hela smiled. But Mom, why do you have such a strange smile?" Lorna observed Hela's expression. "That must be your imagination," Hela said, surpassing Lorna and gliding ahead. During the Christmas holiday, Hela's family leisurely enjoyed their time in Switzerland. Chapter 26. Tales from the Land of Ignorance. The year 2013 on Earth was a peaceful one. In the same cosmic moment, the prolonged war between two great universal powers, which had lasted over 1,000 Earth years, finally came to an end. The Empire of Kree has concluded a peace treaty with the Republic of Xandar, ushering in a long-awaited peace for the peoples of both nations. Yet, despite the impending tranquility, the scars and animosities wrought by war are far from obliterated by a mere document. Ronan, the leader of the Kree Empire's prosecution team, hails from a planet under Kree dominion and is a member of the Supreme Accuser. His family has dedicated itself to the Kree Empire since the days of his grandfather, who, along with his father, perished at the hands of the Xandarian forces. Now, with the signing of this treaty, the war has concluded. However, the very act of signing it ignites a furious rage within Ronan, as he cannot forgive the supreme intelligence of the Kree Empire. As a soldier of the Kree, he has risked his life for his homeland. 30 Earth years prior, the Kree Empire found itself embroiled once more in conflict with the Skrulls. In that very battle, Ronan successfully led his troops to repel the Skrull invasion and returned with a clandestine weapon for the Empire. Yet, he has yet to exact vengeance for his family. And with peace now established between his nation and that of his foes, despair envelopes him. Deprived of support from his country, he resolves to seek out an ally capable of aiding him in his quest for retribution, none other than the Mad Titan, Thanos. In exchange for his assistance in obliterating the capital of the Xandar Republic, Ronan must procure for Thanos the Cosmic Cube. However, the endeavor proves fraught with peril, as Ronan's search party is outmaneuvered by a marauder known as Star-Lord, who seizes the Cosmic Cube before they can claim it. The loss of the cube exacerbates Ronan's fury, to the point where he violently shatters the weapon of a captive from the Xandar Republic. In the uncharted territory of the Cosmic Museum owned by the collector Tyvan, Star-Lord's peculiar band arrives. This eclectic group includes the Earthling Peter Jason Quill, the enigmatic destroyer Drax, the daughter of the Mad Titan, Gamora, a genetically modified being, and the last of the sentient trees. Despite their diverse origins, they share a singular aspiration: to sell the Cosmic Cube to the collector for a substantial fortune in cosmic currency and retreat to an obscure corner of the universe to live out their days. Just as Tyvan begins to elucidate the true nature of the Cosmic Cube, Hela manifests before them, seizing the maid who attempts to snatch the Power Stone and casting her to the ground with the declaration, "This item is beyond your grasp, child. I am on the brink of success. You have thwarted my plans." The red-skinned maid, named Karina, exclaims vehemently, "Tyvan, you would do well to keep your servant in check." With a flick of her wrist, Hela levitates Karina, coolly addressing Tyvan, "I will indeed keep my servants in line, your highness. Could you kindly set her down?" murmured Collector Tyvan. "Oh, certainly," Hela replied, and with a wave of her hand, Karina was unceremoniously thrown to the ground. "Wait, who is this woman?" Rocket Raccoon inquired, pointing at Hela. "Oh, I would advise you to choose your words more carefully, little raccoon. Perhaps it would be more fitting to call you Noodleface instead." Hela retorted with a disdainful glance. "Say that again." Although Rocket did not fully grasp the meaning of Hela's words, he could discern the contempt in her tone. "Peter Jason Quill, son of Ego. I never expected to encounter you here. And Gamora, daughter of Thanos," Hela remarked, addressing Star-Lord and Gamora. "Wait, did you just say who my father is? Ego, do you know where he is?" Peter asked urgently, momentarily forgetting about the Infinity Stones upon hearing news of his biological father. "Yes, Ego. He is a member of the Cosmic Elders. You will meet him eventually. As for your father, he has actually been by your side all along. Additionally, Gamora, your actions will surely disappoint Thanos." "Running away is not the behavior of a good girl," Hela said softly. "Thanos is not my father. I have no such father." Gamora retorted angrily after hearing Hela's words. "That is because you do not truly understand him. You do not grasp the reasons behind Thanos' actions." Hela fixed her gaze on Gamora. "Do you understand him? Are you aware that he has slaughtered half the lives on a planet? Do you know how many worlds he has annihilated?" Gamora replied with indignation. "It appears this transaction is not Thanos' desire. It is merely the cosmic orb that I am reluctant to part with. So, let's discuss how we shall proceed with the transaction," Tyvan said languidly. "Of course, it will be cash," Rocket declared without hesitation. However, at that moment, a commotion erupted outside the collector's abode. The cosmic search party from Ronan the Accuser had arrived, a message relayed by Drax the Destroyer. Driven by vengeance, he had summoned Ronan to this location to fulfill his own retribution in this land of ignorance. Eager to locate the cosmic orb, Ronan noticed Drax, but showed no inclination to acknowledge him. He ordered his subordinates to search the collector's premises for the orb's whereabouts. Unperturbed by Ronan's dismissal, Drax unsheathed his twin blades and charged forward. Upon sensing the attack from behind, Ronan halted, turned, and with a single punch, sent Drax crashing into the wall of a nearby building. The sudden onslaught left Tyvan, the collector, visibly distressed. He too was a member of the Cosmic Elders. As the venerable elder of the cosmos, he found himself utterly humiliated by his adversaries, lacking any viable solutions, for aside from his immortality and a modicum of foresight, he was not adept in combat. In a bid to prevent the Power Stone from falling into Thanos' grasp, Gamora commandeered a mining vessel, fleeing with the orb of the cosmos. It was not long before she was pursued and her ship was destroyed by Nebula, who seized the orb for herself. Hela observed the unfolding events with a dispassionate gaze, choosing not to intervene in the forthcoming developments. It was rather agreeable to simply watch, as these individuals were strangers to her, deserving of no assistance. Thus, Hela stood quietly beside the collector, her attention fixed upon the scene. On Earth, Hela's avatar adhered to her routine, escorting Lorna to school in the morning and retrieving her upon the day's end, all while preparing meals for her parents at home. Chapter 27. Preparations of each within the vast confines of the Ravager mothership. Star-Lord Peter Jason Quill confronted his adoptive father, Yondu. Peter's feelings toward Yondu were profoundly complex. He harbored resentment for being taken from Earth, yet he also held affection for the assistance Yondu provided during his moments of despair. Having acquired his own independent ship, Peter could have returned to Earth, but fear held him back. As Yondu chastised him, "You don't care about Earth. Nor do you care that I brought you to the stars. You are nothing but a coward." Peter's memories of Earth were confined to his childhood, the last moments with his mother before Yondu whisked him away into the cosmos. In pondering his mother, he could not help but question, who was his father? Ego. Who is he? Who is my biological father? Peter shouted at Yondu, as two Ravagers pressed him against the ship's wall. "Who told you that name? Tell me, boy." Yondu responded, surprised by the mention of Ego, stepping closer and gripping Peter's face. "You first tell me, what manner of man is this Ego? Where can he be found? You must know. He is my biological father, isn't. Peter persisted, encountering Yondu's rare expression of concern. "Who was it that revealed this name to you?" Yondu demanded, his voice raised. "Boss, shouldn't we first interrogate this kid about his appropriation of the orb?" quipped a nearby Ravager, laughter lacing his words. "Be silent. I am addressing this matter." Yondu snapped back at his subordinate. "Is Ego my biological father? Answer me, Yondu." Peter pressed, his gaze unwavering. "Yes, indeed. That scoundrel is your biological father. Just like him, you are a rogue. I must inform you, Quill. As a leader of this team, one must be just in reward and punishment. Regarding your misappropriation of the orb, I must impose a penalty. Otherwise, leading this crew will become exceedingly difficult." Yondu thundered at Quill, and with that, he flared his coat and blew a whistle. The whistle arrow concealed within the coat suddenly emerged, pressing against Peter's throat. With this action from Yondu, all members of the Ravagers erupted in cheers. Their dissatisfaction with Peter Quill's embezzlement of the orb was palpable, and it was evident to everyone that Yondu had a particular favoritism towards Peter. "Wait, Yondu, you may kill me, but you must understand that doing so could cost you a significant business opportunity," Peter exclaimed, thinking quickly. "Oh, even at this moment, you wish to utter more words? The orb is in Ronan's possession. Do you intend to reclaim it?" "That is Ronan, the accuser of the Kree Empire," Ronan murmured. "He has his vulnerabilities. And that woman happens to know them," Peter remarked, glancing sideways at Gamora with an awkward smile. "Ah, indeed. I am aware of Ronan's weaknesses, but should Quill perish, you shall never uncover them," Gamora retorted hastily. After listening to their exchange, the atmosphere fell silent, with everyone lost in thought. A tranquility that was abruptly shattered by Yondu's whistle. The arrow returned to his pocket, and with a wave of his hand, he signaled the Ravagers to release Peter, who stepped forward to embrace him warmly, and together they jovially exited the chamber. On Earth, having endured 2 invasions, Tony Stark was acutely aware of its current fragility. He deeply felt the Avengers' impotence. Although he had previously dismantled the Mark family he had built over the years, he had not relinquished his ambition to establish an Iron Army. In his view, only a Legion of Iron could assist the increasingly powerless Avengers. In recent times, he had sought out Maya Hansen and met her daughter, his own illegitimate child, a remarkably clever little girl who brought him immense joy. Inspired by her thoughts, He spent the year seeking out Professor Xavier of the X-Men, Reed Richards of the Fantastic Four, Norman Osborn of Oscorp, and even Hank Pym, the former adversary of his father. He endeavored to persuade them all and, alongside Dr. Bruce Banner, initiated a clandestine assembly known as the Illuminati. During the first meeting of the Illuminati, he proposed the formation of an Iron Legion, a suggestion that was unanimously approved. Moreover, witnessing the dissatisfaction of many regarding the combat capabilities of Tony's designed Iron Soldiers during the Chitauri and Dark Elf invasions prompted several individuals to collaborate on the design of a new Iron Soldier. Today, within a testing ground provided by Oscorp, the entire Illuminati convened to witness the power of the Iron Soldier born from their collective efforts. They conducted a series of experiments in this secret facility, yet the results remained undisclosed to all. All personnel present at the site have signed non-disclosure agreements and received substantial compensation for their silence. In Jiuquan, China, at a clandestine aerospace launch facility, a massive steel spherical mobile fortress rests on the launch pad. Zheng Xian, director of the Spear Bureau, and Zhu Yun, commander of the Strategic Support Force of the People's Liberation Army, observe the launch. Your base is finally complete. This grand project has indeed been a formidable undertaking. However, it appears quite magnificent now, Zhu Yun remarks, gazing at the distant steel fortress. According to the design, this fortress can hover in the dispersive layer. It houses a self-sustaining ecosystem, truly reminiscent of a spacecraft. No wonder this site was chosen for the launch, Zheng Xian reflects. In terms of energy, the Chinese Academy of Sciences has successfully imposed a technical blockade on Tony Stark's arc reactor, discovering a new element within it, which serves as the energy source for your fortress. Furthermore, once airborne, this fortress can harness solar energy to sustain its daily consumption, so there is nothing to worry about. Additionally, the combat airships assigned to your Spear Bureau are already in production. The higher-ups have formulated significant strategies in response to the attacks in London, Zhu Yun states, patting Zheng Xian on the shoulder. Indeed, once the fortress ascends, we will stand as the front line of Earth's resistance against extraterrestrial invasion. I will steadfastly defend this fortress, Zheng Xian asserts resolutely. The two men gaze towards the launch site, and as the countdown concludes, the steel fortress activates its anti-gravity engines, slowly ascending into the sky until it finally vanishes from the naked eye. Zhu Yun and Zheng Xian exchange knowing smiles. Aboard the flagship of the accuser Ronin, he breaks open the orb of cosmic energy before Thanos, grasping the Power Stone and pressing it against the head of his dual-wielded warhammer. His quest for vengeance is about to commence. Chapter 26. Low-orbit offensive and defensive battle in the planetary orbit of the capital of the Xandarian Republic. Following the conclusion of a hyperspace jump, the flagship of the accuser Ronin of the Kree Empire materializes. With his arrival, the surface of Xandar erupts with air raid alarms. Upon radar identification, it is confirmed to be the flagship of the Kree Empire's accuser. Although the two nations have recently signed a peace treaty, the sudden appearance of an enemy mothership above the capital would unnerve anyone. Consequently, the ground station on Xandar issues a communication request to Ronin to ascertain the purpose of the Kree warship. However, this communication request is inevitably in vain. Ronin's sole objective is revenge. He has come to annihilate Xandar. Ignoring the communications from Xandar, he resolutely commands his flagship to descend upon the planet. Faced with the unknown intentions of the accuser's ship appearing to land on Xandar, the command personnel at the ground station find themselves at a loss and report to their superiors. Thus, the news of Ronin's sudden arrival swiftly reached the desk of the head of the Sandar Republic. At that moment, Ronin's flagship plummeted towards the surface of Sandar like a vessel adrift in chaos. Witnessing this alarming scene, the leader of the Sandar Republic promptly established a connection with the supreme leader of the Kree Empire, the Supreme Intelligence. The two parties engaged in a courteous and amicable discourse, candidly exchanging views, both expressing that this dialogue had significantly enhanced mutual understanding between their nations. Nevertheless, they expressed regret over the abrupt intrusion of Ronin, the chief accuser of the Kree Empire, into Sandar. Concurrently, the Sandar Republic conveyed its serious concern and reserved the right to respond further. In the vastness of space, Ronin's flagship showed no inclination to evade the nearby Sandar satellite, instead colliding directly with it, reducing it to a mass of space debris. Ronin sat quietly upon his command throne, gazing indifferently at the planet Sandar before him. As Ronin forcefully intruded upon Sandar, The ground station on the planet received yet another signal from an unknown ship's warp jump. Through the remnants of optical observation satellites in orbit, it was determined that the incoming vessel was the mothership of the Ravagers. Yondu, heeding Quill's strategy, decided to take a gamble. Winning would yield rewards, while losing would mean reclaiming their losses. The Ravager mothership materialized close to Ronin's flagship, sparking an imminent low-orbit aerial confrontation. The Ravager mothership initiated the attack first, unleashing two plasma cannons that formed an electromagnetic interception net, effectively obscuring the enemy's line of sight. Yondu, piloting his fighter, led the charge towards Ronin's mothership. Within the command cabin, Ronin continued to observe the unfolding events with a placid demeanor, while his seasoned soldiers instinctively knew what actions to take next. In stark contrast, the nebula beside him was vociferously agitated, which irked Ronin considerably. A multitude of fighter jets deployed in low orbit around Sandar, akin to a swarm of bees converging upon Ronin's flagship. True to their reputation as the highest accuser of the Kree Empire, the mothership's hangar doors opened, releasing a dense swarm of necrocraft to engage the Ravager fleet. The two sides quickly clashed, their aerial combat diverging from that of Earth. Neither faction's fighters were equipped with missiles, as their speeds far surpassed that of any missile, rendering them obsolete. Moreover, the onboard cannons of the fighters proved formidable. The vast formations soon intertwined in the aerial expanse, where lasers danced amidst the chaos, revealing downed crafts succumbing to the pull of gravity as they plummeted into the atmosphere. Peter Quill piloted his fighter, accompanied by Gamora, Groot, and the destroyer Drax. Their mission was to breach Ronin's flagship and confront him directly to reclaim the Orb of Power. Meanwhile, Rocket Raccoon led a maneuver around the necrocraft to launch a surprise assault on Ronin's flagship, aiming to create an opening for Quill's fighters to infiltrate. Quill skillfully maneuvered his aircraft through the tumultuous battlefield, deeply familiar with his craft, which he cherished as dearly as a spouse. Meanwhile, Yondu piloted alongside, providing cover for Quill's offensive, having already downed several Necron ships. Along with the other Marauders present, they were all dedicated to ensuring Quill's successful breach of Ronin's flagship. At that moment, the ground station on Shandar received a message from Quill, detailing Ronin's intentions and the immense power of the Infinity Stones. Upon receiving this intelligence, Roman Day personally made his way to the Chancellor's office. Confronted with Quill's revelations, Carson Sal instinctively dismissed them, doubting that a mere prisoner could offer any meaningful assistance to Shandar, particularly one he had captured himself. A heated debate ensued in the Chancellor's office regarding the veracity of the intelligence, but ultimately, the leader of the Shandar Republic chose to believe it. She then commanded the entire Nova Legion stationed on Shandar to take to the skies and confront Ronin's forces. In low orbit, the Marauders found themselves at a disadvantage against the might of the Kree Empire's regular army, and the tide of battle began to turn against them. Amidst the conflict, Ronin's flagship continued its descent toward the surface of Shandar. At that critical moment, Yondu's aircraft was struck by a Necron ship, spiraling toward the ground. Quill's heart raced with concern for Ronin's impending destruction, but upon hearing Yondu's powerful roar through the communication channel, he set aside his worries and refocused on the battle at hand. The Marauders suffered significant losses, and without breaching Ronin's flagship, their mission would likely end in failure. Just as despair began to creep in, a formidable fleet of uniquely designed starships, adorned in golden hues, emerged from Shandar. The Nova Legion had arrived to lend their support. Soon, a breakthrough occurred as rockets breached the armor of Ronin's mothership. Quill piloted his craft directly into the gaping hole created by the explosion, closely followed by two members of the Nova Legion, Carson Sal and Roman Day. As the warship's defenses faltered, Ronin grew increasingly agitated. Rising from his command seat, he ordered his subordinates to rally and advance toward the breach to thwart the invading forces, simultaneously sealing the safety doors in each compartment to slow their rapid advance. After executing these commands, Ronin strode calmly to the bridge, gripping his war hammer, and gazed out at the golden light displays created by the Nova Legion's ships. Is this not the flagship of the Kree? Let us push it back. For the Shandar Republic. Everyone, give it your all. We are the Nova Legion. Various dialogues emanated from the communication channels of the Nova Corps, reflecting their unwavering resolve to defend their homeland. On a distant planet in the Titan system, Thanos sat upon his throne, smiling as he gazed at Hela nearby. He noticed her watching him in return. The plan was nearing completion. My wishes are about to be fulfilled, Thanos murmured softly. So what is the cost? Hela inquired, regarding the figure on the throne. Everything, Thanos replied, a hint of sorrow in his voice. Chapter 28. Low-orbit offensive and defensive battle as the hyperspace jump concluded. Ronan's flagship materialized in the orbit of the capital planet of the Shandar Republic. With its arrival, air raid alarms blared across the surface of Shandar. The radar swiftly identified the vessel as Ronan's flagship from the Kree Empire. Despite the recent signing of a peace treaty between the two nations, the sudden appearance of a capital ship above the capital would incite unease in anyone. Consequently, the ground station of Shandar sent a communication request to Ronan, seeking to ascertain the purpose of the Kree ship. However, this communication request proved futile. Ronan's intent was solely for revenge. He had come to annihilate Shandar. Ignoring the communications from Shandar, he commanded his flagship to descend towards the planet with unwavering determination. Faced with the unknown intentions of the approaching flagship, the command personnel at the ground station hesitated before reporting the situation to their superiors. Thus, news of Ronan's sudden arrival swiftly reached the desk of the Shandar Republic's leader. Ronan's flagship descended towards Shandar's surface as if it were out of control. Observing this alarming scene, the leader of the Shandar Republic promptly connected with the supreme intelligence of the Kree Empire. Both parties engaged in friendly discussions, candidly exchanging viewpoints, and expressed that this conversation had fostered mutual understanding. Nonetheless, they expressed regret over the unexpected intrusion of Ronan into Shandar's territory. The Shandar Republic conveyed its serious concerns, reserving the right to respond further. In space, Ronan's flagship showed no intention of evading the nearby satellites of Shandar, colliding directly with one and reducing it to a heap of space debris. Ronan remained seated on his command chair, akin to a throne, coldly observing the planet Shandar before him. Just as Ronan forcefully entered Shandar, the ground station received yet another signal from an unknown ship's hyperspace jump. Through the optical observation satellites still lingering in orbit, it was confirmed that the incoming vessel was the mothership of the Ravagers. Vord, having heeded Quill's plan, decided to take a gamble. Win, and they would feast. Lose, and they would reclaim their losses. The dreadnought appeared near Ronan's flagship, and a fierce aerial battle in low orbit was imminent. The dreadnought initiated the assault, unleashing two plasma cannons that formed an electromagnetic interception net, effectively obscuring the enemy's line of sight. Led by Yondu himself, a squadron of fighters surged towards Ronan's mothership. Within the command center, Ronan remained composed, observing the unfolding chaos with a calm demeanor. His seasoned soldiers, battle-hardened and experienced, instinctively knew their next course of action. In stark contrast, Nebula shouted incessantly, much to Ronan's annoyance. A multitude of fighters spread across the low orbit of Xandar, akin to a swarm of bees, converging upon Ronan's flagship. As expected from the supreme accuser of the Kree Empire, the mothership's fighter launch bays opened, and a dense formation of Kree fighters emerged to engage the attacking dreadnoughts. The two forces quickly clashed. Unlike the aerial confrontations on Earth, neither side deployed missiles, for their fighters outpaced missiles in speed, rendering them obsolete. Moreover, the cannons mounted on their fighters were formidable in their own right. The vast array of aircraft soon became entangled in a chaotic ballet of combat, lasers streaking across the battlefield. Occasionally, downed fighters plummeted towards the atmosphere, succumbing to gravity's pull. Peter Quill piloted a fighter carrying Gamora, Groot, and Drax the Destroyer. Their mission was to infiltrate Ronan's flagship, confront him directly, and reclaim the orb. Meanwhile, Rocket Raccoon led a diversion, maneuvering around the Kree fighters to create an opening for Quill's craft. Quill deftly navigated through the fray, exhibiting an intimate familiarity with his ship, which he cherished as dearly as a spouse. On the other hand, Yondu provided cover for Quill's offensive, having already downed several Kree fighters. He and his fellow dreadnoughts were dedicated to ensuring Quill's successful incursion into Ronan's flagship. Meanwhile, the ground station on Xandar received Quill's transmission, revealing Ronan's intentions and the immense power of the orb. Upon receiving this crucial intelligence, Roman Day, the leader of the Xandarian Republic, personally convened in the Chancellor's office. Faced with Quill's revelations, Carson Saul instinctively expressed skepticism, doubting that a prisoner could offer any assistance, particularly one he had apprehended himself. A heated debate ensued among the officials regarding the veracity of the intelligence, but ultimately, the Chancellor decided to place her trust in it. She commanded the Nova Corps stationed on Xandar to take to the skies and confront Ronan's forces. In low orbit, The dreadnoughts found themselves at a disadvantage against the disciplined Kree military, and the tide of battle began to turn unfavorably. Amidst the skirmish, Ronin's flagship continued its descent towards the surface of Xander. At that critical moment, Yondu's fighter was struck by a Kree fighter, damaging its wing. Subsequently, the fighter jet spiraled down towards the ground, and Quill's heart was filled with anxiety as he watched Ronin plummet. However, upon hearing the powerful roar of Yondu over the communication channel, Quill's worries dissipated, allowing him to refocus on the battle. The losses among the Ravager fleet were severe, and if Quill did not breach Ronin's flagship, it seemed that the Ravagers would meet their end this time. Just as despair began to settle among the ranks, a formidable formation of uniquely painted golden star-shaped fighters emerged from the planet Xander. The Nova Corps had arrived to provide support. Soon, a breakthrough in the battle was achieved when a rocket breached the armor of Ronin's mothership. Quill piloted his fighter directly into the gaping hole created by the rocket, closely followed by two members of the Nova Corps, Carson and Roman. As the warship was compromised, Ronin grew increasingly agitated. Rising from his command seat, he ordered his subordinates to regroup and advance towards the breach in an effort to halt the advancing enemy. Simultaneously, he commanded the safety barriers in each compartment to lower, impeding the rapid progress of the invaders. After executing these orders, Ronin grasped his warhammer with one hand and slowly made his way to the bridge. Gazing quietly at the golden light displays outside the ship, this luminous spectacle was formed by the fighters of the Nova Corps. Isn't this the flagship of the Kree? Let us push them back. For the Xandarian Republic. Everyone, rally your strength. We are the Nova Corps. Various dialogues echoed through the communication channel, reflecting their unwavering determination to defend their homeland. Far away on the planet Titan, Thanos sat on his throne, smiling as he observed Hela not far off. He noted her gaze fixed upon him. The plan was nearing completion. His wish was about to be fulfilled. Thanos murmured softly, "But what is the cost?" Hela replied, looking at Thanos on the throne. "Everything," he said with a hint of sorrow. Chapter 29. The defense of Xander. As the Nova Corps successfully organized a network to intercept Ronin's flagship, he immediately ordered his fleet to disengage from the fray with the Ravagers and Nova Corps, launching an offensive towards the surface of Xander to lure the Nova Corps into a rescue mission. His strategy proved effective, faced with the indiscriminate assault of the Necrocraft. The Nova Corps diverted significant military resources to assist on the ground, while the planetary defenses of Xander began to fully mobilize. Within Ronin's flagship, Quill and his companions pressed forward against formidable resistance. During the assault, they witnessed the combat prowess of Groot, the last surviving member of the Flora Colossi of Planet X. His strength was remarkable. With a burst of thorns, he skewered incoming Kree soldiers, and with his immense power, the soldiers of the Kree Empire perished beneath him. In this assault, Gamora truly lived up to her title as the most dangerous woman in the universe, wielding the Godslayer sword gifted by Thanos as she wreaked havoc among the Kree forces. With just a few swift strikes, she dispatched those who sought to thwart their advance. Until the appearance of the tracker, Korath. As a scientist of the Kree race and one of the initiators of the Hunter Project, an ambitious endeavor aimed at creating a miraculous energy template capable of transforming any material it touched into deadly weaponry, Korath had seen the project halted due to budgetary constraints. Consequently, he claimed the lethal hunter energy for himself, becoming the deadliest hunter on Kree Prime. In the control hall previously traversed, Gamora confronted her sister, Nebula. The two sisters engaged in mutual harm, with Nebula harboring deep jealousy towards Gamora's abilities. To her, Thanos placed immense value upon Gamora while remaining indifferent to her. As their skirmish intensified, Nebula consented to Thanos' modifications to her body in her quest for greater strength, thereby transforming herself into a half-mechanical being. Her resentment towards Gamora only deepened. In the corridor leading to the command hall, Korath awaited, intent on intercepting the intruders and, if possible, annihilating them there. Gripping a Kree weapon in both hands, he opened fire as soon as they appeared. The overwhelming firepower forced the group to retreat. Quill's objective was to thwart Ronin from reaching the surface, necessitating his breakthrough through Korath's blockade. He retrieved a flashbang from his pack and tossed it into the corridor, with a muffled explosion marking the signal for him to charge in. However, he quickly recoiled, for Korath proved worthy of his hunter title. Abandoning his energy gun, he drew dual blades from his back. Empowered by hunter energy, these blades were nigh indestructible, and had Quill not been quick on his feet, he would have been cleaved in two. Drax, upon witnessing the unfolding scene, laughed heartily and brandished his own dual blades as he charged forward. Karath deftly wielded his blades, striking repeatedly at Drax's chest, leaving only marks without breaking the skin. The intricate tattoos adorning Drax's body seemed to provide formidable defense. As Drax swung his right-hand blade, Karath intercepted it with his left, simultaneously aiming a strike at Drax's neck with his right. Drax's left-hand blade swiftly countered Karath's attack, and he pressed forward, leveraging his strength against Karath. Recognizing that he could not match Drax's might, Karath utilized the force of Drax's advance to push himself back, sheathing his left blade. He then struck the wall, causing the previously smooth surface to erupt with sharp spikes aimed at Drax. In the narrow confines of the corridor, Drax found himself at an impasse. Just as the situation became dire, a vine ensnared his waist, yanking him forcefully backward. Groot, resolute in his determination, charged into the corridor. Unperturbed by the myriad of sharp spikes adorning the walls, Groot approached Karath with unwavering resolve. In the face of the oncoming behemoth, Karath brandished his longsword, swiftly severing Groot's limbs in an instant. Just as he prepared to deliver the final blow, Drax surged into the corridor, hurling his twin blades with remarkable speed, sending Karath sprawling. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped Karath's throat, forcefully pinning him against the wall. "Dare to harm my friend, I shall see you dead. You will learn that a slit throat equates to demise." Drax bellowed, his right hand tearing through Karath's skull, extracting the implanted chip from his brain. Thus, Karath met his end at Drax's hands. Quill stood in shock, witnessing this brutal spectacle, yet he had no time for idle chatter. The intercepting net formed by the Nova Corps had been obliterated by Ronan. In his grasp lay a Kree artifact, a universal weapon embedded with the Power Stone. Meanwhile, the clash between Gamora and Nebula reached its conclusion, with Gamora successfully opening the containment door, allowing Nebula to flee from Ronan's flagship. However, Nebula fell short, bested by Gamora. With the containment door ajar, the group reconvened, facing the formidable Ronan, now endowed with the Power Stone. Ronan stood silently in the hall, wielding his warhammer, regarding the approaching individuals as mere insects. The moment Drax laid eyes on Ronan, his vision turned crimson, and he charged forward, twin blades clenched tightly in his fists. Roaring with fury, observing this, Gamora rushed to provide cover for Drax, ensuring his safety. Ronan pointed his warhammer forward, unleashing a shockwave that sent Drax reeling. He then swung the hammer to the right, repelling Gamora as she advanced. At that moment, Roman Day and Carson Sal emerged from behind Ronan, striking him simultaneously in the face, only to be hurled away by another shockwave. Seizing the opportunity, Quill raised his twin guns and began firing at Ronan, who, with a mere flick of his wrist, summoned a gravitational force that pulled Quill towards him. Grasping Quill by the throat, Ronan slammed him onto the ground. Just as he prepared to deliver a second assault, a Ravager ship crashed into the command hall, sending Ronan flying. As the hatch opened, Rocket emerged, brandishing a specially crafted weapon, scanning the surroundings for Groot. "Groot, where are you?" he called out. "I am Groot," came the response, as a newly sprouted Groot, with diminutive limbs, slowly entered, accompanied by a figure cloaked in emerald green, wielding a longbow. The long ears protruding from beneath the cloak suggested that the newcomer was indeed an elf. "Groot, is this the one who harmed you?" Istana, the Day Crown, inquired, gazing at the reeling Ronan. Chapter 30, The Failure of Revenge, the assembly of the Guard in the low orbital path above the planet Xander. The Nova Corps faced a devastating defeat. Confronted by the accuser wielding the Power Stone, they found themselves utterly powerless to resist. The battle continued within the command hall of the flagship, where Ronan faced his adversaries with unyielding ease. As the supreme accuser of the Kree Empire, armed with an omnipotent weapon, he embodied courage. Fueled by hatred, he embarked on this mission with the understanding that he might not return. After all, he was assaulting a nation that had engaged the Kree Empire in conflict for a millennium. The soldiers of the Kree Empire accompanying him were equally driven by a thirst for vengeance against the Xandarian Republic. The enmity fostered over 1,000 years of war had seeped deeply into their souls, far beyond the resolution of mere contracts. Thus, Ronan rallied those soldiers who shared his desire for retribution under his command. He had forewarned them before this expedition that they might not survive, given that they were up against a nation that had withstood a millennium of warfare. Within the relatively spacious command hall, Ronan had just sent the reckless Drax the Destroyer flying with a powerful strike of his hammer. He then gripped his weapon with both hands, launching a fierce assault against the Nova Corcree and Roman Day. Suddenly, a nearby Ravager ship shattered into fragments, sharp debris scattering in the wake of his hammer's arc. The two adversaries were engulfed by the oncoming debris. At that moment, 3 arrows were aimed at Ronan's face, throat, and heart. With a thrust of his hammer, he unleashed a shockwave that deflected the arrows back. Yet, 3 more arrows were swiftly released, colliding with the tails of the previously redirected projectiles. 6 arrows hurtled towards Ronan, who was too preoccupied with an ambush from Gamora to defend against the incoming barrage. The arrows struck him, yet only sparked against his armor before clattering harmlessly to the ground. Subsequently, Quill, armed with dual pistols, took aim at Ronan and unleashed a rapid series of shots, while Rocket, clutching his modified cannon, strained to target Ronan. As the cannon fired, a heavy shell struck Ronan squarely in the chest. The tremendous force propelled him backward, slamming him against the wall, followed by a deafening explosion that enveloped the scene in dust and debris. As the haze began to clear, Ronan emerged resolutely, his armor marred by a significant circular dent upon his chest. "Insects, you shall pay for your actions," he bellowed in fury. Must those who wield hammers be so resilient? Why must they be so unyielding? Istana, the coronation, weakly lamented as she regarded Ronan. "Fire another shot, Rocket," Quill shouted excitedly to his companion. "I do not wish to. This weapon requires charging. Charging. Do you comprehend?" Rocket thundered. "Ronan, return my wife and daughter." Drax continued to shout as he charged forward. Beside him, Karsanthal and Roman followed suit to lend their assistance. After all, their home planet, Xandar, needed their own defense. Relying on outsiders was futile. Ronan gazed at the 3 rushing towards him, and with a swift motion of his warhammer, the bodies of everyone present, save for Groot, momentarily froze. Simultaneously, the floors and walls of the command room began to crack. Due to the damage to the energy conduits, the lights in the command hall flickered erratically. With his warhammer in hand, Ronan strode purposefully towards the few still adjusting to the gravity. As he approached Karsanthal, grinning maliciously, he swung his warhammer down. Suddenly, countless branches and vines ensnared him, binding him firmly in place. Rendered immobile, when he finally broke free and prepared to strike again, the others had gradually acclimated to the gravity. Karsanthal stood up, lunged forward, and delivered a punch to Ronan's face. Then, Roman rushed forward, seizing Ronan's arm in a bid to wrest the warhammer from him. Before Ronan could react, the ever-watchful Istana unleashed a volley of arrows. 5 arrows flew in succession, each transferring the bow's force to the preceding one, and the foremost arrow transformed into a streak of light, striking Ronan's damaged chest plate with tremendous impact. Instantly, Ronan's expression shifted. He forcefully shook off Roman, who clung desperately to his shoulder. The warhammer spun in his grip, and suddenly, the gravity in the command hall vanished. Everyone began to float. Seizing the opportunity, Ronan, despite the pain in his chest, swung his hammer towards Istana, the greatest threat to him. However, he was met with a dense net of intertwining branches and vines blocking his path. In his fury, he raised his warhammer, the light of the power gem intensifying, and unleashed a torrent of energy that shattered Groot's vine defense, striking directly at Groot himself. Under the assault of the power gem, Groot's form began to disintegrate, cracking apart. Rocket, filled with anguish, watched Groot sacrifice himself to defend their group during this attack. "We are Groot," he cried out in his final moments before crumbling. Ultimately, Ronan's flagship crashed onto Xandar, unleashing devastation akin to a meteor strike, earthquakes, tsunamis, and even triggering volcanic activity. Natural disasters swept across the globe in the wake of the ship's descent, and under such overwhelming force, everyone outside the command room perished. With his warhammer in hand and teeth clenched, Ronan slowly emerged from the wreckage of his ship. Now, he stood upon the soil of Xandar, poised to strike the ground with the power gem. Thus, all life on this planet seemed at an end. Yet, in that moment, the survivors within the command hall emerged slowly from the wreckage of the warship. Quill, unusually devoid of any sorrow or fury, instead hummed a song from Earth while dancing into Ronan's view. The sight bewildered Ronan, as he could not fathom the true intentions of this earthling, prompting him to inquire, "What are you doing?" "Dancing," Quill replied, continuing his frolic while also attempting to invite the equally perplexed Gamora to join. However, she declined. "What on earth do you intend?" Ronan bellowed furiously. Of course, To divert your attention, you fool. As Quill's words fell, Drax, wielding a weapon modified by rocket, aimed at the power stone embedded in Ronin's hammer and fired. Simultaneously, Istana unleashed 9 arrows. Under the barrage from both sides, Ronin's hammer, the Kree's sacred omnipotent weapon, was destroyed. As the weapon shattered and the power stone threatened to fall upon Xander, Quill activated the thrusters in his shoes and surged forward, seizing the power stone before Ronin could. A tempest of energy surged violently within him, and Quill felt as if his very being were on the verge of being torn apart. He even glimpsed his deceased mother reaching out to him, urging him to take her hand, reminiscent of her final moments. Just as Quill stood astonished, the scene shifted before his eyes, and he heard Gamera's desperate cry, echoing the same plea to grasp her hand. As their bodies connected, a portion of the explosive energy from the power stone flowed from Quill into Gamera's being. However, this energy was far beyond what they could withstand. Seeing this, Drax and Rocket rushed in to assist. Rocket grasped a branch left behind by Groot after his disintegration, while Istana stepped forward to share the burden of the Power Stone's energy. How is this possible? Why? Ronin muttered in disbelief as he beheld the unfolding events. Because we are the Guardians of the Galaxy, you idiot, Quill proclaimed, opening his palm as the Power Stone unleashed its torrent of energy towards Ronin. Yet, what transpired next took everyone by surprise. The emergency teleportation was forcibly activated. Ronin's form dissolved into a streak of light, vanishing before their eyes. In a moment of desperation, Gamora produced a sphere and contained the Power Stone within, sealing it away. Just as they felt their strength waning, Yondu and his crew appeared before them. In response to Yondu's inquiries, Quill retrieved the sphere from behind and handed it to him, cautioning him never to open the sealed orb. In the low orbital track of Xander, aboard an invisible Kree warship, the Kree warrior, Astra, gazed upon Ronin, who was adorned with the scars of his defeat, as he announced the supreme judgment of wisdom. Stripped of his position as the highest accuser due to the treasonous act of unauthorized aggression against the planet Xander, Ronin was sentenced to life imprisonment in the highest prison of Hala, given his commendable conduct during the war. There, he stared blankly at the ceiling, aware that his quest for vengeance had failed. There was neither success nor martyrdom. His actions had devolved into a treacherous raid, branding the Kree soldiers who perished in the conflict as traitors. Their deaths became devoid of meaning. Indeed, there are times when the courage to live surpasses that of dying. 5 days after the events on Xander, Istana, accompanied by a branch from Groot, opened a portal to depart from the planet. 2 days later, Quill received a communication from Roman Day, informing him that Xander had a gift for the valiant defenders of the planet. Upon their eager arrival, they beheld the fully restored ship, the very dawn of Quill. On the distant Titan, Thanos sat upon his throne, observing the images that unfolded before him. Drawing a deep breath, he stood. Within the life temple of Alfheim, a branch, now sprouting tender shoots, was immersed in the central well-less waters. Somewhere beyond the confines of cosmic space, Hela was fiercely resisting the onslaught of the other 4 cosmic deities. Upon realizing that Odin and Frigga would surely perish, leading to Asgard's inevitable ruin and the dawn of Ragnarok, Hela succumbed to madness. The knowledge that a group of so-called ancient gods lurking in the shadows required energy from these recurrent cataclysms was unbearable for her. She had painstakingly rescued her parents, and while she could revive them should their souls return to the underworld, the despair lay in the fact that their souls might be seized by those ancient beings. Such a fate was infuriating. As she prepared to confront those shadowy ancient gods, Eternity suddenly appeared to organize her actions, accompanied by Infinity, Oblivion, the Devourer of Worlds, and, most crucially, the Living Tribunal. Hela appealed to the Living Tribunal, only to receive the decree that Ragnarok must indeed transpire. Enraged, she retaliated against the Tribunal's judgment, only to be met with a united assault from the remaining 4 primordial deities. Before Eternity could subdue her and imprison her, Hela summoned her final strength, infusing it into her avatar on Earth, before succumbing to slumber. On Earth, the avatar abruptly opened its eyes, flames of wrath surging within. Yet, as merely a fragment of her being, it lacked the power to confront the ancient gods, who rivaled even the Devourer of Worlds. To shatter this cycle, it ultimately required her brother Thor, who must rise in strength to bring an end to it all. However, he was still too weak. He needed to grow stronger. Thus, a plan gradually took shape in her mind, yet its execution would require a measure of patience. However, The cost of this plan was undeniably severe. For the sake of Asgard's rebirth, there was no other choice. Hela stood alone by the window, gazing into the dark night sky, lost in quiet contemplation.